Chapter 1. Outside drunken immortal residence, the child recognizes his father. As dusk approached, the streets bustled with a torrent of vehicles, marking the peak of evening traffic. The buildings in the city center, aglow with lights, appeared somewhat desolate. Yet, on the topmost floor of a luxurious private room, a congregation of individuals, seemingly unattainable to the common eye, assembled. The young man seated at the head of the table exuded the strongest aura in the room. This drunken immortal residence is one of the many enterprises owned by the Gu family, and it stands as the most opulent restaurant in all of Yanjing. It operates on a membership basis, accessible only to those who have been personally bestowed membership cards by the Gu family. Having risen from the ranks of investment banking, Gu Shen established the Gu Group years ago, transforming it into a formidable enterprise within a few years and ascending to the upper echelons of Yanjing's wealthy elite. Presently, he is recognized as the richest man in Yanjing. With his legs crossed and leaning against the chair's backrest, Gu Shen surveyed the distinguished guests surrounding him, individuals who had long dominated the business world. Yet before Gu Shen, the younger generation, they exhibited no semblance of superiority. Everyone present understood that Gu Shen had achieved in mere years what had taken these seasoned veterans a lifetime of toil. His fingers idly drummed against the table as his gaze shifted to his assistant, Jiang Fan, who intuitively seized the moment to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, today Mr. Gu has invited you all to discuss the collaboration we previously proposed. Gu Shen continued in alignment with Jiang Fan's introduction. Since the inception of the Gu Group, our stance on collaboration has remained consistent. I believe you all are well aware of our reputation in the industry. I have brought the draft contract for your review. Perhaps you could take a look. Esteemed uncles, Yinshen, Uncle Tang has always held you in high regard. We missed the previous opportunity for collaboration, but this time I am determined to benefit from your success. Tang Zhamping remarked with a smile. Gu Shen returned the smile. Thank you, Uncle Tang. I have always regarded you and the other uncles as role models. There's no need for modesty, Mr. Gu. None of us possess your remarkable insight. The younger generation is surpassing us. We are growing old, came the reply. Indeed, Mr. Gu has risen from humble beginnings to become the wealthiest in Yanjing in just a few short years, another added. Your legendary feats are still spoken of in our circles. Your capabilities are evident to all. It is an honor for me, Yinshen, to gain the favor of such distinguished elders. Gu Shen replied with a detached politeness. Jiang Fan distributed copies of the pre-prepared contract to everyone, stating, "Please review the contract. We have made adjustments as per your requests. If all is in order, we can finalize our collaboration today." As the guests perused the document, they noted the clarity of the terms and the equitable distribution of profits. They swiftly signed the contract with the pens provided by Jiang Fan. A fruitful collaboration, Gu Shen proclaimed. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment longer, he was the first to rise and make his way toward the door of the private room. Jiang Fan collected the signed contracts and followed closely behind, with the other guests rising to accompany Gu Shen as they descended the elevator. As I approached the entrance, my attention was suddenly captivated by two small figures and a waiter squatting on the ground. Gu Shen also lifted his gaze in their direction. The two little ones, though young, were exquisitely charming, as if they were favored creations of the divine. Their nearly identical faces were indeed striking. Whose children are these? At such a tender age, are the adults not afraid of losing them? Standing on tiptoe to admire the resplendent building before them, the little girl with two adorable pigtails tugged at the hem of her older brother's clothing. Brother, is this the place? The two children, around 4 or 5 years of age, were peering into the entrance of the Zui Xian Ju. The little boy appeared remarkably composed, turning to grasp his sister's small hand. This must be the right place. Let's go inside and see if Daddy is here. With that, he began to lead his sister toward the entrance. The waiter, observing the two charming children who resembled each other so closely, assumed they were lost and stepped outside to offer assistance. Little ones, what are you doing here? Where are your parents? Are you lost? The waiter inquired, crouching down to meet the children's gaze with a warm smile. The little boy, preparing to enter with his sister, looked up upon hearing her voice and met the waiter's concerned eyes, returning a sweet smile. And, "Oh, miss, my sister and I are here to find our daddy. We discovered his phone number, and I figure out how to get here." The boy pointed to the Zui Xian Ju behind her and took a step forward, attempting to open the door to bring his sister inside. However, His height was insufficient, so he turned to the waiter. "Miss, I can't reach it. Could you please help us open the door?" The waiter was charmed by the boy's polite demeanor and cheerful smile. Yet, as she processed his words, she heard him request her assistance in opening the door. "I'm sorry, little one, but we can't allow anyone to enter freely. Tonight, only the owner was hosting partners for a banquet, individuals of the grandfather generation of these two children. Perhaps he had come to the wrong place. Your father might not be here. Would you like me to call a car to take you home to ask your mother?" "Brother, is Daddy really not here?" The little girl pouted, her lips quivering as tears threatened to spill. The waiter watched as the boy gently patted his sister's head. "Don't worry, brother will ask again. Be good and don't cry." The little boy turned to the waiter and said, "Miss, I am quite certain this is the place I found. I can't be mistaken. Please, could you take me inside to look for Daddy? I promise I won't disturb your work." The waiter, witnessing the affectionate interaction between the siblings, found her refusal stuck in her throat, unable to express it. However, she hesitated to take the two inside, knowing her boss had a fearsome temper when provoked. Accompanied by two young children, she hesitated, fearing that if she inadvertently provoked him, the job she had painstakingly secured might slip away. "Sister, my little sister and I searched for a long time to find this place. Please take us inside," the little boy pleaded, tugging gently at the server's sleeve with his empty hand, swaying as if attempting to charm her. The server, captivated by the sight of the boy's wiggling arm, felt her resolve soften. In her dilemma, she contemplated whether to further persuade the two little ones to seek elsewhere. Just then, a cool, authoritative voice interrupted her thoughts. "What is going on?" She turned to find her boss standing behind her, his expression one of clear impatience. From his elevated stance, he surveyed her and the two small figures, flanked by Assistant Jiang and several prominent figures from the business world. Overwhelmed, her mind momentarily blanked. "Daddy." Before she could formulate an explanation for her boss, the two children chorused in unison, doubting her ears and questioning whether her mind had succumbed to the intimidation of her employer. She slowly turned her head again. To her astonishment, the little boy pointed excitedly and exclaimed, "Sister, look! I told you I wouldn't get it wrong. My daddy is right here." The server slowly redirected her gaze to the direction indicated by the boy, confirming it was indeed her boss. Chapter 2. "You are my father. There can be no mistake. Don't speak carelessly." The waiter, frightened, immediately gestured for the boy to remain silent. Yet, the little lad showed no fear. "Sister, this is my father. I am not speaking out of turn." Upon hearing this, Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, only to hear whispers rising from behind him. "What's happening? Gu has children? No way. I haven't heard of his marriage. Did these kids mistake him for someone else? Isn't he always single? Where did such a large child come from?" Jiang Fan glanced at Gu Shen, who had been preoccupied with a stack of contracts and had not seen the two little ones. However, the commotion was unmistakable. As he discerned the murmurs behind him, he cast a questioning look at Gu Shen. "Shall I handle this?" Gu Shen raised a hand to halt him, his cold gaze sweeping over the waiter still crouched on the ground. Seeing the intense scrutiny from his boss, the waiter's face paled, and he quickly stood to explain. Gu Shen, I saw these two children standing at the door for a long while. I thought they were lost, so I came out to check on them." Gu Shen remained silent. The waiter, nearly on the verge of tears, stammered, I truly did not understand the situation. They said they were looking for their father, and I had no idea they meant you. Perhaps it was a case of mistaken identity. Please do not hold it against the children." Gu Shen's expression darkened further. "I am not." The temperature around him dropped sharply, causing the waiter to shiver. I apologize, boss. I am deeply sorry. Return to your duties." "Why, yes, I will go now." The waiter departed, trembling. Witnessing Gu Shen's outburst, the onlookers fell silent, their gazes fixed on the two little children without blinking. "Brother, I am scared." The little girl hid behind her brother, timidly peeking out from behind his shoulder, her hair styled in two little buns, as she surveyed the crowd in front of her. The boy stood protectively in front of his sister, patting her head in a gesture of comfort, then lifted his gaze to meet the powerful man's, showing no fear whatsoever. Gu Shen found it peculiar. This child, so young, possessed a composure far superior to that of the adults surrounding him. Setting aside his anger, he crouched down to meet the two little ones at eye level. "What are your names? Where are your parents?" Who are they? Why are you here? Jiang Fan observed from the sidelines, his eyes wide in astonishment. When had Gu Shen ever displayed such gentleness? When had he ever spoken so many words in one breath? The little girl, still concealed behind her brother, gazed at Gu Shen with her round, sparkling eyes, filled with a mix of anticipation and fear. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft. Mummy. Mummy said not to tell anyone who she is. Upon hearing this, Gu Shen felt an increasing sense of unease. Could it be that their mother had deliberately taught them to say such things and sent them out to extort? At that moment, Jiang Fan leaned closer to Gu Shen's ear and whispered, Gu Shen, these two children cannot possibly have been instructed to say this, right? I fear there may be someone behind this, as children easily evoke sympathy. Upon hearing this, Gu Shen felt that his suspicions were likely accurate, and a wave of annoyance washed over him, causing the last remnants of his patience to dissipate as frost once again enveloped his countenance. The little girl, witnessing the sudden shift in the demeanor of the person she longed to find, felt a tinge of fear, pouting her lips and brimming with tears. She buried her face into the back of the little boy, clutching tightly to his backpack. Noticing his sister's distress, the boy turned and embraced her, gently patting her back. Don't cry, my dear. Father did not intend to scold you. I will explain everything to him, all right? The little girl lifted her face, softly responding, okay. Yet the tears still lingered in her eyes as she gazed at Gu Shen. After soothing his sister, the boy met Gu Shen's disdainful gaze and deduced that their father was upset because his sister had not revealed their mother's identity, leading him to think the two were deceitful children. Our mother has a special identity. Revealing it here could jeopardize her job, not because she is a bad person. My dear sister said that to protect our mother, just as I do. Gu Shen's brows relaxed slightly, yet he remained unconvinced. Their mother did not wish for them to find their father. They had sneaked out. The boy noticed Gu Shen's reluctance and added this reluctant clarification. Gu Shen was taken aback by the boy's composure and was astonished by his articulate manner, so unlike that of a typical child. If what he said was true, that he could independently bring his sister such a long way, it indicated that their mother had raised them exceptionally well, sparking a flicker of curiosity within Gu Shen about this woman. Sensing that Gu Shen was no longer as resistant towards him and his sister, the boy continued, if you find this title bothersome, or if you are hesitant to acknowledge us due to uncertainty about our identities, my sister and I can simply address you as uncle for now. Jiang Fan was utterly astounded by the linguistic reasoning of this 4- or 5-year-old child, standing there in a state of bewilderment. Gu Shen was equally taken aback by the clarity of the child's logical thinking, which only deepened his intrigue regarding their mother. What sort of woman could raise such clever and endearing children? Would you like me to take you home? Gu Shen pondered the opportunity to meet this woman. Since both children claimed him as their father, it was only fitting that he meet their mother to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Upon hearing this, the little girl instantly ceased her tears, breaking free from her brother's embrace and reaching out her tiny hands toward Gu Shen. Uncle, hug me. Uncle, take brother and me home. The boy, realizing the impending separation, thought, oh no, my sister will be taken away. I'm starting to reconsider this father. Gu Shen watched as the little girl leapt into his arms, feeling somewhat stiff, unsure of where to place his hands. As he felt the soft warmth of the small figure enveloping him, with her little arms wrapping around his neck and the familiar scent of milk wafting from her, Gu Shen experienced an indescribable sensation and cautiously embraced her. With one arm around the little girl, he stood up, extending his other hand toward the boy, signaling him to join them. The adorable child gazed at the outstretched hand, broad and warm, and instinctively placed their own hand upon it, grasping Gu Shen's. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Gu Shen transformed from a visage of discontent and low spirits to one where a faint smile graced his lips, holding one hand while leading another. The shock was palpable, particularly for Jiang Fan, who stood frozen in place with the contract documents in hand, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 3. It was over. She was unmarried and had 2 children discovered. Gu Shen felt the contrasting sensations emanating from the 2 small hands. On his left, he held the adorable little one, whose obedient demeanor subtly betrayed a streak of stubbornness, reminiscent of a miniature adult attempting to mask their burgeoning delight. On his right, he cradled the sweet child, who was affectionate and clingy, her soft, plump form particularly evident in the way her arms encircled his neck and her small face nestled against his shoulder. The little girl, large, grape-like black eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement as she gazed at him unblinkingly, yet she remained demurely resting on his shoulder. Jiang Fan, please see off the uncles and older brothers, she said, prompting Jiang Fan, who seemed to awaken from a dream, to immediately turn and escort the guest away, only to return to the office to deal with subsequent business matters. Gu Shen waited at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Inn with the two little bundles. They were quiet, one peacefully resting on his shoulder, while the other stood beside him, gripping his ring and pinky fingers, saying nothing and avoiding eye contact. A sleek black Maybach emerged from the garage and halted before the trio. Secretary Xiao Chun, upon exiting the garage, was taken aback to see his boss holding one child while holding the other by the hand, suspecting he was hallucinating. It wasn't until he approached the car to open the door for Gu Shen that he realized the three were indeed standing before him. These two children bore an uncanny resemblance, evidently a pair of twins. Yet, why were they with President Gu? Xiao Chun found it peculiar, but dared not question his superior. As he exited the vehicle, he couldn't resist stealing glances at the two children. Wait a moment, these two little ones. Xiao Chun rubbed his eyes, only to look again at the serious little boy standing there, and the expression on his face made him feel as though he had seen a ghost. How could he resemble President Gu so closely? Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the girl cradled in Gu Chen's arms. Uncle. This uncle keeps staring at the sweet one. The sweet one is scared. The girl's soft, melodic voice, tinged with a hint of nasality, emerged from Gu Chen's neck. The adorable little one glanced up and shot a glare at Xiao Chun, who was caught staring, their eyes meeting. Xiao Chun shuddered. So it wasn't he, a figment of his imagination. The aura and demeanor were indeed strikingly similar. What are you looking at? If you don't want your eyes, you might as well donate them, Gu Chen remarked, turning to Xiao Chun with impatience. Have I waited here long enough to see dawn? Xiao Chun trembled, instantly obedient, and moved around the front of the car to open the door for Gu Chen. Once inside, Gu Chen placed the sweet child in the back seat and turned to the adorable one, saying, "You two sit inside." After inquiring about the address of the two little ones' home, Xiao Chun smoothly drove while occasionally stealing glances at his boss, who was resting his eyes in the back seat. In the rear, Gu Shen recalled the earlier conversation at the restaurant where the children mentioned their mother had a special identity. With no one else around, he inquired, "Now that there are no others here, tell me, were your parents?" "Uncle, our mommy raised both me and my brother all by herself," the sweet child replied innocently, her little legs swinging as she leaned back in her seat, her wide eyes fixed on him. "What about your daddy?" Upon hearing the question, silence enveloped the atmosphere as no one responded, causing the heads of the two children to gradually lower, instilling a sense of melancholy. Gu Shen surmised it might be a scene reminiscent of a heartless man abandoning his family. Witnessing the children's despondency, he refrained from further inquiry, feeling a twinge of disdain towards the man in question. Xiao Chun, ever attentive to the dynamics in the back seat, recalled that the two children lacked a father, which led him to think of his own boss. He smirked slightly, silently cursing the man for his shortcomings, pondering whether he regretted not knowing about these two well-behaved and sensible treasures. A sudden, urgent ringtone erupted from Meng Bao's backpack. The child rummaged through and retrieved a soft pink smartwatch, likely placed there by Guai Bao. Casting a glance at his sister, Meng Bao answered the call. It was their mother. "Darling, where are you and your brother? Mommy is back and has brought you gifts." Gu Chen observed the smartwatch in Meng Bao's hand, the voice sounding oddly familiar. "Mom, it's me," Meng Bao replied, exasperated. "Guai Bao and I are on our way home. You needn't worry about us." On the other end, Yang Mi remained blissfully unaware that Meng Bao and Guai Bao were out playing so late, nor did she notice that her child had not disclosed where they had been. "All right, sweetheart, Mommy will wait for you at home to unwrap the gifts. Bye," she concluded, promptly ending the call. Gu Chen, not giving it much thought, leaned back in his seat, seeking a moment of respite after a long night. Guai Bao, feeling a bit weary, leaned against Meng Bao's shoulder for support. The vehicle sped forward, soon arriving at the destination indicated by the navigation. Gu Shen opened his eyes to behold the entrance of an upscale residential community. We've arrived. You two can head home now. I shall take my leave. He lifted the two children from the car, intending to return to his vehicle, when unexpectedly, a hand grasped his. Uncle, it's a bit dark inside, and I'm scared to go back with my sister alone. Could you please escort us home? Meng Bao Imlot. His fingers lingering on the two he had clutched earlier, reluctant to let go, yet harboring another motive within. Gu Shen raised an eyebrow. All right. Meng Bao internally sighed in relief, concealing his emotions as he took hold of Gu Shen's hand, with his other hand grasping his sister's, leading them deeper into the community. Upon arriving at a standalone villa, the two children came to a halt. Uncle, thank you for bringing us home. My mother is inside. Would you like to come in for a moment and have a drink before you leave? Meng Bao calculated swiftly in his mind, eager for Gu Shen to meet their mother, believing that if Gu Shen truly was their father, she would undoubtedly recognize him. Unbeknownst to them, the innocent machinations of a child were easily discernible to Gu Shen, a man seasoned in the business world. However, he was indeed curious to meet the mother, and thus, he went along with Meng Bao's suggestion, using the child's key to unlock the villa's grand entrance. In the living room, Yang Mi, sipping water while awaiting the return of her precious children, heard the commotion at the entrance and promptly rose, water cup in hand, to investigate. As the door swung open, revealing Gu Shen with a key in hand, Yang Mi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The utterance of "mommy" gradually faded away, swallowed by her hesitation. Behind Gu Shen, two small figures peeked out from either side of his legs, and one of them cheerfully exclaimed, "Mommy." In that instant, the meticulously crafted glass water cup slipped from her grasp, shattering into countless pieces upon the floor. Yang Mi stood frozen, utterly speechless, her mind racing with the realization. This was disastrous. The children had been discovered, and there were two of them. Chapter 4. Overnight, the air hung in silence for a brief moment. Gu Shen gazed at the slightly flustered individual before him, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion. He soon offered an explanation. I happened to encounter your two children at a location. As it was getting late, I took the liberty of bringing them back, hoping it was not too abrupt. His voice bore a chilly tone, polite yet distant, which only heightened Yang Mi's anxiety. Is it really that simple? Mommy. At that moment, the little darling was overjoyed and attempted to rush toward Yang Mi, only to be halted by her immediate call. Sweetheart, stay still. In the next instant, a pair of strong hands lifted the child effortlessly and cradled him. It was Gu Shen. He had evidently noticed the scattered chaos around them. Yang Mi, finally snapping back to reality, saw the shattered glass on the ground and hurriedly crouched down to collect the fragments. Thank you. I will tidy it up shortly. The children were playing and took up your time, and I appreciate you bringing them back. The little one watched his mother crouching to pick up the shards, worried that she might hurt herself, yet he understood he could not approach. He feared it might only add to her worries, causing him to feel anxious within. His small hand tightened instinctively on Gu Shen's trousers. Gu Shen noticed this, and upon seeing the child's worried expression, his heart softened. Be good, little one. Keep an eye on your sister. Uncle will help your mommy. I won't let her get hurt. He gently ruffled the child's hair to comfort him, then set the little one down and stepped forward to assist. Heaven knows, if Assistant Xiao Chun were to witness his boss humbling himself to pick up shards of glass, it would be quite a sight. Gu Shen had not considered much, but when the woman before him noticed his intention to crouch, she seemed startled and quickly stood up. No, I can manage it myself, she insisted. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Shen felt perplexed, yet he continued his task, his actions unwavering as he glanced at the two children watching anxiously nearby. I simply don't want the children to worry, he stated, even directing the woman in front of him. There are surely fragments you cannot reach. Please fetch a broom and dustpan. The woman before him, clad in a simple yet undoubtedly expensive suit, exuded an air of elegance with every movement, combined with a subtle authority. Her exquisite features and cool demeanor were enough to overshadow many of the rising stars in the industry. Yang Mi found herself bewildered by her own thoughts as she genuinely stood up to retrieve a broom and dustpan. She watched Gu Shen clean up without sparing her a glance, leaving her puzzled and even questioning her own perceptions. How could he remain so composed? After all, she was a prominent celebrity with beauty and poise. If it had been someone else, encountering a star like her would surely have elicited uncontainable joy. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Once Yang ascertained that the man before her was not overly concerned with her, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. After all, she found solace in the fact that her status as an unmarried mother of 2 children wouldn't be exposed. As the hour grew late, she decided not to intrude further. Gu Shen, having noted the woman's anxious demeanor, took the initiative to suggest their departure. Yang readily agreed. However, the 2 adorable children expressed their discontent. Upon hearing that Gu Shen intended to leave, the little one quickly glanced at her brother. A mere exchange of looks was enough for the siblings to grasp the underlying meaning. Little one, brother, did you hear that? Daddy is leaving. Brother, I heard, but I don't want Daddy to go. Little one, we finally got to see Daddy today. Who knows when we'll be able to find him next? No, we cannot let him go so easily. Brother blinked his beautiful large eyes. Should I cry then? In that instant, the 2 children swiftly exchanged glances behind Gu Shen. The little one promptly pinched her brother's waist, and at once, tears brimmed in her sparkling eyes, ready to spill over. Subsequently, the brother clung tightly to Gu Shen's leg, gazing up with woeful eyes. Uncle, please don't go. Yang was taken aback, utterly bewildered. She had always been strict with her children, teaching them to be wary of strangers. But now, what was happening with her little one? A glance at the brother revealed he was also beside her, albeit not clinging to Gu Shen's leg as fervently. Yet, he too reached out a tiny hand, tugging at Gu Shen's pant leg, seemingly fearful of his departure. Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a scene. His puzzled gaze turned towards the strikingly beautiful woman, even in her natural state. An awkward tension began to permeate the air between them. Brother, uncle, I don't want to part with you. Tears streamed down the brother's face, splattering onto the ground, and Yang felt her heart shatter. It was rare for him to cry, and tonight was an exception. Well, for the sake of her daughter, she thought, perhaps she could let go of her reservations. Would you perhaps consider staying the night? She tentatively asked, noticing her daughter seemed reluctant to let him leave. Yang touched her nose, feeling uncertain, yet she couldn't suppress her softening heart, wishing for Gu Shen to remain and comfort them. Gu Shen had not anticipated this turn of events. Yet, seeing the little girl's cherubic face, flushed and tear-streaked, stirred an unexpected tenderness within him. Previously, he had merely found her adorably soft and endearing, but now, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Bending down, he scooped up the little one, feeling somewhat flustered, his mind racing with thoughts on how to console her. He was adept in the business world, capable of dismantling adversarial defenses without a second thought. Yet, when faced with a mere toddler, he found himself lacking in experience. Not to mention, he had never even been in a romantic relationship before. The only unexpected incident occurred many years ago. As he pondered over this, he overheard the mother of a child beside him uttering words filled with hesitation. Should we stay? Gu Shen hesitated. Reason whispered to him that this was clearly inappropriate. His identity was unique. If captured by the cameras, it could stir up a considerable uproar. Perhaps, in the aftermath, this family would unjustly suffer as collateral damage. Yet, gazing at the little one in his arms, whose eyes shimmered with tears and whose gaze brimmed with hope, and then at the silent child beside him, whose tiny hand clutched his trousers tightly, Gu Shen found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. All right, just a moment, I will contact my assistant. With these words, he entrusted the little one to Yang and proceeded to the balcony to make a call. Yang, witnessing the sudden cessation of tears from the little one upon hearing those words, was immediately engulfed in a sense of melancholy. Oh, dear child. The 2 mischievous little ones exchanged gleeful glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, the quiet child discreetly gave a thumbs up to the little one resting on Gu Shen's shoulder, unseen by the adults. As dusk approached, pedestrians ambled along the path. Even in this upscale neighborhood, a discreet yet luxurious Maybach parked in plain sight was still somewhat conspicuous. Xiao Chun sat in the car, his thoughts adrift. His boss had been inside for quite some time. Why hadn't he emerged yet? Perhaps he should step out for a breath of fresh air, as the atmosphere inside was becoming stifling. Just as boredom began to set in, a sudden vibration from his phone broke the silence. "You're the most beautiful cloud in my sky." Xiao Chun jolted upright, colliding his head against the edge of the window, pain contorting his face. Upon checking his phone, he saw it was a voice call from his boss. Instantly, the pain faded and the air ceased to feel oppressive. He promptly pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. "Hello, boss." On the other end, Gu Shen, having connected the call, listened to the somewhat cheerful ringtone from Xiao Chen's phone, his expression darkening. Yang stifled her laughter to the point of nearly turning purple. This person appeared rather serious, even somewhat aloof. Yet, his assistant's taste was evidently at odds with that of his superior, bordering on eccentricity. The little one, the gentle one. Observing the trio's reactions, Gu Chen's face darkened entirely. Once the call was connected, Gu Yunshan spoke, "Prepare a set of clean clothes to send over, and then you may leave." Xiao Chan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss. Prepare clothes? Did this mean he wouldn't be returning? Wait, what was going on? Were they to sleep here? Were those two children really? Until Gu Chan spoke again. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Xiao Chan finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding, "Yes, Mr. Gu, I will take care of it immediately." "Should I come to pick you up tomorrow morning?" "Yes, come to pick me up for work tomorrow. And by the way, your bonus for this month is gone." With that, Gu Chen hung up, leaving Xiao Chen no time to react. Inside the car, Xiao Chan absorbed the information relayed over the phone, struggling to regain his composure. Had he stumbled upon a momentous secret? His boss was secretly married, and with 2 children, no less. If this were to be exposed, wouldn't it send shockwaves through the elite circles of Yanjing? In just a few years, Gu Chen, the illustrious CEO, had ascended to the pinnacle of wealth in Yanjing. Secret marriage, fatherhood, and nocturnal absences, the mere thought was exhilarating. Wait, what did his boss just imply? The bonus was gone? Why on earth? On this otherwise ordinary night, an assistant drove back to the company, his thoughts in disarray amidst the swirling winds. Chapter 5. Confidential agreement. The 2 children, accustomed to the absence of their father, had finally managed to keep Gu Chen with them today. They clung to him, insisting on playing until midnight, reluctant to succumb to slumber. After much effort, he lulled the exceptionally excited little darling to sleep and tucked the sweet child in, allowing Gu Chen a moment's respite. He couldn't help but reflect on the experience of caring for children, wondering if his future offspring would share similar traits. Lying snugly in bed, the little darling still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and, with eyes wide open, quietly inquired of Gu Chen, "Uncle, will I still see you when I wake up tomorrow?" "Of course, my dear. Since your mother has promised you that Uncle can stay over tonight, as long as you and your sister wake up on time, you will certainly see me again. Now, rest easy and go to sleep," Gu Chen reassured her. At that moment, Yang Mi entered the room, soothing the slightly anxious child and handing Gu Chen a cup of warm water. "You must be tired. Take a sip. You've been a great help today." "It's nothing. I truly enjoyed it. This is my first time playing with little ones." Gu Chen replied politely as he accepted the water. A moment of silence enveloped the room as Yang Mi gazed at the man's striking profile, softened by an unexpected gentleness, leaving her momentarily entranced. Gu Chen took a sip of water and, noticing Yang Mi's silence, turned back to snugly adjust the blanket around the little darling, gently reminding her, "Sleep well. Tomorrow, Uncle will have breakfast with you. Good night." "Good night, Uncle," the little darling replied, finally able to relax and close her eyes. In this way, it felt as if she had a father by her side. The little one thought to herself, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted off into dreams where her father embraced both her and her sister, playing together and shopping as a blissful family of 4. As the 2 exchanged their good nights, Yang Mi suddenly became aware of her own awkwardness, having unwittingly stared at him for an extended period, unsure if he had noticed. However, a sense of curiosity washed over her, judging by the man's words. It seemed the children had merely encountered him by chance, yet they were so attached to him. The little darling's innocence was endearing. But why was that mischievous boy so reluctant to let go? After pondering for a while, without clarity, Yang Mi decided it was too taxing on her mind. She leaned down to kiss the little darling's forehead, signaling Gu Shen to follow her outside. He didn't appear to be a bad person, so she dismissed her thoughts, prioritizing the happiness of her two treasures and allowing them to enjoy his company. Gu Shen contemplated inquiring about Yang Mi's residence, but with the children asleep, he hesitated to voice his question. Receiving a gesture from Yang Mi, he followed her out of the room, where she pointed to a bedroom adjacent to the children's room. Without the children's playful antics, the living room felt somewhat desolate, illuminated only by the dim glow of a night light on the wall. I just tidied up the guest room. The environment may not be perfect, so please forgive me, Yang Mi said in a deliberately lowered tone, which surprisingly resonated pleasantly in Gu Shen's ears. I'll be staying in this room. If you need anything, just come and call me, she added. Thank you, and I appreciate your hospitality tonight, Gu Shen replied graciously, turning to enter the designated bedroom. In the dimly lit bedroom, only a soft yellow night light illuminated the space. Gu Shen, relying on its glow, surveyed the room. Although small, it exuded an air of neatness. His initial doubts about this mother, sparked by the hesitant whispers of her two children, had transformed significantly through his observations. Assistant Xiao Chan had already brought a change of clothes, which Yang Mi had taken into the bedroom and placed on the small cabinet beside the bed. After taking a shower, Gu Shen changed into the clothes from the bag and reclined on the bed, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. Though it could not compare to the comfort of his own villa's bed, he made do, recognizing that he was in someone else's home. After an evening of socializing and entertaining the children until midnight, he felt genuinely fatigued. Strangely, as he lay there, thoughts of work faded, replaced by the radiant smiles of the two children, allowing him to enjoy a surprisingly restful night. At 6 the next morning, the sun had already risen above the horizon, and Gu Shen's biological clock roused him promptly. After brushing his teeth and washing his face in the guest bathroom, he dressed and organized himself before stepping into the quiet living room, where the mother and her children still slumbered. He contemplated sending a message to Xiao Chan to arrange breakfast, having promised the little ones that he would join them for a meal. Moreover, after a night focused on discussing business, he had scarcely eaten and now felt quite hungry. The floor-to-ceiling curtains effectively blocked the light, ensuring that, despite the brightening day outside, no rays penetrated the living room. As Gu Shen approached, the artificial intelligence detected his presence and automatically drew back the curtains. The morning sun unexpectedly poured in, warm and gentle, enveloping him in a comforting embrace that spread through his veins. Just as he finished composing a message, a loud knocking echoed from the front door. Observing that the occupants of the bedroom remained unresponsive, Gu Shen reluctantly rose to answer the door. Who could possibly be seeking them at such an early hour? Outside, Yang Mi's agent, Su Li, was aware that Yang Mi would not be awake at this hour and was poised to continue knocking. However, the next moment brought a rustling sound, and upon seeing the door open, she was taken aback. The unfamiliar, handsome man standing before her left her momentarily speechless. Before she could process the striking presence of this man, her expression faltered. "Oh, I'm sorry, I must have knocked on the wrong door." Apologizing, she began to retreat. Surveying the hallway, she glanced at the door number and curiously examined the interior course. Suddenly, she froze. No, she and T made a mistake. So, who was this man? My heavens! Realizing she had indeed knocked on the correct door, combined with Gu Shen's face that could easily outshine any young star in the industry, Su Li instinctively assumed he was Yang Mi's secret boyfriend. Anger surged within her, and she pushed past Gu Shen, striding furiously toward Yang Mi's bedroom, pounding on the door. "Wake up! You've got to be kidding me. Are you still in bed?" Yang Mi, still half asleep, opened the door to find the furious Su Li standing at the threshold, perplexed by the sudden tension. "Sister Li, what's the matter? Why are you so upset this early in the morning?" Su Li grazed Yang Mi's shoulders, shaking her as if trying to rattle loose the thoughts in her head. "What's the matter? You dare ask? You have the audacity to hide a man in the house, behind my back." Still in a daze, Yang Mi blinked, confused by the accusation. What man? It was only when she spotted Gu Shen, who had quietly followed Su Li after securing the door, that realization struck her, and with a startled gasp, she slammed the door shut. "Oh no, How could I have forgotten him? Now I must face the consequences of my momentary weakness. Hastily changing into appropriate attire, she made her way to the living room, where Su Li and Gu Chen were seated on the sofa, the atmosphere charged with tension, though it seemed to be one-sided. Su Li's piercing gaze was locked onto Gu Chen, as if attempting to shoot him through, while Gu Chen remained unfazed, legs crossed, leaning back against the cushions, perusing a fashion magazine that Yang Mi had left on the coffee table. This man exuded a formidable presence, displaying remarkable composure under Su Li's scrutiny. Yang Mi felt a surge of despair within, though she dared not show it on her face. She tiptoed over to Su Li, a forced smile plastered across her face. "Sister Li, it's not what you think. I can explain." "Explain? How do you intend to explain this?" "My goodness, your career is on the rise. And I've tolerated you bringing 2 children into the mix. Now you dare to bring a man home?" Su Li was furious. Unleashing a barrage of words at Yang Mi rubbed her nose, wishing it didn't have to come to this. "Sister Li, it's not as you believe. Yesterday, Meng Bao and Guai Bao snuck out to play, and he happened to bring them back home. Initially, he intended to leave, but Guai Bao was inconsolable, crying and demanding his company. I had no choice, you see. Please calm down." Su Li's anger subsided slightly at this explanation, but she still regarded Gu Chen with disdain. At least it wasn't true that Yang Mi had been hiding someone. However, her expression remained stern. "Do you have any idea how many paparazzi are lurking outside? If you're caught on camera, I shudder to think how you will explain this." Yang Mi could only manage a sheepish smile, recognizing that she had indulged her 2 little treasures. Meng Bao and Guai Bao had been roused from their slumber the moment Su Li entered, and now they had cracked the door of their room just enough to eavesdrop on the conversation. Guai Bao clutched her beloved doll, trailing behind Meng Bao, still groggy. "Brother, why is Auntie Li here? It sounds like they're discussing Mommy's job. Shouldn't we stay quiet and listen? Auntie Li seems to dislike Daddy. She wouldn't send him away, would she?" The more Guai Bao listened, the more anxious she became, tugging at her brother's hand. Meng Bao sensed the tension as well, but understood that they could not recklessly barge out, lest they disrupt their mother's work. "Very well. Since she is advocating for you, let us enter into a confidentiality agreement. I must consider the reputation of my artist, and, of course, it is also for your benefit." Su Li gazed at the beaming Yang Mi, surrendering her struggle, yet given the matter at hand concerns the privacy of a prominent star, she felt compelled to ensure a secure path for her. "Huh." Gu Chen chuckled, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, as the esteemed CEO, Gu. He had disregarded his own reputation by staying here, only to be asked to sign an agreement to protect another. How ludicrous. He refused. Gu Chen wore a look of disdain, casting a glance at Su Li before redirecting his attention to the fashion magazine he held. Indeed, one must admit, the photos were quite stunning, not wasting her beauty. Su Li, incensed by Gu Chen's haughty and indifferent demeanor, felt her smoldering anger reignite. "You, Sister Li, please remain calm." Just as a word escaped her lips, Yang Mi interrupted Su Li with a glare, crossing her arms and averting her gaze from Gu Chen. Caught between the two, Yang Mi felt the weight of the conflict and could only play the peacemaker, attempting to lighten the mood. "Sister Li, he is not a bad person. He will not disclose my having 2 children. I trust him." "Ah, the unpredictability of human nature. How can you be so certain that he will not speak indiscreetly once he steps outside? Can one so easily place trust in a stranger?" Su Li was exasperated with Yang Mi's naivety. "That will not happen. Considering he returned the little treasures yesterday, his character can be trusted. Do not worry, Sister Li." Su Li chose to ignore her. Chapter 6. An encounter from 5 years ago. Gu Chen, engrossed in a magazine, was taken aback by the words he heard. He withdrew his gaze from the pages and cast a sardonic glance at Yang Mi. It was rare to find someone as innocent as her thriving in the entertainment industry. Both pairs of eyes fell upon his face, and Gu Chen barely managed to suppress his amusement. Yang Mi inquired, "Do you harbor some grievances against me?" She seemed to discern the mockery in his smile. "What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I merely think that someone as naive as you seems ill-suited for a place like the entertainment circle." At first, Yang Mi mistakenly believed he was complimenting her, but the tone of his words rang off-key. Taken aback, She quickly realized he was insinuating she was foolish. Yet, she was merely defending him. "Isn't it, because my darling Bao Bao couldn't bear to let you go, insisting on keeping you here overnight? Otherwise, I would have let you leave last night. What kind of person are you? How can you mistake kindness for foolishness?" Yangmi choked on her words, her irritation mounting at Gu Shen's teasing tone. The two children, increasingly confused, chimed in. "Brother, it seems Mommy is quarreling with Daddy." Unable to contain themselves any longer, Bao Bao grabbed her doll in one hand and her brother's hand in the other, dashing out of the room. Meng Bao stumbled as his sister pulled him along, realizing it was too late to intervene and was left with no choice but to follow closely behind. When had Bao Bao become this strong? He pondered as they ran. "Aunt Lily, please don't blame Mommy and Uncle Gu." The doll was abandoned, and the brother's hand was released as Bao Bao dove headfirst into Su Li's embrace, clinging tightly to her waist. She looked up at Yangmi, her large eyes shimmering with tears. "Mommy, I'm sorry. It's all Bao Bao's fault for insisting on bringing Uncle Gu home and causing trouble for you. Bao Bao has caused you trouble." "I'm so sorry," Su Li, gazing at the tear-streaked face of the little one in her arms, felt nothing but pity and could not bear to scold her. She lifted Bao Bao, settling her on her lap, gently soothing her. "Oh, Bao Bao, don't cry. Andy isn't angry anymore, okay?" Meanwhile, Meng Bao, left behind by his sister, stood to the side, clutching the waistband of his sleeping pants, biting his lip in silence as he watched Yang Mi and Gu Shen. His expression bore a hint of grievance, yet he stubbornly held back his tears. Meng Bao thought, "Heaven knows how much it pains me to see my sister cry." With the two children causing such commotion, Su Li lost her focus on any agreements or discussions. Since Meng Bao and Yang Mi trusted him, she refrained from voicing any objections. However, she could not shake her disdain for this man. Thus, the matter reached a temporary resolution. After a morning filled with chaos, Gu Shen prepared to leave for the company, with Xiao Chen already waiting downstairs. Initially, he had intended for Xiao Chen to bring breakfast for the children to enjoy together, but with all the disruption, he had failed to send the message and had to forego that plan. Fortunately, Meng Bao did not recall the matter, and Gu Shen resolved to make it up to them another time. "It's getting late. I must take my leave." Glancing at his watch, Gu Shen stood up from the sofa, extending his long legs, and greeted a few people before striding toward the door. Su Li remarked, "Now you realize it's getting late. Where were you earlier? Last night, you seemed unconcerned about the time." Yang Mi, noticing Gu Shen rising, intended to stand and see him off, but as she lifted herself halfway, Su Li pressed her back down with a firm grip on her thigh. Faced with Su Li's ravenous gaze, Yang Mi lacked the courage to explain that her intention to bid farewell was merely out of courtesy. Fortunately, Gu Shen did not dwell on the matter, which brought her some relief. Though the two little ones were reluctant to see Gu Shen leave, they understood he had his own affairs to attend to and could not remain in their home indefinitely. The adorable child nestled in Su Li's arms gazed longingly at her brother. "Brother, hurry and think of a way. Otherwise, who knows when we'll see Daddy again." The little boy, sensing his sister's urgency, suddenly had a brilliant idea. He dashed to the door and grasped Gu Shen's arm. "Uncle, could you give me and my sister your phone number?" Sitting on the floor, he looked up at Gu Shen with a pitiful expression. As Gu Shen was changing his shoes at the door, he felt a tug on his pants and looked down to see the little boy seated on the ground, displaying this expression for the first time. Oh no, the second time, the first being when he had pleaded for a ride home for himself and his sister the previous night. Why? Gu Shen wondered, perplexed by the request for his phone number. "Because, if we have your number, my sister and I will feel like we still have a father. We won't be just the children without a dad anymore." The little boy bit his lip, summoning his courage to voice his thoughts, even as his voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible in the end. Although their father did not currently acknowledge them, he wished to take a gamble on his kindness. The small figure sitting on the floor lowered his head slightly, a hint of desolation coloring his demeanor, and his voice unconsciously tinged with a sob, striking a chord deep within Gu Shen's heart, sending a pang of pain through him. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed such a heart-wrenching display from the little boy. Yang Mi had been secretly observing Gu Shen's reactions, and upon hearing the boy's words, her heart tightened, She suddenly comprehended why her two treasures were so reluctant to part from this man last night. Had she overlooked their feelings all along? Yet in the past, Gu Shen genuinely wished to inquire of Yangmi, seated on the sofa, why she had been raising the two children alone for so many years without considering searching for their father. However, after much contemplation, he deemed it inappropriate to meddle in what was ultimately a family matter. "All right, shall I fetch a pen to jot it down? Uncle is waiting for you." He ultimately refrained from asking, simply acquiescing to the boy's request for his phone number. "Uncle, just tell me. I can remember it." After providing his number, Gu Shen asked the boy to repeat it once more, and upon confirming he had indeed memorized it, he bid him farewell. Recalling how Meng Bao and his sister independently found their way to the entrance of Drunken Immortal in yesterday, Gu Shen felt a surge of admiration for the child's courage and intellect, believing he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. One could only wonder if their biological father would feel remorse for abandoning two such astute children upon discovering their existence. Meanwhile, Yang Mi was distractedly entertaining the well-behaved child in Su Li's arms, her thoughts lingering on whether the two children had been deprived of paternal love throughout their upbringing. Suddenly, she heard Gu Shen and Meng Bao recite a series of numbers that had been etched in her mind for the past 5 years, causing her complexion to drain of color. Noticing the change in his mother's expression, the child looked on with concern and softly inquired, "Mommy, what's wrong?" Yet, Yang Mi seemed oblivious to the world around her, lost in her own reverie. If she had not misheard that call, no, it was impossible to be mistaken. It was him. In an instant, her mind was flooded with memories from 5 years ago, and with a sudden jolt, she lifted her head, swiftly rising to intercept Gu Shen, who was about to leave through the door. Suli could only catch a glimpse of the sudden redness in Yang Mi's eyes. Wait a moment. Did you? 5 years ago, did you stay in the presidential suite at a hotel in Magic City? Chapter 7. A visit to the hospital 5 years ago? Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this familiar reference in time, a flicker of doubt rising within him. How could she possibly know that I had rented a room at that hotel 5 years prior? Observing the little one who had just stood up after patting her bottom and the obedient child in Su Li's arms on the sofa, both no more than 4 or 5 years old, a thought flitted through Gu Shen's mind. His spine stiffened as he tightened his grip on the doorknob, his fingers pressing so hard that his knuckles turned white. Memories from that fateful night 5 years ago surged into his mind like a flood unleashed from a dam. Was it her? He couldn't recall clearly. At that time, his consciousness had been rather hazy. He only remembered the delicate, doll-like face of the woman in his arms, her skin as pale as snow and her touch as smooth as silk. As for her visage, Gu Shen had often dreamt of that night over the past 5 years. Yet the face of the woman in his dreams remained shrouded in a veil of mystery. Eluding his grasp, furrowing his brow, Gu Shen quickly pulled himself from the reverie. Closing the door, he turned around. The petite woman before him clutched his arm so tightly that it trembled, her eyes reddened to an alarming degree. She radiated an overwhelming sense of panic and unease, her distressed appearance indelibly etched in his mind, piercing his heart. Remembering how the two little treasures had called him daddy at the entrance of the Drunken Fairy Inn, Gu Shen felt a sense of certainty about his thoughts. Yang Mi gazed at him with such earnestness, a bittersweet ache swelling within her. The woman from years ago had left behind a note with a series of numbers, vanishing before she had fully regained her senses. Yet neither of them had anticipated that such a reckless night would result in her pregnancy. Over the past 5 years, she had contemplated dialing that number countless times, wondering if he would take responsibility, yet she had always faltered at the last moment. Never mind. The two little ones were so endearing. What if the other party turned out to be a scoundrel? She could not bear such consequences. We must go to the hospital now. Gu Shen understood that he could not afford to panic. They needed to head to the hospital for an examination and await the results. Yang Mi remained in a state of tension, her anxiety unrelieved despite Gu Shen's attempts at reassurance. She was so tense that her limbs felt icy, and even while merely standing, she wobbled unsteadily. "Brother, please help Mommy sit down." The obedient child observed Yang Mi's distress with a heart full of concern, fearing she might fall and hurt herself. Before the little one could react, Gu Shen's strong hand had already grasped the right hand that Yang Mi had clutched to his arm. Seeing this, the little one promptly dashed to the other side, taking her left hand. Together, they carefully assisted the now rigid Yang Mi to the sofa, inching her down. The obedient child jumped from Su Li's embrace and directly threw her arms around Yang Mi's leg, tears welling in her eyes, yet she bravely held them back. "Mommy, what is wrong? Please don't scare me." The little one approached and gently pulled her sister away. "Be good. Mommy needs some time. We'll wait here for a moment." As she spoke, she patted her sister's head, soothing her emotions. Noticing Yang Mi sitting silently on the sofa, Gu Shen stepped onto the balcony and pulled out his phone to call his assistant, Xiao Chun. "Do not go to the office. Proceed directly to the hospital and ensure that preparations are discreet." "Understood, boss." "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, it is for a paternity test." After last night's unexpected events concerning the boss's absence, Xiao Chun believed he could handle any sudden incident. However, he was taken aback by this phone call, which struck him like a bolt from the blue. He briefly doubted he had misheard, but out of professional duty and the looming threat of a bonus, Xiao Chun promptly responded, "Please bring a pair of sunglasses and a hat. Womaness, capable of concealing her face." After conveying his instructions, Gu Shen hung up and returned to the living room. His tailored suit had acquired some creases from the morning's commotion, yet he paid them no mind. Sitting down next to Yang Mi, observing her anxious demeanor, unsure of where to place her hands, he felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy, but was at a loss on how to offer comfort, choosing instead to sit silently beside her. Su Li, having witnessed everything, understood the situation's general outline. She sighed as she looked at Yang Mi, who appeared both lost and uneasy. If someone captured this moment, the entertainment headlines would surely be rife with speculation. "Relax a little. After all, you are an award-winning actress. When we step outside, do ensure you do not reveal any flaws." As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the living room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with only the electronic clock on the wall marking the seconds. The few individuals seated on the sofa each harbored their own thoughts. Yang Mi pondered, what if it truly is him? Will he attempt to take the children away? Surely not. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. But those are his flesh and blood. Su Li remarked, "It's over. Not only will we need to hide the children, but we may also need to conceal the man." The little ones chimed in, "We might have a father now, but it seems Mommy is not very happy. What should we do? Could it be that Mommy is unwilling to accept Daddy?" Meanwhile, Gu Shen was deeply engulfed in self-doubt. For instance, why had she never sought him out during these 5 years? Why did she choose to raise 5 children on her own? Xiao Chun arrived with the sunglasses and hat, finally breaking the peculiar tension among them. Gu Shen rose to open the door, took the items from him, and instructed Xiao Chun to wait in the car. He casually grabbed a long coat from the stand by the door. Gu Shen helped Yang Mi to her feet, assisting her into the coat while placing the sunglasses and hat on her. He then asked Meng Bao to fetch a mask for her to wear. "Can you manage to walk to the hospital after we step outside?" Gu Shen observed Yang Mi, still unable to calm her emotions, uncertain about her state. "It's all right. I will support her from behind. You take the 2 children ahead." Su Li was somewhat reluctant to ride in Gu Shen's car, but as she had taken a taxi that morning and had not driven her own, she had no choice. Gu Shen nodded, entrusting Yang Mi to Su Li. With Su Li accompanying her, he felt considerably more at ease. Although the Maybach parked in this community was somewhat conspicuous, fortunately, it was working hours, and few people paid attention. As Su Li and Yang Mi beheld the understated yet opulent black luxury vehicle, both women caught a glimpse of surprise reflected in each other's eyes. This automobile, undoubtedly worth several million, was accompanied by a dedicated assistant for transportation. The man, not only possessing striking features, bore an air of enigma about his identity. At the very least, Yang Mi's initial apprehensions had diminished somewhat. The 4 individuals, clad in discreet attire, embarked on their journey. Gu Shen and Yang Mi settled into the rear seat with their 2 children, while Su Li occupied the front passenger seat. After the vehicle had traversed a fair distance, Su Li was suddenly struck by a serious concern. Although they had gone unnoticed in the sparsely populated neighborhood, the hospital was teeming with people. What if her presence there were to be captured by someone's camera? Turning her gaze back, Suli directed her words towards Gu Shen, though her eyes were fixed on Yangmi. Perhaps it will be wiser for them to return home and await the outcome instead. However, she refrained from elaborating further. Although Suli harbored doubts, the urgency in Yangmi's demeanor dissuaded her from voicing her inner thoughts. Silently, she retrieved her phone. It would be prudent to have the team prepare a statement, just in case they were indeed discovered. Chapter 8. Cornered by reporters at the hospital at an inconspicuous small entrance of Jia Hospital, the director, accompanied by various department specialists, anxiously awaited. Just moments ago, the executive assistant had called, urging them to prepare, mentioning only that the president would be bringing someone along, without specifying the purpose. The director, in his agitation, felt as though his hair might turn white from worry, and thus summoned all department heads to stand ready. Finally, the black Maybach appeared in their line of sight. The director hurriedly approached, fearing any oversight on his part. "Mr. Gu, are you unwell?" As the vehicle came to a halt and Gu Shen stepped out, he heard the director's inquiry, frowning slightly as he glanced at the assistant, Xiao Chun, who was opening the door for Yangmi. Such crucial information had not been communicated in advance. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun paused in closing the car door, feeling an inexplicable chill at the nape of his neck. What was happening? The weather forecast had not indicated a drop in temperature. Observing the heavily bundled woman and two adorable children emerging from the other side of the car, the director felt a tinge of confusion. Who had Mr. Gu brought? Relatives? A paternity test would be expedited. What? The director instinctively began to respond to Gu Chen's words, only to be left dazed when he processed the implications. A paternity test? Upon closer examination of the two approaching children, he noted that the boy bore a striking resemblance to his employer, at least 70 to 80% alike. What's the matter? Gu Shen furrowed his brow, looking over. Why are you two as silent as the deaf? No, please follow me. The director discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have avoided jeopardizing his future. After the female lead exited the vehicle, she was taken aback to see the director personally attending to them. She exchanged a glance with Suli, and both recognized the shock in each other's eyes. This hospital was his. No wonder he had been so assured in the car. Mind your words, all of you. What we are doing here today must not leak. Otherwise, you may as well relinquish your position. Gu Shen warned the director as they made their way to the laboratory. Understood, replied the director. Prepare the top floor ward and have someone escort the two of them there. Gu Shen was concerned that the lab might be crowded, posing a risk of Yangmi being recognized, and thus planned for Suli to accompany her to the ward to wait. Arriving at the laboratory with the two children, Gu Shen first ensured they had their blood drawn before taking his own. You two are remarkably brave, he praised, noticing that neither child had cried. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle. The two little treasures chimed in unison, leaving the nurse who drew their blood envious. These children were not only soft and adorable, but also astonishingly well-behaved. At this age, other children typically reacted as if they were being led to slaughter at the mere thought of needles. Meanwhile, Yangmi sat restlessly in the ward, glancing periodically at the wall clock. The nurse who had accompanied her from the hospital had prepared a fruit platter and tea, but she had no mind to eat or drink. After Suli escorted her to the hospital room, she went out to contact the team to prepare for subsequent matters. Leaving her alone in the room, she couldn't help but wonder how the little ones were faring. Gu Shen entered the ward, cradling both children, and gently placed them on the bed. Darling, Yangmi exclaimed as she rushed towards Gu Shen upon seeing him return with the children, her anxiety palpable. How are they? Seeing the two children laughing and playing in Gu Shen's arms, Yangmi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Gu Shen, eager to inquire about the results. The results won't be available until tomorrow, so don't worry. Let's rest here for a while before we leave, Gu Shen reassured her, recognizing her tension. However, he knew that the results would not come until the following day. Strangely, despite the uncertainty, a subtle intuition already flickered within Gu Shen, suggesting he might know the outcome. Mommy, don't be anxious. The little one reached out for her embrace. At that moment, Yangmi needed companionship and comfort more than anything else. She scooped up the child and glanced at Gu Shen, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Having pondered countless scenarios, she had feared he might abandon them or contest her for custody of the children. Yet, she never anticipated this particular encounter. Perhaps even a scriptwriter would hesitate to craft such a narrative. Noticing her gaze upon him, Gu Shen felt uncertain of what to say and turned his attention to the two children instead. After all, he too was taken aback by the sudden arrival of two children. Nevertheless, his composed demeanor remained intact. He had always prided himself on his ability to maintain his poise. At that moment, Gu Shen was unaware that the very calm and rational image he held of himself would soon be challenged. Both harbored their thoughts, and the atmosphere in the room grew subtly tense, yet neither dared to break the silence. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Zui rushed in, flustered, pulling Yangmi along. Wait, what's wrong, sisterly? Yangmi was bewildered, not understanding why she was being dragged away so abruptly. A horde of reporters just burst in. I had to call security to hold them off for a moment. We need to leave now, or they'll be upon us. Zui urged, her urgency palpable. Reporters? Gu Shen's expression darkened. Despite his meticulous preparations, he couldn't fathom how they had arrived so swiftly. You didn't say anything, and I didn't connect the dots until now. Was it you? Zui was genuinely anxious, her frustration directed at Gu Shen. This hospital belonged to him. And if it weren't for a leak, how could so many reporters have arrived in such a short span of time? Zui had no doubt that he was involved. Gu Shen's face darkened further at her accusation. I'm not that petty, he retorted. Yangmi, still somewhat in a daze, disregarded the charged atmosphere between the two and asked directly, what do we do now? If we go downstairs, we'll likely be surrounded. Upon hearing this, Zui quickly set aside her dispute with Gu Shen and began to pace the room, searching for something that could help conceal Yangmi. Gu Shen promptly dialed the hospital director, requesting that a special passage be opened to escort them out. Subsequently, he called Xiao Chun, instructing him to investigate the situation regarding the journalists. His instinct told him that these reporters were not pursuing Yangmi, but rather him. How audacious they were to target me. It seemed they had been rather idle lately. I shall look into it at once. Xiao Chun, sensing the impatience in Gu Shen's tone, felt a shiver run through him. The president of their company was not one to be trifled with when angered. It appeared he needed to give these journalists something to occupy their time. Time was of the essence, and Zui did not linger any longer with Gu Shen, following the dean while leading the two children and Yangmi through a special exit. At this point, Gu Shen's car was undoubtedly surrounded by reporters, and it was no longer a viable option for transportation. Fortunately, as they left, the two children and Yangmi had taken care to shield themselves, allowing them to hail a taxi waiting on the roadside, which carried them back to Yangmi's apartment. With a dark expression, Gu Shen strode out of the hospital's main entrance with unyielding resolve. Xiao Chun had been summoned to manage the situation. Gu Shen opened the driver's side door and drove away from the hospital, ignoring the shouts of the reporters who were thwarted by security, never once looking back. Chapter 9, I might be your father. After successfully evading a few persistently following cars, Gu Shen drove back to the residential community of Yangmi's home. Having experienced such an event, she must be feeling quite distressed. Rationality urged him to return to the company, although the vast conglomerate could still function in his absence. He had always been disciplined and would not allow anyone to trample upon the rules. Yet, in the midst of such reasoning, he felt compelled to offer her companionship. The understated yet luxurious black Maybach came to a halt, yet no one emerged from the vehicle, the tinted windows concealing its interior perfectly. Gu Shen sat quietly inside, gazing up at a window in the building, his expression ambiguous, wavering slightly. In truth, he was uncertain how to explain himself to the two children, and he did not know how to face Yangmi. When he left the hospital, his mind had been filled with thoughts of the three of them, and before he knew it, he had driven to this location. After sitting in the car for a while, Gu Shen called Xiao Chun, instructing him to take the car away and bring back a more ordinary one. He returned his phone to his pocket, sighed softly, opened the door, and took the elevator to the familiar floor. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door just as Yangmi was swaying the two children toward it. She called for the artificial intelligence to activate the visual doorbell and took a glance. Given the events of today, it was likely that impersonators might come knocking at her door, and she had to remain vigilant. Upon recognizing Gu Shen, she hurriedly opened the door, somewhat surprised. She had thought he would not come before there was any conclusion. As he stood at the threshold, gazing at the mother and her 2 children within, Gu Shen felt inexplicably reassured in that moment. The 2 little ones nestled in her arms looked eagerly towards him, their eyes brimming with unspoken words. Yet none uttered a sound. Noticing Gu Shen's lingering presence at the door, Yangmi stepped aside, inviting him in. She set the 2 little ones down and rubbed her aching arms. Carrying them together had become quite burdensome. They had been growing rapidly, and soon she would struggle to hold them. Gu Shen entered, changed into the slippers he had worn the previous night, and followed the trio to the sofa. Suli was seated near the balcony, casting not even a glance in his direction, so he refrained from greeting her. Still uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, Gu Shen frowned slightly, pinching the bridge of his nose with his long, elegant fingers, his deep-set eyes reflecting an unspoken anxiety. The 2 children stared at him intently, their gazes filled with anticipation and warmth. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The silence was palpably excessive. Yangmi finally noticed Gu Shen's restless hands, which occasionally clasped together only to loosen again. He too was anxious, regarding today's events. His expression slightly unnatural, Gu Shen began to speak, his gaze shifting from the floor to Yangmi, only to find her looking back at him. Yangmi raised an eyebrow and nodded in acknowledgement. Ahem, well, my dear children, I might just be your father. Today, we underwent a test to ascertain our biological connection. Although we shall not receive the final results until tomorrow, both your mother and I instinctively feel that you are indeed our children. Gu Shen spoke tentatively, keenly observing the reactions of the 2 little ones. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, both children erupted into laughter, leaping into his embrace. The innocent, exuberant laughter of the children filled every corner of the living room, illuminated by the warm sunlight. Their response left both Gu Shen and Yangmi momentarily astonished, exchanging puzzled glances. Dad, already knew you were my father, and my brother and I. Guai Bao, in her excitement, inadvertently let slip some words. Fortunately, Meng Bao, quick-witted, swiftly covered her mouth to prevent her from revealing more. However, the earlier words were still overheard by the 2 adults. Gu Shen gazed at the 2 little ones in astonishment, while Yangmi feigned anger and demanded an explanation. What do you mean? You already knew? Guai Bao, et lai zao sai. Mom, please don't be harsh on my sister. It was all my idea. Let me handle this, Meng Bao said, noticing her sister's face turn pale with fear after realizing she had misspoken, and she gently pulled her behind her, choosing to face their mother's ire alone. Once, I happened to see Mom staring at her phone, and, out of curiosity about what she was looking at, I secretly glanced at the phone number while she was in the bathroom. Afterwards, I frequently noticed Mom secretly looking at that number behind her backs. So I deduced it must be Dad's phone number and discreetly searched for it on the computer. Not wanting to let their mother know that she had already confirmed their father's identity before seeking him out, Meng Bao subtly altered her words, making them more tactful. As for what happened next, I believe you already know. Pretending to be frightened, Meng Bao lowered her head, quietly observing the reactions of the 2 adults. Her voice growing softer. Yangmi was increasingly astonished, realizing this little rascal had sought out their father after conducting an investigation. She had initially thought that he and Guai Bao had merely coincidentally encountered Gu Shen, pondering how such a coincidence could occur. Although Gu Shen maintained a composed exterior, his heart was already in a state of shock, rendered speechless. Given his status, many sought to uncover his whereabouts. Yet even so, the technical personnel he worked with had never failed him. He was not only impressed by Meng Bao's extraordinary intellect, but also astounded by the intricate logic displayed by such young children. Meng Bao, did you manage to track my location solely by using the phone number? Yes. I apologize, Dad, for prying into your private matters without your consent. At that moment, Meng Bao was oblivious to the remarkable talent she had just unveiled. She merely feared that Gu Shen would come to dislike her and her sister. Standing there with a timid apology. My mother taught me that I should not engage in such actions, yet my longing for a father overwhelms me. No, my dear child, your prodigious talent in the realm of computers fills me with joy rather than reproach. Upon hearing these words, the little one finally lifted his head, tears cascading down his cheeks, before once again seeking refuge in Gu Shen's embrace. After all, he is still a child. No matter how mature his words and actions may seem, he retains the essence of childhood. Gu Shen gently ruffled his hair and pulled the sweet child onto his lap. Meanwhile, Su Li, seated nearby, remained silent throughout, observing their interaction with a mixture of emotions swirling within her. The two little ones undeniably lacked paternal affection, and should a biological father come to cherish them, she would not oppose it. Moreover, this man appears genuinely invested in the children. However, due to Gu Shen's haughty demeanor, Su Li still harbors discontent towards him. She remains unimpressed. "Mommy, I'm hungry." Upon the release of his emotions, the pangs of hunger emerged, prompting the little one to pout and pat his small belly as a reminder. It was only then that everyone recalled the time that had slipped away, having busied themselves since morning with no meal shared. Su Li finally reacted, "I'll go prepare lunch. Meng Bao, Guai Bao, come help me." Although she held no fondness for this man, the fact remained that their connection, forged years ago by circumstance, had resulted in children. At this moment, it seemed prudent to allow space for the two of them, as it was fitting. Chapter 10, I will fetch you a glass of water. Su Li took the child to the kitchen, leaving the spacious living room with only Yang Mi and Gu Shen, who exchanged silent glances. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the floor, and the temperature in the air gradually rose imperceptibly. This atmosphere left Yang Mi feeling somewhat disconcerted, and she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. "How have you been lately?" Gu Shen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Mi, whose face was as flushed as a ripe apple. He felt it was more appropriate for him, as the man, to initiate the conversation. "Quite well." Yang Mi pondered her response. It felt as if he were a superior inquiring about a subordinate's well-being. How formal. However, she worried that a single reply might appear too curt, too distant. "Everything is great. You needn't worry," Yang Mi quickly added, only to feel it was somewhat inappropriate. "Oh dear, what am I saying? Help." A brief silence ensued, escalating the awkward tension. Yang Mi longed to escape. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her. I will get you a glass of water." Without waiting for Gu Shen to respond, she nearly fled, darting past the coffee table toward the dining area. Watching Yang Mi's hasty retreat, Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had become flustered. He chuckled helplessly, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, a glass shattering upon a hard surface. Gu Shen furrowed his brow, his body reacting faster than his mind, and he sprang toward Yang Mi, slightly dazed, gazed at the shards on the floor, finally comprehending her foolishness. Why was she so nervous? She could barely hold a cup while pouring water, and in just a few hours of their acquaintance, she had already broken two. How embarrassing! Frantically, Yang Mi crouched down to retrieve the pieces of glass. But just as her hand reached for the sharp fragments, it was grasped firmly by a large, knuckled hand. "Don't move." The deep voice of a man resonated from behind her, drifting softly into Yang Mi's ear. She could even feel his warm breath gently brushing against her earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine, causing her face to flush crimson. Seeing Yang Mi panic as she crouched to pick up the dangerous shards, Gu Shen instinctively reached out without thinking, capturing her hand. The warmth and delicate sensation of their contact sent a tightness through his heart, making him realize just how intimate their current position was. Yet, observing the small woman before him, who remained frozen in place, her ears flushed red, Gu Shen found the situation amusing, allowing him to mask his own anxiety. "Come over here, I will clean it up shortly." Although his body's involuntary reaction startled him for a moment, he chose not to dwell on it. Gu Shen gently led Yang Mi to her feet and guided her away from the dining area to the sofa, then turned back to retrieve a broom and dustpan before returning to the dining area. Yang Mi was still processing the sensation of Gu Shen holding her hand and the proximity of their bodies, her mind in a whirl as her heart raced uncontrollably. A peculiar memory from 5 years ago suddenly flooded her mind, a night when two bodies intertwined, bare and exposed. Although her consciousness was hazy, the sensation of closeness lingered vividly in her thoughts. It felt oddly warm. Instinctively, Yang Mi slapped her face, only to realize that she was indeed quite flushed. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the chaotic images swirling in her mind. Gu Shen, wielding a broom, meticulously searched for any overlooked shards. Mindful of the two children in the household, a careless stumble could lead to peril if the area wasn't thoroughly cleaned. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how she managed to care for two children with such a reckless disposition over the years. As Gu Shen swept, thoughts of Yang shattering 2 cups danced in his mind, filled with questions. Could she truly manage? With this in mind, he glanced over at Yang, who was shaking her head, inadvertently catching her in the act. Gu Shen couldn't shake the suspicion that it was, in fact, the children caring for her rather than the other way around. She hardly seemed the nurturing type. After tidying up the mess, Gu Shen returned the broom and headed back to the living room. "Mommy," the little ones exclaimed, rushing in from the kitchen, followed closely by Su Li, who had just finished preparing breakfast. "I'll head back now if there's nothing else." Su Li turned to Yang, who was about to rise to see her off, her expression layered with complexity. "What is the matter?" "Yummy asked, momentarily bewildered. Did the reporters catch something this morning? That shouldn't be possible." I was covered up so thoroughly following Su Li. She entered her bedroom, where Su Li casually closed the door behind them. This seems a bit serious, as her mind raced with possibilities. Yang noticed Su Li gazing at her with a grave expression. "What is wrong, Li Jia? Did someone take pictures this morning?" As she voiced her concerns, a knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach. If they had indeed been photographed, the subsequent fallout could be troublesome. "No, it's not about that. It's about you and that guy." Su Li hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject. It was not her place to meddle in their affairs, but concern lingered in her heart. "It's fine, Li Jia, just say it." Hearing that it wasn't about the morning incident eased Yang tension. She recognized Su Li's genuine worry for her and decided to encourage her to speak freely. "Let me be straightforward. Although the matter regarding the child seems nearly settled, we still don't know his true identity." Su Li paused before continuing. "However, given that he owns such a large hospital, he likely isn't an ordinary person." Yang frowned, realizing she hadn't considered that angle amidst her anxiety earlier that morning. "His identity must be quite significant. You need to be cautious in your dealings with him." Yang understood that Su Li's words came from a place of genuine concern, and she felt grateful for her care. "Understood, Li Jia. Don't worry, I'm an award-winning actress." With a playful tone, she smiled and embraced Su Li, attempting to lighten the mood. The likelihood loomed that he was indeed the father of her 2 precious children. No matter how she felt about it, blood ties were unalterable, and she felt helpless in that regard. "Stay vigilant." Upon witnessing her reaction, Su Li discerned that she had absorbed the message. She understood that after years of navigating the entertainment industry, her artist, despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, was not devoid of intellect. Gently patting Yangmi's back, Su Li embraced her and sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "I am finally a child with a father." The little darling nestled in Gu Shen's arms, tightly clutching his neck, burying her face into his shoulder, her voice slightly choked. The young girl's tone was sweet and tender, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Laden with grievances, yet she endeavored to suppress her tears. Gu Shen felt a pang of heartache as he listened. "Be good, with Daddy here, darling. There's no need to cry." He reassured the little girl in his embrace, while simultaneously extending his hand towards Meng Bao. Chapter 11. Contacted only you. The opposite sex, the little treasure, stood outside the coffee table, watching his sister leap into their father's embrace. A twinge of envy stirred within him, yet he couldn't bring himself to express it. "I am a man," he thought. "I cannot act like my sister, for it would invite ridicule from father." Disappointment and a sense of injustice welled up inside him, but he maintained a facade of strength, his gaze fixed on the two interacting on the sofa, betraying his true feelings. Gu Shen, being an astute businessman seasoned by years in the market, easily discerned the boy's unspoken thoughts. "Little treasure, come here. Let Daddy give you a hug." Since the boy seemed too shy, he took the initiative. Upon hearing this, the little treasure halted in his tracks. Disbelief etched across his face. "Can I really?" Gu Shen smiled, recognizing the innocence of youth. With his father's affirmation, the little treasure dashed around the coffee table and launched himself into Gu Shen's arms, carefully avoiding his sister's outstretched arms, merely leaning against Gu Chen's shoulder. He feared his sister might be hurt. Gu Chen, responding to the boy's momentum, enveloped him in a warm embrace, feeling the boy's small frame melt against him. The little treasure understood the sentiment, and a wave of emotion surged within him. How wonderful it is to have a father. After a brief interlude on the sofa, Gu Chen took one child in each arm and led them to the balcony to admire the scenery. Sunlight bathed the trio, casting a warm glow that radiated tenderness. The children were in high spirits, laughter echoing throughout the balcony, filling the air with joy. Yang Mi and Su Li emerged from the bedroom, greeted by this heartwarming scene. The phrase "life is serene" spontaneously flickered in Yang Mi's mind, her gaze softening. The man's broad back exuded strength, his physique a perfect inverted triangle, not exaggerated, but rather comforting. Yang Mi gazed momentarily étrange. Over the years, she had endured countless hardships alone, always returning home with a smile for her two children. Yet standing there, witnessing this tableau, all her fortitude crumbled. She was recognized as a strong woman in her social circle, but few could fathom that in reality, she too was a girl in need of support. A smile unconsciously graced her lips as she watched the interaction on the balcony, her eyes brightening. "Mummy, Mama." The two little ones were the first to spot Yang Mi at the doorway, their faces lit with joy as they called out in unison. "Mummy, Daddy lifted me and brother high. We're so happy." Yang Mi turned her attention to the little treasure, noticing his effort to maintain a serious expression as he merely nodded in her direction, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, as long as you're happy, dear," she replied, her heart swelling with pride at the thought of her children being cherished by another. The little treasure glanced at his father, then at his mother, his mind racing with a clever idea. "Daddy, lift Mama high too." The moment those words escaped his lips, Yang Mi's smile froze in place. "Little ancestor, what are you saying?" Seeing Gu Chen turn towards her, amusement dancing in his eyes and a smile playing on his lips as he approached, Yang Mi felt a rush of panic. No, no, no. Please don't. You and your sister can play together. There's no need for Mommy." The little darling would not easily let go of this opportunity for her parents to be close. Before Yang Mi could say anything further, she eagerly interjected, "Mommy, my sister and I have played, and it was so much fun. You should give it a try too. Daddy is amazing." "No need, sweetheart. If you and your sister are happy, that brings me joy." Seeing that she couldn't convince her mother, the little one shifted her focus to Gu Chen. "Daddy, could you hold Mommy up high too? My sister and I have had you hold us, but Mommy hasn't had that yet." A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes, leaving Yang Mi no chance to refuse. Yang Mi sighed, "What a good baby I have. I am utterly mortified." Her face flushed visibly, and she wished to remain silent. Su Li, witnessing the delightful atmosphere among them, felt reassured and discreetly slipped away when the little one called for Gu Chen to lift Yang Mi. Setting down the little darling and the obedient one he had been holding, Gu Chen strode toward Yang Mi. Against the light, she struggled to discern his features. The man's aura was strong yet not overwhelming, as he approached her directly, reminiscent of a scene from a dream. The first request from the little darling was difficult to decline. Should she acquiesce? Gu Chen noticed Yang Mi's cheeks reddening, almost as if they could bleed, and he readily offered her a reason. With a slight nod, Yang Mi dared not meet his gaze, feeling her face burning with embarrassment. Gu Chen reached out, encircling Yang Mi's delicate waist, gently drawing her closer. The atmosphere grew intensely warm, and Yang Mi felt as if she could hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. Like a drum, even through the fabric, the heat radiating from his hand around her waist made her shyly avert her eyes. As he pulled her nearer, he beheld the woman in his arms, her skin smooth and her profile flawless, causing his breath to quicken. The face before him began to merge with that of his dreams, and certain intimate images surfaced in his mind, lifting the veil that had obscured the dreamlike figure. With a gentle exertion, Gu Chen lifted Yang Mi, mirroring the way he had cradled the little darling and the obedient one, enveloping her in his embrace. She felt surprisingly light. Just as Yang Mi was lost in thought, her feet suddenly left the ground, causing her to panic and instinctively wrap her arms around Gu Chen's neck, her entire being pressing against him. Now they were even closer, their breaths intertwining, and Yang Mi's face turned a shade of crimson that was impossible to hide. Earlier, he had merely been behind her in the living room, but now their faces were inches apart. The warm breath cascading on her neck sent shivers down her spine, leaving her weak and flustered. The little darling and the obedient one observed their parents' affectionate exchange from a distance, exchanging knowing smiles. "Hey, Daddy and Mommy are hugging." Gu Shen chuckled softly as he noticed the way Yang Mi shrank back like an ostrich. How could someone from the entertainment industry be so easily embarrassed? Was her skin truly that thin? While amused, Gu Shen was also perplexed. She should be accustomed to such scenes from her acting. Hearing his words, Yang Mi abruptly lifted her head, colliding with Gu Shen's laughing eyes. This man's smile was unexpectedly charming. Yang Mi was momentarily entranced before hastily offering an explanation. "No, please don't misunderstand. Aside from acting, I seldom engage with the opposite sex." Gu Shen gazed at her in silence. Yang Mi presumed he was skeptical. In truth, Gu Shen was merely taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "Truly, I rarely film intimate scenes." I believe you." Gu Shen was unexpectedly pleased by her eagerness to clarify the matter, and his tone softened somewhat. "I have only interacted with you, the sole representative of the opposite sex." Just as Yang Mi felt a sense of relief, she heard Gu Shen utter those words, causing her body to tense up once more. Chapter 12. A crisis at the company. With a single remark from Gu Shen, the atmosphere between the two instantly intensified. As Gu Shen's gaze towards her grew increasingly suggestive, Yang Mi instinctively shrank her head, stammering, "The children are still here." Gu Shen scoffed, "Why don't you take a look behind you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mi lifted her head once more, only to find that the two little ones had long since slipped away. "Little treasure, we mustn't disturb Daddy and Mommy." "Good treasure, brother is right." Embarrassed, Yang Mi buried her head back into Gu Shen's shoulder, her arms tightening around his neck. Suddenly, an incongruous ringtone pierced the moment, emanating from Gu Shen's pocket. It was likely a call from Xiao Chun. Noticing that the person in his embrace remained unresponsive, Gu Shen felt compelled to speak up. "Haven't you had enough of holding on? How long do you plan to keep this up?" Yang Mi, momentarily stunned, quickly released her grip and scrambled to her feet, not wasting a second before turning to flee towards the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Gu Shen watched her retreating figure with a smile, content to see her escape to the sanctuary of her room, closing and locking the door in one fluid motion. Retrieving his phone from his pocket, Gu Shen turned towards the balcony to answer the call. It was indeed Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, Little Treasure and Good Treasure, peeking through the slightly ajar door, gleefully witnessed the entire exchange. Once their mother had leapt off their father, Little Treasure gently closed the door, sharing a secret laugh with Good Treasure. As Gu Shen walked, he connected the call. "Hello." His tone was cold and measured. He could surmise the nature of the issue at hand. "Boss, there has been a situation at the company. Assistant Jiang is currently managing the crisis. I'm on my way to pick you up. Please be ready. I'll arrive in 5 minutes." "Understood." After ending the call, Gu Shen felt a surge of irritation. Since these individuals dared to target him, he would ensure they paid a price for their audacity. Rubbing his temples, he donned the suit jacket draped over the back of the sofa and knocked on Yang Mi's bedroom door. No response. Yang Mi lay cocooned in her blankets, feeling as though she had died 1,000 deaths today, matching all her previous social faux pas combined. Gu Shen did not persist in knocking, but spoke through the door. "There has been a situation at the company. I need to handle it." "I know," came Yang Mi's muffled reply from within. Only when he heard her voice did he proceed to knock on the children's room door, where Little Treasure and Good Treasure peeked out to see him. "Kids, something has come up at Daddy's company, and I need to leave for a while. Can you take good care of Mommy for me?" "Yes, Daddy. Of course." With a lively response from Good Treasure and a calm affirmation from Little Treasure, the two little ones answered in unison. "Good, Daddy will be back soon." After giving them a few instructions, Gu Shen turned and departed, taking the elevator down to the ground floor. Xiao Chun arrived just in time, stepping out to open the rear door for his boss, his expression fraught with urgency. "Boss, this morning, you and Miss Yang took the children to the hospital, and someone captured it on camera and posted it online. Now, there are people stirring the pot, and the company's board is somewhat Xiao Chun hesitated, but Gu Chun understood the implication of his words. Let us return to the company. Understood. The interior of the car was suffocatingly confined, the atmosphere laden with an unsettling gloom. Gu Chen's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot, emanating a fierce aura. Xiao Chun, trembling at the wheel, cautiously observed Gu Chen's expression through the rearview mirror. Boss, there are members of the board questioning your concealed marriage and child. It has caused quite a stir in the company. Assistant Jiang is doing her utmost to stabilize the situation. Receiving no response, Xiao Chun dared not utter another word, feeling the temperature around him plummet, as if the moisture in the air had crystallized into icy needles, piercing his taut nerves. The sleek black Maybach sped along the elevated road like a racing leopard, brimming with danger and uncertainty. A journey that typically took 40 minutes was brutally compressed to 20 under Xiao Chen's skilled driving, having run countless red lights along the way. Fortunately, his expertise spared him the wrath of irate drivers. Upon returning to the company, the moment Gu Chun pushed open the conference room door, he was met with the scrutinizing gazes of dozens of individuals. His brow furrowed deeply, and his jaw tightened, betraying an overwhelming sense of agitation. Some shareholders, with minor stakes, were so intimidated by Gu Chen's expression that they dared not breathe. Who could forget that this man, having ascended to the pinnacle of the Yanjing wealthy list in just a few short years, was known for his ruthless efficiency in the business realm, particularly in dealing with dissenters? They were merely pawns summoned by several board members, yet now they found themselves under the piercing gaze of the man before them. President Gu, we deserve an explanation regarding the photos. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline boldly inquired before Gu Chun could reach a seat. Li Furuin, one of the prominent shareholders of the Gu Corporation, had long harbored disdain for Gu Chun, believing the young executive unfit to manage the company, and had been scheming to usurp his position. Upon hearing the rumors of Gu Chen's concealed marriage and fatherhood, he felt an exhilarating surge of hope, his beady eyes betraying his greedy intentions. Li Furuin was convinced that this time he would finally displace Gu Chun and claim the coveted position for himself. Thus, as soon as Gu Chun entered the conference room, he could hardly contain his eagerness to instigate a confrontation. The other attendees, relieved to see someone stepping forward as the scapegoat, anxiously turned their gazes towards the unflappable man. Gu Chun chose to ignore Li Furuin's provocation, not even granting him a glance, and proceeded to take his seat, surveying the faces of all present. Sensing Gu Chen's silence as a dismissal, Li Furuin grew increasingly agitated. Gu Chun, what do you mean by this? Have you considered the future of the company amidst this chaos? He rose from his seat, jabbing a finger at Gu Chun. Do you have any idea how much the company's stock has plummeted because of your mess? Finally, Gu Chun turned his gaze back to him, casting a cold glance devoid of any emotion. Observing Gu Chen's fearsome demeanor, someone beside Li Furuin tugged at his sleeve, urging, Director Li, please sit down. President Gu has just arrived. There is no need for this. Gu Chun regarded him with a fleeting glance, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, coldly observing Li Furuin's outburst. Since the establishment of the company, Li Furuin has been working under Gu Chun, and naturally, he has witnessed his methods, instilling a sense of fear within him. However, the current temptation has clouded his judgment, and, at this moment, a gentle tug from a bystander has restored a semblance of reason, prompting him to sit down in a huff. Is there anyone with questions? Speak up today. Gu Chun finally spoke, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, maintaining his calm composure. Yet, his unusual demeanor rendered the attendees somewhat anxious, leaving no one daring to utter a word. Observing the silence from dozens of individuals, Li Furuin grew increasingly anxious, urging, Come on, speak up. Let us clarify all the questions today. Gu Chun, watching him in exasperation, couldn't help but sneer at his antics, likening him to a mere buffoon. Chapter 13. Taken away by the police. A warning to others. Gu Chen's expression darkened abruptly. The formidable aura emanating from his superior presence enveloped the room, casting a palpable pressure that rendered everyone unable to lift their heads. Li Furuin, sensing Wang Shen's fierza de mano, felt an ominous premonition swell within him as he perceived Gu Chen's gaze, akin to that directed towards the deceased. His hand clenched tightly under the conference table, forming a fist. How could he remain so composed? Was there still a chance for him to turn the tide? It seemed impossible. Hadn't that individual declared that Gu Shen was merely a paper tiger now? As everyone lowered their heads, offering no support, Li Furuin could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet. You. Director Li, I have some recently received videos and materials. Perhaps you should review them before making any remarks? Xiao Chun, standing nearby, held up a laptop displaying the documents just transmitted by Jiang Fan. It was labeled as evidence of Li Furuin's criminal activities over the years. Though he was unclear about the specifics, a glance provided enough insight. It appeared to be financial data reflecting his embezzlement and bribery, along with records of numerous foolish actions he had committed, without waiting for Li Furuin's consent. Xiao Chun connected the laptop to the conference room's large screen and began playing the video. The lewd laughter and piercing screams of women invaded everyone's ears, silencing the once quiet discussions. The video unmistakably depicted Li Furuin coercing young girls. Moreover, the folder Xiao Chun had opened contained multiple such video clips. Witnessing this scene, it was impossible for anyone to misinterpret the contents. Good heavens! Even a single clip would be enough to ensure he languished in prison for a lifetime. Fake! It must be fake. You are slandering me. Upon seeing the video, Li Furuin's face turned ashen, yet he clung to hope. Remembering the purpose of his presence there, he steeled himself. He was gravely ill. What could they fear from him? Li Furuin turned back towards the assembly in the conference room and shouted, Gu Shen, you were photographed at the hospital this morning for your checkup. What further excuses do you have? Gu Shen regarded him with a cold, seemingly deranged stare, offering no reply. His terrifying gaze and the frigid atmosphere surrounding him hinted at the impending eruption of his repressed fury. However, Li Furuin misinterpreted Gu Shen's silence as tacit acknowledgement of the situation, and a flicker of joy ignited within him, though he concealed it well. Gu Shen, have you ever thought about the company? Given the current circumstances, you should relinquish your position, with your time running short. And as the largest shareholder of the Gu Corporation aside from you, it is only right that you hand over your seat to me. Why not take advantage of the present moment, with everyone here, to facilitate a direct transfer? Upon hearing this, Gu Shen let out a derisive laugh. So the fox's tail can no longer be concealed? You aren't even attempting to hide it. Just then, Jiang Fan arrived with the police, pushing the door open. Directori, if you deny the crimes of violating underage girls in the video, how do you explain the evidence of embezzlement and bribery in the bank statements? Gu Shen finally spoke, his words causing the gaze of the two officers to swiftly fixate on the standing Li Furuin. As soon as Li Furuin stood, Xiao Chun had already opened the document, revealing a series of transaction records, some in the tens of thousands, while others soared into the millions, cumulatively surpassing a staggering 100 million. Witnessing this scene, the officers needed no further inquiries. They approached Li Furuin, handcuffing him for removal. One officer turned to Gu Shen, stating, I need to take this evidence for investigation. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Indeed, Xiao Chun. Please hand the computer to the officers, Gu Shen instructed. After acquiring the computer, the officer then directed his attention to Jiang Fan, asking, You were the one who reported, correct? Please accompany me to make a statement. As the officers took Li Furuin away, the conference room remained enveloped in silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. No one had anticipated that Gu Shen would summon the police, let alone prepare such substantial evidence. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. My health issues are mere fabrications spread by others. I've already initiated legal proceedings against those involved. Should there be any dissent, feel free to voice it. Gu Shen stated, his tone low and foreboding. In a mere 10 minutes since his entrance, he had dealt decisively with a predatory major shareholder. The atmosphere in the room plummeted, leaving everyone too intimidated to speak. This ruthless display served as a stark warning, instilling a sense of reverence among them, revealing the extent of Gu Shen's formidable methods. If one believed that a slumbering tiger posed no threat, they were gravely mistaken. No objections. The meeting is adjourned. Upon hearing this, the attendees felt as if celestial music graced their ears, and they hurriedly fled, anxious that lingering too long might result in Gu Shen singling them out for public scrutiny, as none could ascertain whether they had any incriminating evidence against them. Gu Shen raised a hand to massage his temples, feeling a twinge of headache. Fortunately, the matter had reached a conclusion, and he thought of the mother and her 2 children in the apartment. I wonder what they're doing at this moment. Just then, his phone, resting on the table, rang, a number he did not recognize. Ordinarily, Gu Shen would not answer unfamiliar calls, but having just given his number to Meng Bao earlier that morning, after a brief moment of hesitation, he swiped to answer. "Daddy!" Meng Bao's voice chimed through the receiver, accompanied by the distant sound of Guai Bao, who seemed to be tugging at her brother's hand, eager to seize the phone. Hearing the innocent, endearing voices of the 2 children banish the shadows from Gu Shen's heart. Now he had the Meng Bao, Guai Bao. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "It's nothing, Daddy. We just miss you and Mommy too." Gu Shen smiled, his lips curving upward without a second thought. Observing Meng Bao sitting beside Yang Mi, who was cradling her sister. As she reached for the phone, Yang Mi was instantly taken aback. She was at a loss for words. Having only recognized each other a day ago, she was uncertain of Gu Shen's feelings towards the children and did not wish to pry into his private matters. What if it inadvertently provokes their ire? As the atmosphere between her parents grew increasingly awkward, the little darling hurriedly interjected. "Daddy, Mommy is just as concerned about you as we are. I heard that there were issues at your company, and ever since you left the room, you've been distracted." Yang Mi was momentarily taken aback. When had her precious son become so perceptive of her thoughts? Had she been so transparent? "Mommy, why is your face so flushed?" The obedient child observed the gradual change in Yang Mi's complexion, feeling a bit puzzled, and inquired, unaware that Gu Shen on the other end of the line was listening intently. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi swiftly covered her son's mouth, mortified, wishing to vanish from the spot. Oh no, how did he come to know about this? Or could she possibly hide her face? What had begun as a slight blush now transformed her cheeks into a fiery crimson, and she felt as if her face might ignite. Suddenly, a soft chuckle came from the other end of the line, sounding rather pleased. Chapter 14. Dining with him. Gu Shen smiled, his expression softening, a stark contrast to the stern demeanor he displayed during the recent meeting. Jiang Cheng entered the conference room, documents in hand, and was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected sight. Her boss could smile, and so gently, it was almost ghostly. It was no wonder Jiang Cheng was astonished. Until today, Gu Shen had always been perceived by his colleagues as a serious and aloof individual, rarely speaking, let alone smiling. Upon hearing a sound, Gu Shen looked up to see his assistant and inquired, "What is it?" Shaken from her stupor, Jiang Cheng approached Gu Shen and spread the documents she was holding across the conference table. "Boss, I need you to sign here." On the other end of the phone, Yang Mi heard a woman's voice and felt an inexplicable wave of discomfort wash over her, accompanied by an odd sense of guilt. Without fully comprehending what was said, she snatched the phone from Meng Bao and abruptly hung up. "Meng Bao, huh? Gu Bao, Mommy, what has happened?" Realizing her impulsive action, Yang Mi felt a bit dazed. Noticing the 2 children's puzzled gazes, her face flushed with unease. Daddy has work to do." This explanation felt somewhat feeble, but seeing her mother flustered, Meng Bao chose not to press further. "Well, you 2 still have your craft project to finish. School starts the day after tomorrow, so don't let your teacher down." At a loss for anything else to say, Yang Mi urged her little treasures to complete their crafts to alleviate her own embarrassment. "It's almost noon. Mommy will go prepare lunch. You 2 keep working on your own for now." With that, she hastily exited the children's room. "Brother, what was Mommy's deal just now?" Gu Bao whispered to Meng Bao as she gazed at the closed door. "I don't know, but looked a bit awkward." "Fine. But why do we have to do this craft project? It's so boring, just childish stuff." Gu Bao stared down at the tedious little toy in her hands, feeling disinterested in such simplistic and annoying activities. Seeing her sister's furrowed brow, Meng Bao reached out to gently ruffle Gu Bao's soft hair. "Come on, let us just do this to pass the time. It'll make Mommy feel a little better." "Okay." Reluctantly, Gu Bao began to fiddle with the items in her hands, pouting slightly. "Fine, for Mommy's sake, I'll begrudgingly finish this." Gu Shen glanced over the documents Jiang Cheng had delivered and, finding no issues, signed his name, placing the document back together and handing it, along with his pen, back to her. Tell Xiao Chun not to prepare lunch for me. I'll be stepping out. Understood, boss. Jiang Cheng was once again taken aback. It was well known that her boss had never left the office during work hours. He always had lunch at his desk. What was going on today? Something fell off. I must find a time to ask him about it. The three individuals are all assistants to Gu Chun, with Xiao Chun closely following him. Jiang Fan often assigned to urgent tasks outside, and Jiang Cheng typically stationed at the company. Gu Chun rose from the conference room and changed into a pristine suit in his office. Subsequently, he descended to the underground parking lot via the executive elevator, selecting a black Audi from the parking space before exiting the garage. Having just heard from Meng Bao over the phone that they were all concerned about him, an uncontainable desire to see the three of them surged within him. He had little inclination to handle work at the company, yearning instead to reunite with them. As he drove past a shopping mall owned by the Gu family, Gu Chun contemplated for a moment before parking at the roadside and entering the establishment. The mall manager received an urgent call from the security downstairs and hurriedly rushed down to find Gu Chun. Mr. Gu, what brings you here today? ISNT assistant Jiang with you? He inquired cautiously, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Observing that Gu Chun appeared in good spirits, the manager felt a sense of relief. Believing he was not there for an inspection. I need you to prepare the latest model of the high-spec laptop for me, Gu Chun stated, thinking that since Meng Bao was his child, he ought to present some gifts upon their reunion. The 5 years of childhood he missed with his two children were irretrievable, and he could only attempt to compensate through such gestures. Earlier that morning, Meng Bao had demonstrated exceptional talent in computing, making a laptop the most fitting gift. As for the present for the other child, he wished to select it himself. Following the manager's guidance, Gu Chun arrived at the children's clothing section and immediately spotted an adorable pink princess dress. The image of his other child's cherubic face sprang to mind, and Gu Chun felt quite pleased with his choice. Wrap that dress and bring along with the laptop to my car. You can wait for me downstairs, he instructed, casually tossing the car keys to the manager as he decided to procure some gifts for Yangmi. He selected several seasonal outfits for Yangmi, included a skincare gift set, and purchased Lego sets and Barbie dolls for the two children. Burdened with an array of bags, Gu Chun returned to his car. Darling ones, come wash your hands and prepare for lunch, Yangmi called out as she placed the last dish of sweet and sour ribs on the dining table, beckoning the two children who were joyfully playing in their room. In anticipation of their nutritional needs, she had learned to cook during her pregnancy, and her culinary skills had since reached a remarkable level. Today, she had prepared a lavish feast for the little ones, admiring her handiwork with satisfaction. We're coming, Mama. The two little ones, having caught a whiff of the delicious aroma from the kitchen, rushed to wash their hand upon hearing Yangmi's call. Just as the three of them settled at the dining table, a knock echoed at the door. Yami instantly became alert, shushing the children and quietly approaching the door to peek through the peephole. Outside stood Gu Chun, his arms laden with boxes and bags, appearing somewhat anxious. It was his first time purchasing gifts for children and women, and he was uncertain if they would appreciate them. Upon discovering it was Gu Chun, Yangmi promptly opened the door and welcomed him inside, her expression a mixture of confusion and surprise at the items he carried. Has everything been resolved at the company? She inquired. Yes, it's all settled, so there's no need for concern, Gu Chun replied, placing the items on the floor and changing into his slippers. He had just been at the mall, where he also bought himself a pair of men's slippers, having promised to accompany the children for breakfast the previous night. And since breakfast had not materialized, he decided to join them for lunch instead. I hope you don't mind, he said, glancing at Yangmi. Daddy, Mommy certainly won't mind. Come quickly, the little ones exclaimed, seated happily on their chairs. Yay, Daddy is back to spend time with us. Yangmi observed the children beaming with joy, which filled her heart with happiness as well. All right, she responded. During the meal, Gu Chun noticed Yangmi seemed hesitant to speak, assuming she was still concerned about matters at the company. There's truly no reason to worry. Everything at the company is perfectly fine. Chapter 15. I apologize for my 5-year absence. Yangmi felt somewhat taken aback, not expecting him to reassure her repeatedly. In truth, her concerns were primarily centered around the custody of their two children. As she listened to Gu Chen's explanations, she set aside her worries, and they both sat down to dine with the children. She served each child a piece of pork rib, and seeing them eat with great enthusiasm, she couldn't help but smile and gently admonish them. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Glancing at Gu Shen, who was gazing fondly at the two little treasures, Yami offered him a piece as well, saying, "Would you like to try? I believe my cooking is quite commendable." Throughout the meal, Gu Shen engaged in delightful conversation with the children. Observing their joy and the harmonious atmosphere, Yang felt a sense of relief. After 4 years of missing paternal affection, Meng Bao and Guai Bao finally experienced it. Although the circumstances had been somewhat dramatic, it was a comfort to see the children happy and Gu Shen in good spirits. "Meng Bao, I have bought gifts for you and your sister. Would you like to see if you like them?" Gu Shen said, carrying the computer, Lego set, and toy car for Meng Bao, along with a dress and Barbie doll for Guai Bao, as he escorted them back to their room. "Okay, Daddy. Come and play with us later." "Go ahead." "Thank you, Daddy." Meng Bao and Guai Bao eagerly unwrapped their gifts, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. They had a father now, a father who would bring them gifts. Meng Bao clutched the latest notebook with delight, while Guai Bao, holding the Barbie doll in one hand and lifting the dress with the other, joyfully bounced onto the sofa. By the time Gu Shen returned from the children's room, Yami had finished washing the dishes. As she preferred to do things herself while at home, she had chosen not to invite the usual caretaker today, wishing to spend more time with the children. Seeing Gu Shen emerge from the children's room, Yangmi hesitated, yet felt the need to clarify her thoughts. "I bought some gifts for you as well. Would you like to open them?" Gu Shen spoke first, concerned that she might feel awkward in their solitude. "Thank you, but let's discuss that later. You, come here, I wish to talk to you about something." "All right," Gu Shen nodded, following Yangmi to the sofa. They resumed their previous seating arrangement, though this time the silence was absent. Yangmi bit her lip, steeling herself to speak. "Regarding the custody of Meng Bao and Guai Bao, I believe we need to have a conversation." Gu Shen raised an eyebrow, observing her in silence. "I'll be straightforward. I cannot bear to be without the children. If you intend to take them away, I will not agree. Even if you expose the fact that I bore children out of wedlock, even if you ruin my career, my stance will remain unchanged. I understand that. Given your ability to run such a large hospital and own your own company, you possess the means to destroy my future, but for the sake of the children, I will not compromise." Yangmi thought this in her heart, yet ultimately refrained from expressing it aloud. Gu Shen exuded an air of mystery to Yangmi. Despite her successful years in the entertainment industry, where she had heard whispers of the upper echelons in Yanjing, she had never encountered a figure such as him. Observing his demeanor and aura, he did not strike her as a nouveau riche, yet it was evident that he possessed some financial means. What if he did not follow this path? Perhaps matters had not escalated to a point of irrevocable conflict. Upon hearing her words, Gu Shen regarded the resolute expression on the petite woman's face, coupled with the subtle hint of reluctance in her eyes, and could not help but chuckle. He could vaguely discern her thoughts. As she gazed at his strikingly cold visage, a sudden smile broke through, akin to the emergence of spring sunshine, melting the frost of winter, catching her off guard, and leaving her momentarily spellbound. This man, could he be so remarkably handsome when he smiled? Gu Shen was already quite striking, even eclipsing many of the youthful idols in the industry, yet his usual demeanor was excessively frosty. This unexpected smile truly overwhelmed Yangmi. "Rest assured, I harbor no intention of taking your children from you. I would never wish for my 2 children to grow up devoid of maternal love." Gu Shen was somewhat astonished that she was willing to barter her future for her children. Such devotion commanded his respect. The events of that fateful night 5 years prior had long haunted him, yet he had never anticipated she would become pregnant. Meng Bao and Guai Bao have already experienced a childhood lacking paternal affection. I will not allow them to be separated from their mother again. I also owe you an apology, for you and for the children. Gu Shen for once spoke at length. "I'm sorry. It is of no consequence. I'm already grateful that you can think this way. As long as my 2 treasures are by my side, I can endure any hardship." With this understanding of Gu Shen's thoughts, Yangmi finally felt her worries dissipate, and the tension faded from her delicate features. As the conversation shifted to their children, Gu Shen naturally sought to learn more and inquired about the circumstances of the past 5 years. As Yang reflected on the trials of those years, a wave of emotion washed over her, causing her nose to tingle and her eyes to redden. She quickly lowered her gaze to avoid Gu Chen's scrutiny. Suppressing her tears, she began to recount the events of that time. Not long after that night, I discovered I was pregnant. Yami was lost in her memories. After 10 months of carrying them, I finally gave birth to Meng Bao and Guai Bao. By then, I was already in semi-retirement, and the effects of pregnancy hormones transformed me considerably, rendering me unsuitable for the spotlight, which made returning to work impossible. Subsequently, I devoted 2 years to recuperating at home, caring for the children while studying scripts. Since I could not advance practically, I sought to refine my foundational skills. It was only when the children were enrolled in a full-time kindergarten that I found the time to focus on my career, gradually re-entering the industry and regaining visibility, which eventually led to improvements. As Gu Chen listened, his heart ached slightly. The children are both well-behaved and mature for their age, allowing me to trust them to the kindergarten's care, but the costs are substantial, compelling me to save diligently. Eventually, things have improved significantly, and I am now fortunate enough to receive some commendable scripts. I am able to care for my 2 children while having a nanny assist with their daily needs at home. Occasionally, when time permits, I return to spend a few days with them. Gu Chen inquired, "It must be quite exhausting, right?" To which Yang, radiating warmth and maternal brilliance, replied with a gentle smile, "Not at all. I have no regrets. From a young age, Meng Bao and Guai Bao have been considerate, ensuring not to trouble me, and often looking after my well-being, which brings me immense joy. This is also the reason I fear you might take them away from me. In truth, I cannot bear to be without them, as they are my unwavering support. Moreover, I have been quite occupied with filming lately, leaving me little time to be home with them, which fills me with guilt. However, I'm grateful that you are here now, able to share moments with them alongside me." Yang glanced up at Gu Chen, her eyes sparkling with countless tiny stars, bright and pure, her delicate face reflecting an immaculate glow. Gu Chen stood there, mesmerized by her presence. Chapter 16. Arrangements on the school side. Yang was perplexed by the sudden silence of the man before her. Turning to look, she unexpectedly found herself gazing into the depths of his profound eyes. The afternoon sunlight enveloped the two in a gentle glow, casting a soft radiance upon their unintended exchange. Clearing his throat, Gu Chen finally came to the realization that his behavior had been somewhat abrupt. His long, elegant fingers curled into a loose fist, resting against his lips as he coughed softly to mask his embarrassment. "So, what are your plans for the future?" "Nothing particular at the moment." "Why do you ask?" Yang felt a flush creep across her cheeks and quickly diverted her gaze elsewhere. The little ones, Meng Bao and Guai Bao, had grown up now. They could not remain in full-time care indefinitely. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, considering that since the children had found their father, it was only fitting to improve their circumstances, unlike the previous neglect they had experienced. Moreover, he noted with keen interest that Meng Bao displayed exceptional talent in the field of computer science. It would indeed be a shame to confine her abilities to a conventional kindergarten. And Guai Bao, while appearing soft and adorable, was remarkably intelligent, exhibiting a high level of intellect. Gu Chen's mind briefly conjured images of the little girl exchanging glances with her brother. Realizing she was far from the innocent and naive child she seemed to be, she was quite clever and resourceful. Hearing you say that, it certainly seems inappropriate," Yang remarked, her delicate and fair brows knitting together upon hearing Gu Chen's observations. "How about this? I could take charge of their education, or perhaps we could prepare customized courses for them. They would likely benefit from a more directed approach. A knowledge assessment could reveal their strengths." Gu Chen believed that with Meng Bao's aptitude in computing, if she began her education now, she would surpass the technical personnel his company employed. Yang contemplated the prospect. If such an opportunity arose, the futures of her 2 treasures would undoubtedly be boundless. Yet, she hesitated, torn between the allure of high-quality development and the desire for her children to enjoy a normal childhood, free of undue pressure. In truth, I still hope that my children can live and learn at a pace similar to their peers, she confessed. However, they should be able to choose what they love and excel at, and we will do our utmost to nurture that. I want to ensure they have happy and joyful childhood memories, rather than an overwhelming influx of specialized knowledge. Customized education may indeed be the finest approach, but I wish for them to have ample free time to manage as they please. Gu Shen found merit in her perspective. The physical and mental well-being of the children was paramount above all. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. However, I must return to work in a couple of days. I may not be able to attend to matters here. Yangmi felt a pang of discomfort. Was it inappropriate to mention her job at such a moment? Yet, after striving for so long, she was finally on the brink of achieving the career of her dreams. And she truly did not wish to relinquish it. No worries. You can focus on your tasks. I will take good care of the little ones here. Gu Shen understood where Yangmi's anxiety lay and reassured her to leave everything to him. He would manage the two children. As their conversation concluded, a weight lifted from Yangmi's heart, and she felt an immediate sense of relaxation. The sun, warming her back, radiated a gentle heat. After a day of tension, she finally felt fatigue wash over her. Moreover, she had been awakened early by Li Jie, and thus, she yearned for rest. I shall take a short nap. If you're not tired, play with the little ones. If you feel weary, do rest as well. Seeing the person before him yawning and covering her mouth, with tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes, Gu Shen found her unexpectedly endearing. The little one truly resembled her. All right, you go ahead. I will take care of the school arrangements. Yangmi nodded in agreement and made her way back to the bedroom for a much-needed nap. After watching Yangmi close the door behind her, Gu Shen tidied up the items he had purchased for her and placed them in the cloakroom before checking on the two children. The little one cuddled the Barbie doll he had bought, while the younger one grasped a toy car model. Both were peacefully napping in their beds, utterly adorable. Gu Shen pondered for a moment, then entered the room, mimicking Yangmi's gesture by placing a gentle kiss on each child's forehead before quietly stepping out. Noticing the absence of anyone in the living room, Gu Shen returned to the guest bedroom and stood on the balcony to call Jiang Fan. Hello, boss. Jiang Fan had just finished a statement at the police station when he received Gu Shen's call. Have you resolved the issue? Yes, it has been resolved. The police conducted a technical assessment of the materials and confirmed their authenticity, leading to Li Furen's detention. He will be processed shortly. Well done. Jiang Fan thought he must have misheard. His boss had just thanked him for his efforts, an unprecedented occurrence. He wished he could rewind time to share this moment with Xiao Chun and Jiang Cheng. Haha, it was nothing. Listening to Jiang Fan's laughter, Gu Shen frowned, realizing he had perhaps overly praised him. Is there something you need me to do, boss? Jiang Fan asked, sensing that the call was still active and that Gu Shen had further instructions. Yes, please inform Jinghua Kindergarten that in a few days, I will bring the two children to complete their enrollment procedures. Understood, boss. I will send a notification letter. Gu Shen added before hanging up the phone. With all three of them asleep, Gu Shen, who typically did not take afternoon naps, found himself unexpectedly drowsy, feeling an urge to join their rhythm. In the tranquil afternoon, the four in the apartment shed their fatigue and slept soundly. As evening approached, Yangmi finally replenished her energy, washed her face in the master bedroom's bathroom, and exited the room. Gu Shen and the two children had long since awakened, yet, in a tacit understanding, none of them disturbed Yangmi's rest. Instead, the trio reveled in their playful activities. The door to the children's room stood ajar, with Gu Shen seated upon the plush, white, long-haired carpet, leaning against the bed. He held a laptop in his arms, observing as the little ones engaged in building with Lego, occasionally offering gentle guidance. As Yangmi approached the doorway of the children's room, she was greeted by this delightful scene, a smile blossoming at the corners of her eyes. How wonderful! The three of them soon noticed her leaning against the doorframe, her face radiant with joy, and beckoned her to join their play. Just as she prepared to step inside, the doorbell rang, causing her to pause momentarily. Who could it be at this hour? Chapter 17. The admission letter from Jinghua. Casting a glance at Gu Shen, Yangmi spoke, I'll go answer the door first. All right. Upon reaching the entrance, the artificial intelligence activated the visual doorbell, revealing a stranger. Yangmi felt a sense of unease. Who is it? Hello, delivery. The individual at the door was dressed entirely in black, a cap obscuring their face, while they focused on their phone. Just leave it at the door. I'll retrieve it shortly. Yang Mi felt a twinge of worry, recalling the recent incidents of home invasions under the guise of delivery. She was genuinely apprehensive. I'm afraid you'll need to sign for this personally. It appears to be a package. The person held up a bagged item. At this moment, Gu Shen stepped behind Yang Mi, contemplating something, and said, "Let me handle it." Yang Mi glanced at him. Okay. In truth, she wanted to caution him to be careful, but refrained, reasoning that as a man, he should be capable enough. Gu Shen gently pushed Yang Mi away, positioning her in a spot where the visitor couldn't see her before opening the door. "Hello, this is Ms. Yang's delivery." Indeed, the person was a courier, which relieved Yang Mi. Upon receiving the paper bag, Yang Mi shook it, realizing she hadn't ordered anything recently. What could this be? Shall we open it? Gu Shen suggested, already aware of its contents. All right. Yang Mi turned to fetch a small knife from the cabinet to slice it open. To her astonishment, an invitation from Jinghua Kindergarten was revealed. Yang Mi stood momentarily stunned. How could she have received an admission letter from this prestigious institution? Could it be? A sudden realization struck her as she met Gu Shen's amused gaze. This man, what kind of connections does he have? She had heard of Jinghua Kindergarten. It was a prestigious institution in Yanjing, difficult even for the affluent to gain entry. She understood that with her capabilities, no matter how successful she might become in the future, it was impossible for her to receive such a letter now. Moreover, no one outside was aware that she had 2 children. It must be his doing. Coming to this conclusion, Yang Mi was even more astonished. This man truly was an enigma. However, knowing that her 2 precious babies would have such an excellent learning environment filled her heart with joy. She could hardly wait to share the news with them. Little darling, sweetie, guess what surprise Daddy has prepared for you? The 2 children dashed out from their room, gathering around Yang Mi and Gu Shen, their eyes filled with curiosity as they peered at the paper in Yang Mi's hand. What is it, Mommy? Please tell us. Please. Mommy. The sweet one even began to pout, their cherubic face wobbling adorably. It's an admission letter from Jinghua Kindergarten. When school starts, you won't have to go to the previous daycare anymore. Daddy will be able to spend more time with you. Gu Shen could see that Yang Mi was genuinely delighted, which in turn lifted his spirits. Wow, thank you, Daddy. The 2 little ones immediately leaped into Gu Shen's arms, with the sweet one playfully wrapping their arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. The living room was instantly filled with laughter and joy. At that moment, the apartment felt like a true home for the very first time. After finishing dinner, Gu Shen settled onto the sofa, cradling his laptop. He had spent the entire day away from work with an array of tasks awaiting his attention. Yang Mi nestled into the sofa, engrossed in her script. Sister Li had enlisted numerous contacts and made countless arrangements to secure her a portion of the script, allowing her some time to prepare. In the coming days, auditions would be held, providing her an opportunity to showcase her talents. The 2 children retreated to their rooms, each absorbed in their favorite toys, granting the adults their space. The enclosed area was enveloped in a serene silence, with each adult occupying a separate sofa. The crisp sound of keystrokes harmonized effortlessly with the rustle of turning pages, as both remained diligently engaged in their pursuits. The scene exuded a remarkable harmony, resembling a couple married for many years, comfortable in their silent companionship, neither disturbing the other while both provided quiet support. After completing the documents at hand, Gu Shen glanced at the clock, its hands inching toward 9 o'clock. He removed his gold-rimmed blue light-blocking glasses from the bridge of his nose and massaged his throbbing temples. Raising his gaze, he observed the petite woman nestled in the sofa, still deeply focused, and caught sight of the title of her script, which seemed somewhat familiar. He pulled out his phone and messaged Jiang Fan. Please look up the information on Starry River. Jiang Fan replied promptly, understood, boss. Moments later, another message arrived. Boss, if I recall correctly, this is a new investment by the company. Please hold on for a few minutes while I check. Gu Shen did not respond. Instead, he continued to watch Yang Mi for several moments. Ding! His phone vibrated in his hand, bringing him back to the present as he glanced at the conversation window. Boss, I confirmed it. It is indeed our new investment and is currently in the casting phase. I also looked into Miss Yang's background and compiled the information into a document, which I have sent to your email. Please remember to check it. However, there's one thing: it seems that Miss Yang's recent roles have not been particularly successful. Understood. Gu Shen tapped a few times on the screen and replied to Jiang Fan. Should we inform the director regarding Starry River to assist Miss Yang? Jiang Fan had discovered that Yang Mi had been struggling lately, but selectively shared only part of the information with Gu Shen, reserving the rest in the document. Respecting her privacy. No need. All right, boss. Observing Yang Mi's earnest efforts and reflecting on his understanding from the past few days, Gu Shen concluded that intervening could undermine the value of her hard work. Thus, he decided against involvement this time. However, he would not remain oblivious. Keep a close watch on the developments of that production. After sending this signal, he fell silent. When the little one emerged with a sleep companion in search of Gu Shen, Yang Mi finally extricated herself from the narrative. Daddy, can you tell me a story tonight? I want to hear a bedtime tale. The little one had likely pondered this for quite some time, having fallen asleep the previous night from exhaustion, and was determined not to miss out again today. Listening to the sweet, tender voice of the little girl, Gu Shen felt his heart soften completely, and he readily agreed. After saving the file, he closed his laptop and placed it on the coffee table. Suddenly, he turned to Yang Mi and asked, "May I continue to intrude this evening?" Yang Mi was taken aback, but gradually nodded her head. It seemed she had no intention of asking him to leave. However, Gu Shen's consideration in seeking her opinion pleased Yang Mi greatly. Yes, he was indeed very polite. His demeanor and etiquette were impeccable, and she felt entirely at ease in trusting the little ones to his care. Seeing Yang Mi nod, Gu Shen smiled faintly and followed the obedient child into the children's room. Yang Mi thought to herself, help. This man is also quite handsome. It was Gu Shen's first time telling stories to children, and he felt somewhat flustered. His mind was a blank, and he was unsure of what to do. In the business world, he was decisive and commanding. Yet at this moment, faced with two small children, he found himself at a loss. Sensing his discomfort, the little one hopped down from the bed and hurried over to the bookshelf, pulling out a storybook and thrusting it into Gu Shen's hands before scampering back to bed. Daddy, just read it as it is. Chapter 18. He is yet to acquire her contact information. The little darling closed his eyes, and the father began. Gu Shen settled onto the small sofa against the wall, holding a storybook. The tale was titled The Firefly Seeks a Friend. As he cradled the children's book in his hands, Gu Shen instinctively lowered his voice. It was his first time narrating a story to young children, and an unusual sensation flickered within him. The firefly, devoid of friends, embarked on a quest one evening. His deep, magnetic voice flowed gently and softly, lulling the two children into slumber. Listening to the steady rhythm of their breathing, Gu Shen softened his movements, closed the storybook, and returned it to its place. He then tucked the two little ones snugly under their blankets, extinguished the light, and quietly exited the room. Yang Mi was nestled on the living room sofa, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon seeing Gu Shen emerge, she waved him over, signaling him to approach. I will hang up now. See you tomorrow. After ending the call, Yang Mi looked at Gu Shen, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. What's the matter? Do you have work tomorrow? Gu Shen inquired, having noticed her hesitance and recalling that her conversation had been with her agent, Su Li. Yes. I need to meet with Li Jie to discuss a collaboration. As she spoke, Yang Mi glanced at Gu Shen. Seeing his calm expression, she continued. I wanted to ask if you might have time tomorrow to help look after the two children. This unexpected work opportunity had arisen rather suddenly, and the nanny she had arranged for the children had returned to her family home, leaving her in a predicament. Gu Shen confirmed his earlier suspicions and reflected upon his own schedule, realizing he had no pressing commitments. He nodded in agreement. Of course, do not worry. I will take care of them. That's wonderful. Otherwise, I truly would not know what to do. Are Meng Bao and Guai Bao asleep? Yang Mi chuckled at the thought of him tiptoeing out. Yes, they fell asleep quite quickly, Gu Shen replied. The two little ones must have been exhausted from their daytime play, for they had drifted off before he had even finished the story. Noticing the lingering warmth in Gu Shen's voice, Yang Mi's lips curled into a smile. She hadn't expected this man to exhibit such a paternal demeanor. No wonder the children adored him. Having resolved all her matters, Yang Mi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. With an early morning meeting for the collaboration looming, she bade farewell to Gu Shen and retreated to her room to wash up and sleep. As night deepened, the street outside the balcony saw few cars passing by. The streetlights standing sentinel, casting a faint glow. The entire city appeared to have succumbed to slumber, enveloped in tranquility. The small lamp on the wall emitted a soft light, casting a gentle illumination on the man standing on the balcony, softening the rigid lines of his back. Before dawn broke, Gu Shen heard the sounds of Yang Mi rising and preparing for the day. Slowly, he opened his eyes, as he typically slept lightly. Reaching for his phone on the bedside, he glanced at the time. It was precisely 5:30. So early? With his hand resting on his forehead, Gu Shen closed his eyes for a moment to gather his thoughts. He then lifted the covers and sat up in bed. Since he was awake, he had no desire to return to slumber. She would need some time for her morning routine before heading out. Gu Shen planned to freshen up briefly and prepare breakfast for Yang Mi and the two little treasures. Given her tight schedule, she likely wouldn't have time to cook. And since he had promised to take good care of the adorable and obedient ones, he would start with breakfast. He might even prepare a portion for her. As Gu Shen opened the door, he noticed that Yang Mi's room was also ajar. She was seated at a small table on the balcony, applying her makeup with her back to him, illuminated solely by the light from her makeup mirror. The bright white light cast a radiant glow on her flawless face, enhancing the pristine appearance of the reflection in the mirror. "Why are you up so early? Did I wake you?" Yang Mi asked, momentarily taken aback as she turned to face the man standing at her door. "No, I've just woken up. I'm going to make some breakfast. You can eat a bit before you leave after you finish getting ready." "Oh, all right." She flashed a smile at Gu Shen before a sudden thought crossed her mind. "Can you cook?" "Yes, a little," Gu Shen replied, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, his voice deep and melodious to the ear. "Go ahead and busy yourself." "Okay. Thank you." Yang Mi turned back to her makeup. After a few seconds of watching her, Gu Shen headed to the kitchen, retrieved a few eggs, a bag of bread slices, and a box of pre-washed lettuce from the refrigerator. Ding! As he plated the last fried egg, the toaster popped up the golden brown toast. He found some salad dressing on the spice rack, assembled the sandwiches, cut them neatly, and presented them on the dining table. Yang Mi had finished her makeup and changed into a delicate lavender Chanel-style outfit, her hair styled into a neat bun. She sat at the table, engrossed in a script. It was only when Gu Shen placed the serving dish on the table, creating a clatter, that she snapped back to reality, glancing up at him. Gu Shen was momentarily stunned. He had known she was beautiful from the first time they met, but he was unprepared for how stunning she appeared with her makeup. Her porcelain-like complexion, long, graceful eyelashes, almond-shaped eyes, willow-like brows, and cherry-red lips. Every detail was exquisitely perfect, as if sculpted by an artist's hand. In that moment, as she looked up at him with a dazed expression, she hardly resembled a mother of two children. She was an enchanting young woman. "Ahem. The food is ready. Let us eat." He coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness, quickly averting his gaze while pushing the sandwiches toward Yang Mi, though the faint blush on his ears betrayed his inner emotions. Feeling as though it was insufficient, Gu Shen returned to the counter, grabbed a cup, poured Yang Mi a glass of milk, and brought over the freshly brewed coffee from the machine. "I wasn't sure which you preferred, so I prepared both." "Oh, thank you. You should join me. You eat first. I'll wait for the little ones to wake up, so we can all eat together." Yang Mi gazed at the beautifully arranged breakfast, somewhat bewildered. Hadn't he claimed to know, just a little? This certainly exceeded mere competence. By the time the little treasures awoke, Yang Mi had already been out the door for a while. "Daddy, where's Mommy?" The dear child clutched her small teddy bear, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at Gu Shen, who was seated on the sofa, intently focused on his computer. "After you all had drifted into slumber the previous night, Mother received a work-related call and left for her duties early this morning, not having had the chance to inform you. Today, however, Father is home to keep you and your brother company. Is that agreeable?" The little one pouted slightly, conceding with a reluctant all right. Though she longed for her mother's presence, having her father around meant she no longer had to spend her time solely with the nanny, and she accepted this arrangement with some reluctance. She hurried off to find her brother to wash up, as Father prepared breakfast for them. The child scampered back to the bathroom, embarking on her morning routine alongside her younger sibling. This semblance of life seemed rather pleasant. Gu Shen pulled his thoughts back, directing his gaze once more to the computer screen, where the results of the paternity test he had conducted for himself and the little ones were displayed, confirming a definitive biological relationship. He yearned to share this revelation with Yang, but as he retrieved his phone, it suddenly dawned on him that he did not possess her contact information. Chapter 19. Custom clothing for two treasures after finishing breakfast and tidying up the room. It was already 10 in the morning. Gu Shen set out with his two little treasures to the mall. Having promised himself the night before to take care of the children, Gu Shen made a phone call to Xiao Chun from the balcony just before bed. He had arranged for a renowned designer contracted with the company to come to the mall today to take the children's measurements for custom clothing. Initially, he had intended to invite the designer to his villa in the city center, but knowing that bespoke clothing required time, he decided to head directly to the old mall to select a batch of ready-made clothes while also arranging for some custom pieces, ensuring the mall would be cleared in advance. Excited to be out with their father for the first time, Meng Bao and Guai Bao were in high spirits. Once settled in the back seat of Gu Shen's car, the flush of excitement on their little faces remained unabated as they peppered him with questions. "Papa, where are we going?" asked Guai Bao. "We're going to the mall. Daddy is finding someone to customize clothes for you," Gu Shen replied. "Oh, is it far, Papa?" "Not far." Are Meng Bao and Guai Bao happy? "Happy." The two little ones chimed in, swinging their legs in delight, concerned for their safety in the back seat. Gu Shen had asked Xiao Chun to install two child safety seats in the black Audi early that morning, along with snacks and water. At that moment, Guai Bao was munching on a bag of chips, her cheeks stuffed and her words slightly garbled. "Thank you, Papa." Meng Bao, clutching a tablet brought from home, was busy messaging Yang to report their journey. "Mommy, Papa is taking me and my sister to mall. Don't worry about us. I will help take care of my sister with Daddy and wait patiently for your return." At that time, Yang was alongside her agent, Su Li, preparing to meet with the director and production team of Star River. "Li Jia, our appointment was at 10. Why hasn't the director arrived yet?" Yang asked, her anxiety growing as the minute hand approached 11. "They can't be canceling, can they? I prepared for this role for so long. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps they're caught in traffic," Su Li replied, though she too felt uncertain. She didn't want to give up, as she had leveraged numerous connections to secure this opportunity, and she recognized Yang hard work. Meanwhile, Gu Shen arrived at the mall, parked the car in the basement, and took the private elevator directly to the children's clothing section on the top floor. The manager had already been informed and was waiting at the elevator doors with the only two remaining sales staff. As the elevator doors opened, he quickly donned a smile and greeted Gu Shen. "Mr. Gu, you've arrived. Sister Cindy is already here, waiting for you in the store. And are these the young master and young miss? How adorable. With such looks, they'll surely be stars on screen." Gu Shen's gaze swept over him, devoid of warmth. The manager, realizing he had misspoken, mentally chastised himself. What an absurd compliment. Both treasures are simply delightful. I tend to get carried away. Please do not mind my words. Lead the way. Gu Shen disliked such flattery and interrupted directly. The adorable little ones sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy is so handsome." Following the store manager's guidance, Gu Shen held the hand of a sweet child as they entered the shop. Cindy, perched on the sofa, surveyed the establishment, most of which showcased her own designs prominently displayed. She felt a sense of satisfaction, though being summoned here early in the morning, deprived of her leisurely slumber, vexed her somewhat. However, upon seeing the arrangement of the store, her irritation waned. Hearing commotion at the entrance, she turned her head, and the sight of Gu Shen, flanked by two adorable children, instantly captivated her attention. Her eyes lit up, and she sprang to her feet, rushing toward them. "Gu Shen, where did you find these two treasures?" As the little ones noticed Cindy approaching, they recognized her benign intent and were unperturbed by her enthusiastic demeanor, greeting her in unison. "Hello, sister. You're so beautiful." Evidently, in the art of charming others, the sweet child excelled, her words dripping with honey, instantly winning Cindy's heart. Cindy scooped up the sweet child, eager to press her cheek against the rosy visage. "Mine." Gu Shen's exclamation halted her in her tracks, and she gazed at him, astonished. "Yours?" "Yours." "Mine." biological. But you were single at our last gathering, and now, in just a month. Cindy was taken aback, wondering if this older gentleman was pulling her leg. That couldn't be true. Gu Shen was never one to jest. She glanced down at the sweet child and then at the one in her arms. The resemblance confirmed his words, leaving Cindy utterly speechless. They had agreed to remain single together, and he had secretly found a partner. The children are already so grown. You didn't summon me here just for the spectacle. Gu Shen looked at her disdainfully. Why the fuss? You might startle the little ones. Are you going to have custom clothes made for them? Is that not permissible? Gu Shen frowned. All right, come here, little darlings. Let me take your measurements. Thank you, sister. You're working hard. Cindy felt her heart melt. Disregarding how Gu Shen had concealed this for so long, fully immersing herself in the two adorable children. By the time everything was settled, it was nearly noon. Gu Shen raised his wrist to check his watch and stood up. The two children had cooperated with Cindy for an hour, measuring up and down, and were now both tired and hungry, with the sweet one slumped over in the chair, unwilling to rise. Sweetheart, what would you like to eat? Daddy will take you somewhere delicious. The sweet child's eyes darted around. He had secretly checked his mother's phone for her location earlier and noted she had been lingering at a nearby five-star restaurant. He quickly searched for the address on the tablet. Daddy, I heard this restaurant serves amazing food. Can we go there? Gu Shen glanced at the screen and then at the sweet child, contemplating her wishes. The sweet child discreetly signaled to her sister, who immediately understood. Father, I shall simply listen to you and my brother. I am a good child and do not make demands. With that, the little one climbed down from the chair and nestled entirely into Gu Shen's embrace, peeking out with her eyes to glance at her brother. Her face aglow with a radiant smile. The adorable sibling remained impassive, discreetly giving a thumbs up behind her back. Truly remarkable. She is indeed his sister, sharing a profound connection. Gu Shen had intended to invite Cindy to join them for a meal as a gesture of gratitude, but to his surprise, the workaholic was inspired upon seeing the two little treasures and insisted on returning immediately to finish her clothing designs, merely mentioning that Gu Shen should compensate her generously later. Gu Shen did not press the matter further and, accompanied by the two children, made his way downstairs to drive to the restaurant. In the private dining room, Yangmi felt somewhat dejected as she had been waiting for nearly 2 hours without a sign of the director. She truly contemplated giving up. Had it not been for Su Li's company, she would not have endured such a lengthy wait. Suddenly, Su Li's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and hurriedly answered. Hello? Oh, director, have you arrived? We will come to fetch you right away. Chapter 20. Our casting requirements are quite stringent. Su Li hung up the phone while pulling up the emotionally subdued Yangmi, urging her to hurry and meet the director. Hearing this, Yangmi seemed to come back to life, quickly rising and exclaiming, Let us go. Gu Shen parked the car and lifted the two children from the back seat. As they approached the entrance of the restaurant, they spotted Su Li conversing with several individuals. Though the exchange appeared rather unsuccessful, Meng Bao and Guai Bao exchanged glances, having never witnessed such a humble side of their mother, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Director, please consider this. Both Yang and I, along with several artists, have been diligently studying your script. We earnestly hope for an opportunity, Su Li implored. The director and the production team of Starry River exhibited a less than favorable attitude towards Yang Mi, observing the tension in Su Li's demeanor. They remained unyielding. How about we discuss this over a meal? Su Li leaned forward, lowering her posture, desperate not to squander such a promising opportunity, determined to secure resources for her artist. Miss Su, as you know, our production is indeed a grand endeavor, and our casting criteria are exceptionally high, the director replied, his brow furrowed, his tone rather brusque. While Miss Yang enjoyed some initial popularity, she has had little recent work and has nearly faded from public view. The artists under her wing are also rather unremarkable, making our task exceedingly challenging. As the impasse continued, Gu Shen approached with the two children in tow. What's going on? He inquired. Mr. Gu, what brings you here? And who are these? The director expressed surprise at Gu Shen's presence, particularly with the children, yet he refrained from offending him. Aware that Gu Shen was the primary investor in Starry River and his lifeline depended on maintaining a good rapport. We are discussing the casting for Starry River with Miss Yang and Miss Su. You must be here for lunch, correct? If so, allow me to treat you today. It would be a favor to me, the director suggested, trying to curry favor by offering to pay for the meal, having assumed Gu Chun was merely there to dine. Annie, Meng Bao suddenly called out to Yang Mi, taking his sister's hand and rushing to her side. Yang Mi was momentarily taken aback by the children addressing her in such a manner, but soon realized they were shielding her privacy, stirring a wave of emotion that brought tears to her eyes. Gu Chen's expression darkened, yet he understood Meng Bao's intentions were to protect Yang Mi's work. Feeling a pang of sorrow. How astute these children were at such a tender age of 4 or 5, navigating social nuances. How many hardships had they endured? He contemplated how to resolve this situation, desiring to bestow upon her and the children an identity that did not require concealment. While Gu Chun pondered these matters, the director grew increasingly agitated. What did those children just call Yang Mi? Auntie? What is their relationship with Mr. Gu? And what is the connection between her and Gu Chun? This is a disaster. As the thought crossed his mind, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the director's forehead, prompting him to force a smile. Well, Mr. Gu, shall we step inside? It's quite crowded outside, and if we're spotted, the identities of a few of us might be, he began. Su Li, overhearing this, quickly interjected. Yes, yes. Let's go inside to talk. We can chat more comfortably there. This meal is on me. Gu Chen nodded and took the lead, entering the venue first, with the director and production crew following closely behind, while Yang Mi and Su Li brought up the rear with the children. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Su Li playfully pinched the little one's cheek. Such a young age, yet remarkably intelligent, with Gu Chun and the 2 little treasures in tow. The private room previously booked by Yang Mi and Su Li was no longer suitable. They informed the waiter and requested a larger one, and soon the group settled in. The director pondered for a moment. Regardless of the nature of Gu Chun and Yang Mi's relationship, their current demeanor suggested familiarity. Why not leverage this personal connection? Such a gesture might ensure Gu Chun remembers his kindness, potentially influencing future investments. Moreover, Yang Mi's acting prowess had been evident since her debut, and although the talents nurtured in recent years had remained relatively obscure, their abilities were undeniable. They simply awaited an opportunity. Coming to this realization, the director exchanged a knowing glance with the production team and spoke. Ms. Yang, upon reflection, I would like to collaborate with you on this project. However, I can only offer a supporting role, and I must request additions. Only those who pass the audition will be signed. Of course, director, we are grateful for the opportunity you are extending to me and my artists, and we would not dare to ask for more. A supporting role is more than sufficient. Furthermore, auditions are a necessary step. I wouldn't want our efforts to be misconstrued as lacking merit or as merely leveraging connections, so you need not worry about that. Yang Mi replied, her spirits lifted by the resolution of their collaboration. Yet, she could surmise that the director's dramatic shift in attitude was likely due to Gu Chen's influence, leaving her both grateful and increasingly curious about his true identity. Why would even the director of Galaxy feel compelled to show him such deference? Who exactly was this man? As dishes began to arrive, Gu Chun called the waiter to add a few more selections suitable for the little ones. From his bag, he produced a set of sanitized, sealed cutlery, placing them before the children. The blue set was for the little treasure, while the pink set suited the gentle one perfectly, reflecting their personalities. Gu Chun was concerned about the cleanliness of the external utensils. Given his commitment to caring for the children, he deemed it prudent to bring his own. This gesture astonished Yang Mi, Su Li, and the director. Yang Mi thought, is this man truly more attentive than I am? Su Li remarked, well, it seems he has passed the fatherly test for the 2 little ones. The director mused, Gu Chun, is he capable of such acts? Surely these 2 children cannot be his. Noticing the collective gaze of astonishment and curiosity directed towards him, Gu Chun furrowed his brow and replied coolly, what is the matter? Is there an issue? And no, not at all. Haha, it's just that I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so thoughtful. The director chuckled awkwardly, nearly biting his own tongue. As the director's voice faded, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the spacious private room. Annie, I would like some water, the little one sighed inwardly. What is wrong with these adults? Have they run out of words? How have they navigated the complexities of human relationships over the years? In critical moments, it falls upon her. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi hurriedly fetched the thermos that Gu Shen had brought from home and poured some water into the two children's cups. "It's hot. Let it cool before you drink." The director was increasingly perplexed, casting a discreet glance at Gu Shen, then at Yang Mi, his gaze sweeping over the two little ones one by one. Such a skilled gesture, caring for children with such ease. Yang Mi's demeanor something felt amiss. Chapter 21. Share your contact information. Before the director could fully comprehend the situation, the waiter entered, presenting the new dishes ordered by Gu Shen, and inquired if anyone desired to order some wine. As Gu Shen was driving, he abstained from drinking. The director and the producer, who needed to return to prepare for the filming of Galactic River, naturally refrained from drinking as well. With the director abstaining, Yang Mi and Suli were more than pleased. Consequently, they requested the waiter to serve tea as a substitute for wine. After being frazzled by the earlier incident involving reporters invading the hospital and subsequently busy with Yang Mi's collaboration discussions, Suli finally found herself at ease and began to contemplate Gu Shen's true identity. As the group exchanged pleasantries around the dining table, the man at the head of the table remained silent, yet exuded a powerful aura, his movements exuding nobility and grace. Suli discreetly observed him, a sudden realization striking her. Could it be, connecting the dots to the understated yet luxurious black Porsche? The admission letter from Jinghua Kindergarten that Yang Mi had mentioned, the expansive hospital, and an encounter with the adorable children at Zui Xian Ju. Suli grew increasingly convinced of her suspicions. The Gu family company in Yanjing was none other than the renowned Gu Group, led by the wealthiest man in Yanjing, who typically operated under the radar, with little information disclosed to the media and the public. Initially, she had assumed his youthful appearance precluded any association with such an affluent figure. Yet, now witnessing how even the director seemed to defer to him, regardless of how absurd her conjecture might seem, it was undoubtedly him. Startled, Suli finally recognized that her artist had indeed latched onto a golden opportunity. She felt a surge of happiness for her, though she had no intention of revealing her epiphany during the dinner. Perhaps she would discreetly mention it later upon their return. Noticing the director's gaze intermittently directed at him, Gu Shen frowned. He realized the director was not only scrutinizing him, but also casting glances at Yang Mi, then at the two children, before returning his gaze to him. The director, caught off guard by Gu Shen's penetrating stare, swallowed the words he had almost uttered. It must be said, that look was rather intimidating. Nonetheless, witnessing Gu Shen's reaction intensified the unease in the director's heart. What was going on? That earlier glance had carried a hint of warning. With this thought, the director opted to retract the questions he had been on the verge of asking, deciding to keep them to himself. Whether it was true or not, the outcome was something an ordinary director like him could not bear to confront. After navigating the entertainment industry for so long and finally reaching this level, he certainly did not wish to find himself singled out by some business magnate for scrutiny. After a pleasant meal, Gu Shen instructed his assistant to settle the bill at the front desk. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Gu. Next time, I shall undoubtedly treat you." The director bid farewell to the producer, Gu Shen, and Yang Mi outside the restaurant. "Miss Yang, I will find time to discuss the subsequent collaboration with you. Please await my message at the latest by tomorrow evening." Gu Shen, accompanied by the two adorable children, drove back to the apartment, while Yang Mi took Su Li's car, parting ways with them. The two groups arrived home 10 minutes apart. After spending the morning playing outside, the children were utterly exhausted and promptly retreated to their bedroom to take an afternoon nap. Suli escorted Yang Mi home, wavering throughout the journey on whether to reveal her suspicions regarding Gu Shen's identity. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. After all, it was none of her business. This was a matter between the two of them. As long as she could ascertain that the man was a good father, caring for both the children and Yang Mi, that was sufficient. If a day came when they could no longer sustain their relationship, what did it matter if he were a billionaire? Suli would be the first to confront him. Moreover, discussing such matters now would only serve to bolster his standing. Ignorance might be bliss, preventing Yang Mi from being led astray. That evening, Yang Mi received a message from the director regarding collaboration much sooner than she had anticipated. Upon returning to her bedroom, she convened a meeting with Su Li and the entire team, ultimately deciding to fly directly to another city the next day to commence filming. Once this was settled, Yangmi let out a deep sigh of relief. Yet, her thoughts quickly turned to worry. The two little ones were due to report to Jinghua the following day. If she were not present, it would likely cause some complications for him. Glancing at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of her computer screen, she noted it was 23:48. At this hour, he should be asleep, she thought. Perhaps it was best to postpone the discussion until tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yami woke up precisely on time. After freshening up, she opened her door, only to find Gu Shen emerging at that moment. Surprised to see her awake at such an early hour. "Don't you want to sleep a bit more?" he inquired. Yami shook her head. "No, I actually have something to discuss with you." Gu Shen raised an eyebrow, curious about what could possibly be so urgent at this early hour. To avoid disturbing the two little ones who were still asleep, Yangmi stepped aside, indicating for Gu Shen to join her inside her room. He nodded and squeezed through the narrow opening between the door and her. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I spoke with the production team last night, and I need to fly to another city today to start filming." "That's wonderful news. Congratulations on achieving what you desired," Gu Shen remarked, his tone objective, showing no surprise at the outcome. However, today was the day the little ones were to head to Jinghua. "I'm afraid I won't be able to see them off, and will have to trouble you again," Yangmi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But she had no other choice. The production team could not afford any delays. "Rest assured, I will take care of the kids. I'll see them to their destination today while you focus on your work." Gu Shen finally grasped why Yangmi had sought him out. Recalling that he had forgotten to inform her about the news from the hospital yesterday, he added, "By the way, there was an update from the hospital." "What is it?" Yangmi asked, her heart racing with anticipation. Seeing Gu Shen smile at her without offering any further explanation, she soon realized her own muddled thoughts. If it were not his, he would not have taken the children out to play yesterday. A weight lifted from her heart, and she felt a newfound sense of relief. "That's wonderful. It's finally confirmed," she exclaimed. The arrangements with the production team were finalized, and she needed to prepare to leave shortly, gathering her clothes and daily necessities. The duration of her stay on the other side remained uncertain, and the thought of being separated from the two little ones filled her with a profound sense of reluctance. However, there was no alternative. Despite her reluctance to part with her beloved children, she had to return to work, for otherwise, she would truly be unable to provide for them. Although she had acknowledged Gu Shen as the father of her two children, she did not intend to rely on him, choosing instead to support her offspring through her own efforts. This decision stemmed partly from her accustomed solitude in raising them, and partly from the lack of a substantial relationship with Gu Shen. To describe their connection would only lead back to that fateful night 5 years ago, and now. The mutual respect they shared was the best outcome Yangmi could envision. She hoped for her little treasures to enjoy a joyful and healthy childhood, and thus, she could only strive to earn a living for her family. Reluctantly, she entrusted her children to Gu Shen for the time being. At least, he appeared to be a competent father. Would you like to exchange contact information?" Gu Shen asked, feeling a bit awkward as he tightened the grip of his hand behind his back. This was his first time requesting contact details from a woman. "When the results came in yesterday, I wanted to inform you immediately, but I suddenly realized I didn't have a number or WeChat. And with the children waking up and causing a ruckus, it slipped my mind. Having a way to communicate regarding the children would be beneficial." "Yes, I almost forgot about that," Yangmi exclaimed, promptly retrieving her phone and dialing the number she had stored for 5 years, leaving her contact information on Gu Shen's device. "My WeChat ID is the same. You can look me up later." Gu Shen's gaze suddenly fixated on her phone screen. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. "All right." Chapter 22. Reporting to Jinghua, Yangmi's flight was scheduled for 10 in the morning, necessitating her arrival at the airport by 8:30. Fortunately, the distance was not too great. However, she was certain that she would not have the time to escort her two little treasures to their registration. She could only manage to bid them farewell. At the breakfast table, upon learning that their mother would be away for an extended period, the two children visibly displayed their despondency, as if even the delectable breakfast had lost its flavor. In an effort to avoid burdening their mother with their sorrow, the obedient child stifled her tears, biting her lips until they turned pale, her small frame trembling slightly. Yangmi, witnessing this, felt an acute pang of sorrow, yet she found herself powerless. This opportunity to join the production was a rare gem, the best resource she had encountered in years. Should she let it slip away, she would genuinely be unable to support her two little ones. After finishing breakfast, she assisted the children in organizing their new school bags and stationery, relishing a few more precious moments with them before they all stepped outside together. Gu Shen drove the children to their registration at the esteemed Jinghua kindergarten, strategically located in the heart of the city. Meanwhile, Yangmi boarded the nanny car sent by Su Li, heading towards the outskirts. Though they parted ways, a sense of reluctance lingered in each heart, including Gu Shen's. He could not quite fathom the tightening sensation in his chest. The thought of having to care for the two children alone during this period left him feeling somewhat hollow. Adjusting his tie and sleeves, Gu Shen cast a glance back at the children, attempting to suppress the inexplicable emotion swelling within him. Have your seatbelts fastened? We are about to set off. All secured. Daddy, replied Meng Bao, who stole a glance at her slightly glum sister, gently taking her hand and offering her a reassuring look, shaking her head in silent communication. Be good, my dear. Don't let your mother worry about us while she works, she urged. Understanding her brother's intent, the obedient child glanced at him, leaned back in her seat, and managed to suppress the moisture in her eyes. All right, Daddy, we're ready to go. The little girl spoke softly, her voice still carrying a hint of nasal timbre, exhibiting a sweetness that belied her tender age of not yet 5. While other children her age struggled with their emotions, these two had already learned to manage their feelings and even comfort the adults around them. Observing the careful demeanor of his little girl, Gu Shen's sense of melancholy intensified. Perhaps it was the concern for their emotional well-being that weighed heavily on his heart. He reasoned with himself, recalling that Yangmi had exerted every effort to secure this apartment near the city center, ensuring their education would not suffer. Thus, the Jinghua kindergarten was indeed not far away. In merely 10 minutes, Gu Shen arrived at the designated location to drop off the children. Given his status, it was impractical for him to accompany them inside, so he had arranged for Xiao Chen to assist them with the enrollment process. At that moment, Xiao Chen had already been waiting at the school gate for quite some time. As the unremarkable Audi belonging to his boss finally came into view, Xiao Chen immediately perked up. He had been waiting since before 7, anxious that any delay might cost him his bonus. With the clock nearing 8, he had not dared to eat breakfast, and after nearly an hour of anticipation, he finally spotted the target of his wait. Boss. Approaching the rear car door, Xiao Chen opened it for the two little ones, seizing the opportunity to greet Gu Shen. Well, it's best to handle matters with caution, Gu Shen remarked, unable to suppress his concern. Although he could not attend personally, the involvement of the two children left him slightly uneasy. Understood. Yes, Yu. The task will be completed flawlessly. Xiao Chen chuckled, confident in his ability to manage the situation. Good morning, Uncle Xiao Chen. The children greeted him cheerfully as they descended from the vehicle, each taking hold of one of his hands, their bright eyes sparkling with joy. Xiao Chen's heart melted at the sight, and he led the little ones into the school to meet their homeroom teacher. Teacher Wang, I entrust the care of these children to you. Of course, you can rest assured. Teacher Wang responded. Upon being informed by the principal that 2 new students were to join her class, she initially presumed they were from a privileged background. However, upon seeing the 2 children dressed in simple attire, she furrowed her brow. Nevertheless, she maintained a polite demeanor and offered a smile to Xiao Chen. The children were not devoid of beautiful, luxurious clothing, especially after Gu Shen had taken them shopping, where they acquired many fine garments, but they were indifferent to such matters, having been taught by their mother not to flaunt their wealth in public. After personally handing the children over to their homeroom teacher, Xiao Chen felt a wave of relief and returned to the company to brief Gu Shen. Once Xiao Chen had departed, Teacher Wang released the children's hands and proceeded ahead, not waiting for them. The little ones exchanged puzzled glances, but mindful of their recent arrival and their mother's absence due to work, they refrained from causing any trouble. Quietly, they held hands and jogged to keep up with Teacher Wang until they reached the classroom door. Breathless from their pursuit, they paused briefly at the entrance to catch their breath before stepping inside. They had anticipated that Teacher Wang would encourage them to introduce themselves or would present them to their new classmates. They had even prepared for this at home. To their surprise, however, Teacher Wang merely pointed to two empty chairs on the edge and instructed them to sit. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of the little girl. Yet she sensed that the teacher seemed less than fond of her and her brother, leading her to wonder if they had inadvertently offended her. What do we have done to displease her? But we have only just arrived. The other children, who had been chattering excitedly, turned their attention to the new arrivals as soon as Teacher Wang entered with them. Wow, are they our new classmates? They're so cute. The children's admiration for the newcomer's appearance echoed through the room. All right, children, today marks the first day of school, and Teacher Wang would like to know what you all did during the holidays, she said, treating the two newcomers as if they were invisible. Without waiting for a response, she launched into the lesson, instantly redirecting the children's focus. One by one, they eagerly chimed in, vying to answer her question. The atmosphere in the kindergarten classroom was relaxed, with the teacher incorporating games into her lessons, recognizing that young children do not require excessive pressure. The little treasure and the obedient treasure found the games rather childish, thus engrossed themselves in play. Hello, my name is Xian Ju. May I join you? A young girl, captivated by the striking appearance of the little treasure, approached to engage with him and the obedient treasure. The little treasure glanced up at her, his expression neutral. The toys were not his to claim, and being unselfish, he shifted closer to the obedient treasure, offering her a space. All right. The other girls, witnessing Xian Mushuan's successful integration into the duo's circle, swiftly surged towards the little treasure. I want to join too. I wish to play with the handsome boy. Me too. The little treasure was taken aback, and the obedient treasure was even more bewildered, tinged with annoyance. She had never realized that her brother attracted the attention of girls. Her brother belonged to her. He could not play with anyone else. Tugging at the sleeve of the little treasure, she implored, "Brother, we should go. What is your name?" Chapter 23. A fight on the first day of school. Before Gu Bao could finish speaking, a rather impolite voice interrupted her, causing her to frown in annoyance as she turned to locate the source. A chubby boy, pushing through the wall of girls that had formed around them, approached, followed closely by several other boys. Gu Bao felt a sense of distaste as she regarded the well-dressed boy adorned with a small gold lock and silver bracelets. How rude he was! However, being the first day of school, Gu Bao, like Meng Bao, had no desire to cause trouble, so she took Meng Bao's hand, intending to move aside and play elsewhere. Yet before they could make a move, the chubby boy blocked their path, cornering Gu Bao and Meng Bao against the wall. What are you doing? Meng Bao pulled Gu Bao behind him protectively, his expression cold as he glared at the boy. For a moment, the chubby boy, Qian, felt a chill run down his spine under that intense gaze, instinctively taking a step back before managing to compose himself. Qian, the young master of the Qi group and the sole heir of his family, was accustomed to getting his way due to his overindulgent upbringing. His family had a long-standing friendship with the Xia family, and he had grown up alongside Xian Mushuan, often playing together. At that moment, seeing Xian Mushuan drawn to Meng Bao and no longer playing with him stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. The other girls in the class flocked to Meng Bao, leaving him and his friends to watch enviously from the sidelines. It felt as though Meng Bao had overshadowed him, prompting him to seek trouble with Meng Bao. However, the intimidating glare from Meng Bao only fueled Qian's anger further. Never had this pampered young master faced such humiliation before. Once he regained his composure, he charged at Meng Bao, ready to teach him a lesson. Why did you attract all the girls in our class? Be careful, brother. Gu Bao, anxiously watching as Qian swung his fist towards Meng Bao's face, instinctively shouted a warning. Meng Bao, aware of Qian's impending attack, sidestepped effortlessly, seizing the boy's fist and pulling hard. The sudden force caused Qian to stumble, nearly falling flat on his face, and he had to take several steps forward to regain his balance. This only served to inflame Qian's rage, his hair standing on end as he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Meng Bao, ready to wrestle with him. Although Meng Bao was not as large as Qian, his agility came to his advantage. Moreover, not wanting to trouble his parents, he refrained from using his full strength. After several rounds of grappling, both boys bore signs of their scuffle on their faces. This is infuriating. Qian shouted in frustration, realizing he was gaining no advantage, prompting Gu Bao to frown in annoyance. How obnoxious this chubby boy was. He initiated the fight, and yet cried out when he was at a disadvantage. Gu Bao rushed forward to check on her brother's injuries, her heart aching at the sight of several scratches marring his face, each one a painful reminder of the encounter. Seeing that he could not overpower Meng Bao, Qian turned to the other boys nearby. "You all, help me beat him." Upon hearing this command, the group of boys surged forward, surrounding Meng Bao entirely. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Gui Bao was so distressed that she felt tears welling up in her eyes. She rushed forward, intending to assist Meng Bao, only to be seized by Qian, who forcefully flung her to the ground. Gui Bao could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Despite her usual ability to mask her feelings, she was still a child, and the impact of her fall left her in considerable pain. Seeing his sister being bullied ignited a surge of fury within Meng Bao. "You dare touch my sister!" he exclaimed, disregarding any potential trouble it might cause with their parents. In a swift motion, he dispatched several of Qian's little followers and rushed to Gui Bao's side, lifting her into his arms to comfort her. Hearing her cries and witnessing the tears streaming down her face, he understood that she must have been hurt. Under normal circumstances, even a small cut would only elicit a request for him to blow it better. Meng Bao's expression darkened as he glared at Qian, who still seemed intent on causing trouble. He positioned Gui Bao behind him and charged forward, grabbing Qian by the collar, ready to retaliate. "What are you doing, mister?" Wang appeared at the doorway, taken aback by the chaotic scene. His astonishment deepened when he noticed Qian, terrified and caught by Meng Bao. "You little rascal. That's the son of Qi, the esteemed president. On your first day, you're already causing trouble." He hurried to intervene, swatting Meng Bao's hand away. "What are you doing? I leave for just a moment, and you're already fighting. He started it. He bullied my sister," Meng Bao retorted, dismissing any notions of respecting authority, knowing that a visit to their parents was inevitable. "If you don't provoke him, will he pick a fight with you? Causing trouble on your first day. Don't you want to stay in my class?" Mr. Wang paid no heed to the fairness of the situation, fixated instead on the fact that Qian had been wronged. If he failed to resolve this properly, his own position would be at stake. "I didn't ask them if you don't believe me." Meng Bao's eyes were reddened with anger, and a bruise was beginning to swell on his face from the earlier scuffle. "Who started it?" Mr. Wang directed his question at the surrounding children. The girls were too frightened to speak, retreating with their heads down, while the boys, having just been bested by Meng Bao, were unlikely to defend him. "Teacher, I can testify. It was Qian who struck first," one child declared. "Yes, it was him." The chorus of accusations from the classmates drew a mocking smile from Mr. Wang as he observed Meng Bao's unwavering stance. "Did you hear that? What do you have to say for yourself?" Although Mr. Wang momentarily hesitated at Meng Bao's determination, the visible injuries on both boys made it clear that Qian had sustained the more serious harm, prompting him to dismiss any further doubts. Gui Bao grasped Meng Bao's hand, her own fear beginning to surface. Yet, the pain from her fall was still fresh, and she had yet to fully recover. The little darling first comforted her sister before turning to face teacher Wang directly. "I've said it's not true. It's simply ISNT. You refuse to investigate the facts and instead distort the truth, showing favoritism. You are unworthy of being a teacher." Teacher Wang was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of the little one's gaze, and only upon hearing her words did he come to his senses, instantly finding the situation absurdly amusing. "Huh, who are you, a mere child, to determine my worthiness? Come with me to the office. I shall call your parents to teach you a lesson in manners." Summoning other teachers to assist in managing his class, Teacher Wang led Qi in, with the little darling and the well-behaved child following closely behind into her office. When Xiao Chen arrived to process paperwork for the two children, the emergency contact number provided was that of Gu Shen. When Gu Shen received the call, he was in a meeting and, seeing an unfamiliar number, promptly hung up. However, to his surprise, the call persisted, ringing a second time. "Who is this?" Upon hearing the deep voice emanating from the receiver, Teacher Wang was somewhat taken aback, for it did not resemble the voice of the man who had brought the child earlier. Chapter 24. Are you deaf? Still want to make a move? Hello? Gu Shen, sensing the prolonged silence on the line, began to grow impatient, ready to terminate the call. Is this the parent of Meng Bao and Guai Bao? I am your child's homeroom teacher. Your child has been involved in a physical altercation at kindergarten. Could you please come to discuss a resolution? Teacher Wang finally grasped the situation, disregarding whether she had called the right person and directly conveyed her message. Yanjing aura enveloppé Gu Shen, causing the attendees in the conference room to hold their breath in trepidation. Understood. I will be there immediately, he curtly replied before abruptly hanging up the phone. He entrusted the meeting to Jiang Fan and strode out of the room, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? It was their first encounter with the president, leaving a meeting midway, evidently incensed. Upon receiving the call and hearing about Meng Bao's altercation, Gu Shen was initially inclined to refute the claim. Although Meng Bao possessed a cunning nature, he was never the instigator of trouble, especially to the extent of resorting to violence. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he had been bullied and retaliated in self-defense. Instantly, anxiety surged within him, and he sped towards the kindergarten with Xiao Chen in tow. Under Xiao Chen's guidance, he confidently approached Teacher Wang's office. Before even pushing the door open, the cacophony of a woman's anguished cries and vehement curses invaded their ears. Look at what you've done to Aranin. Her face is utterly disfigured. What if something happens to her? Can you afford the consequences? Such a young child. How could one be so cruel? To strike with such force. I will call my husband. You two should leave Jinghua immediately. My brother did not strike first. Your son bullied us. Guai Bao's voice attempted to rise above the woman's wails, but was drowned out. Gu Chen's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening as if it could drip water. With a forceful kick, he flung the door open, only to witness a flamboyantly dressed woman poised to strike his two treasures. Guai Bao, trembling with tears in her eyes, was shielded by Meng Bao, yet she defiantly met the woman's gaze. Stop this at once, Gu Chen thundered. The sudden appearance of the man and the resounding crash of the door against the wall startled the woman, causing her to falter, her hand trembling as it barely halted before the children. Witnessing his beloved children almost struck by an adult filled Gu Shen with dread. He shuddered to think what would have transpired had he arrived merely a second later. The impact of an adult's hand upon Meng Bao's tender face. He could hardly fathom how he would explain such an incident to Yangmi. At this moment, a tumult of fear and rage collided within Gu Chen's mind, causing his temples to throb with intensity. He strode purposefully into the office, scooped up both children, and forcefully pushed the woman aside, discarding all semblance of the calm demeanor he usually maintained. My child asserts that nothing occurred. Are you deaf? Do you still wish to strike? His words left the arrogant woman momentarily stunned. He then turned to his beloved children, asking, Does it hurt? Are you frightened? As Gu Shen gazed upon the myriad of bloodstains etched across Meng Bao's face and the swelling of his little cheeks, alongside the tear-filled yet resolute expression of Gu Bao, his heart ached profoundly. Meng Bao had anticipated that it would be Uncle Chen who would address the situation, but to her astonishment, it was Gu Shen who stormed through the door, momentarily taken aback. I'm fine. I merely said a few words, she murmured, gradually realizing that she was cradled in her father's embrace, receiving gentle comfort. Vuvu, Daddy, I'm all right. They bullied my sister, and I only retaliated. I did not instigate trouble. Tears flowed freely, cascading down from Meng Bao's round, glistening eyes, and unable to contain her sorrow any longer, she buried her face in Gu Chen's chest, weeping uncontrollably while still managing to convey the sequence of events. Gu Bao, witnessing her brother's heart-wrenching tears for the first time, could no longer restrain herself. She leaned against Gu Chen's other shoulder and began to cry as well. Daddy, Gu Bao, my bottom hurts. It hurts, he pushed Gu Bao. Seeing his two children so distressed on their very first day of school filled Gu Shen with anguish, prompting him to gently pat the two sobbing treasures in his arms as a means of solace. From their words, he gleaned an understanding of the situation and turned his gaze toward Teacher Wang. You claim my child was the aggressor? Teacher Wang was utterly flabbergasted by the scene before her. The presence of this imposing man left her feeling inexplicably guilty. I was merely anxious. And at that moment, the children all pointed fingers at, and, while I failed to ascertain the truth, is it acceptable for you to permit other parents to strike my child without thorough investigation? Do you even deserve to be called a teacher? Upon hearing this, Gu Shen realized that Teacher Wang had no intention of resolving the matter appropriately. Her summoning of him was merely to pressure his two children into apologizing to that little chubby boy. Teacher Wang had not anticipated that the father of the two children was not the one who had brought them in that morning, and she began to panic. At that moment, Xiao Chun burst in, accompanied by the principal, both in a flurry. The woman who had collided with the desk, pushed by Gu Shen, finally regained her composure and, emboldened, shouted at Principal Liu, "How can your kindergarten accept individuals of such poor character? Look at how my son has been bullied. Mrs. Qi, please do not be agitated. Let us discuss this calmly," the principal implored, wiping the sweat from her brow while glancing toward the corner where Teacher Wang stood. What on earth transpired, Teacher Wang? How could it escalate to this on the very first day of school? I saw the two children fighting and intended to call both sets of parents to discuss how to handle it. I truly did not foresee it spiraling out of control. Teacher Wang, sensing the tension, hesitated to speak the truth, stammering out a clumsy excuse in an attempt to gloss over the matter. But She was not inclined to listen. I must ask, Teacher Wang, did you not summon me to the school because you claim my child had been assaulted? I was in the midst of a facial treatment at the beauty salon, completely swamped. Do you understand? Today, either your school provides me with an explanation, or I shall have my husband shut down your wretched kindergarten. You may handle it as you wish. I have already notified my husband, and he is on his way. Pushed by Gu Shen, she found herself seething with anger, directing her ire towards Teacher Wang. Upon hearing these words, the principal likely began to grasp the situation, furrowing her brow as she contemplated a resolution, when Gu Shen spoke directly. Teacher Wang, my child has already stated that he only retaliated because someone was bullying him. Yet you demand an apology without even investigating the matter thoroughly. Director Liu, is it? You represent one of the finest kindergartens in all of Yanjing. Yet how could such an unprincipled teacher have been admitted? Gu Shen was genuinely furious, shifting her focus squarely onto the principal, who was anxiously scratching her head in search of solution. Chapter 25, Who Bullies My Son? Director Liu was utterly flabbergasted. Just a few children were embroiled in a scuffle, so why were they all bothering her? Moreover, who was this man before her? His demeanor alone, coupled with the exquisite custom-tailored suit he wore, spoke volumes about his status. Yet, she had never encountered him before, and he was, astonishingly, a parent of her kindergarten students. Suddenly, a thought struck Director Liu, causing her heart to race. Could he be from that family who had transferred in so abruptly? At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from outside, growing louder with each passing second, enough to conjure an image of the individual's formidable stature even before they were seen. Gu Shen frowned and turned around, while the two little ones perched on his shoulders also looked up curiously. A burly man, whose countenance bore an unmistakable thuggish demeanor despite his expensive attire, appeared at the doorway, bellowing, "Who dares to bully my son? I'll skin him alive." Gu Shen rose, holding the two children, as he witnessed the man storming forward, heedless of his surroundings, directly advancing towards the chubby child cradled by that boisterous woman. It was no wonder birds of a feather flocked together. Xiao Chun, glancing at his boss's dark expression, quietly felt a pang of sympathy for that family, surmising their fate would be dire. Director Liu, Gu Shen's fury erupted, his words forced through clenched teeth, his piercing gaze landing squarely on Director Liu. Hey, Xiao Wang, hurry and check the surveillance footage. We need to ascertain what transpired. Director Liu was on the verge of tears. This man was evidently not to be trifled with. The two children had been directly placed in her care, and she was left in the dark about their true identities, only knowing their names, Yang Mengbao and Yang Guibao, mysteriously vague. However, Mr. Qi was notoriously ill-tempered, and she could not afford to antagonize either child. She could only urge Xiao Wang to retrieve the surveillance footage promptly, as both children bore injuries, and the little girl kept lamenting her fall, necessitating a clear understanding of the events that unfolded. Upon hearing her words, Teacher Wang finally snapped to attention and hurriedly left to retrieve the footage. Qi Wenwu, upon hearing Gu Shen's voice, finally redirected his gaze. Intimidated by the chill radiating from Gu Shen, suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the man holding the two children. Yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. Mr. Gu, Jiang Fan has just sent over the surveillance video from the classroom. Would you care to take a look? Xiao Shan inquired, holding out his phone. Jiang Fan had been standing beside Gu Shen in the conference room, so he had also caught wind of the phone call from Teacher Wang. Given his understanding of Meng Bao and Gue Bao, he knew they were not the type to instigate trouble, leading him to suspect that something was amiss. After Gu Shen left the conference room, he quickly organized the relevant information and had Jiang Cheng take his place in the meeting. He then returned to his desk, directly accessing the kindergarten surveillance system to extract the pertinent clips, which he subsequently sent to Xiao Chen's phone. Mr. Gu, is that you, Gu Shen? Qi Wenwu finally realized who the formidable man referred to as General Gu by Xiao Chen was, causing him to shudder involuntarily. In the entirety of Beijing, the surname Gu was synonymous with fear, and it seemed that only the man who had ascended to the status of the city's wealthiest in just a few years could evoke such dread. Principal Liu, upon hearing the name, felt it vaguely familiar but could not recall its significance. Hasn't T. Gu Cheng gotten married or had children? Qi Wenwu thought to himself. Fortunately, he had been preoccupied with assessing Qi An's injuries and had refrained from boasting in front of him. However, seeing Gu Chen's menacing demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder if his son had bullied Gu Chen's child or if that scolding woman had provoked him. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, and he hastily released Qi An from his embrace, bowing slightly as he approached Gu Chen for a handshake. Mr. Gu, it is an honor to finally meet you, he stammered. Gu Chen frowned, ignoring him entirely, merely patting the backs of the two children in his arms before turning his attention to Xiao Chen. Release them, he commanded, his tone neither warm nor cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet Qi Wenwu detected an undercurrent of impatience and severity in his words. Embarrassed, he withdrew his outstretched hand and retreated to his wife and child's side. Meanwhile, Principal Liu, who had been racking his brain to identify Gu Chen, finally connected the dots, his face paling with realization. Xiao Chen connected his phone to the computer in Teacher Wang's office, and as soon as the video played, the unmistakable voice of the chubby Qi An filled the room. "What's your name?" he exclaimed, the moment the words left his mouth. Combined with the evident chaotic positioning on the screen, the adults present could no longer feign ignorance. This is bad. We cannot afford to provoke either side, Principal Liu thought, desperate to escape the situation. The group silently watched the 10-minute video, the atmosphere in the office so heavy it felt as though the air itself had solidified. As the video concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room. Gu Chen slowly lifted his gaze, his oppressive stare sweeping across the faces of the family opposite him, waiting for an explanation. When Teacher Wang entered, he was met with this tense tableau, his legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, rendering him motionless at the office door. As the truth of the matter became clear, Mrs. Chi's face flushed a deep shade of purple, yet she stubbornly refused to apologize. "My son is injured even worse. Look at what your child has done to his face," she protested, attempting to leverage her child's injuries. Unfamiliar with Gu Chen's true identity, she only perceived him as another company executive like her husband, albeit one whose youthful handsomeness exuded an intimidating aura. She tried to bolster her own courage. "Be quiet." Qi Wenwu was nearly driven to despair by his wife's obstinacy. If it had been the other child who had initiated the confrontation, it might have been easier to discuss. It was clear that Qi An had been the aggressor, and how could she have the audacity to argue with them? He was already regretting not apologizing, knowing full well that provoking such a powerful figure could spell disaster for their family. A single misstep could leave them bereft of sustenance. At this moment, Qi Wenwu wished he could so shut Madame Qi's mouth. Moreover, she dared to speak while injured. Clearly, the child had not acted with malice. His son had merely circled around the other boy without causing any real harm. Not only was it embarrassing, but he had also marred the young gentleman's face. He feared that Gu Chan might simply have them all thrown out. How could she bring up such matters? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Gu. The child's mother is merely a homemaker and is unaware of your esteemed status. Please do not hold it against her. As for the incident, it was indeed my son's fault, and we are willing to cover the medical expenses and compensate for emotional distress. If you have any further demands, I shall acquiesce to them all. Qian, come here this instant. Apologize to the two young ones. I have spoiled you far too much. Just wait until we return home. I shall have my way with you. Qian, being a pampered young master, had never encountered such a scene and was cowering behind Madame Qi, barely daring to utter a sound. At the sound of his father calling for him, he was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he plopped down on the ground. Qi Wenwu turned to see his son unmoving, filled with exasperation, and rushed over to lift him before Gu Chun. I'm truly sorry. Chapter 26. Whose skin do you wish to peel? In Gu Chen's embrace, Meng Bao and Guai Bao gazed down from their elevated position at Qian, who was being dragged over by Qi Wenwu, remaining silent. Meng Bao declared, "He bullied my sister. I shall not forgive." Guai Bao added, "He struck my brother and slandered him. I will not forgive." Observing the two children's taciturn demeanor, even their reluctance to cast a glance at the trembling little chubby boy below, Gu Chan discerned their sentiments with clarity. Once he noticed that Meng Bao and Guai Bao's emotions had somewhat settled, he gently lowered them to the ground and straightened up to regard Qi Wenwu. "Mr. Qi, president of the Qi Corporation, whom did you just say you wish to skin?" Gu Chan articulated the name of the Qi Corporation with deliberate emphasis, betraying no respect for Qi Wenwu, dismissing even his humble apology. Qi Wenwu's complexion instantly drained of color, cold sweat trickling down his corpulent, greasy face, each drop falling to the ground like rain. Meng Bao and Guai Bao instinctively took a step back, their faces revealing unmasked disdain. At that moment, Qi Wenwu wished he could rewind time to when he first entered the room. Why had he spoken so hastily? Why had he divulged everything? I spoke too quickly. I tend to be rather candid, quite unlike a refined person like you, Mr. Gu. He attempted to deflect the situation with forced laughter. Little did he know that Gu Chan was resolute in his intent to dismantle him. Since Mr. Qi seems to have forgotten, allow me to help refresh your memory. Xiao Chun, please ask Jiang Fan to investigate if there are any areas in Mr. Qi's company that require assistance. Mrs. Qi finally grasped that her son had provoked a significant figure and realized the folly of her earlier actions. Disregarding her own dignity, she rushed forward to apologize. "Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize. You see, it was merely a childish scuffle, nothing of great consequence. Please, as a person of great stature, do not hold it against children. We will compensate you for anything you require. There's no need to escalate this matter, is there?" Qi Wenwu, upon hearing this, felt dizzy, nearly fainting from the absurdity. "Fool! If you cannot articulate properly, do not create chaos," he barked, pushing his wife aside, sweat pouring down him even faster, resembling a person pulled from water. "Mr. Gu, my wife lacks education and eloquence. Please do not take offense." Gu Chan did not grant him a single glance, his attention directed towards Teacher Wang, who clung to the doorframe to avoid collapsing to the floor. "Teacher Wang, I kindly request an explanation. First, during class hours, where were you? Second, how could you assert, without witnessing the entire incident, that it was my child who instigated the altercation? Third, your biased favoritism towards Qi and has caused psychological harm to my children. Who shall bear this responsibility?" His tone, seemingly interrogative, carried a weighty authority, each word grounded in reason and evidence. Every word that fell upon Teacher Wang's ears felt like a death knell, weighing so heavily upon him that he could scarcely lift his head. I was experiencing some stomach discomfort at the time and thought the children were all playing together, so I stepped out to use the restroom. Upon my return, I inquired with the other children, and they all claimed that your child was the one who instigated the altercation, which led me to bring them to the office and summon you and Qian's parents. Teacher Wang's voice dwindled to a whisper. The bias she exhibited stemmed from her belief that Meng Bao and Guai Bao were merely ordinary children who had leveraged connections to enroll, lacking the extensive network that Qian possessed. Moreover, There have been instances in the past where similar incidents occurred, yet her favoritism towards Qi and was not entirely unwarranted. After all, Madame Qi was adept at resolving matters gracefully, ensuring that the flames of conflict did not reach her. However, now she dared not voice her thoughts. She had never anticipated that a connection would enable her child to gain admission to the most prestigious and elite kindergarten in all of Yanjing, a realm she could not afford to offend. Gu Shen furrowed his brow. Even without Teacher Wang's admission, it was evident that she feared antagonizing Qi Wenwu, thus leading to her partiality towards Qian. He directed his frustration squarely at Director Liu. Director Liu, I expect your kindergarten to provide an explanation regarding this matter. Teachers who lack moral integrity severely undermine the mental well-being of the children. I propose either she be dismissed or your kindergarten cease operations. A teacher devoid of quality and concern for students, if allowed to remain, could endanger countless children. Furthermore, Qi and severe disruption of classroom order, forming cliques and bullying classmates. Do you intend for him to serve as a poster child for your institution? The situation is abundantly clear. You are well aware of who is at fault. Should I see those two within your premises again, I would not hesitate to advocate for a name change of this kindergarten to Gu. Upon hearing Gu Chen's vehement questioning of Teacher Wang, Qi Wenwu realized that this matter would not conclude amicably. The thought that the family business, cultivated over many years, might be jeopardized by this incident drained him of strength, and he slowly sank to the floor, leaning against the desk. It was only when Gu Shen demanded his son's expulsion from the kindergarten that Qi Wenwu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He attempted to plead with Gu Shen, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. After detailing his demands to Director Liu, Gu Shen instructed Xiao Chen to handle the aftermath, then took one child in each arm and exited the office, casting not a single glance back at those inside. Teacher Wang was in no better state than Qi Wenwu. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. It was over. After Gu Shen escorted the two children out of the office, he lifted them into his arms. He had never anticipated that such an incident would occur on their very first day, especially with Gu Bao, whom he had seen being pushed and thrown in the surveillance footage. Having fallen so hard, one cannot help but wonder if any harm has befallen the body. And the wounds adorning the cherubic face, marked by crimson streaks and the imprints of tiny nails, raise concerns about potential disfigurement. Not only is it difficult for oneself to account for such a situation, but the health of the two children is undoubtedly a matter of great significance. Noticing the persistent frown adorning Gu Chen's face, Meng Bao and Guai Bao exchanged glances, mistakenly believing their father to be angry. After all, it was likely that he had just arrived at the office when Teacher Wang summoned him back. Meng Bao was the first to speak. Father, I apologize. I did not intend to engage in a fight with them. I truly tried to restrain myself, but when he knocked my sister down, I lost control for a moment. Gu Shen, feeling the little one in his arms furrow her brow, sensing her innocent distress despite her apologetic words, felt a tightening sensation in his heart. Before he could respond, he heard the little girl speak again. Father, they said my brother attracted all the girls in class, which is why they came to confront him. He did not strike first. He was injured while protecting me. Could you please not be angry anymore? Chapter 27. An unexpected encounter at Jinghua Gate. Father knows. He is not angry with you. It is my fault for not protecting you well. Gu Shen marveled at how perceptive the two children were. Despite having endured grievances and injuries, they were more concerned about his feelings, carefully observing his expression, which tugged at his heartstrings. Let's first visit the hospital for a checkup, and then we can go home, shall we? Okay. The adorable duo, reassured that Gu Shen was indeed not upset, finally relaxed, their faces brightening with smiles, returning to their usual charming and innocent selves. The morning had passed amidst this commotion, and as Gu Shen exited with the children, it was nearly noon, the time for school to let out. Today marked the first day of a new term, and the little ones only attended half a day to acclimate to the school environment. At this moment, many parents, assistants, and nannies had gathered at the school gate, eagerly awaiting their children. A Ferrari convertible was parked in a spot near the entrance, where a strikingly beautiful girl with fair skin and an oval face sat inside. wearing sunglasses and idly staring into space. The luxurious car and its enchanting occupant drew the attention of many passers-by, some of whom recognized the vehicle's license plate. Hey, that's the car of Qin Luan, the heiress of the Qin group. Miss Qin? I heard she is not married. What's she doing at a kindergarten? Well, she may be single, but her brother is married, so she is probably here to pick up her niece and nephew. Indeed, Qin Luan was there to collect her niece, having just returned from abroad, still adjusting to the time difference. As her brother and sister-in-law were perpetually busy, she had taken it upon herself to pick up the children. Bored, she was leaning on the steering wheel, idly sucking on a lollipop when her gaze fell upon the school gate. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in her line of sight, holding two adorable children who looked around 4 or 5 years old, approaching the entrance with a serious expression. He seemed somewhat familiar. Removing her sunglasses, Qin Luan squinted to get a better look, just as the man noticed her gaze and turned to look back at her. Gu Shen, she gasped. Was it truly him? But what was he doing here, cradling two little ones? Momentarily stunned, she discarded her lollipop into a nearby trash bin, exited the car, and walked toward Gu Shen. It felt somewhat juvenile to meet him while still enjoying a lollipop. Gu Shen, she waved as she approached him. What brings you here? And who are these children? Seeing the two cherubic figures in Gu Shen's arms left Qin Luan somewhat bewildered. She had only been away for a few months. Surely he couldn't have children this age? But why did the little boy have a bruise on his face? Had he been in a fight? I heard Miss Qin was on vacation. Gu Shen countered with a question, diverting her attention. Yes, I just returned last night, and I haven't had a chance to rest yet. I came to pick up my niece. She attends kindergarten here. Oh, I see. What is the story behind the injuries on this child's face? Observing the adorable child whose beauty remains undiminished despite the visible wounds, Qin Luan found herself a bit perplexed. It's nothing. If you have no further matters, Miss Qin, I shall take my leave as I am pressed for time. Oh, very well. Until next time. Gu Shen, cradling both children, passed by Qin Luan's Ferrari. In his haste, he had neglected to switch cars, instructing Xiao Chun to drive the Maybach instead. Upon reaching the vehicle, Gu Shen suddenly recalled that the back seat lacked a safety seat, causing him some hesitation. Daddy, my sister and I are very well behaved. We won't fall from our seats. You can drive with peace of mind. The clever child sensed Gu Shen's apprehension and spoke up. Safety seats are designed for younger children, but he and his sister, in their maturity, would not be as restless as other little ones, thus rendering the safety seat unnecessary. After contemplating the child's words, Gu Shen, with no alternative, lifted both children into the car and set off towards the hospital where the paternity test had been conducted. Noticing that the children's injuries appeared minor, he refrained from notifying the hospital director in advance and proceeded directly with the children. In Jin City, Yangmi had just landed, and upon exiting the airport, she boarded the vehicle sent by the film crew to retrieve her. A morning spent traveling had left her somewhat fatigued, yet her thoughts were consumed by the two children. Once settled in the car, she took out her phone to send Gu Shen a message. Just before the plane landed, when she had connectivity, she had received a friend request from Gu Shen on WeChat, which she accepted. I have landed. How are the little ones? Given the presence of others, Yangmi refrained from calling Gu Shen directly. The fewer people who knew of her situation as an unwed mother, the better. After waiting a few minutes without a reply, assuming he was busy, she set her phone aside, leaned back in her seat, and closed her eyes to rest. Having gone to bed late the previous night and waking up early for the flight, coupled with her excitement over receiving a coveted script, she now felt utterly exhausted. At the moment Yangmi was messaging Gu Shen, he was walking toward the school gate with the two children in his arms. Hearing his phone ring from his pocket, he dismissed it in his urgency to reach the hospital, planning to check it upon arrival. However, he ended up forgetting entirely. Upon reaching the hospital, Gu Shen entered through the special passage. Since the last incident with reporters, this passage had remained unlocked, although security personnel had been stationed to prevent unauthorized access. Moreover, the passage was quite discreet, rarely sought out by anyone. He took the two children directly to the exclusive ward on the top floor, rang the bell to summon a nurse, and requested her assistance in treating the children's facial injuries. He then retrieved his phone to call the hospital director, asking for the orthopedic doctor to come to the top floor ward. The director, receiving the call, was filled with confusion. When did they arrive? Why was TI notified? Nevertheless, he promptly contacted the orthopedic department, summoning the recently emerged head of surgery to the office before heading upstairs with him. After ending the call, Gu Shen unlocked his phone and saw the message from Yangmi, his hand pausing in midair. He was at a loss for how to respond to her. It was only the first day since she had left, and both children had sustained injuries. Just yesterday, he had promised her that he would take good care of them. Yet now, on the very next day, such an unfortunate incident had occurred. After much contemplation, he resolved to be truthful and composed a message detailing the events from beginning to end. He even mentioned that he had instructed the principal to dismiss the teacher and Qian, and that he had taken the two little ones to the hospital for examinations. To alleviate her worries, he attached 2 photographs to the message as well. Yangmi sat in the car, initially intending to close her eyes for a brief rest, but unexpectedly dozed off. When she finally opened her eyes, the vehicle had already entered the underground parking. Grabbing her phone from the armrest, she immediately noticed a message from Gu Shen. She hurriedly unlocked her phone and clicked on the message. Her heart skipped a beat upon seeing the photos of the 2 children, particularly a close-up of the adorable little one. In a rush, she scrolled through the lengthy text. As the chauffeur finally found a parking space, she could hardly contain her urgency to exit the car. She pulled Suli along with her and took the elevator upstairs, eager to return to her room and call Gu Shen. Once she had swiped her card to enter the room, Yangmi barely set down her bag before dialing for a video call. Chapter 28. A pair of dragon and phoenix twins transfer to the class. The cotton swab, soaked in alcohol, glided back and forth over the wound for disinfection. Even though the petite nurse could ease her movements, the sharp sting proved too much for the little darling to endure. Gu Shen's gaze was fixed on the nurse as she tended to the injuries on the little one's face. Noticing the child grit her teeth in silence, sweat beads trickling down her forehead, he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. The ward was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the soft hissing of the child taking sharp breaths and the faint sound of the swab against skin. Suddenly, the phone rang, its sharp tone cutting through the stillness. Upon answering, Yangmi's anxious visage appeared on the screen. "How are the little ones? What about the darling? Let me see." Just as the little one finished disinfecting her wounds, she heard her mother's slightly tense inquiry, nearly succumbing to tears. Fortunately, her obedient sibling had already taken the phone, allowing her to catch her breath and hold back her tears before she stepped down from the bed to join her sister. "Mom, I'm fine. Just a few scratches. They're not deep." Their mother had just gone to work, and she couldn't let her tears fall in front of her, not wanting to cause her mother any worry. "Mom, it was my brother who got hurt protecting me, so please don't blame him." The obedient sibling, fearful that their mother would think her brother had instigated a fight upon seeing his injuries, hurried to explain on behalf of the little one. "Mom, really, it doesn't hurt anymore. Please don't worry about me. Mommy knows. Daddy has already informed me about what happened. Darling, you did very well." Upon reading the message from Gu Shen, Yangmi understood that her precious children were the ones who had been bullied, leaving her with a heart full of concern and tenderness. "You are a little princess, and I am proud that you stood up for your sister when she was in trouble. However, I hope you will only retaliate when it is safe for you to do so, as you are also my one-of-a-kind treasure. Do you understand?" "I understand, Mom." The little one replied with a serious nod. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Qin Luan watched Gu Shen drive away with the 2 children. Her heart filled with growing confusion. Are these 2 children his? But I haven't heard of him getting married. Besides, he usually has such an aloof demeanor, with no woman by his side. How could he possibly have such large children? If they truly are his, does that mean I have no chance? The thought left a crack in her otherwise composed expression. "No, I must go find the principal to understand the situation." In the principal's office, Principal Liu took a moment to gather his thoughts, the continuous shocks of the morning leaving him in a daze. A sudden knock at the door jolted him upright from his chair. He looked toward the entrance to see a finely dressed young woman standing there, and he breathed a sigh of relief, nearly having been startled to death, realizing it was not Gu Shen returning. Principal Liu felt a stir of irritation at the unexpected visitor. Yet he understood that any student who could enter this office likely came from a family of some standing, and he dared not offend her. "May I help you?" Maintaining a veneer of courtesy, Principal Lu found himself devoid of the inclination to greet anyone with enthusiasm. Hello, Principal Lu. I am the aunt of Qin Sini, and Qin Yefeng is my brother. Oh, Miss Qin, how may I assist you today? The principal inquired, somewhat perplexed by the presence of such distinguished visitors. I came to pick up my niece. I believe I just saw General Manager Gu leaving your office with 2 children in his arms. Qin Luwan, eager for answers, posed her question without hesitation. Principal Lu furrowed his brow, taken aback. Do you know General Manager Gu? Ah, yes. I merely wish to inquire about his connection to those 2 children. I have never seen him with children before, and am rather curious. Observing Qin Luwan's blend of eagerness and shyness, Principal Lu suddenly comprehended, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. This woman clearly harbored feelings for General Manager Gu. What if she divulged this information? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Principal Lu's demeanor shifted and his temper flared. I'm sorry, Miss Qin, but your inquiry pertains to the privacy of our students and their families, and I am unable to disclose such information. After contemplating, he felt a twinge of unease. He certainly did not want her to relay that he had given her any information. Miss Qin, I advise you against probing into matters that do not concern you. Before Qin Luwan could respond, the school bell rang, interrupting her thoughts, and Principal Lu promptly ushered her out. Miss Qin, it is now dismissal time. You should go and collect your niece. Please take care. Surprised by Principal Lu's brusque dismissal, Qin Luwan felt a surge of indignation, but was compelled to maintain her composure as she turned to leave. She felt humiliated, having gleaned no information, and was filled with discontent. Yet, she had no recourse but to swallow her frustration. Stomping out of the school gate, she slammed the car door shut with a resounding thud. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out an orange-flavored lollipop, unwrapped it, and savagely bit into it. Feeling her mood lift slightly as she leaned against the steering wheel, awaiting her niece's emergence. As Qin Sini exited with her little backpack, her eyes lit up upon spotting her aunt's conspicuous Ferrari, and she hurriedly dashed over. "Andy, you're back." In one fluid motion, she opened the door, climbed in, and shut it behind her. Peering eagerly at Qin Luwan, she blinked her large eyes in anticipation. "Yes, darling, how was school today?" Qin Luwan asked, producing another lollipop, unwrapping it, and offering it to her. Watching her niece's innocent and delightful smile instantly brightened her mood. "It was all right," Qin Sini exclaimed, as she received the strawberry-flavored treat, her favorite. With her eyes curving into crescent moons, she took the candy and planted kisses on both sides of Qin Luwan's face before finally popping the lollipop in her mouth. "Thank you, dear aunt. Today, a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, have transferred to our class." Twins. Qin Luwan instantly perked up, as it seemed that the little ones cradled in Gu Shen's arms were indeed the twins. And then, what happened next? Both of them are exceptionally handsome. However, the brother got into a scuffle with the boys in our class and was summoned to the office by the teacher, who called his parents. Qin Sini felt a pang of worry as she noticed the scratches marring the boy's face, concerned that he might be left with a scar, which would undoubtedly be a tragic waste of his ethereal beauty. A fight? What was the reason behind it? The gloom that had settled in Qin Sini's heart dissipated entirely, as she realized that the information she had struggled to uncover was so effortlessly revealed through her little niece. Chapter 29. Let Mu Duo return home. The allure of that exceptionally handsome boy captivated all the girls in our class, leaving no one to play with the boys. Consequently, the chubby Qi and ended up in a scuffle with him. Oh, and he even pushed his sister, causing her to fall. Later, they were summoned to the office by Teacher Wang, who never returned, nor did Qian. I remain unaware of the reasons behind this. Qin Sini, with a lollipop in her mouth, spun her eyes around, her youth belied by her perceptive thoughts. Why? Just because children are often oblivious to the intricate twists and turns of adult affairs does not imply that Qin Sini lacked understanding. With the man's cunning, was there truly any need for clarity? It is likely that the two would never again grace this kindergarten. Alas, it remains consistent in its harshness. Qin Luwan felt a surge of joy as she discerned from her niece's description that those were indeed the 2 children held in Gu Shen's embrace. "Sini dear, you must play with those twins in kindergarten. Do you understand?" "Why?" Qin Sini asked, somewhat bewildered, although she genuinely wished to play with them. Her aunt's words left her perplexed. Well, just ignore that. Simply enjoy your time with them, and I shall reward you later. Uncertain of how to further explain, Qin Luowan decided to let Cinny follow her instructions, as there was no harm in it. This way, she could seize the opportunity to get closer to Gu Shen. Regardless of whether he was secretly married with children or had other undisclosed matters, she was determined to uncover the truth. Oh, all right then. Qin Luowan donned her sunglasses and drove towards the Qin family villa. At Gu's hospital, the director called for the head of orthopedics, but soon felt it was inadequate. He swiftly gathered elite doctors from various departments, directing them to the top floor ward. Meng Bao and Guai Bao had just concluded a call with Yangmi. After settling their luggage at the hotel and confirming that the two little ones were not in any serious trouble, she felt a sense of relief. The filming schedule was tight. Yangmi was practically joining the crew midway, sacrificing her rest and heading directly to the studio with Suli. Upon returning the phone to Gu Shen, the two children had just settled back on the bed when they were astonished by the sudden entry of the director accompanied by a throng of doctors. Not only the two little ones, but Gu Shen, who had just finished tidying up the disinfected cotton balls and supplies, was equally startled by the arrival of at least 20 medical professionals. The director exclaimed, "Weren't they injured? What is this?" Observing the wounds on Meng Bao's face, already disinfected and bandaged, the director and the accompanying doctors fell into a momentary silence. "What are you standing there for? Hurry inside and conduct the examination." "Oh yes," Dr. Liang quickly assessed the situation. Though it was merely a scrape, the director dared not be negligent. After all, his stability in this position depended entirely on Gu Chen's disposition. The doctors conducted a thorough examination of the two children, confirming that no additional injuries were present, before delivering the conclusion to the director. Observing the succession of doctors entering for examinations, the two children exchanged glances, sensing each other's unspoken confusion. Why do these doctors differ from the uncle and aunt brought by the director last time? Have they changed? Once all the examinations concluded, Gu Shen finally felt a sense of relief as he escorted the numerous doctors out and returned to the ward. The two children, having been restless all morning, were now weary and had nestled under the covers by the time Gu Shen returned. Noticing that it was past noon and they had yet to eat, Gu Shen took out his phone to message Xiao Chun, requesting a light meal be brought over. The children watched their father intently as he typed, silently communicating through their eyes. The obedient child said, "Brother, should we ask Dad?" The adorable one replied, "Should we inquire?" The obedient child insisted, "You ask." The adorable one agreed, "All right. Dad, the uncles and aunts who just examined us seem different from last time. Is something wrong?" Gu Shen, hearing the adorable child call him, lifted his head. Upon understanding the question, a shadow flickered across his gaze, quickly dissipating. They must have been busy and didn't come over just now. After a pause, he continued, "You two should rest for a while. I'll have Uncle Chun bring lunch." "Okay." The adorable child realized their father was deliberately diverting the topic to shield them from the truth and refrained from further questioning. Searching for a children's story on his phone, Gu Shen read a passage to the two, soothing them into slumber. Listening to their gradually steady breathing, he lowered his voice, ceasing the storytelling. He gazed at the adorable child's face adorned with a cute bandage for a moment, pondering the earlier question with a somewhat grave expression. He had not anticipated the children would be so perceptive. Indeed, there had been changes among the hospital staff. Since the last incident when they were photographed, he had sensed something amiss. Those reporters, even if they had gleaned information online, would not have arrived at the hospital so swiftly, cornering them upstairs. Thus, he had asked Xiao Chun to discreetly investigate the hospital personnel, discovering that there was indeed a mole among the doctors, necessitating a thorough purge of the entire establishment. Now, the hospital was entirely under his control. The ward was eerily quiet. After observing the two children for a while, Gu Shen rose and quietly exited the room. Just as Xiao Chun emerged from the elevator carrying porridge and light dishes, he encountered his boss exiting the ward. He was about to greet him when Gu Shen silenced him with a glance. Xiao Chun froze, wondering what was amiss. Could it be that reporters had learned of the situation again? His life would be in jeopardy. Keep watch at the door while they sleep. Don't let any unruly individuals enter. I need to discuss something with the director. Understood, boss. As Xiao Chun stood lost in thought, He suddenly registered his boss's deliberately lowered voice, realizing it was not his own mistake, and he instantly relaxed. In the director's office, Gu Shen inquired, "Where's Mu Duo now?" "He is still in the United States. You sent him there for further studies years ago, and he has yet to return. It has been long enough. He should come back. The Gu family has supported him for so many years. It is time for him to repay that kindness." "Indeed, I shall convey your message to him." The dean assented, yet his thoughts diverged from his words. What a remarkable medical prodigy to have been banished to America by a mere remark. He had once felt a pang of sorrow over the matter. The root of this predicament lies in your disdain for his presence here, prompting you to send him abroad for further studies. Now, when you find him of use, you wish to summon him back at your whim? What if he is reluctant to return? Can he be compelled against his will? Gu Shen, blissfully unaware of these inner musings, nodded gently at the dean's agreement and returned to the ward to care for the two children. As the sun traversed its zenith, descending towards the western horizon, the afternoon light at 2 o'clock filtered through the verdant plants on the windowsill, casting reflections upon the pristine white walls. Time felt warm and beautiful. The two children enjoyed a full hour of slumber before awakening in succession. "Daddy, hold me." The little girl's voice, still laced with sleepiness and a hint of nasal tone, was utterly irresistible to Gu Shen. He scooped her soft, petite form from the covers, cradling her in his arms while gently patting her back in a soothing manner. "Are you hungry? Shall we have a bite to eat?" Observing the adorable little one rubbing her eyes and yawning, Gu Shen felt that this tranquil passage of time was a simple yet profound joy. All right then. Chapter 30. This sister is beyond redemption. After ensuring that his two precious ones had a nourishing lunch, Gu Shen himself partook in a modest meal, though he found the flavors lacking. Dissatisfied with the midday fare, he resolved to personally prepare a nutritious dinner for the children that evening. Having spent the afternoon under medical observation, Meng Bao and Guai Bao were finally cleared by the doctor after a thorough examination and were thus escorted home by Gu Shen. During his previous breakfast endeavor, Gu Shen had discovered a dearth of ingredients in the refrigerator, likely due to Yang Mi's last-minute cooking efforts. He navigated to the nearest large supermarket, driving the children to procure the necessary provisions. Taking a shopping cart, he placed Guai Bao inside. While holding Meng Bao's hand with the other, the trio made their way into the underground market. The strikingly attractive father and child duo drew curious glances from passers-by, many of whom marveled at the sight of such a handsome man tending to children, especially while shopping. Excited whispers among young women filled the air as they exchanged glances and smiles. Gu Shen, holding Meng Bao's hand, inquired what the children wished to eat. Guai Bao, invigorated by the thought of food, began swinging her legs in the cart, eagerly listing a multitude of dishes: sot ed prawns, peppery ribs, kung pao chicken, cola chicken wings, hamburgers, steak, fries, and pizza. "Daddy, I want to eat so many things," she exclaimed, while Meng Bao observed with a complex expression. "I asked you to choose dishes, not to make wishes." Gu Shen chuckled softly at Guai Bao, who was deep in thought, counting on her fingers. "All right, as long as my little ones desire it. Daddy will cook for you. However, we cannot indulge in everything at once today. It is essential to balance our meals. Guai Bao, could you select some vegetables as well?" Upon reviewing her list, Gu Shen noted a glaring absence of greens. After all, being picky with food is not a commendable habit. "Okay then, I choose cola chicken wings and some stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Let us allow brother and daddy to pick a few more." Ultimately, their menu was established. Meng Bao as corn with pine nuts, Guai Bao as cola chicken wings, stir-fried vegetables, and Gu Shen added sot ed prawns and stir-fried asparagus to the mix. With the ingredients selected, he also chose some additive-free snacks for the children before guiding Guai Bao and Meng Bao to the self-checkout to settle the bill and drive home. The supermarket was a bit distant, and the children soon succumbed to slumber in the car. Just then, Yang Mi called. She had arrived at the hotel that morning and immediately headed to the film set, neglecting to eat lunch in her immersion in work, though she did not feel hunger. Having just completed a scene, she seized the opportunity during a break to call Gu Shen, feeling a pang of longing for her two little ones, especially after the events of the morning that had left her somewhat concerned. As Gu Shen drove, he glanced at the video interface, and upon seeing Yang Mi's name, connected his headphones to answer the call. "Are you on break?" His deep, resonant voice came through the receiver, causing Yang Mi's cheeks to flush slightly. She still bore the makeup from the shoot. Although a supporting character, her role was substantial, and she had just completed a scene opposite the lead actor. The woman on the screen, subtly adorned, appeared somewhat different from the last time they had met during their early morning collaboration discussions. The production team styled her as a vibrant college student, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, with wispy bangs framing her face, almond-shaped eyes, and cherry-red lips. Her subtle eyeliner extended gracefully, adding a playful charm to her appearance. Dressed in student attire, she embodied the essence of a genuine university student, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Gu Shen found himself stealing glances at her during the brief pauses at red lights, captivated by her presence. Having just finished filming a scene, he inquired, "Is Meng Bao asleep?" From the deliberately lowered tone of his voice, she could surmise the answer. "Yes. We bought groceries at the supermarket earlier. He must have worn himself out and fallen asleep in the car." "Oh, you must be exhausted," Yang Mi said, feeling a touch of awkwardness in their solitary interaction. She often felt a bit uneasy around Gu Shen, uncertain of what to say. "It's nothing. I had 2 checkups at the hospital this afternoon. The doctor assured me everything is fine. Meng Bao only has some minor abrasions, and Guai Bao is doing well, so don't worry." "All right." A brief silence ensued as Yang Mi hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue another topic. Just then, she heard the stage manager calling for her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll get back to work now. I'll call the little ones later tonight." "Okay." After hanging up, Gu Shen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that she seemed quite fatigued. As another red light appeared, he gazed at the countdown of over 100 seconds and picked up his phone to message Jiang Fan. "Is the crew very busy?" Jiang Fan was in the office organizing documents for the boss to sign. Upon hearing the distinct notification sound for the boss's messages, he picked up his phone, bewildered. Not necessarily." "What's up, boss?" After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a response from Gu Shen, Jiang Fan was left perplexed. His boss had been acting rather unusual lately. Gu Shen pondered Jiang Fan's reply for a long moment, only to be jolted back to reality by the honking of the car behind him. He set his phone down, and as the vehicle entered the community and parked beneath the apartment building, he gently roused the 2 children from their slumber and ascended the stairs with a bag of groceries. The children were remarkably well-behaved, assisting him in the kitchen as he prepared dinner, neither leaving him to work alone nor retreating to play elsewhere. Gu Shen noticed their orderly conduct, implying they were accustomed to helping out. He felt a pang of sympathy. Their maturity astonished him, leaving him to wonder what experiences had shaped them to be so understanding at such a tender age. At 7 in the evening, after dinner, Gu Shen played with the 2 children in their playroom. The absence of Yang Mi rendered the living room somewhat desolate, and he found himself struggling to adjust after managing paperwork for a while. Moving to the playroom with his laptop, he observed a shift in the children's demeanor. They lacked their usual liveliness. He hesitated, contemplating whether to call Yang Mi. Earlier, when she had called, the children were asleep, and she had been too busy to disturb them. However, given the circumstances, the children might be yearning for their mother's comfort. Gu Shen felt uncertain. He feared that calling her directly might interrupt her work. Just as he was deliberating, Yang Mi's call came through unexpectedly, prompting him to answer promptly. "Have you had dinner?" The setting should be a hotel room, and the delicate, pale face that appeared on the screen has long since lost the makeup from the afternoon. Gu Shen speculated that she must have had dinner by this time. Yet to his surprise, she shook her head. "Not yet. I just returned, removed my makeup, and took a shower. What are the little ones up to?" Gu Shen furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he turned his phone to face the 2 children playing with building blocks on the carpet. The adorable and well-behaved ones had already looked up upon hearing Yang Mi's voice, and at that moment, upon seeing her on the video, their eyes sparkled with joy. "Mommy! Mama!" Chapter 31. "I dislike this place, my dearest little ones. Do you miss Mommy?" Yang Mi gazed at the 2 smiling faces of her children, and in an instant, the fatigue of a long day melted away. Seeing that the children were in good spirits alleviated her worries. "Come here, my darling," she beckoned. "Mommy, I miss you so much." The little one recalled the events of the day at school and felt a pang of grievance at the thought of Mommy's absence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mommy misses you and your sister too. I am so sorry, my love, for not being there with you during this time. A wave of guilt washed over Yangmi. She knew her children needed comfort the most, yet she was too far away to return immediately. The atmosphere grew somber, and Yangmi pondered what she could do to uplift her children's spirits. It's all right, Mommy. Dad looked so handsome today. You should have seen him. Yes, Mommy. Dad was like a superhero today. The little ones, sensing Yangmi's uncertainty, took the initiative to reassure her. Hearing this, Gu Shen couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had made a favorable impression on the children. Is that so? Pray, tell me more. Yangmi's interest peaked as she shifted position on her bed, propping her phone against the headboard, a smile gracing her face. When the teacher called for parents, my brother, and I thought it would be Uncle Chin coming. At that moment, she and his mother nearly struck my brother, but Dad kicked the door in. He was so cool. The little one spoke in a sweet, melodious tone, recounting the story with clarity while complimenting Gu Shen, listening to the admiration and pride in her voice. Gu Shen felt a soft spot in his heart touched as he watched the little girl animatedly narrate the day's events. In the few days he had spent with the children, they had continuously surprised him with their charm. Did they really want to hit your brother? How outrageous! What happened next? Though Yangmi felt a surge of anger at the thought of another parent wanting to strike a child, she was relieved that nothing had truly harmed the little one, allowing her to suppress her frustration and inquire about what transpired afterward. Her schedule had been too tight earlier, and while on set, she couldn't let anyone know she was on a call with her children. So she had only received a brief account from Gu Shen and was unaware of the full story. Now, hearing her children speak of it, she craved more details. Later, Dad had Uncle Chan bring in the principal, and Uncle Jiang Fan even sent over the surveillance footage. So everyone knew I didn't T-strike first. The little one continued the tale, seamlessly picking up where her sister left off. Honestly, I really admire Dad. Then Dad declared that such an unprofessional teacher should not be allowed in the kindergarten again and instructed the principal to dismiss both the teacher and Qian. That's right, Dad said. If I see either of them in the kindergarten again, I wouldn't mind having this school changed to the Gu surname. The little one stood up, mimicking Gu Chen's tone, hands on her hips, and repeated his words. Yangmi and Gu Shen, on either side of the call, couldn't help but chuckle at the little one's antics, while the younger sibling lowered her head in amusement. What a delightful sight! He handed the phone to the little one, granting the mother and her two children a moment of solitude. Gu Shen, clutching his notebook, exited the children's room. The dim glow of the nightlight infused a touch of warmth into the desolate living room. Gu Shen settled onto the sofa, gazing at the greenery atop the television cabinet, lost in thought before leaning forward to power on the laptop on the coffee table. He opened the WeChat dialogue, located Jiang Fan, and instructed him to gather some local delicacies from Jin City. Find some restaurants with good Jin City cuisine and make a reservation for two. Check the address of Miss Yang's hotel and contact manager, Sue, to pick it up. Understood, boss. I'll take care of it right away. Upon receiving the messages, Jiang Fan felt somewhat perplexed. When did his boss become so considerate, even inquiring about others' meals? And as for Miss Yang, he was astonished that he was also expected to bring something for the manager. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan reached out to several classmates who had been working in Jin City for years, asking them to compile a list of snacks and restaurants. He selected a few exquisite dishes and arranged for a courier to deliver them to Su Li. Li Jia, our boss asked me to prepare some dinner, which I will send over to you and Miss Yang shortly. Please remember to receive it. After notifying Su Li, Jiang Fan returned to the company's affairs. Who understands him? He was the only one left in the office. No, he needed to pull Jiang Cheng back. After sending the messages to Jiang Fan, Gu Shen estimated the time was right and returned to the children's room. Mommy, I don't want to stay at this kindergarten. I don't like it here. Before he reached the door, Gu Shen could hear his little one's hesitant and somewhat pitiful voice from inside. Mommy, how about we go back to our old kindergarten with my sister? The little one's spirits were evidently low. Both Yangmi and Gu Shen understood that such young children, having undergone such experiences, might display happiness outwardly, yet their hearts would inevitably harbor sadness and grievance. However, Yangmi believed that such setbacks could teach the children resilience, so she decided to listen to their reasons first. Why is that, my dears? because the classmates and teachers here don't seem very welcoming to me and my brother, seeing the two little ones sitting there, fiddling with their fingers and looking somewhat gloomy. Yang felt her heart ache. When had she ever witnessed her children speak so cautiously? Aware that today's events had wounded their hearts, she also recognized that such occurrences would not be frequent, especially since Gu Shen's commanding presence had already intimidated the school's teachers and leaders. What she needed to do now was to guide the children, ensuring they did not carry psychological scars or undue stress. This presented a valuable opportunity to teach them to view situations from different perspectives. Darling ones, Mommy has a question for you. Upon hearing Yangmi's words, the two little ones widened their eyes in curiosity. Today, at kindergarten, did many little girls want to join you and play games with you? The two little treasures pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, Mom. It started with just one, and then they all came looking for me and my sister. Indeed, their willingness to play with you indicates a desire to join your circle and get to know you better. However, some boys might feel neglected. What if you and your sister took the initiative to reach out to them? Might that not change the situation? Therefore, consider this from a different perspective. Would you still believe that the other children dislike you? Suddenly, the clever and adorable siblings grasped the insight, and a smile finally graced their faces. Got it, Mom. My sister and I will go to school tomorrow, and I will build good relationships with the other kids. You can count on me. All right, my dear, I have faith in you. Chapter 32. Father, are we not brave? Upon hearing this, Gu Shen's lips curled into a smile as he pushed the door open. The two children, noticing Gu Shen's entrance, exchanged mischievous grins. Mommy, Daddy's here. You two can chat for a while, they chimed. Yang, seeing the two little ones vanish from the camera's view, experienced a momentary lapse in her thoughts. Huh? As she beheld the man clad in a bespoke suit, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, exuding an air of refined elegance, Yang found herself momentarily entranced. How could this man be so extraordinarily handsome? I never expected you to be so adept at educating the children, Gu Shen remarked, observing Yang slightly flushed cheeks on camera, sensing an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. Is something wrong? Have you caught a chill? Huh? Oh, no. It's just that the little darlings are so understanding. They've saved me quite a bit of trouble, Yang replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for silently chastising herself for her lack of composure. Thank you for today. You resolved such a significant issue. Not at all. After all, Meng Bao and Guai Bao are my children too. This is my duty as a father, Gu Shen responded, hearing the word thank you once more from Yang, feeling a touch of bewilderment at her formality. You need not keep thanking me. It is I who owes you and the children. Ah, okay. A brief silence enveloped them, both unsure of what to say in this face-to-face interaction, especially over video. Is the production team particularly busy? You seem to be in a rush. Gu Shen recalled someone calling her during their phone conversation earlier that afternoon, noting she hadn't eaten yet at such a late hour. Not really. Today is merely the first day, and since I joined the crew midway, we need to reshoot some scenes. Things will ease up in a few days. Yang was indeed feeling fatigued, but there was little room for weakness on her first day. She wanted to impress the director and producers with her dedication. Thus, she had rushed directly to the set after landing, spending an hour on makeup and then immersing herself in filming, neglecting both lunch and dinner. Yet, her complete focus on work made her forget the pangs of hunger, though the weariness in her body was undeniable. Earlier, I had someone deliver some local delicacies for you and Li Jie. I figured you wouldn't have the time to experience them yourself. I consulted with a friend over there and picked out a few items for you, Gu Shen informed her. Make sure to eat before you sleep. Otherwise, you might have an upset stomach in the middle of the night. Yang felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Aside from her two little treasures, no one had shown concern for her well-being or comfort over the past few years. Gu Shen was the first. Sniffling slightly, she returned his sentiment with a gentle smile. All right, I still need to confirm some details with Li Jie, so I'll take my leave now. Remind Guai Bao and Meng Bao to sleep early, and you should rest as well. Good night. Good night. As the call ended, Gu Shen found himself enveloped in the warmth of Yang recent smile, her fair visage adorned with enchanting dimples, rendering her utterly charming. Guai Bao, resembling her, also possessed those delightful dimples, and the little girl's infectious laughter was gradually melting his heart. He called back the two children who were playing hide-and-seek in the living room. And Gu Shen took care of their teeth brushing and face washing before tucking them into bed. The bedtime story routine had become second nature to him. Seeing the two little ones nestled in their respective beds, he selected a storybook from the small shelf and began to read. The following morning, the little treasures woke up without Gu Shen's prompting, eagerly rising to wash up. Hand in hand, they made their way to the dining room, sitting patiently for breakfast. Their adorable demeanor melted Gu Shen's heart in an instant. Watching his little ones each day lifted his spirits considerably, rendering him less cold than before. Driving the unassuming black Audi, Gu Shen dropped the children off at the kindergarten entrance, opening the car door for them and lifting them down. Just before entering the school, the little boys suddenly turned and ran back to him, looking up with sparkling eyes filled with hope. "Daddy, are we very brave?" Kneeling down, Gu Shen embraced the two, kissing each one before replying, "Of course, both you and your sister are the bravest little ones, and a source of pride for your parents." The little boy smiled, taking his sister's hand, and solemnly promised, "Daddy, don't worry, I will protect my sister and won't let anyone bully her. Goodbye, Daddy. See you tonight." Watching the two small figures scamper into the school, Gu Shen smiled and drove away. Hand in hand, the little treasures walked toward their classroom, both feeling a hint of nervousness. "Brother, do you think the other kids will reject us?" The little girl asked with a furrowed brow, her heart filled with trepidation. "Surely not. Let's go in and see. I will protect you, okay?" Though the little boy also felt uncertain, he knew as the older brother, it was his duty to safeguard his sister. Moreover, just the day before, he had been praised by their parents as the bravest child, filling him with resolve. As they entered the classroom, their anxiety peaked upon seeing the other children, yet neither faltered. For a brief moment, there was silence in the room, which was soon broken by enthusiastic cheers. "Welcome back to our class. We were worried you wouldn't come." "Yes, yes. We missed you." The two little ones, witnessing their classmates rushing towards them, finally felt their tension dissipate, noticing the boys who had bullied him the previous day hiding at the back. Gu Shen pondered for a moment and then approached them. "Hello, I am Meng Bao, and this is my sister Guai Bao. Can we be friends?" The other children, initially tense at his approach for fear of retribution, were taken aback when he extended his hand. Overcome with emotion, they all rushed forward to embrace Meng Bao. The little darling was momentarily taken aback by the sudden embrace, his hands suspended in the air, unsure of where to place them. However, he did not resist and found himself pleasantly surprised by the thought of having friends to play with. Later, as a group of children gathered to chat, the little darling learned that they too had been tormented by Qi-en and had been too afraid to stand up for themselves. They acknowledged their wrongdoings, yet felt powerless at the time. The little darling generously forgave them, assuring them that he bore no ill will and had nothing to hold against them. Consequently, the group of children resumed their playful camaraderie. A new teacher, Mr. Xiao, joined the class, and he was very kind, engaging the children in games and mingling with them, in stark contrast to the previous teacher, Mr. Wang, who always wore a stern expression. The children greatly admired their new teacher. Chapter 33. Attending the banquet with two treasures. Thus, a month passed, during which Meng Bao and Guai Bao adjusted to their life in kindergarten, forming numerous new friendships. Yang Mi observed the emotional changes in her two children and found herself less worried than at the beginning. She could discern that Gu Shen was taking excellent care of them, matching her own efforts when she was present. This deepened her gratitude towards him, and she resolved to bring back gifts for both him and the children from Jin City once her filming concluded. In her spare time, she often called her precious little ones. Occasionally, Gu Shen would be nearby, engaging in brief conversation, inquiring about her work and whether she experienced any unhappiness in her life. However, most of the time, he would hand the phone over to the children, allowing them private moments together. Yang Mi understood that he was being considerate to spare her any awkwardness, which touched her heart. On the weekend, Gu Shen awoke the two treasures early, asking Jiang Fan to deliver the bespoke outfits crafted for them a few days prior with Cindy. That evening, they were to attend the Zhou family banquet, and it was a perfect opportunity for the children to make an appearance. He would never admit that part of his motivation stemmed from his college roommate's early marriage and flourishing family life, often showcasing his children and happiness on social media, thereby subtly contrasting Gu Shen's own situation. Zhou Jiran, Gu Shen's university roommate, was the scion of the esteemed Zhou family in Yanjing, currently assisting his father, Zhou Jinghua, in managing the Zhou group's myriad affairs. During their university days, they had collaborated successfully, with Gu Shen providing strategic insights, while Zhou Jiran brought connections and resources. Under Gu Shen's mentorship, Zhou Jiran swiftly ascended, achieving remarkable success through his own endeavors. Presently, the Zhou group maintained numerous collaborations with the Gu family, fostering mutual benefits that had even helped Zhou Jiran's company regain its stature on Yanjing's elite wealth rankings, thanks to Gu Shen's strategic planning. In this light, it could be said that Gu Shen and the Gu family were benefactors to the Zhou family. Zhou Jiran was a commendable individual, and the Zhou family upheld high moral standards, which made Gu Shen generally willing to extend them courtesy. However, this time, he intended to take his two treasures along, which prompted him to request Cindy to expedite the creation of their outfits, delivered today by Jiang Fan. Meng Bao donned a sharp little suit complete with a bow tie, while Guai Bao was dressed in a pristine, diamond-embellished princess gown, crowned with a delicate tiara hairpin, truly a little princess. Cindy occasionally visited to check on the two little darlings, measuring their sizes as children grow rapidly, and she wished to ensure a perfect fit. Fortunately, the outfits suited them well, and Gu Shen, satisfied with their appearance, chose a suit of a similar style to Meng Bao's, complemented by a black tie adorned with subtle patterns, and together they stepped out, departing at 5:30 in the afternoon. They arrived at the venue shortly after 6. Gu Shen held one child's hand, with Jiang Fan trailing behind, as they strode into the grand hall. The two treasures had inherited all the admirable traits from Yang Mi and Gu Shen, their attractiveness undeniable. Dressed in a manner reminiscent of the aristocracy, the two children made their entrance alongside Gu Shen, a titan of the business world, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "Wow, whose children are these? Their looks are simply stunning," murmured onlookers. "Have you not noticed Gu Shen standing between them? But isn't he unmarried? Where did these two children come from? With such strikingly beautiful kids, I might just faint from joy." Zhou Jiran, upon seeing Gu Shen with the two children at the entrance, was filled with perplexity. When did he get married? He hadn't received any news. After dismissing the company executives who approached him for conversation, he sidled up to Gu Shen and whispered, "Are these two your illegitimate children?" A sharp glare from Gu Shen silenced Zhou Jiran. He feared that a single misstep could lead to the downfall of his company. Given his understanding of Gu Shen, he knew this man was entirely capable of such a feat as the two men discussed business matters. Jiang Fan busied himself with the children, who were happily indulging in treats. "Sweetheart, Uncle Jiang, I want to eat that strawberry cake." "Adorable one. Uncle, I want some water." Jiang Fan, overwhelmed yet thoroughly delighted, had not anticipated that the children, usually shy around him, would engage so openly. Qin Luan arrived early at the banquet hall with her niece, eager to see Gu Shen, knowing he would be present. Her brother and sister-in-law were preoccupied with other commitments and had sent her to accompany Qin Sini. Now, seeing Gu Shen arrive with two children, her teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. Though Qin Sini had gotten along well with the two children at kindergarten, she had gleaned none of the information that Qin Luan sought. She did not expect a mere child to divulge secrets. Originally, she intended to clarify matters with Gu Shen during the banquet, but his arrival with the children thwarted her plans. Was he not concerned about the gossip that might ensue? Today, she was determined to make those two children face some hardship. Finding her close friend, she took her niece to a quieter corridor, intending to enlist her friend's help. "Is this feasible, Wan? I've heard Gu Shen is notoriously aloof. Don't put yourself in a difficult position." "It's all right, Xiao. I made up my mind. You need not do anything else. Just pretend to have an emergency and take Jiang Fan away. Even if the truth comes to light later, it won't concern you." Qin Luan believed she had devised a flawless plan, her mind consumed with execution, oblivious to the potential consequences of being discovered by Gu Shen. Seeing Qin Luan's resolute determination, Jiang Xiao reluctantly agreed. "All right then, just be careful. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. Returning to the main hall with her niece, Qin Luan approached Gu Shen, holding a glass of juice. "Mr. Gu, long time no see. Miss Qin, what brings you here?" Gu Shen frowned. This woman always sought him out, and it was beginning to wear on his nerves. Regarding the previously unresolved collaboration between the Qin and Gu families, my elder brother specifically instructed me to discuss the matter further with General Manager Gu. I wonder if General Manager Gu could kindly spare some time for this conversation. Qin Luan performed exceptionally well, leaving no trace of flaw. Gu Shen was led to believe that she was indeed sent by the eldest son of the Qin family. He was aware of their prior collaboration, and it struck him as rather unfortunate to decline the opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to her request. "Then, General Manager Gu, shall we find a quieter place to converse?" Gu Shen followed Qin Luan to the outdoor garden. Before departing, he instructed Jiang Fan to keep the two children close at hand, ensuring they were constantly supervised. Qin Luan also called upon Qin Xin to join the children in their play. Jiang Fan found himself somewhat overwhelmed as he managed the three youngsters. However, the little darling occasionally assisted him in looking after the obedient child, which alleviated some of his burden. Being classmates, the three children quickly engaged in joyful play, much to the chagrin of Qian, who sat in a corner indulging in cake. He observed them with growing irritation. It was one thing for him to have taken the little girl at school, but now she was also attracting his attention at the banquet. With a fierce bite, Qian imagined the cake as the little darling, biting down with considerable force. At that moment, Jiang Xiao approached Jiang Fan, feigning an accidental collision, causing the red wine in her hand to spill onto both of them. Jiang Fan's eyes instantly turned cold, his gaze scrutinizing the woman before him. Chapter 34. Jiang Fan deceived. Jiang Fan stared at the conspicuous wine stains on his chest and trousers, glancing at the flustered woman before him. His expression a blend of intricate emotions. Was it a scam? It hardly seemed plausible. Who would feign an accident while appearing so guilt-ridden? Jiang Xiao, noticing his gaze, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. This was her first time deliberately orchestrating such a ruse. Had it not been for her close relationship with Qin Luan, she would never have consented to this. With a stiff demeanor, she pressed her nails into her palm, her voice trembling slightly. I'm so sorry. Would you allow me to accompany you to purchase a new outfit?" Jiang Fan, momentarily taken aback, raised his head to regard the woman whose hands seemed uncertain of their placement. Though irked internally, his cultivated demeanor and etiquette prevented him from being overly meticulous about such trifles. "It's quite all right. I can manage it myself shortly," he replied, instinctively glancing towards Meng Bao and Guai Bao. He felt a responsibility to watch over them. Otherwise, he would be uneasy. Jiang Xiao grew increasingly anxious. Her mission was to lure Jiang Fan away, but if he persistently refused to depart, Qin Luan would undoubtedly be displeased with her. Despite knowing that her actions were misguided, and feeling a tinge of fear and the urge to flee, she had promised Qin Luan and could only grit her teeth and persevere. Drawing a pre-prepared tissue from her bag, Jiang Xiao steeled herself, dabbing it against Jiang Fan's clothes. "Let me assist you with that. You must consider my reputation." She was resolute. She had to deceive him into leaving, even if only for a brief moment, so that she would have something to report back to Wanwan later. "Wait. No, please," Jiang Fan exclaimed, stepping back in alarm, drawing the curious gazes of the two children. "Since you are unwilling to let me compensate you for your clothing, I shall help you clean it. Please don't. There are so many people watching." Jiang Fan felt overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend why this young lady was so insistent. "Then, let me accompany you to the restroom to sort this out. Surely, this must be uncomfortable for you." Jiang Fan hesitated. Her assertion was indeed valid. Having damp fabric clinging to one's body was certainly unpleasant. However, what troubled him more was her brazen disregard for the situation. Moreover, he was explicitly instructed to watch over the two children, and he could not bear the responsibility should anything unforeseen occur while he was away. Meng Bao and Guai Bao quickly noticed the commotion surrounding Jiang Fan, and upon seeing his distressed expression, Meng Bao took the initiative. "Uncle Jiang Fan, you go ahead. I could take care of my sister." But Jiang Fan remained apprehensive, unable to articulate why he felt something was amiss. There's nothing to worry about. Just a quick cleanup. We will wait right here for you, and we won't wander off, Meng Bao assured him. Yes, yes, Uncle Jiang Fan, rest easy. My brother and I will stay right here, Guai Bao chimed in at the opportune moment. Very well then, you two stay put. Uncle will return shortly. Jiang Fan, upon hearing the children's remarks, contemplated that it wouldn't take long, provided he acted swiftly. Furthermore, with such a multitude present in the banquet hall, it seemed unlikely that any chaos would ensue, so he consented. After all, the dampness in certain areas was rather awkward, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of parading around the hall in his current attire with the two children, fearing it might be somewhat disgraceful. I will take you to the restroom, he declared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly seized the opportunity to lead Jiang Fan in the direction of the lavatory. However, she took a circuitous route, feigning inability to find it, which deliberately delayed their progress. Jiang Fan, growing anxious, followed her as she meandered about, his tone becoming increasingly frosty. Miss, are you truly unable to find it? I feel as though we are merely going in circles. If you cannot recall the way, we might as well ask a server for directions. Jiang Xiaoxiao stiffened at his words, her stride becoming somewhat unnatural, and her speech faltering. We're almost there. Just ahead. Jiang Fan, observing her suddenly rigid posture, felt a flicker of doubt, sensing something amiss. Had his tone been too harsh, frightening her? With a sigh, he softened his voice, saying, All right, please do not be afraid. I am merely a bit anxious, not blaming you. Seeing the guide visibly relax, he assumed his deduction was correct and dismissed further thoughts. Softening his demeanor, Jiang Fan rubbed his nose, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Aside from Jiangsheng and work-related interactions, he had rarely engaged with women, and 2 decades of solitude had left him somewhat at a loss in this situation. It's all right, the fault lies with me, and I truly apologize. Jiang Xiaoxiao hastily apologized, momentarily unsure whether she was expressing regret for spilling wine on him or for deceiving him. Meanwhile, Meng Bao and Guai Bao had remained seated on the sofa in the lounge area, indulging in the small cakes and drinks Jiang Fan had previously provided. Qi, trailing behind his parents, observed Qi Wenwu and Madame Qi engaged in discussions with other company executives regarding a collaboration. Feeling a bit bored, he discreetly scanned his surroundings. Upon seeing the twin siblings leisurely swinging their legs while savoring their pastries on the sofa, his cheeks flushed with anger. A month prior, after being expelled from Jinghua kindergarten, Qian had returned home with his parents, only to receive a beating from Qi Wenwu, who chastised him for being unambitious and merely causing trouble. Qian dared not resist. Although his family had previously shielded him, this time no one dared to intervene with Qi Wenwu, who was evidently enraged. He attributed all his misfortunes and subsequent punishment to Meng Bao and Guai Bao, believing that if they had not transferred to Jinghua, he would not have endured such suffering. In that moment, seeing Meng Bao and Guai Bao contentedly seated, Qian's frustration boiled over. Noticing that his parents were preoccupied with their business dealings, he impulsively slipped over to where the twins sat. Guai Bao was happily pinching the little bow tie on Meng Bao's shirt, while cheerfully bringing a small cake to her mouth. The calves swung incessantly, and her entire being radiated joy. The small cake was flavored with orange, her absolute favorite. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of that insufferable chubby boy peering over, attempting to inch closer to her and her brother. The little darling momentarily paused her actions, and with her tiny hand, she playfully prodded her brother's bow tie before poking the chubby boy's shoulder. The boy was preoccupied with thoughts of not having called his mother today, feeling a twinge of longing for her, contemplating whether he should ask his father for his phone after the banquet to make a call. Unbeknownst to him, the furious Qi was advancing from behind, and, as the little one poked him, he felt a flicker of confusion. He looked up to see his sister staring anxiously at a spot behind him, instinctively glancing back. Brother, why is he here? It was possible that his father had also been invited by Uncle Zhou to the banquet. Oh, but he seems to be heading our way. No worries. Just ignore him. Father is still engaged in business discussions, and with so many adults around, he wouldn't dare cause trouble. However, the boy had evidently overestimated Qian's intellect. He never anticipated that Qian would have the audacity to confront him and his sister in such a public setting. Once Qian realized the two had noticed him, he abandoned his stealthy approach and boldly strode over. Placing his hands on his hips, he stood defiantly before the boy and his sister, glaring at them across the glass coffee table. When he observed that neither the boy nor his sister spared him a glance, engrossed in their conversation, Qian stomped his foot in an attempt to capture their attention. The guests present merely regarded the cluster of children gathered in the lounge area as a playful gathering, offering little additional scrutiny. The boy cast a sidelong glance at Qi and before returning his focus to feeding his sister the small cake. She had indulged in quite a bit of junk food today, and he was mindful not to let her overindulge in the evening. Qian, feeling utterly disregarded, flushed crimson with indignation. "Hey, what are you two doing here?" Chapter 35. The little one injured by the blow. Why should you care? At last, the little one spoke, her voice frigid and her expression darkening. Was this chubby boy devoid of intelligence? Had he not considered that if he could arrive, so could they? Qian found himself rendered speechless by her retort, his anger escalating to a boiling point. His gaze landed on a crystal beverage cup resting on the table, and in a fit of rage, he hurled it toward the little one. Qian Sinny, who had been observing the entire scene, was startled by his action and instinctively shielded her eyes with a shriek. The little one and her sister were utterly unprepared for Qian's audacity. As the cup hurtled toward them, the little one instinctively pushed her sister away, but was unable to evade fully, and the cup struck her on the forehead. For a fleeting moment, darkness enveloped her vision. She felt warm liquid trickling down her head, and her sight began to blur with a crimson hue. The pushed sister fell onto the sofa, momentarily dazed, but upon seeing her brother bleeding, she rushed over to embrace him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears and her emotions unraveling. "What have you done?" Qian, bewildered, stood frozen in place, his face ashen. He had acted impulsively, allowing his anger to cloud his judgment without contemplating the consequences. The force of a child's throw was not substantial, but the weight of the crystal cup was considerable. Even a glancing blow to the little one's forehead was enough to draw blood. Though it was not a severe injury, the little one was momentarily stunned. Regaining her senses, she shook her head and reached out to tug at her sister's sleeve to soothe her. Slowly, she rose from the sofa, blood oozing from her forehead as she fixed her gaze upon the trembling Qian. "The last incident was your fault, and now you come here to provoke us again?" "And no, I didn't Qian stammered, fear rendering him incapable of articulating a coherent sentence. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to such extremes. His intention had merely been to teach the siblings a lesson. "Did you not throw something at someone?" The sister, filled with indignation, attempted to charge at him with her tiny fists, only to be restrained by the little one. "How can anyone be so despicable?" she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling somewhat defeated as her brother held her back. Yet the little one understood that in such a scenario, if they resorted to violence, it would only invite trouble for their father. However, this did not imply that she was an easy target. This insufferable boy had provoked them time and again, and one day, retribution would surely follow. Her gaze turned frigid, piercing through Qian with a fierce intensity. Unaccustomed to such a confrontation, Qian was momentarily taken aback. Unable to contain his fear, he sank to the ground before quickly regaining his feet, his eyes reddening. This display of timidity left the displeased little one momentarily stunned. "Is this the extent of your courage?" The gathering in the banquet hall finally began to notice the commotion, slowly converging around them, whispers filling the air. Yet no one dared to approach. Upon realizing that the other party seemed to be intentionally stalling for time, Gu Shen's face began to subtly betray his growing impatience. Witnessing her reiterate her previous statement, he finally interjected with a tone that was far from amiable. "Miss Qin, I have grasped the situation. Please coordinate the subsequent matters with my assistant." Adjusting his suit as he stood, he was suddenly startled by a commotion emanating from the corridor. An unsettling thought fleeting through his mind. Ignoring Qin Luan, who was desperately attempting to retain him, he hastened towards the banquet hall. As Qin Luan watched Gu Shen's retreating figure, she stamped her foot in frustration and, with gritted teeth, pursued him. Approaching the hall, Gu Shen was met with the cacophony of the crowd, which only heightened his anxiety, prompting him to quicken his pace. The scene that unfolded before him caused his blood to rush, and an icy chill swept over him, his expression darkening ominously. "Make way," he commanded, and instantly, those surrounding him recoiled several meters back. Most attendees were from the younger generation of the circle and had never laid eyes on Gu Shen before, yet they were nonetheless intimidated by the formidable aura he exuded. Their exchanged glances spoke volumes, especially among the affluent young ladies, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue as they regarded him. Gu Shen, however, remained oblivious to their fascination, his gaze fixed on the two children encircled in the center, his heart squeezing with an overwhelming ache. The little one, Meng Bao, bore a bloodied forehead and clutched her head with one hand while gripping Gui Bao's hand with the other, standing defiantly against another child. Hidden from view by the crowd, he could only surmise the identity of the opposing child. Meng Bao and Gui Bao were never the troublemaking sort. They were clever and well-behaved, especially in a setting like this, where they would undoubtedly avoid instigating conflict. Where is Jiang Fan? Wasn't he supposed to keep an eye on the children? Where on earth has he disappeared to? A tempest of fury surged within Gu Shen as he rushed to the front of the two precious ones. "Meng Bao, are you all right?" His eyes fixated on the wound on Meng Bao's head, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. It was the first time Meng Bao and Gui Bao had witnessed their usually composed father in such a state of distress, prompting them to each take hold of one of his hands. A warm current flowed through Gu Shen as he looked down at them. Meng Bao gently shook her head and reassured him, "Daddy, I'm not seriously hurt. I'm fine for now. You needn't worry." Only then did Gu Shen feel a semblance of relief. He turned his gaze towards Qian, his eyes swirling with rage, emanating an intimidating presence. Qian, accustomed to being spoiled at home, had never encountered such a scene and was now sitting on the ground, trembling and unable to contain his wails. Meng Bao's gaze is terrifying, and so is that of the adult. Finally, Qi Wenwu and Madame Qi noticed the unusual commotion. Upon realizing their son was missing, a sense of dread washed over them. Parting the crowd, they beheld Qi and sobbing on the ground, and the gravity of the situation became painfully clear. Qi Wenwu's heart nearly faltered. This little rascal has caused trouble again. Haven't the lessons from a few days ago sufficed? Gu Shen merely stood there, holding the hands of two children, gazing at Qian, who was seated on the ground in silence. At that moment, when Qi's parents finally arrived, their demeanor was markedly ominous. Before Gu Shen could utter a word, Qi Wenwu abruptly seized Qian from the ground and began to strike him. His teeth clenched in fury. "You wretched child, are you here to cause trouble again?" Qi's mother stood frozen for a moment before rushing forward to shield her son, her eyes ablaze with anger as she glared at her husband. "Qi Wenwu, have you lost your mind? Qian is your own son. Do you wish to kill him?" Already in tears, Qian was momentarily stunned by his father's slap, his face smeared with snot and tears as he fearfully burrowed into his mother's embrace, utterly devoid of the earlier bravado, crying as he sought refuge. Qi Wenwu's heart ached as well. Despite his son's mischief, he could not bear to punish him too severely. The last time, even after being expelled from Jinghua, he had only given him a few slaps as a lesson. However, he understood that if he did not quell Gu Shen's anger before the man could speak, he risked losing his entire family fortune to Qi An's reckless behavior, compelling him to act decisively against his own son. The onlookers watched with mixed emotions, having anticipated a confrontation between the two parents, yet it was clear that Qi Wenwu was apprehensive of the man before him. Although it was evident that Qi Wenwu's actions were intended to salvage his family and career, the furious Qi mother had clearly lost her composure, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon her husband. Gu Shen observed the chaos with a cold gaze, remaining unmoved. Anyone who dared to harm his children should not expect to escape the consequences. He harbored a deep disdain for parents who resorted to corporal punishment and scorned such methods of upbringing. Yet those who provoked him would inevitably face retribution. He would never lay a hand on a child, but how Qi Wenwu chose to act was of no concern to him. Chapter 36. A reckoning for your entire family. As the quarrel between the Qi couple escalated in the hall, Gu Shen decisively intervened. "Mr. Qi," his voice, though not loud, exuded an undeniable authority, instantly halting their dispute. Cold sweat trickled down Qi Wenwu's forehead as he hurriedly approached Gu Shen, lowering his tone in a submissive apology. Mr. Gu, the child is still young and does not understand. Please do not hold it against him. We are willing to compensate. Any terms you require. Gu Chen's expression remained impassive. Compensation? Yes, medical expenses, emotional distress, whatever it may be. He scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is that all you can say? Is your mind solely occupied with monetary solutions? Or do you think I am in need of such trivial sums? Very well. Just ensure you do not come to regret this. A sudden buzzing filled Qi Wenwu's mind as a dreadful realization took hold. It was apparent that Gu Shen had no intention of letting his family off the hook. Even this humble apology would not suffice. Your son has already caused trouble for the second time. The first incident, I did not demand compensation. However, this time, Gu Chen's tone was indifferent. Yet his words struck like a thunderclap, landing squarely upon both Qi Wenwu and his wife. From this day forth, all collaborations between the Gu and Qi families will be terminated, and all financial support provided by the Gu family will be severed. As for the medical expenses for my 2 children, can you afford that, Mr. Qi? Qi Wenwu felt darkness envelop him, nearly collapsing to the ground. With the termination of his collaboration with the Gu family, no other enterprises would dare engage in business with him either. Gu Chen's maneuver effectively severed his access to all financial resources, threatening to dismantle the very foundation of the Qi family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mrs. Qi finally ceased her weeping for her son and crawled towards Gu Shen, attempting to grasp his pant leg, but he deftly evaded her grasp with a frown. She fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face, the source of her distress unclear. Mr. Gu, Qian is still young. You possess a magnanimous spirit. Do not hold this against a mere child. Please, grant our Qi family a chance to survive. Qi Wenwu, witnessing his wife on the ground, recalled how her words had previously ignited Gu Chen's fury. He rushed to cover her mouth, fearing that Gu Chen's wrath might strip their family of everything. At least they still had the old Qi residence. Selling it could provide some funds for survival. Should Gu Chen seize it all, his entire family would be left destitute. Glancing at the pale-faced child beside him, Gu Chen felt a twinge of concern. I will assign a dedicated team to handle all matters regarding the termination of our collaboration. Mr. Qi, I trust you will cooperate. Jiang Fan, having finally removed the stains from his attire, emerged from the restroom, only to feel a tightening in his chest as he stepped into the hall. His boss, towering at 188 meters, stood out amidst the crowd, radiating an anger potent enough to threaten the very ceiling above. Recognizing the gathering crowd, Jiang Fan's heart sank. Something must have gone awry. How could everything have escalated so quickly in my brief absence? Without hesitation, he rushed to his boss's side, bowing his head in contrition. I apologize, sir. It was my oversight. Upon lifting his gaze to behold Gu Chen cradling the adorable child, whose head was stained with blood, an icy chill enveloped his heart. He caught sight of the pouting darling and Qian sprawled on the ground, his face awash with tears and mucus, alongside Qin Sinny, whose pale visage betrayed her fright. Astute as he was, Jiang Fan swiftly deduced the unfolding events. Gu Chen cast a fleeting glance in his direction, noticing the dampness still clinging to Jiang Fan's attire, and his expression turned frigid. Jiang Fan's complexion blanched as he hastily recounted the earlier incident. Yet the more he explained, the more his unease intensified. Raising his eyes to Gu Chen, he observed the latter squinting, his countenance growing increasingly somber, sending a jolt of alarm through Jiang Fan's heart. Something is amiss, boss. Gu Chen's demeanor darkened, like stormy waters. If this incident was indeed aimed at his children, he would spare no effort in pursuing the masterminds behind it. Investigate the surveillance footage and uncover the truth. This is no mere coincidence. Unless you ascertain the facts, do not return to me. With that, Gu Chen, still holding the 2 children, prepared to depart, just as Zhou Zhirun and his son arrived, having heard the news. Jiang Fan exchanged pleasantries with them before promptly seeking out the hotel surveillance recordings. Meanwhile, concealed within the crowd, Jiang Xiaoxiao discreetly exited the scene. dispatching a message to Qin Luan. Shortly thereafter, upon learning of the incident from the butler, Zhou Jiran rushed over with his father, Zhou Jinghua, as it was their family's event, and they felt compelled to provide an explanation to Gu Shen. They encountered Gu Shen in the corridor, and upon noticing the pale-faced child, Zhou Jiran's anger flared, prompting him to summon a family doctor. Gu Shen did not refuse, and the doctor arrived swiftly. However, he still intended to take the children to the hospital. Zhou Jiran's expression was far from cheerful. The purpose of their family's banquet was to foster collaboration with prominent business leaders, and such an incident was a severe blow to their reputation. Exchanging a glance with his father, Zhou Jiran resolved firmly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Zhou Jiran, hereby declare that the Zhou family and all enterprises under my name will sever all financial ties with the Qi family. A friend's child has suffered under my roof, and I shall ensure accountability." He instructed the butler to escort Mr. Qi and his associates away, stating they were fatigued and needed to leave. At this moment, Qi Wenwu could endure no longer. His mind spun, and he collapsed onto the ground, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was disastrous. With two leading companies announcing the termination of their partnerships with the Qi family, it was akin to sentencing his company to death. Observing the child's deteriorating condition, with cracked lips and a forehead slick with cold sweat, Gu Shen resolved to take the children to the hospital, entrusting the scene to Zhou Jiran. "I do not wish for even a word of today's events to reach the media or newspapers. Should anyone divulge information, and I uncover their identity, the consequences will mirror those experienced by the Qi family." Before departing, Gu Shen, clutching the two children, turned back to the stunned onlookers, offering a final admonition. Contemplating the fate of the Qi family and the stance of the Zhou family, no one dared to speak ill behind their backs. The matter could only be quietly buried within their hearts. Swiftly locating a parking space with the child in tow, Gu Shen drove hastily towards Gu Hospital. Jiang Fan had already contacted the director in advance, instructing all departments to be prepared, and sent a message to Gu Shen to inform him. The car sped along the road, and as Gu Shen drove, he attentively monitored the little one's condition. Noticing that the child remained conscious, his anxiety and worry eased considerably. Thankfully, the injury had not directly struck his forehead. It was merely a bump. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to face Yangmi. In just a month's time, the little one had sustained injuries twice, filling his heart with immense guilt. "I'm so sorry, my dear. Daddy failed to protect you." His voice was laden with remorse and regret. He should never have engaged in any discussions about cooperation with Qin Luan. "Don't blame Daddy. It was Qin who was too excessive." The little one's temple felt slightly numb from the pain, yet he still discerned the worry and guilt in Gu Shen's tone, bravely enduring the discomfort to comfort him. "Besides, I just protected my sister. I made sure the precious one wasn't hit. That makes me very happy, Daddy." Listening to the little one's deliberate attempt to feign relaxation, Gu Shen's heart ached with even greater guilt, silently vowing to protect the siblings diligently in the future. Chapter 37. Qin Luan is punished to reflect in isolation. Little Meng Bao is truly remarkable, a young gentleman. Gu Shen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he sincerely praised Meng Bao. After tending to his wounds at the hospital, dusk had already fallen. A nurse assisted Meng Bao in wiping the blood from his hands and face. Both children were stained with blood as well. Once they donned the clothes sent by Xiao Chun, Gu Shen led the two children out of the hospital, dining at Zui Xian Ju before driving back to the apartment. Due to his injuries, Meng Bao was unable to bathe independently, and as Gu Shen helped him wash, the child felt a bit shy, his cheeks flushed, eliciting a chuckle from Gu Shen. Such a young lad already possesses a sense of modesty. After playing with the two little treasures for a while in their room, Gu Shen received a call from Jiang Fan. Suspecting that there was news regarding the day's events, he stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. "Boss, today's incident was indeed premeditated. I have uncovered the mastermind behind it, but speak plainly," Gu Shen replied in a calm tone, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet Jiang Fan, who had been by his side for several years, sensed an undercurrent of danger. "It is Miss Qin Luan of the Qin family." "Her? Yes. I have obtained surveillance footage and audio recordings of Qin Lu, one, secretly meeting the woman who collided with me in the hotel corridor. I will send them to your email shortly. Jiang Fan found it hard to believe. He had never imagined that the woman had intentionally diverted him. At the time, he had thought she merely felt guilty for the accident, but in reality, she had been anxious because of her deceit. Reflecting on her apology now struck him as rather ludicrous. Do not send it to me. Send it directly to Zhou Jiran. I will communicate with him. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Gu Shen stood on the balcony, allowing the breeze to soothe him as he contemplated how to expedite the public acknowledgement of the children's identities. However, after much deliberation, he could not conceive a viable plan. The thought of Meng Bao and Guai Bao suffering injuries while he was unable to protect them filled him with agitation. He scrolled through his contacts and dialed Zhou Jiran's number, which was answered almost immediately. Hello, Gu Shen? Yes, Jiang Fan has located the surveillance footage. I instructed him to send it directly to your email. All right, I will head to the study now. Zhou Jiran had consumed a fair amount of alcohol during his social engagements and had just returned from the banquet, preparing to rest in his bedroom. After changing into his sleepwear, the phone rang. Upon hearing Gu Shen mention the surveillance, he promptly turned and headed for the study on the second floor. As the host, he was also investigating the matter, but his subordinates were significantly slower than Gu Shen. Now that he learned Gu Shen had already found the information, he decided to cease his own inquiries. It was Qin Luowan who did it. What? Gu Shen's revelation left Zhou Jiran momentarily stunned. Her? Isn't she the sister of Qin Yafeng? How could it possibly be her? Handle it as you see fit, Gu Shen replied, passing the matter on to Zhou Jiran and ending the call. Zhou Jiran stood there, phone in hand, utterly perplexed as he walked toward the study, his mind racing with thoughts. How could a daughter of a prestigious family engage in such actions? Typically, one would not expect such behavior from her. The most crucial aspect is her collaboration with the Qin family. However, recalling the moment when the precious child was struck, causing blood to flow, and remembering Gu Shen's murderous glare, Zhou Jiran shuddered. Collaboration or not, who could possibly enjoy the comfort of being so close to someone like Gu Shen? It is best to steer clear. Upon entering the study and reviewing the surveillance footage to grasp the situation, Zhou Jiran dialed Qin Yafeng. The following day, Gu Shen escorted the two children to kindergarten, and upon returning to the office, Jiang Fan entered, presenting him with a cup of coffee. Boss, this morning, everyone has been circulating rumors that the eldest daughter of the Qin family has been grounded by President Qin for a month, but the specific reasons remain undisclosed. It is merely suggested that Miss Qin has offended someone, and President Qin, upon discovering this, locked her away at home last night. Is that so? Gu Shen furrowed his brow. Is Zhou Jiran really handling matters in such a manner? Qin Luowan has already reached out to the children. Does he believe that merely grounding her will suffice? Noticing her boss's discontent, Jiang Fan quietly exited. Upon arriving at the set, Yang Mi learned that Shen Yiru, the actress playing the third female lead in the drama, would also be joining the shoot today. Shen Yiru had maintained an image of a pure goddess within the industry and had only recently gained notoriety from fantasy drama. Yang Mi had not taken on many roles in recent years and had yet to meet her. She had heard that Shen Yiru was not as demure as her company portrayed. Rather, she was said to be arrogant and had ascended through undisclosed means. While engrossed in her script during makeup, Yang Mi overheard staff casually mentioning Shen Yiru's impending arrival and thought little of it. After a month of camaraderie, the crew had unanimously praised Yang Mi for her amiability and professionalism, noting her acting was consistently commendable. Consequently, her relationships within the crew were excellent, and retakes during her solo scenes were rare. While engaging in lively conversation with a makeup artist, Yang Mi was suddenly startled by a commotion outside. Before she could ascertain what was happening, the door to the makeup room was forcefully pushed open. Shen Yiru stood at the threshold, surveying the surroundings with evident dissatisfaction, her brows furrowed in irritation. Upon locking eyes with Yang Mi, who was equally frowning at her, Shen Yiru appeared taken aback, not expecting to meet the individual vying for her role so soon. The loud crash of the door against the wall startled Yang Mi, and glancing up, she saw Shen Yiru accompanied by her manager, a small assistant, and a cadre of bodyguards. over a dozen individuals standing at the makeup room entrance, scrutinizing the scene. Feeling a tinge of disdain, Yang thought, what a grand display. One might mistake her for the lead. Even the actual lead does not make such a spectacle. Furthermore, her lack of courtesy was striking. How could the company possibly maintain her image as a pure goddess? Beyond her looks, there was little to endear her to anyone. It would not be long before her facade crumbled. Ignoring Shen Yiru's pretentious demeanor, Yang Mi turned back to continue discussing her makeup with the artist. Shen Yiru, feeling utterly disregarded by Yang Mi, was consumed by a surge of anger, her gaze turning venomous. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she chose to remain silent, proceeding to find a place to sit and summon the makeup artist to attend to her. Yang Mi paid little heed to such trivial matters, casting merely a fleeting glance at Shen Yiru before averting her gaze, thus failing to notice the venomous glare that momentarily enveloped Shen. Today, a shoot centered around martial arts, and as Yang Mi arrived early, she exited the makeup room before Shen Yiru, seeking out the martial arts instructor for guidance on her movements. Teacher Deng, I feel that my backflip lacks a certain finesse. Could you please take a look? Certainly. Please execute another one. In the presence of a humble and eager student, teachers are invariably inclined to impart their knowledge wholeheartedly. Yang Mi epitomized this quality, and teacher Deng greatly appreciated her relentless pursuit of excellence, always accommodating her requests without hesitation. Chapter 38. A change in her script. Shen Yiru, having completed her makeup and changed her attire, arrived at the practice room, where she observed Yang Mi repeatedly executing the same movements. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. How presumptuous! The practice room, a dance studio adorned with mirrors, had been temporarily borrowed by the crew. Both Yang Mi and teacher Deng noticed Shen Yiru entering through the door and, seeing no immediate action from her, chose to disregard her presence. However, teacher Deng caught sight of Shen Yiru's eye-rolling expression, which instantly displeased him. Nevertheless, having heard rumors about her relationship with the director, he decided to steer clear of any complications. Originally, Shen Yiru was not scheduled for fight scenes today, yet the director had assigned her to attend this session with teacher Deng for instruction. Reluctant to be there, she felt increasingly agitated when the two continued to ignore her. In a fit of frustration, she stormed inside, throwing her props in a huff and retreating to the side to rest, summoning her manager and assistant. I'm done with this nonsense. Her manager, having witnessed the entire situation unfold, felt a rising sense of anxiety. Although she understood that the fault lay with Shen Yiru, her role as the artist manager left her powerless to intervene. Shen Yiru often leveraged her connections with prominent figures in the industry, treating her manager and assistant with disdain, issuing commands without regard for their opinions. Now, as Shen Yiru began to throw another tantrum, her manager found herself at a loss. After some contemplation, she decided to send the assistant to fetch the director while she attempted to soothe Shen Yiru's temper. Yiru, please calm down. Why don't you take a moment to rest? The manager offered her a bottle of water. You've been practicing for quite a while. You must be tired. Have some water. Shen Yiru shot her a glare. You know I won't drink this inferior water. And can't you at least open the bottle for me? Do you expect me to do it myself? The manager, inwardly lamenting, managed to mask her feelings. She retrieved the water, rummaging through Shen Yiru's belongings to find a bottle of her preferred mineral water, which she opened and handed to her. Relieved when Shen Yiru took a sip, she exhaled softly. Meanwhile, the director, noticing the assistant rushing towards him in a flurry, assumed something serious had occurred, only to learn that Shen Yiru was simply throwing a fit, requesting his presence to calm her down. With a sigh, the director set aside his work and hurried back to the practice room, following his assistant. Upon entering, he spotted Shen Yiru sulking against the wall, her expression one of dissatisfaction, while her manager stood nearby, barely daring to breathe. In the center of the room, Yang Mi and teacher Deng were diligently practicing their martial arts movements. The director quickly approached Shen Yiru, attempting to placate her. Oh, my dear, why are you so upset? Director, I don't want to practice anymore. What did you bring me here to endure this for? As soon as Shen Yiru saw the director, her expression shifted to one of feigned innocence, and she began to whine. Let's not practice then. Please don't be angry, all right? It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. I thought this place would be more relaxed and quiet. Hoping you could rest, the director said, noticing the tears welling in Shun Iru's eyes, her delicate demeanor on the verge of breaking down. He couldn't bear to scold her and immediately acquiesced to her wishes. During a brief break, Yangmi glanced over at Shun Iru, who was clearly enjoying the attention from the director as he sat beside her, holding her hand in a comforting manner. Yangmi couldn't help but form her own conclusions. No wonder. Teacher Deng, let us continue. With a furrowed brow, Yangmi turned her back to them, focusing solely on her own performance and continuing to communicate with Teacher Deng about her shortcomings in the movements. Out of the corner of her eye, Shun Iru noticed Yangmi, drenched in sweat yet still training fervently. A smirk crept onto her lips as she concocted a plan. She leaned closer to the director and whispered sweetly, occasionally tugging at his arm and brushing against certain protruding areas. Aren't you working hard? I'll make sure your efforts are in vain. The director, unable to withstand such provocations, found his mind swirling with memories of that one night when Shun Iru had been beneath him, her alluring demeanor causing him to breathe heavily, his face flushed. He nodded in agreement to all her demands, yearning for an immediate escape to a more secluded location. Yangmi, whose scene was not scheduled until the afternoon, had spent the entire morning practicing martial arts movements alongside Teacher Deng, completely unaware of when Shun Iru and the director had left. She had no time to dwell on such matters. Her only focus was to excel in her responsibilities so she could finish filming and call her two precious ones. Last night, she had finished work at 2 in the morning, and today she had risen at 6 to practice martial arts. It had been ages since she had video called her beloved ones. She was anxious, worried about how things had gone with Gu Shen at the banquet the previous night. After finishing lunch and returning to the makeup room to touch up her look, Yangmi unexpectedly ran into Shun Iru, who was approaching from the parking lot, wearing a cryptic smile that left Yangmi puzzled. What is she smiling about? Is she unwell? Not giving it much thought, Yangmi entered the makeup room, pressed for time as the martial arts shoot was about to commence. Before she could finish her makeup, the director arrived in the makeup room looking for her. Yangmi assumed he was there to hurry her to the set. Director, I'll be ready shortly. It's all right, no rush. I'm not here to hurry you, the director replied, his expression somewhat unnatural. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Yangmi, we need to adjust the fight scene for this afternoon. Originally, it was not you who triumphed over Iru's character, but now the narrative has shifted to her successfully abducting you. However, you shall eventually be rescued. Yangmi felt somewhat bewildered, pondering the sudden alteration of the script. Why? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she voiced her inquiries. It's nothing, just a change made by the scriptwriters. I'm here to inform you, the director replied, unable to meet Yangmi's gaze. He recognized the impropriety of this modification. Yet who could withstand the allure of that little enchantress? In a moment of impulsiveness, he had acquiesced to her request, and by the time he realized the error of his decision, it was too late to retract. He understood that he had to confront Yangmi about it. Observing the director's guilty demeanor, Yangmi suddenly recalled something, and her expression darkened. I do not consent. Chapter 39. The scandalous rumors trend online. Yangmi pondered the sudden alteration of the script by the director and, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, I cannot perform under such circumstances. I refuse to tolerate the blatant dumbing down and the insult to my character's integrity. What is this nonsense? I am the second female lead tasked with traversing through worlds to rescue the protagonists. You cannot simply claim I was abducted without consequence. Do you take the audience for fools? The director, taken aback by Yangmi's unexpected defiance, she had been obedient and diligent since joining the crew, was momentarily stunned. His expression darkened as he shouted, You will perform, regardless. I am the director, and my word is final. Without allowing Yangmi a chance to counter, he stormed off in a fit of anger. Yangmi sat in silence, feeling the weight of the sudden shift in atmosphere. Once the makeup artist finished her touch-ups, she remained seated, choosing not to join the others on set. Just then, her phone, resting on the table, erupted with a familiar ringtone. It's Gu Shen. What brings you to call at this hour? She mused, noting the weariness etched on his face displayed on the screen. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Gu Shen inquired, Are you busy? Have you had lunch? Why do you seem upset? Feeling despondent and lacking anyone to confide in, Yang Mi found solace in Gu Shen's questions, unwittingly opening up. "It's the director. He just came to inform me of the script changes." And then, I felt his alterations were excessive, bordering on an insult to the audience's intelligence. I refused to act, and he insisted I would perform regardless. Sigh. But never mind. It's not worth discussing. However, he has transformed a character meant to be a formidable female general with a system into a naive flower who can simply be taken away. I cannot accept such a change. It completely contradicts my initial intention for choosing this role. Gu Shen listened patiently to Yang Mi's grievances, offering her a few words of comfort before dialing the company's main line to summon Jiang Fan. Once the microphone was off, he instructed Jiang Fan to contact the director. Inform the director of Star River that if he dares to tamper with the script any further, he can forget about our investment. Jiang Fan accepted the task and departed, allowing Gu Shen to turn the microphone back on. "Do not fret. I have a surprise for you." "Huh? What sort of surprise?" Yang Mi questioned, her curiosity piqued. What could this man possibly have in store for her? Surely, he wasn't bringing her the treasures, was he? Yet, given his background remained in the office, it seemed unlikely. "You'll find out soon enough." Meanwhile, the director was busy filming scenes with the leading lady when he suddenly received a call from Jiang Fan, feeling puzzled. "Hello, Assistant Jiang? What is the matter? Mr. Gu has asked me to inform you that, regardless of the circumstances, if you continue to alter the script recklessly, Gu Corporation will withdraw its investment." Without waiting for the director's response, Jiang Fan hung up. In front of others, Jiang Fan maintained an air of authority. The director, still processing the message, stood frozen in confusion. Withdraw investment? Why? What script changes? Suddenly recalling the conversation she had just had with Yang Mi in the makeup room, the director slapped his forehead, wishing he could deliver a couple of slaps to himself. How foolish of him! Judging by their interaction that day, it was evident that Yang Mi and Mr. Gu shared a significant bond. How could he recklessly alter the script for the sake of Shinru? He instructed the assistant director to oversee the set while he hurried to inform the crew and screenwriters that the script would remain unchanged. Then dashed back to the makeup room. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. Not changing it? Hadn't he just stormed out from Ms. Yang, insisting on a revision? "Ms. Yang, my apologies, the script will not be altered." I was momentarily confused. Oh, after hanging up with Gu Shen, Yang Mi was already contemplating the possibility of breaching their agreement. At this moment, the director's unexpected arrival to announce that the script would remain unchanged left her somewhat perplexed. The director, however, misinterpreted her confusion as reluctance to forgive him, desperately stammering, "That is, we are not changing it. It's my fault. Please don't be upset." "Oh, okay." Yang Mi finally recalled Gu Shen mentioning he wanted to surprise her. "This must be it. Thank you for your surprise kiss." JPG, grabbing her phone, she sent a message to Gu Shen before following the director back to the studio, as her scenes required additional special effects. Upon hearing that the script would not be modified, Shen Yiru furiously smashed items in the break room. She was unwilling to accept this. Why should something she had worked so hard to obtain be changed on a whim? It was all her fault. She had stolen her role as the second female lead. Since she was so determined, she would ruin her. With madness gleaming in her eyes, Shen Yiru seized her phone and located the hidden number. Seeing Shen Yiru glaring at her and deliberately causing repeated retakes, Yang Mi felt utterly confused. What was going on? The director's decision was not hers. Why was she directing her anger at her? Yang Mi remained at the studio with her fellow actors until late into the night, while, simultaneously, a piece of news on a certain entertainment app unwittingly ascended to the trending topics. The article not only accused Yang Mi of being a diva on set and using her body to secure the second female lead role at the expense of the third, but it also accompanied each paragraph with photographs. Although the images were not very clear, a discerning eye could easily recognize Yang Mi. By the time Jiang Fan received the news, it was already past 9 in the evening. He was working overtime with colleagues when he heard them mention the trending news on the entertainment app. Curiosity piqued, he leaned in to take a look. When he discovered that the one being slandered was Yang Mi, a ringing buzz filled his mind. His boss never paid attention to such matters, and he likely remained unaware of the situation. In a flurry, he pulled out his phone, logged into the app, took a screenshot, and sent it to Gu Shen. Boss, Ms. Yang has been slandered, and it's already trending. Just as Yang Mi finished filming her night scenes and was preparing to return to the hotel for rest, she was intercepted by Shen Yiru. Ms. Yang, how impressive that you've climbed to fame through accompaniments and have taken my role as the second female lead. Yang Mi frowned. Those who engage in such acts are well aware of their actions. Miss Shen, have some self-respect. What a lunatic. One must have their head caught in a door to utter such words. Before Yang Mi could return to the dressing room to change her clothes, her manager, Su Li, appeared out of nowhere, seizing her arm and urging her to leave. What is the rush, sisterly? Why are you so anxious? Good heavens! The rumors about you are rampant, and you still ask me why. Su Li exclaimed. Come on, let us find somewhere to hide. What rumors? Yang Mi had spent the entire afternoon filming and had not touched her phone, thus remaining oblivious to the slander being spread about her. Su Li pulled out her own phone and showed her the headline. Famous actress acts arrogantly on set. Rises to fame through compromising means. In an instant, Yang Mi recalled the disjointed comments made by Shen Yiru earlier and finally grasped their implication. It was a plot to frame her. The phrase pure national goddess had only a tenuous connection to her. It was merely a reference to that woman. Fury surged within Yang Mi. Yet she understood that acting impulsively at such a moment would only provide her adversaries with more ammunition. It was wiser to remain composed and avoid giving them any leverage. She quickly grabbed her bag, changed her clothes, and followed Su Li back to the hotel. To her shock, just a few steps away from the van, a group of individuals clad in heavy disguises suddenly emerged, dousing Yang Mi with an entire cup of coffee. Chapter 40. Another trending topic. Yang Mi gasped in surprise. Su Li was equally taken aback to discover someone lying in wait in the parking lot to douse her with coffee. After a moment of shock, she instinctively shielded Yang Mi behind her, casting a wary glance at the masked figures obstructing their view. Before Su Li could utter a word, another group of individuals clad in dark suits and similarly concealed emerged from the shadows of the parking lot. Protected by Su Li, Yang Mi, spotting the sudden appearance of these dark-clad figures, feared they were part of the same group that had just caused her trouble. Her heart raced with anxiety, suspecting that these individuals had come specifically to confront her following the malicious rumors circulating online. However, it seemed these newcomers might differ from the previous group. As she contemplated whether to discreetly call the police before the situation escalated, she hesitated, realizing that their only action thus far had been the coffee incident. Reporting the matter might merely classify it as a civil dispute, and the scandal of her defamation could potentially spread further, complicating matters for her company in managing the trending topic. Just as she was lost in thought, the dark-clad figures suddenly charged towards the original assailants, swiftly subduing them within mere moments. Su Li, who was nervously guarding Yang Mi, and Yang Mi herself, who was poised to call for help, were rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Were they there to assist her? But why had they appeared so suddenly? Before Yang Mi could ponder further, one of the dark-clad men approached her directly. Miss Yang, we are bodyguards assigned by Mr. Gu to protect you discreetly. We sincerely apologize for the sudden incident that has startled you. Oh, it's quite all right. Upon realizing they were sent by Gu Shen, Yang Mi finally felt a sense of relief. However, did this imply they had been following her all along? Yet she had never noticed them. I will take them for questioning. Miss Yang, do you wish to return to your hotel? I can arrange for your escort. Yes, thank you. Given that she had just exited the filming set and experienced such an ordeal, she contemplated that there might be others waiting for her during her departure. Having professional bodyguards accompany her would certainly provide an added layer of safety, so she accepted their offer without hesitation. You need not be courteous. It is our duty. The bodyguard captain spoke in a detached manner, yet the appropriate distance he maintained made Yang Mi feel at ease. The two individuals assigned to escort Yang Mi back to her hotel did not join her in her nanny vehicle. Instead, they drove an inconspicuous black car from the parking lot, trailing her own vehicle at a respectful distance. After a morning of intense fight choreography and an afternoon of filming without so much as a moment to eat dinner, followed by the coffee incident upon leaving the set, Yang Mi felt utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. In the nanny vehicle, she quickly wiped away the coffee stains that marred her face and clothes. leaning back in her seat to rest, her thoughts swirling in disarray. She hesitated to glance at the trending news, not out of fear of the derision from keyboard warriors, but rather from the dread that this hard-won opportunity, along with the efforts she had invested, might dissolve into nothingness, potentially jeopardizing her team as well. She had dependents, her beloved little ones, who required her care. The consequences were too grave to bear. Zui, noticing Yang Mi's troubled demeanor, refrained from disturbing her and instead convened an urgent meeting with the team, striving to devise a swift resolution. The parking lot was vast and serene, and aside from the few present, the recent events had gone unnoticed by others. Just as everyone assumed this was merely a minor incident, a figure clad in black, wielding a small camera, observed the footage they had captured from a corner of a flower bed that stood half a person's height. A smirk graced their lips as they silently exited the scene. Before Yang Mi could return to the hotel, a video was uploaded to an entertainment platform, quickly ascending to the top of the trending charts alongside another defamatory news piece, all unbeknownst to her during her ride. Who would have thought that just a few years ago, when I was a fan, it would lead to this? Disgusting. How repulsive. Acting like a diva on set. She deserves to be exposed. Is it possible she offended some influential figure she had been involved with, leading to her downfall? The speculation upstairs was not entirely far-fetched. After all, in a world of capitalism, the circles are quite chaotic, and to think she snatched roles from our beloved Iru, as if she were anything special. Has anyone seen the newly leaked video? Family? Yes. They say she bullied her fans. ISNT that right? With that entourage of bodyguards, they dragged people away. What? They took someone away? This is a society governed by law. Is no one reporting this? And bodyguards? Didn't she just make her come back to film this project? Such an extravagant display. One might think she was a top-tier star. Beneath the trending article, it was evident that someone was manipulating the narrative, as malicious comments drowned out those defending Yang Mi, silencing any dissenters. Finally returning to the hotel, Zui was in a frenzy, desperately trying to leverage connections to suppress the trending topic, but to no avail. Yang Mi washed her face in the restroom, gazing at her noticeably pale reflection, feeling a weight in her chest. The stark fluorescent light from the ceiling accentuated her pallor, and the corners of her eyes were tinged with red. The emotions she had suppressed during her journey finally erupted in the solitude of the small space. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Yang Mi had anticipated that her path to a comeback would be fraught with challenges, yet she never imagined that just a month in, she would be subjected to such slander, unsure of whom she had offended. Offended? As she looked at her tear-streaked face in the mirror, a sudden realization struck her. Wiping away her tears and washing her face until her previous distress was unrecognizable, Yang Mi finally opened the door to seek out Zui. Sisterly, I just remembered. Shiniru. Gu Shen had been playing with the two children when he received a message from Jiang Fan. Boss, is it convenient to take a call? Miss Yang has been trending for negative reasons. Holding his phone, Gu Shen returned to his bedroom and stood on the balcony, dialing a number that was answered almost instantaneously. What could be the matter? Although autumn had yet to arrive, the night air had already tempered the sweltering heat of summer. On the balcony overlooking the river, a gentle breeze wafted through, yet it could not extinguish the flicker of anxiety within his heart. Recently, a sensational piece of news had emerged on the country's most popular entertainment platform, revealing Miss Yang's alleged diva behavior on set, accompanied by several images. Furthermore, comments surfaced insinuating that Miss Yang had ascended her position through sordid means and usurped the role of the third female lead. While it was evident that hired commentators were orchestrating a smear campaign, many unsuspecting netizens have been incited, and no one dared to come forward to defend Miss Yang. I'm currently investigating the mastermind behind this scheme, but as of now, I have yet to uncover any leads. Chapter 41. Doubts about Shun Iru. Yes. As soon as possible. Additionally, prepare to suppress the trending topic. Instruct the technical team to work overtime, with triple pay. Understood. I will notify them at once. Moreover, regarding Miss Yang, Jiang Fan sensed that the person involved must be feeling quite distressed. Thus, he contemplated asking Gu Shen to offer some comfort. However, he hesitated to speak directly, as he was uncertain about his boss's true feelings for Yang Mi. I am aware. I will arrange it. Hearing Gu Chen's response, Jiang Fan unexpectedly felt a wave of relief. Gu Chen mentally calculated the time. Yang Mi must have returned to the hotel by now. He took his phone and stepped out of the bedroom, knocking on the door of the children's room. "Sweethearts, Daddy is coming in." Before he could grasp the doorknob, the little one had already swung the door open. "Daddy, Mommy," is she. Glancing at the little one's crumpled face and the computer on the small table displaying the trending news, Gu Chen realized the children were already aware of the situation. Daddy will resolve this matter swiftly. After reassuring the children, he continued, "It will be all right. Daddy has already asked Uncle Jiang Fan to investigate this issue, and we will have results soon. But Mommy is over there. She must be very upset." The little one began to pace anxiously. "What we need to do now is to keep her company. Daddy will call Mommy, and we will support her together. Is that all right?" Gu Chen instinctively felt that Yang Mi was likely feeling helpless, and he considered taking the children to be with her. However, upon reflection, he realized that there would probably be many reporters gathered outside her hotel, and his presence might only complicate matters. Thus, he sought the children to make a phone call, hoping to let her know they were worried about her, which might help divert her attention and ease her distress. "Okay." The children's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they quickly gathered around Gu Chen, responding in unison. Yang Mi had just emerged from the bathroom after discussing the morning's events with Su Li, where both had expressed doubts about her involvement, yet lacked evidence. She sat on the bed, contemplating her next steps. Issuing a statement from the studio was certainly not the optimal choice, but allowing the trending topic to fester unchecked would ruin her future, even if she eventually cleared her name. Just as Gu Chen opened the chat window with Yang Mi to initiate a video call, he received a phone call from Jiang Fan. Has there been a result so soon? Gu Chen frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he answered the call, bringing the phone to his ear. "Boss." Miss Yang was just doused with coffee at the entrance of the filming set. Jiang Fan had just finished notifying the technical team about the overtime and glanced at the trending topics. A recently filmed video had surged to the second spot, titled Yang Mi harassing fans at the filming location, followed by 3 exclamation marks, boldly assaulting Jiang Fan's vision. After watching the video and reading the comments, his mind buzzed with disbelief. He picked up his phone from the table and, without a moment's hesitation, called Gu Chen, immediately relaying the news before Gu Chen could say a word. "What?" The sudden descent of his tone brought Jiang Fan's rationality back to some extent. He swallowed hard and quickly reviewed the events in his mind before recounting the entire situation. A video had just surged to the top of the trending topics, capturing Miss Yang as she exited the production set, preparing to get into her car. It showed the scene where the bodyguards you arranged apprehended those who had thrown coffee. The video appeared to be edited, lacking any footage of Miss Yang being splashed, focusing solely on the bodyguards detaining the assailants. Moreover, the title accused Miss Yang of bullying her fans, and the comment section was rife with vitriol. Where are the bodyguards? Haven't they conveyed any information? Gu Chen felt a slight easing of his worry upon hearing that the bodyguards had indeed apprehended the culprits. He gently patted the backs of his 2 little treasures to offer them some comfort. Meng Bao and Guai Bao were close to Gu Chen and could faintly hear Jiang Fan's words, their anxiety almost bringing them to tears. Just as Jiang Fan was reporting to Gu Chen, the bodyguards had sent a message to inquire how to handle the captured individuals. They had just messaged him, awaiting his instructions for further action. Interrogate them. After the interrogation, send them directly to the police station. Yes, it hadn't been long since the online uproar began, yet someone had already shown up at the production's entrance to throw coffee. This was clearly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Questioning those who acted out might yield valuable clues. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen immediately played the video. The phone rang for an extended period, long enough for Gu Chen to grow numb, believing that Yang Mi would not answer, before the call was finally connected. Seeing the usually vibrant visage of the petite woman on the screen, now etched with fatigue and loneliness, Gu Chen's heart ached painfully. This inexplicable emotion was foreign to him, and without delving into it, he simply inquired about her situation. "How are you?" "I am all right." The studio and the team are already working to suppress the trending topic. After discussing with Sister Lee, we decided that now is not the time to issue a statement. I'm looking into it as well. Jiang Fan mentioned you were splashed with coffee? Yes, it happened when I was leaving the production set. I was suddenly blocked and doused. Were those bodyguards you arranged for me? Yes, I arranged for some in advance to prevent any incidents, but unfortunately, they still couldn't arrive in time. That was very timely. Thank you. Without them, who knows how things might have escalated. Yang Mi forced a smile, trying to console Gu Shen, yet her current mood left her with little cheer. The strained smile was more painful than tears. Gu Shen disregarded her FAAD, solely concerned about her well-being. Don't worry, Jiang Fan is already investigating. We should have results soon. All right, thank you. Yami felt a bit embarrassed, but realized that as a business mogul, his resources might surpass hers, enabling a swifter investigation. Thus, she refrained from being overly polite. You don't always have to thank me. This is what I ought to do. Moreover, this project is my investment, so it's only right that I see it through. Suddenly, Yang Mi recalled Shun Iru's involvement, if she were indeed behind this. Gu Chen's direct investigation into that lead would expedite matters considerably, so she shared this thought with him. By the way, wasn't I just informed about the script changes, only to have you intervene and revert it? The third female lead, today, while I was changing clothes in the makeup room, unexpectedly uttered some sarcastic remarks. Do you suspect she is involved? Well, I lack evidence. She has not had any conflicts with me throughout the day on set. Only that one comment. All right. I will ask Jiang Fan to investigate this matter further and await the results. I handed my phone to the two lovely ones who had been waiting nearby for quite some time, while Gu Chan went to the living room to fetch his notebook and sent a message to Jiang Fan. Investigate Shin Yiru, third female lead of Starry River. Jiang Fan, overwhelmed at his computer, searched for quite a while, but could not uncover a single clue. It appeared the other party had engaged a formidable hacker, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, he received a message from his boss. His eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed to pursue the new lead. Chapter 42. Yami discovers her little treasure is hurt mommy. Please don't be sad. I will be here with you, the little treasure said, looking at Yang Mi, who appeared noticeably worn out. Her heart ached for him. As soon as Gu Chan finished his inquiries, she took the phone and spoke up immediately. Seeing the two little ones crowded in front of the camera, their faces etched with concern, Yang Mi felt her spirits lift as she finally revealed her first smile of the night. Mommy is fine, my darlings. Don't worry. How was the banquet with Daddy yesterday? Did you have fun? No sooner had the words left her lips than her gaze fell upon the little treasure's forehead, which was covered with a bandage, causing her pupils to contract in alarm. Little treasure, how did you get hurt? I'm fine, Mommy. I just accidentally fell yesterday and scraped my skin a bit. Please don't worry about me, he replied, his eyes flickering as he dared not look at the screen. He wished to conceal from his mother the trouble he had caused his father the previous day, instinctively choosing to hide the truth. However, his bashful gestures did not escape Yang Mi's notice. My dear, you wouldn't lie to Mommy, would you? Mommy, the little treasure fidgeted with his fingers, biting his lip, unsure whether to confess, his face a portrait of inner turmoil. Gu Chen, Yang Mi was genuinely anxious. Not even the two trending topics had stirred her emotions as much as the sight of her child's injury. For the first time, she called out Gu Chen's full name. I'm here. Gu Chen had just returned from messaging Jiang Fan when he heard Yami calling him, her tone filled with urgency, which piqued his curiosity. What happened to the little treasure's forehead? Realizing she had lost control of her emotions, Yami softened her tone before continuing, though it still trembled slightly. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on the two treasures. At the banquet yesterday, I was held up by a partner and left Jiang Fan to look after the children in the hall. Unbeknownst to me, he was deceived and led away by the child who had previously fought with the little treasure. The little treasure was so well-behaved, afraid of causing me trouble in public, that he didn't retaliate. By the time I sensed something was wrong and rushed back, he had already been hurt. Gu Chun recalled the alarming scene from yesterday when he returned to the hall to find the two children standing by the coffee table, covered in blood, and a wave of dread washed over him. If that cup had caused more than just a scrape, or if he had arrived even later. He shuddered at the thought of the consequences. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor assured them that it was merely a scratched blood vessel, and the injury was not severe. I have ensured that the other party has faced consequences and guaranteed that such an incident will not happen again. I am truly sorry. Observing the ordinarily stoic man, now disregarding his image to apologize to her, Yang Mi found it difficult to remain angry. However, a sense of fear lingered within her. Coupled with today's events, she felt overwhelmed. Having skipped dinner, her stomach ached slightly, and her complexion paled further, with beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Gu Shen and Meng Bao both sensed something amiss. Noticing her absent-mindedly clutching her abdomen, they quickly understood that she had once more neglected to have dinner. Gu Shen contacted Xiao Chun via computer, instructing him to prepare some light meals for Yang Mi and have them sent to the hotel front desk. "Mom, please don't worry about me. This was an accident. Even Dad didn't foresee it. I promise there won't be a next time," Meng Bao reassured her, concerned that excessive stress might overwhelm Yang Mi and jeopardize her health. Gu Shen reaffirmed his commitment to being more vigilant regarding the safety of his two precious ones, allowing Yang Mi to finally relax. As the clock struck midnight, the world seemed to succumb to slumber. A gentle night breeze wafted through the open window, stirring the half-drawn white gauze curtains like ethereal spirits dancing gracefully. The two little ones spent several hours conversing with Yang Mi over the phone, but eventually succumbed to fatigue, dozing off on their small beds. After bidding farewell to Yang Mi and hanging up, Gu Shen quietly carried both children back to their respective beds before tiptoeing back to his own room with his laptop. Zhang Fan sent a message stating that the bodyguards had successfully extracted information from the individuals involved. They merely disclosed that the Gu family was investigating the matter, and that was sufficient to elicit their confessions. However, they were merely hired hands, unaware of the identity of their employer, having only communicated through a Penguin account without ever meeting in person. Gu Shen coldly scoffed at the messages Zhang Fan had relayed. "Don't know? I shall see. Do they believe such trivial tricks can obstruct my path? Ridiculous. Deliver the evidence and individuals to the police station. Trace the account further," he commanded Zhang Fan. "Create a video that can decisively sway public opinion, one that encourages netizens to analyze for themselves," instructing Zhang Fan to pursue further investigation. Gu Shen repeatedly reviewed the news and videos. The trending topic dominated the entire night, with waves of comments flooding in, many even harsher than those of the previous evening. Numerous fans of Yang Mi rushed to her account, urging her to issue a statement and clarify the situation, yet she remained conspicuously absent. At 8 in the morning, the platform was abuzz with activity. A video abruptly took over the interface, even being broadcasted across other applications, instantly overshadowing the defamatory clip targeting Yang Mi. This new video showcased her daily life on set, illustrating the back and forth between the production team and the hotel alongside the reception of her recent works. It even included close-ups of her tirelessly practicing martial arts moves in the training room and surveillance footage of her being splashed with coffee in the parking lot, all presented faithfully for public scrutiny. Many commuters on the subway simultaneously encountered this video, which also graced the rolling screens in shopping malls. Numerous netizens flocked to the comment section, questioning the situation. Within 2 minutes of the video's release, comments surged into the tens of millions, while the share count shattered the platform's previous records. Observant viewers began to note inconsistencies, transforming the comments into a timeline analysis, seeking clues related to the earlier trending topics. The claims of arrogance reported in the news seem rather unfounded. Indeed, the expressions of the staff do not appear to be feigned. As a psychological consultant, I can affirm that these subconscious micro-expressions cannot be fabricated. Furthermore, assertions that she attained her position through dubious means are baseless. During that time, she was actively engaged in filming with her team, and specific timestamps can be verified. It is undoubtedly false. I maintain that my beloved will not stoop to such behavior. Oh dear. Previously, my supportive comments on her behalf faced an onslaught of attacks from tens of thousands, nearly plunging me into despair. Has no one noticed the surveillance video? It is evident that someone is orchestrating a narrative that portrays her as oppressing her fans. In reality, she is the true victim. Just imagine being doused unexpectedly with coffee. One would naturally be taken aback. How could that be construed as fan oppression? This sudden shift in narrative has restored the rationality of numerous netizens, who began to meticulously analyze Yang Mi's timeline of activities. Ultimately, Someone compiled a comprehensive table that thoroughly debunked the assertions made in the trending topic. Within merely 2 hours, Yang Mi's follower count skyrocketed by millions. When she finally noticed the unusual activity on her account and logged in to check, her mind momentarily blanked, and she dazedly called for Sister Sue to come take a look. Sisterly. Chapter 43. Has the fan count increased? What is wrong, ancestor? Suli was preoccupied, tirelessly communicating with her team. Since last night, she had been seeking ways to suppress the trending topic, yet after a sleepless night, no practical conclusions had emerged. The endorsements she had painstakingly secured were now expressing reservations, contemplating an exit strategy at any moment. Frustratedly tugging at her hair, she heard Yami call her name and instinctively replied, "Come here. Can you help me see if the fan count has increased or decreased?" It was only then that Suli noticed Yang Mi's somewhat dazed demeanor and quickly raised her gaze to meet her. Seated on the small couch by the window, Yang Mi was staring blankly at her phone, her pale face etched with confusion and disbelief. Dressed in a pure black loungewear, her hair tied in a loose bun, a few strands cascaded down to her prominent collarbone. She curled up on the sofa, hugging her legs, the loungewear pants riding up slightly, revealing her delicate, fair ankles and calves, rendering her figure even more petite, exuding an air of melancholy. Suli was startled. How could she have been so lost in thought for just a moment? "Please don't be disheartened," she exclaimed, quickly rising from her seat to sit beside Yang Mi, wrapping her arm around her shoulder. "It's normal for fan counts to dip a little at times like this. Don't worry, once the team resolves this matter, I'll find you a great script and your numbers will surely rebound." Suli's face was a portrait of concern, oblivious to the screen that Yang Mi was fixated on as she hurried to comfort her. After all, no one would have anticipated that Yang Mi's fan count was not merely stable, but actually increasing. No, this is a plus. Yang Mi managed to articulate through her muddled thoughts, capturing Suli's attention instantly. "What? It's increased." Suli snatched the phone from Yang Mi's hand. The glaring red number was blinding, bringing tears to both their eyes. It has increased. In a state of disbelief, Suli echoed Yang Mi's earlier sentiments. "How could this happen? This is not what we expected." Shiniru had spent the night awake, reveling in the thought of Yang Mi's impending fall from grace, convinced she would never regain her footing. Thrilled, she had clandestinely created a secondary account to monitor the emerging news and the vitriol directed at Yang Mi. After a sleepless night, Shiniru was about to indulge in a bath, hoping to catch up on rest. The previous day had been chaotic. She had been unprepared for the sudden events that unfolded. Though she had showered after work that night, she felt an incessant discomfort lingering. Exhausted from witnessing Yang Mi's missteps, she had no inclination to wash up, and now she longed to immerse herself in the bath. In the interim, while filling the tub, Shiniru could not resist glancing at her phone again. She was unable to contain her anticipation. The mere thought of her arduous efforts yesterday, only to have the director suddenly retract his decision, stirred a deep resentment within her. She directed all her frustrations at Yang Mi, wishing for nothing more than to witness her downfall. However, as she opened the platform interface, a video surged into her view. Uploaded merely 2 minutes ago, already amassing millions of comments, shares, and likes. Just moments before, public opinion had been overwhelmingly in her favor. How could the tide have turned so swiftly while she had merely taken a moment's respite? Unwilling to accept this, Shuniru scrolled through several posts, all echoing the same content. With trembling hands, she opened multiple entertainment apps, even those she had never used before, only to find the same video plastered across them all. In a fit of rage, she hurled her phone away, watching it shatter against the edge of the sink. Yet her heart remained tumultuous, her expression a mask of fury. How could that wretched girl gather such a plethora of evidence against her? Just a moment ago, Shiniru had reveled in the thought of success, only to be doused in cold water by this video, leaving her feeling utterly deflated. Having smashed her phone and released some of her pent-up anger, fear finally crept in. The ability to swiftly obtain evidence meant her team was formidable. If it were discovered she had orchestrated this, she shuddered at the thought of her pristine image as a national idol being shattered, potentially leading to her ostracization from the entire industry. A wave of panic surged through her, prompting her to reach for her phone to contact her assistant. Yet, upon seeing the scattered shards on the floor, her anger flared anew, compelling her to dash out of the bathroom and retrieve her backup phone from the locked cabinet. She plugged it in, powered it on, and logged into WeChat. Was everything truly clean? Upon hearing her assistant's solemn assurance that she would remain undiscovered, Shen Yiru finally felt a semblance of relief. After all, she had navigated similar situations before, and their efficiency had proven reliable thus far. However, her previous schemes had targeted those of lesser stature. This time, it was Yangmi. No matter. After all, it was merely her assistant communicating through a proxy, and they had never met in person. Surely, no one could trace anything back to her. With her anxiety abated, Shen Yiru returned to the bathroom, tossed a bath ball into the tub, and stared blankly at the swirling pink liquid as it dissolved. She had not anticipated that she could extricate herself so effortlessly. And, to top it off, she had gained a substantial following. Naturally, Shen Yiru was unwilling to concede. Yet no immediate strategy came to mind. With everything prepared, she shed her clothing and stepped into the tub. After a restless night filled with tension, she finally relaxed. Soaking in the warm water, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to ruin Yangmi, only to unknowingly drift into slumber. Meanwhile, the director had been monitoring the unfolding public discourse throughout the night. Upon encountering comments alleging that Yangmi had slept her way to the top and usurped the role of the third female lead, he discerned the situation's origins. It was undoubtedly Shen Yiru's machinations at play. Estimating Gu Shen, he too was engulfed in hesitation, pondering his course of action for an extended period without reaching a conclusion. Ultimately, he opted to observe the unfolding situation throughout the night, noticing that Yangmi had yet to make statement, while he himself remained silent. A sense of disdain began to brew within him. So it appeared that the relationship between Mr. Gu and her was rather superficial. Despite the magnitude of the situation, he refrained from intervening. Perhaps he deemed her troubles too burdensome and chose to abandon her altogether. Before he could catch a glimpse of the newly released video, the director was eager to create difficulties for Yangmi, instructing her not to return to the film set for the time being. This not only spared the production team from potential complications, but also served to indirectly suppress her. Even if matters were eventually resolved, it would still afford him leverage over her. Resolute in his decision, the director sifted through his contacts to find Su Li's number, intending to inform her of the situation. However, before he could place the call, an incoming call interrupted him. Chapter 44. Stay away from me. Jiang. Assistant Jiang? What brings you to call at this hour? Upon seeing the caller ID, the director froze, relieved that he had not yet dialed Su Li's number. As he answered the call, a cold sweat enveloped him, and he hurriedly offered his apologies and ingratiating smiles. Even though Jiang Fan could not see him on the other end of the line, Gu Shen had been vigilant throughout the night. After preparing breakfast for his two precious ones in the morning, he discovered that Jiang Fan had already disseminated the video across the internet. Trusting Jiang Fan's capabilities, he contemplated the director's situation and decided to call Jiang Fan, urging him to touch base with the crew and apply some pressure. Hence, the director received Jiang Fan's call. Director, I have heard that you share a close rapport with a certain actress in the crew. Jiang Fan's tone was mild, even laced with a hint of amusement. Yet it sent shivers down the director's spine, causing him to stiffen instantly. Assistant Jiang, that is not the case. Surely someone is spreading rumors behind our backs. It is only natural for us to look out for one another while working in the same crew. Please disregard the petty gossip. The director, fearing that his previous statement might seem too bland, hastily added a remark that only served to reveal his ulterior motives. Jiang Fan smirked coldly in his mind and spoke plainly. Cease with your unrefined intentions. Manage your lower half. Gu's investment has taken an interest in this script, and it is not to allow you to exploit your position within the crew for personal gain. You well understand the consequences of provoking President Gu. If you grow weary of this position, I can have you dismissed at any time. As the last words left Jiang Fan's lips, his voice sank dramatically, each syllable striking the director's heart like a hammer, causing him to collapse back into his chair in fright. Yes, I understand. You and President Gu need not worry. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Fan hung up, and the director exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. It was a close call. Had he pressed dial on that call, his life would have been irrevocably altered. Thinking of that little wretch, Shen Yiru, the director felt a surge of anger. Had she not stirred up so much trouble, he would not have faced such a warning from Jiang Fan. Carefully retracting Su Li's number, he swiftly located Shen Yiru's contact and, without a moment's hesitation, dialed it. Just as Shen Yiru was about to slip into the water, the phone's ringing startled her awake, causing her to jolt upright from the water. Wiping the moisture from her face, she felt a wave of panic. She had nearly drowned in her own home. Grabbing her phone, she noticed the caller ID was the director. She hesitated for a moment. What could he want at this time? Clearing her throat, she softened her tone and answered, "Director? Why are you calling me at this hour? I requested leave yesterday, did I not? You better speak to me properly." The director launched into a tirade as soon as she mentioned yesterday. "Moreover, I expect you to behave yourself lately. Focus on your role in the crew. Stay away from this and that. Keep your distance from me. And stay away from Yangmi, too." The director had just been reprimanded by Jiang Fan, and now his pent-up anger and fear were directed entirely at Shen Yiru. Hello. Shen Yiru was bewildered by the sudden tirade, her mind racing to comprehend what had just transpired. Just as she was about to inquire about the cause of the director's ire, the call abruptly ended. What a lunatic! Calling me early in the morning to berate me. She nearly hurled her phone in frustration, but her gaze fell upon another phone that lay shattered into pieces, prompting her to suppress the urge. Instead, she clenched her fist and struck the water, splashing it all over herself and drenching the bathrobe and slippers hanging nearby. The water in the bathtub had grown cold, and as Shen Yiru attempted to rise, her foot slipped on the water she had splashed, sending her crashing down to the ground. With her anger having no outlet, the fall only compounded her fury, and soon tears welled in her eyes. Ignoring the need to dress, she rampaged through the bathroom, smashing anything within reach, cursing Yangmi once more before finally calming down. Her ire lingered for a full day and night, rendering her unable to eat. It wasn't until the following morning, as she prepared to head to the set, that her assistant returned from a phone call. Sister Yiru, the production team, just called to say. The assistant, who had summoned the makeup artist early for a meticulous application, hesitated, sensing the weight of the conversation. What could she possibly say? She felt her tongue might betray her. Seeing her assistant falter only fueled Shen Yiru's frustration. "You needn't go." The assistant, frightened nearly to tears, blurted out the remaining words, standing frozen, hardly daring to breathe. Her eyes reddening. "What did you say?" Shen Yiru's voice escalated sharply, sending a shiver through her assistant. The manager rushed over to diffuse the tension. "Did you mishear?" After calming Shen Yiru, the manager turned to the assistant, who was cowering like an ostrich. The assistant shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. "No, I specifically asked again. They said you needn't go." The words, though barely audible, struck Shen Yiru like thunder, intensifying her agitation. Having fasted all day prior, she struggled to articulate her feelings, her body trembling as she fainted. "Yiru, Sister Yiru." The manager and assistant rushed to her side as she collapsed, desperately calling her name. When she remained unresponsive, they had no choice but to summon emergency services and take her to the hospital. Meanwhile, Yangmi and Su Li were astonished to discover a surge in their fan base, staring at each other in disbelief. Yangmi retrieved her phone, exited, and re-entered the application. Finally understanding the reason behind the increase in followers, a video chronicling her life on set and documenting her years of work had gone viral. As she read through the comments where fans analyzed her career trajectory, her mind raced with the realization. What a clever strategy! However, her studio would not operate with such high efficiency. Perhaps it was Gu Shen who intervened. As she pondered this while staring blankly at the video, Gu Shen's call came through. "Hello." Yangmi answered, her voice tinged with hesitation. She was perplexed as to why he would offer her such assistance. Could it be because of the two children? "You must have seen the video by now. What's the current situation?" Gu Shen feigned ignorance, yet he yearned for Yangmi to articulate her feelings, believing that only then could she truly release the pent-up emotions within her. "I am much better, thank you. I'm not being polite. This is heartfelt gratitude. Hearing the gentle tone of the woman on the other end, Gu Chen's lips curled slightly. It seemed she was indeed improving. Why are you helping me like this? Chapter 45. Surrounded by reporters. Shen gets injured. Yang Mi could not suppress her curiosity and finally voiced her doubts. Su Li, seated nearby, leaned in closer to listen. The two children were unable to accompany her, causing some anxiety. It was best to resolve the matter swiftly to alleviate their concerns. Gu Shen himself was at a loss as to why he felt this way. Upon seeing his two little treasures obediently dining at the table, he seemingly found his answer and spoke it aloud. Typically, he would never condescend to offer such explanations. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was acting for the sake of the children, which put her mind at ease. She was unaware of the peculiar emotion that had relaxed within her due to his clarification. After exchanging a few words, the director's call came through to Su Li's phone. Yang Mi bid farewell to Gu Shen and ended the call. Liya, when does Teacher Yang plan to come over? We have 2 scenes to shoot today. The director's voice was laced with caution, fearful that either Su Li or Yang Mi would report back to Gu Shen if they were displeased. He had come to understand that Yang Mi was not someone to be trifled with. Recognizing the director's intention, Yang Mi took the phone from Su Li's hand. Director, this is Yang Mi. I am at the hotel and can reach the set in about half an hour. Please hold on for me. Ah, yes, Teacher Yang. No rush, please travel safely. After hanging up, Yang Mi returned the phone to Su Li. They exchanged a knowing glance and a wry smile, both aware that she was once again benefiting from Gu Chen's influence. As she contemplated how to repay such a significant favor, she swiftly applied some makeup. Accompanied by Su Li, she departed for the set, taking extra precautions to conceal herself thoroughly for safety. When Shen Yiru awoke, she was greeted by a sea of white, leaving her somewhat disoriented and uncertain of her surroundings. Sister Yiru, you're awake? The assistant, noticing Shen Yiru's eyes flutter open, hurriedly approached her. Where is this? This is the hospital. You fainted earlier. The doctor mentioned it was due to low blood sugar combined with emotional distress. You need to rest well. Shen Yiru fell silent, taking a moment to steady her still dizzy head as she propped herself up in bed, prompting the assistant to rush to her aid. Coincidentally, the manager returned with the test results and, upon entering, was so startled to see Shen Yiru sitting up that she forgot to close the door. She had just received news from the production team that Yang Mi had returned to continue filming, and now, seeing Shen Yiru, she feared that the latter might recall the incident. Yiru, you're awake. How are you feeling? I'm Yufine. What is the situation with Yang Mi? Shen Yiru's gaze fell on the needle in her hand, and she frowned slightly, growing impatient. Her thoughts drifted to the escalating online discourse surrounding the incident, prompting her to inquire further. The manager began, but hesitated, exchanging glances with the assistant, both apprehensive about provoking Shen Yiru's nerves. Seeing their reluctance to speak, Shen Yiru's temper flared. Speak. Have you both gone mute? Realizing that they could no longer keep it from her, the manager steeled herself and finally divulged the truth. She had just returned to continue filming, personally greeted by the director, while fans awaited outside the set to apologize to her. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiru, disregarding the 4 drip, hastily descended from the bed, causing the needle to detach and blood to cascade from her hand like a broken thread. What? What did you say? How dare you? Her manager, startled by her sudden movement, set down the test results and rushed to restrain her. Why does she get to go back while I am cast aside? Why does that wretched girl receive everything without putting in any effort? Shen Yiru, seemingly deranged, raged against Yang Mi, hurling profanities that were unbearable to hear. Ultimately, her overwhelming agitation led to dizziness, and she was subdued by the arriving medical staff, who, along with her manager and assistant, carefully lifted her back onto the bed and administered a sedative, finally bringing her to a tranquil state. Unbeknownst to her, the partially open door of the ward had allowed someone to capture the entire ordeal on video, who then departed quietly. By the time Shen Yiru awoke again, the footage had gone viral online, garnering millions of views. The carefully crafted image of a pure national goddess her company had built for her crumbled without a trace, exposing her malicious nature to the public as she cursed her manager, her assistant, and her peers, even revealing the unscrupulous means by which she had ascended in her career. Netizens expressed their sympathy for Yangmi, and within a single day, her fan base surged by hundreds of thousands, all while Yangmi was still unaware. Having returned to her hotel after work, when Shen Yiru regained consciousness and saw the rampant video circulating online, she was finally struck with panic. Her company, upon learning of the situation, dispatched someone to inform her that she was in breach of contract and would owe a substantial penalty. Her manager and assistant, weary of her antics, ceased their support, and witnessing the company's readiness to abandon her, they tore apart their facade of loyalty. Desperately grasping her phone, which had a shattered screen, Shen Yiru trembled as she attempted to contact the investors who had previously supported her, but none answered, leaving her utterly bewildered. Throwing off the covers, she dashed out of the ward, forgetting to change out of her hospital gown, her hair disheveled and her complexion pale. Intending to hail a cab to seek help from the nearest investor, she was met at the hospital entrance by a throng of reporters, blocking her path entirely. As she beheld the approaching flashes and cameras, she belatedly realized how disheveled she appeared, but it was too late to conceal herself as reporters clamored to pose their inquiries. "Miss Shun, have you seen the video? What are your thoughts on it? Is the content of the video true? We've heard that your company is preparing to terminate your contract. Do you have anything to say about that? Some have suggested that you appeared unwell in the video. Can you clarify?" Shen Yiru clutched her head and darted about in a frantic manner, yet she could not break free from the encircling throng of reporters. Questions surged towards her like a relentless tide, inundating her ears, and she could no longer bear the onslaught. With her hands pressed against her ears, she tilted her head back and let out a piercing scream. Her gaze fell upon a male reporter closest to her, and in a moment of desperation, she shoved him away. Caught off guard, he stumbled, nearly colliding with another person behind him. This act incited a wave of outrage, and a multitude of journalists surrounded Shen Yiru, rendering her immobile. Some cameramen even activated their cameras, broadcasting the scene live across various platforms. In a fit of fury, Shen Yiru began to charge through the crowd of reporters. In the chaos, she was unexpectedly shoved, and she fell beside a flower bed at the entrance of the hospital, her forehead striking the sharp edge of a tile. Blood flowed instantly from a wound. At last, Shen Yiru ceased her frenzied antics, raised her hand to wipe away the warm liquid trickling down her forehead. Her eyes rolled back, and her body collapsed backward, yet no one came to her aid. Chapter 46. A desire to add drama after a whirlwind of chaos. Shen Yiru ultimately found herself confined within the walls of a hospital. Subsequently diagnosed with a mental disorder, upon her discharge, she was sent to a dilapidated psychiatric facility on the outskirts of Yanjing for recuperation. As for the events that transpired last night, the live broadcast and subsequent videos released by various news outlets underwent a night of fervent public discourse, thrusting Shen Yiru's crumbling persona into the limelight. Ultimately, the individual who could no longer redeem herself transitioned from Yangmi to Shen Yiru. A day later, Yangmi was nestled in the makeup room, allowing the makeup artist to exercise their creativity on her visage. She nibbled on a rice ball purchased from a convenience store downstairs at the hotel while diligently studying her script. Today's scenes were set for the morning, and in mere minutes, she was to step out and commence filming. Due to the pressing schedule, she had not even had time for breakfast after rising. She merely freshened up before hastily heading to the set. Following the media uproar, the newly hired assistant, Xiao Tao, approached Yangmi, her face alight with joy. "Darling, guess what?" she teased, building suspense, as Suli looked at Yangmi's puzzled expression and burst into laughter. "Ahem, Shen Yiru. Yesterday, she was besieged by reporters at the hospital entrance, and in a fit of madness, she charged back inside, landing herself back in the hospital." Suli cleared her throat, her eyes sparkling with delight as she emphasized the word madness. The entire internet was abuzz with last night's live stream replay and video recordings. The comment section was abuzz with activity, although she knew she shouldn't take pleasure in another's misfortune, even if that person had maligned Yangmi. Suli simply could not restrain her amusement. Xiao Tao was also beaming, eagerly continuing the narrative. "But that's not all. I heard she dashed out of the hospital because she fainted after being fired by the production team earlier that day. Upon regaining consciousness, she babbled all her misdeeds. Moreover, she even confessed to having accompanied her superiors for personal gain, all of which was captured on film and disseminated online. Now, neither her manager nor her assistant seemed to care for her anymore. Xiao Tao, be mindful of your words, Yami interjected lightly after Xiao Tao finished. Xiao Tao stuck out her tongue, mimicking a zipper motion, and chuckled softly. The makeup artist also joined in the laughter. Sister me, it's all good. It's just us in this room. I've been tired of her for ages. She often bullies us little girls. Yami smiled, choosing silence while relishing the lively conversation among Su Li and the others. Her heart lightened. Ultimately, this turmoil had resolved itself. She had emerged unscathed and even gained a considerable number of fans. Indeed, a blessing in disguise. In recent days, the attitudes of the crew and fellow actors towards her had improved significantly, with those who once looked down upon her for joining mid-production now treating her with utmost respect. The director, in particular, seemed eager to serve her tea. All of this had been silently orchestrated by Gu Shen, for reasons unknown. Thoughts of him made Yami's cheeks flush. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Fortunately, her makeup concealed any signs of embarrassment. Yet the faint pink hue on her ears betrayed her inner feelings. Yangmi was somewhat astonished by Shen Yiru's ability to bring herself to such a state. After all, for someone to rise to fame so swiftly in the entertainment industry, it seemed inconceivable that she could be so thoughtless. Upon expressing her curiosity, Su Li and Xiao Tao exchanged knowing smiles before revealing the reason. My dear, you may not be aware, but she has now been diagnosed with a mental illness. It seems the pressure has been too overwhelming for her to bear. A mental illness? How tragic. Yami felt a fleeting twinge of sympathy. However, given Shen Yiru's numerous misdeeds, she found it rather easy to reconcile her feelings. As the time for her scheduled meeting with the director approached, Yangmi set aside the script she had been holding, swallowed the last bite of her rice ball, and called out to Su Li and Xiao Tao before rising from the makeup room. Upon arriving on set, the director personally greeted her, discussing the script briefly before commencing filming. Yangmi had already grasped the nuances of the script, so her solo scenes were effortlessly executed in one take. However, during the scenes with the male lead, minor discrepancies led to his struggle to get into character. It was only after Yangmi assisted him in adjusting his state of mind that they successfully completed the shoot. After several takes, while Yangmi was seated, taking a moment to rest, the director approached her with an obsequious demeanor, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea in one hand and the script in the other. Is something wrong, director? Is there an issue with the scenes we just shot that requires reshooting? I'm ready if needed, Yangmi inquired, noticing the director's approach and assuming it was related to her earlier performance. No, Ms. Yang, please enjoy your tea, the director replied. Ah, thank you, director, she said, accepting the disposable cup, which she held on her lap without taking a sip. The director, undeterred by her lack of immediate gratitude, wore an increasingly ingratiating smile that made Yangmi feel uneasy. Is there something you need to discuss? Please feel free to speak openly. Well, Ms. Yang, I was considering adding more scenes for you to enhance your exposure, and I wanted to consult you about it. Yangmi felt a bit perplexed. Why the sudden proposal for additional scenes? Recalling the director's previous drastic alterations, she promptly shook her head, declining his well-intentioned offer. That won't be necessary, director. I believe the current arrangement is quite satisfactory. Thank you for your concern. Reflecting on the director's recent drastic shift in attitude, Yangmi suspected that Gu Shen must have said something to him, and she felt it appropriate to express her gratitude. Without waiting for the director's response, she continued, Excuse me for a moment. Ah, yes, of course. Please, carry on, the director replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he returned to the makeshift shade nearby. Watching him leave, Yami pondered for a moment before, disregarding the curious gazes of those around her. She took out her phone and called Gu Shen. Su Li, sitting beside her, slightly shook her head, muttering to herself, looks like she's about to get herself entangled. Meanwhile, Gu Shen had just arrived at the company and was in a meeting room for a conference. The man with cold, piercing eyes sat with his legs crossed, furrowing his brow as he listened to the report on this quarter's performance. His gaze was fixed on the notebook before him, filled with dense data. Mr. Gu, this is the sales department's performance for this quarter. Suddenly, a clear ringtone interrupted the middle-aged man's presentation. Gu Shen raised his hand to halt the proceedings, picking up the phone that lay face down on the table. The others in the conference room exchanged glances, taken aback. Their boss was typically averse to anyone fiddling with their phones during meetings. Even the slightest vibration would earn an immediate reprimand. Today, however, was a notable exception, as he had broken this unwritten rule himself. Observing Gu Shen as he grasped the device, the icy demeanor he usually exuded swiftly dissipated, and his aura softened. Curiosity piqued. The attendees found themselves leaning in, eager to discover who possessed the audacity to draw his attention in such a manner. They watched intently as he slid his finger to answer the call. Chapter 47. Your call is not a disturbance. Gu Shen was astonished that Yang Mi would call her at this hour. Previously, she would only receive calls after Yang Mi had finished her tasks, typically in the afternoon or evening. A sense of curiosity arose within her, wondering if something noteworthy had occurred. Without regard for the numerous individuals present in the conference room, she answered the phone. Hello. A deep, alluring voice resonated through the receiver. It suddenly dawned on Yang Mi that, at this hour, he was likely still at the office. Would she be interrupting his work? Gu Shen, am I disturbing you? Listening to Yang Mi's tone, which remained relatively composed, Gu Shen felt assured that the matter at hand was not urgent. He gestured for Zhang Fan to pause the meeting, then rose to leave the conference room, leaving behind dozens of astonished faces, which soon erupted into hushed whispers. Did you hear that? A woman? Yes. I thought I misheard. What do you think her relationship with CEO Gu is? Who dares to speculate? But judging by CEO Gu's reaction, it must be something special. Zhang Fan cleared his throat. Is everyone quite done? The conference room fell into a profound silence. The collective curiosity exchanged through glances. Once outside the conference room, Gu Shen leaned against the window at the end of the corridor, one hand in his pocket while the other held the phone to his ear. No, your calls are never a disturbance. Yang Mi felt her heart race at his teasing, yet utterly normal tone. Momentarily at a loss for words, she decided to bypass the topic entirely. Thank you. Although she had intended to express her gratitude through the call, once connected, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, managing only those few words. Gu Shen discerned the embarrassment in Yang Mi's voice, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he chuckled softly and took the initiative to speak. Why the sudden gratitude? Didn't I tell you it wasn't necessary? That won't do. You've helped me so much. It would be incredibly ungrateful of me not to express my thanks, Yang Mi hurriedly explained. In the past few days, I've clearly sensed a shift in the director's attitude towards me. I realized that aside from you speaking up on my behalf, no one else could have influenced him. So I genuinely wanted to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have found myself embroiled in public scrutiny. Hearing the slightly anxious tone of the woman on the other end, Gu Shen's smile widened. He had merely intended to tease her, not anticipating her earnestness, which he found unexpectedly endearing. All right, don't fret, I understand. Yang Mi, hearing Gu Shen's playful tone, felt her cheeks flush. The rapid beating of her heart felt as if it might leap from her throat, leaving her momentarily dazed and unsure of the reason behind her reaction. She fell silent, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Su Li, observing from a distance, found the scene amusing. Why are you so nervous over a phone call? How is the filming going? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Yes, quite smoothly. At long last, Yang Mi found a topic to discuss and quickly responded. Before the incident, everyone had treated her kindly, and as the public sentiment shifted, coupled with your introduction, their goodwill towards her only increased. Especially the director. Just a moment ago, he approached her with an offer to expand her role, which she declined. Why did you refuse? Gu Shen inquired, somewhat surprised. Wasn't she eager to make a comeback? Why would she turn down the opportunity to shine? Yang Mi glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot, then covered her mouth and whispered, last time is alterations. I simply could not bear it. Gu Shen chuckled, taken aback by her unexpected humor. In truth, Yang Mi merely used the director's modifications as an excuse. She was acutely aware that the director's newfound favor stemmed entirely from Gu Shen's influence. However, she felt uneasy about receiving unearned benefits. All right, when will you return? Meng Bao and Guai Bao miss you dearly. I miss them a bit too. Ever since Yang Mi flew to Jin City for filming, Gu Chun increasingly felt the apartment was somewhat desolate, with only him and the children present. A flicker of warmth ignited within him. Though it remained faint, he could only grasp the general sentiment. He must have some affection for her, right? Yang Mi had been joyfully sharing stories from the set when she was caught off guard by his words, momentarily at a loss. It shouldn't be long now. It was only after speaking that she realized what Gu Chun had said, causing her face, which had just regained its composure, to flush a deep crimson. I'll be back soon. Su Li, sitting nearby and listening to their conversation, couldn't help but chuckle as she observed Yang Mi's face turn fiery red. Oh, are we flirting early in the morning? Leaning closer, Su Li playfully whispered to Yang Mi. Before she could withdraw, however, Yang Mi swiftly covered her mouth. Sister Li, what are you saying? I have to go. The director is calling me for another take. You handle your business. Bye. In a rush to find an excuse, Yang Mi hung up the phone, placing it down while patting her chest. Su Li, stifled by Yang Mi's hand over her mouth and holding back laughter, struggled to catch her breath. Finally, she managed to pull Yang Mi's hand away, panting before continuing to tease. Hey, you already have children, yet you still act like a lovesick girl. Yang Mi nearly gasped at this remark, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was approaching. Once she confirmed their solitude, she shot Su Li a reproachful glare. Sister Li, you, Crossing her arms, Yang Mi turned her back on Su Li. Seeing that Yang Mi seemed genuinely upset, Su Li hurriedly grasped her shoulders to appease her. Yet, Yang Mi stood up and walked over to Xiao Tao, who was starstruck watching the lead actors perform. Realizing she had failed to cheer Yang Mi up and seeing her walk away, Su Li quickly followed, wrapping her arms around Yang Mi's waist and pulling close. Oh dear, my darling, please don't be angry. I was wrong. Won't you forgive me just this once? Yang Mi wasn't truly angry. Her shyness had prompted her retreat. As Su Li tried to console her, she relented a bit, turning to give Su Li a playful glare. Really? Absolutely. No more talking. As Su Li opened her palm to make a vow, Yang Mi could no longer suppress her laughter. The two engaged in playful banter as they made their way toward Xiao Tao. Gu Chun, gazing at his disconnected phone call, retained a lingering smile upon his face. He had overheard Su Li's words, yet before he could tease her, the call was abruptly ended. He anticipated her to be so timid and easily flustered. Indeed, she had blushed so profusely the last time when the two little ones had pressured him into giving her a hug. Entering the conference room while clutching his phone, he found his colleagues in a hushed silence. It was only when Gu Chun returned to his seat that someone noticed the smile curving his lips, prompting a flurry of nudges among those seated nearby, their eyes urging each other to take notice. Please continue, he urged, crossing his legs. However, the impatience that had previously graced his demeanor had vanished, replaced by a constant smile as he patiently listened to his subordinate. The individual reporting, initially interrupted and visibly anxious, stumbled through several data points, leading everyone to believe he was doomed. To their astonishment, Gu Chun refrained from pointing out his mistakes and, once he had finished, simply instructed him to take a seat. Chapter 48. Could it be that he's being kept? The crowd remained in a state of disbelief. Is this truly their boss? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Not only was he smiling, but he also allowed for errors in reports. Such a thing had never transpired before. The astonishment lingered until the conclusion of the meeting. Once Gu Chun rose to leave the conference room, only then did everyone dare to engage in discussion. Some even seized the opportunity to question Jiang Fan about their boss's situation. Naturally, Jiang Fan would not gossip about Gu Chun behind his back. He darkened his expression and admonished them to attend to their own duties, warning them to be cautious lest Gu Chun learn of their chatter and they face the consequences. The crowd dispersed, disgruntled, and no one dared to speak openly again. Yet, in the absence of others, whispers continued to circulate in secluded corners. As Yang Mi observed that her role in the script had dwindled, she realized that she would likely wrap up filming within 5 or 6 days. Thus, when Gu Chun inquired about her return, she assured him it would be soon. However, unexpected complications arose, and the delay extended over half a month. Half a month later, The kindergarten announced a parents' meeting, as the semester had reached its midpoint and required direct communication regarding the children's progress. Gu Shen initially believed Yang Mi would be able to return in time for the meeting, but to his dismay, she was unable to make it back even on the day of the event, compelling him to attend personally. Following the previous incident, he was reluctant to send Xiao Chun. He took it upon himself to manage matters concerning the two children. The evening before the parents' meeting, after finishing her work, Yang Mi made a video call to apologize to her children. "My dear Meng Bao and Guai Bao, I'm so sorry, but I cannot return in time for the parents' meeting." Although they felt a sense of regret, the children supported Yang Mi's career, demonstrating understanding and maturity regarding her unavoidable absence. "It's all right, Mommy. My sister and I have Daddy here. You just focus on your work." "Yes, Mommy. Daddy said he would go, so don't worry." Gu Shen nodded in agreement, smiling quietly beside them without uttering a word. Seeing her little ones in such spirits eased Yang Mi's heart. After chatting with them for a while, she ended the call and prepared for rest, as she had an entire day of action scenes awaiting her the next day. The children, thrilled by the prospect of their father attending the parents' meeting for the first time, stayed up late in excitement before finally drifting off to sleep. Early the next morning, Meng Bao, having risen with the alarm, gently woke her still sleeping sister, leading her to the bathroom to freshen up. Guai Bao, still somewhat groggy and irritable, puffed her cheeks in annoyance, but Meng Bao extinguished her frustration with a single remark. "Guai Bao, Daddy's going with us to kindergarten today." Instantly, her sister's eyes sparkled with delight, prompting a hidden smile from Meng Bao. "Huh, who better know my own sister than me?" After dinner, Gu Shen summoned Jiang Fan to escort them to Jinghua. Along the way, the children chattered incessantly, their joy evident. Upon arriving at the parking lot at Jinghua's entrance, Jiang Fan exited the vehicle to open the doors for them. Originally intending to stay close to Gu Shen, he realized that Jiang Fan's striking visage essentially overshadowed the Gu group, prompting him to instruct Jiang Fan to wait at the entrance while he escorted the two children inside. Complying with the directive, Jiang Fan turned and made his way to the vehicle. Meng Bao and Guai Bao each took hold of Gu Shen's hand, leading him through the campus and enthusiastically introducing him to the scenery within. As the foremost aristocratic kindergarten in Yanjing, Jinghua boasted unparalleled architecture, landscapes, and facilities. During Gu Shen's previous visit, his focus had solely been on the children's injuries, leaving him little inclination to observe his surroundings. However, now, as he was drawn along by his two treasures, he unexpectedly discovered the charm of the environment. The parent-teacher meeting was not set to commence for another half hour, allowing parents the opportunity to explore the grounds. Typically, the kindergarten maintained strict regulations, seldom permitting parental access, making this chance particularly coveted among those attending the meeting, many of whom hoped to accompany their children in their wanderings. It was not uncommon to encounter prominent figures, hence parents were seen meandering with their children throughout the premises. While Meng Bao and Guai Bao playfully led Gu Shen on their adventure, they inevitably encountered classmates, proudly proclaiming him as their father. Noticing the unusual excitement of his little ones, Gu Shen, despite his aversion to frivolous social interactions, could not bring himself to dampen their spirits, reluctantly exchanging pleasantries with other parents. Typically, those who attended Jinghua were children from affluent and influential families. However, the attendees at the parent-teacher meeting were predominantly mothers, with many being full-time socialites. Gu Shen, a solitary man amidst throngs of parents, began to appear somewhat out of place, particularly as he and the children were strikingly handsome, drawing considerable attention from onlookers. Where's their mother? Is it appropriate for a man to attend a parent meeting? Some curious parents inquired as they approached him. By nature, Gu Shen was not one for idle chatter and merely stated that the children's mother was preoccupied with work and unable to attend. Upon hearing this, the other parents could not resist whispering amongst themselves. What kind of mother allows a man to attend a meeting? One remarked, "It's quite absurd." Another echoed, "Honestly, with his looks and physique, could he be a kept man?" One mused, "Strange as it may seem, there might be some truth to that. Perhaps the mother is a powerful woman. He certainly resembles a man living off someone else." A playful comment from one of them prompted the others to jest. Should we also consider ourselves in a similar light? The whispers, though meant to be discreet, grew progressively louder, directly reaching Gu Shen's ears. Frowning slightly, he guided the children in another direction. As the time for the meeting approached, he encouraged Meng Bao and Guai Bao to find their friends to play while he entered their classroom. The tall man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with sharp features and a striking presence, instantly captivated the attention of most parents upon entering the classroom. Several middle-aged women, who had been discussing Gu Shen outside, exchanged glances upon noticing his solitary entrance and promptly surrounded him. "Here's my business card. If you're interested, do give me a call. My rates will undoubtedly exceed what you currently receive," exclaimed a woman adorned with an abundance of jewelry, thrusting her card into Gu Shen's hand. "Oh, don't listen to her. Name your price, and I can accommodate it. Come over to me," another middle-aged woman declared, swatting the card from Gu Shen's grasp and pressing her body closer to him. The others chimed in, each offering increasingly extravagant sums. Their insinuations were clear. They sought to financially support him, presuming he was already being sponsored, suggesting that adding or replacing a benefactor was inconsequential. In that moment, Gu Shen's patience reached its zenith, his expression darkening as the women continued to vie for his attention. Faced with their relentless advances, he gritted his teeth and coldly uttered a single word: scram. Chapter 49. Is he a gigolo? The middle-aged women encircling Gu Shen were momentarily stunned upon hearing the warning laced in his voice, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to react. Other parents in the classroom were similarly captivated by his words, which, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight, prompting them to cease their idle chatter and cast their gazes toward the few individuals at the classroom entrance. The man at the center of the commotion radiated fury, his eyes icy and perilous, exuding an aura that instilled fear. The atmosphere in the classroom became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The homeroom teacher, who had been engaged in discussions about the children with other parents from the podium, was startled by the low growl, quickly turning her head to assess the situation, instinctively preparing to intervene. Yet, upon witnessing the man's escalating hostility, she hesitated, retracting the leg she had already moved forward. Though others may not recognize Gu Shen, she certainly did. She vividly recalled the unfortunate fate of Teacher Wang and had been repeatedly cautioned by the principal to avoid provoking him at all costs. Observing the tense atmosphere at the classroom door, she silently lit a candle of hope for the wealthy ladies who had spoken so brazenly. May their downfall not be too severe. Who does this gigolo think he is? The woman who had handed Gu Shen her business card was the first to react, entirely oblivious to the perilous aura radiating from him. Feeling insulted, she retorted, "As if you're so formidable." The other middle-aged women soon followed suit, emboldened by Gu Shen's apparent lack of reaction to their insults. Having suffered a loss of face, they were unwilling to concede. After all, their husbands were prominent figures, and how could they allow a mere gigolo to insult them publicly? Without your looks, do you think anyone would even glance your way? Dressing so ostentatiously, do you truly believe you hold any significance? If it weren't for being supported by someone, would you even be here? Have you looked in a mirror lately? Huh. Gu Shen, provoked by their incessant taunts of gigolo, felt a surge of amusement in his anger. Him? A gigolo? How absurd. He had intentionally kept a low profile at the kindergarten, leaving Jiang Fan waiting at the gate, never anticipating such humiliation. Unable to endure any longer, Gu Shen retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Jiang Fan. "Mr. Gu, what are your instructions?" "Come in." The second classroom on the left of the main teaching building. After hanging up, he cast a glance at the group of women still hurling insults, their tempers flaring. Indifferently, he seated himself on the desk behind him. Standing tall with long legs, even while perched on the desk, he towered over the women. Calling for reinforcements, are we? What kind of help could a gigolo summon? Perhaps a bodyguard? In this society governed by law, what do you think you could do to me? I shall wait right here. Let us see what you can do. Gu Shen's gaze sharpened as it landed directly on the loud-mouthed woman, his lips curling into a cold smile. He chose not to refute her tirade, allowing their insults to wash over him. His attention then shifted to the somewhat flustered homeroom teacher standing not far from the podium. Gu Shen spoke, "Summon your principal." His voice was firm, yet his tone remained detached, sending a shiver down the teacher's spine as she hurriedly dashed away. "I'll go right now, please wait." The women, witnessing the teacher's reaction, felt a pang of curiosity but attributed it to her timidity, dismissing it as mere fright. They continued to hurl insults at Gu Shen, calling him names like kept man and pretty boy. Jiang Fan, upon receiving a call from his boss, was puzzled about the situation. As he answered, he immediately sensed something was amiss, his heart tightening. What could possibly provoke Gu Shen to such anger during a parent-teacher meeting? Had something happened to the children? Dreading the thought, Jiang Fan quickly exited his vehicle and raced toward the main teaching building, following Gu Shen's directions to reach the classroom door at the fastest pace possible. Before even entering the class, Jiang Fan overheard a string of vile remarks, and his heart sank. While it wasn't the children who were in trouble, it was infuriating to witness these individuals disrespecting his boss so blatantly. With a surge of anger, he forcefully pushed open the solid wooden door that the homeroom teacher had closed while seeking the principal, striding inside. The door slammed against the classroom wall with a loud bang, startling the women who had their backs turned and were in the midst of their tirade. The other parents were drawn to the sudden noise, their attention diverted. Among the crowd, a sharp-eyed individual quickly recognized Jiang Fan, stammering, "Jiang. Jiang. How could it be Assistant Jiang? He must have been summoned by that man. Look at the expression in his eyes. I knew he possessed an extraordinary demeanor. He is certainly not an ordinary person." The group that had surrounded Gu Shen and was vociferously attacking him suddenly recognized Jiang Fan, momentarily taken aback. The insults halted, though they remained frozen in their aggressive postures. "Mr. Gu, you summoned me," Jiang Fan acknowledged, noticing Gu Shen's dark expression. "Yes. Who? Mr. Gu? Who else could it be? Jiang Fan is merely an assistant to the illustrious Gu Shen." The crowd, hearing Jiang Fan address Gu Shen, was left in stunned silence as they finally pieced together the identity of the handsome man before them. A wave of gasps echoed throughout the classroom. "Mr. Gu?" The startled women turned stiffly to face the somber man in the center, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. "What, Mr. Gu? Are they calling him?" Jiang Fan, addressing the women, demanded, "Bring your men here." "Yes." Jiang Fan swept his gaze over the bewildered faces of the women, committing their features to memory as he recalled their identities, and stepped outside to make the necessary phone calls. The women who had recently boasted about financially supporting Gu Shen, upon hearing that Gu Shen intended for Jiang Fan to contact their husbands, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Their faces turned as pale as a ghost. "Mr. Gu, we," they stammered for an eternity, unable to conjure a semblance of a plausible excuse, each desperately attempting to shift the blame onto the others. The first wealthy lady to speak was now as white as a sheet, beads of sweat cascading from her forehead, smudging her meticulously applied makeup and rendering her utterly disheveled. While the others might have had some chance of evasion, she was the first to speak and had even handed Gu Shen her business card. Her fate was sealed. Moreover, with his directive for Jiang Fan to reach out to her husband, it seemed her future was irrevocably tarnished. Without her husband, where would her affluence and prestige come from? Mr. Gu, I beg your pardon. I was blinded by foolishness and failed to recognize you." Chapter 50. "Your wife wants to keep me." The woman collapsed to her knees, trembling uncontrollably in fear. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, yet none dared to speak out loudly. Only a few women remained clustered around Gu Shen, frantically wringing their hands, while the others retreated to the corners, wary of becoming involved. The principal was busily engaged in her office when the class teacher of the little treasures rushed in, forgetting to knock. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. What's wrong? Why the rush? "Principal." The teacher was breathless, having hastened her way there, and by the time she reached the principal's office on the top floor, she was panting heavily, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Seeing her in such a state, the principal sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately pulled her out of the office. "Speak on the way." The teacher stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground, her leaden legs betraying her. Yet, being tugged along by the principal, she had no choice but to follow, mentally lamenting her fate. What a catastrophe this is. Principal. Some parents in the class mistook Mr. Gu for a kept man and spoke quite harshly. She gasped, attempting to steady her racing heart, swallowing hard. What? The teacher finally managed to relay the details, all while trying to regulate her breathing as they hurried downstairs. Mr. Gu has already summoned someone to handle it, and he asked me to inform you to come. How could this happen? Why provoke that formidable individual? Do they wish to see me perish? The principal exploded in anger, fully aware that she could not voice such sentiments later, yet her frustration was palpable. These foolish women. Descending the stairs felt less burdensome than ascending. The teacher had regained her breath, silently trailing behind the principal, too intimidated to speak. As a mere teacher, she could not afford to offend anyone. They dashed down the final flight of stairs, and upon looking up, the principal spotted Jiang Fan standing outside the classroom, engaged in a phone call. She hurried toward him. Assistant Jiang. Jiang Fan glanced up, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, as he pointed towards the classroom door. Principal, Mr. Gu is waiting for you inside. Oh dear, I must go in. Without a moment to fix her disheveled hair, the principal took a deep breath and entered the classroom. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of a woman trembling on the floor, surrounded by whispering onlookers and the impatient figure of a man seated at the central desk. The courage she had mustered began to dissipate. Mr. Gu, I have arrived. Hearing her voice, Gu Chun glanced up but remained silent. I had no idea you were here. Otherwise, I would have come out to greet you personally. The principal wiped the sweat from her brow, her anxiety heightening as Gu Chun continued to say nothing. Why was it that everything seemed to fall upon him? As retirement approaches in less than 2 years, he finds himself beleaguered first by the troubles stemming from the chief family, and now by the antics of these foolish women. How unfortunate his fate seems. Internally lamenting, yet he dare not reveal his distress. He feigns ignorance and cautiously inquires, Mr. Gu, what seems to be the matter? Your kindergarten is quite reputable in the city, surely. You and T accept just anyone? Please, do not be angry. I shall resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, the principal realized he could no longer maintain his facade and hastily vowed to take charge. Gu Chan cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to expose his pretense. With his hands resting casually on his crossed legs, Gu Chun rhythmically tapped his fingers, his gaze fixated on the clock hanging above the teaching screen, remaining silent. The wealthy ladies, who had previously exuded an air of arrogance while kneeling in fear, now shuffled closer to the principal upon his arrival, seeking his assistance. In their panic, none of them considered that they were the ones who had caused the principal this trouble, revealing their utter foolishness. The principal, eager to distance himself from them, would have preferred to drag them away, and hurriedly instructed the homeroom teacher to fetch some tea from his office for Gu Chun. The teacher, already feeling out of place in this chaotic scene, was too anxious to even breathe freely. Upon hearing the principal's request, she promptly dashed away without a backward glance. Minutes later, the various bosses arrived in a flurry after receiving a call from Jiang Fan. The call had provided no explanation, merely stating that their wives had caused trouble for Mr. Gu and that they were summoned to address the situation. Nevertheless, none dared to delay, and they hurried from their respective companies. As the group assembled, Gu Chun leisurely stood up, casting a glance at the women who had previously encircled him, eager to support him financially, and spoke. Your wives have suggested that I am a gigolo, seeking their financial support. As for your domestic affairs, Mr. Gu prefers not to interfere. Please, feel free to handle it yourselves. With those words, he paid no mind to the increasingly dramatic expressions on the faces of the men arriving behind him, and, accompanied by Jiang Fan, he exited the classroom to spend time with the children. The men, who had hurried over in astonishment at how their wives could possibly provoke a man like Gu Chun, gathered at the classroom door, whispering amongst themselves about how Gu Chun had shown them disrespect by making them wait outside. However, upon hearing Gu Chen's words, they stood frozen in disbelief, their gazes shifting towards their wives, first filled with incredulity, then transformed into shock and fury. How dare you, you wretched woman? You've been flirting with men behind my back. One man, having regained his composure, prompted the others to react, and they began to vehemently accuse the pale-faced women. I toil tirelessly to provide for you and our child, and instead of staying home peacefully, you bring me shame in such a manner. To think you would consider Mr. Gu as just another gigolo, your vision must be clouded. If you ruin my career, you and your little bastard can take your leave. Several women initially sought the company of Chun due to his striking appearance and charming demeanor, intending merely to spend a little money for his companionship. However, they soon found themselves in an unexpected predicament, filled with regret for their choices. Despite the harsh words hurled by their husbands, none dared to retort. They remained frozen, kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Chun, wishing to avoid the cacophony of their lamentations, decided to inform their husbands directly, knowing that no man could endure such public humiliation, especially those of power and influence. Exiting the classroom, Chun led Jiang Fan to find two children engaged in play with their peers, standing behind them. "Sweethearts," he called out. The two children turned in surprise, and upon recognizing Chun, exchanged bewildered glances, their minds flooded with questions. "Daddy? Is the parent-teacher meeting over so soon?" Chapter 51. The fault of the kindergarten. Gu Chun did not wish for the two children to be burdened with the sordid details, so he fabricated a casual excuse to divert their attention. Just getting some fresh air. Not far off, the classroom windows were open, allowing intermittent sounds of a woman's weeping and a man's tirade to drift over, causing Gu Chun a frown. The children, having overheard these disconcerting noises and noticing their father's displeasure, exchanged curious glances but refrained from inquiring, instead setting down their toys and rushing towards him for comfort. As Gu Chun witnessed the two little ones dashing to embrace his legs, a wave of comfort washed over him. He bent down, lifting each child into his arms. "Daddy, do we not have to go back to the classroom?" the obedient one asked, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Gu Chun's face. Then let us play somewhere else for a while before going home." "All right, I will follow your lead." Noting that Meng Bao did not oppose her sister's suggestion, Gu Chun nodded in agreement. "Then we shall take our leave. See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell to their playmates, Meng Bao and Guai Bao pointed in a direction, urging Gu Chun to carry them along. Strolling leisurely through the kindergarten, Gu Chun noted that lunchtime was approaching and decided to take the children to Zui Xian Ju. He called Jiang Fan, who was maintaining a respectful distance behind them. As Gu Chun walked through the playground, cradling the two children, a throng of parents, including the men who had rushed over, suddenly emerged from the main teaching building, dragging their respective wives, hastily converging on Gu Chun. Gu Chun continued on his way, intent on ignoring them, but to his dismay, they pressed closer. Hearing the escalating cries and shouts behind him, Gu Chun's brow furrowed tighter. He turned around, visibly irritated, to regard the approaching group. Sensing his discomfort, Jiang Fan instinctively stepped forward to shield Gu Chun from the advancing parents. "I apologize, but this is Mr. Gu's private time." The individuals halted, unwilling to relent, but hesitant to approach Gu Chun too closely. They hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, but upon seeing Gu Chun preparing to leave, they grew frantic. "Mr. Gu, please wait. We apologize, Mr. Gu. A family member has been rude and clumsy. We are truly sorry. She lacks decorum. Please do not hold it against her leave." Gu Chun, taken aback that someone would dare to speak such words while he was holding two children, lost his temper, silencing the agitated group with a single word. As he turned to depart, still cradling the children, Gu Chun maintained a deep scowl until they reached the car. Noticing his foul mood, Meng Bao and Guai Bao exchanged concerned glances and inquired, "What is wrong, Daddy? What happened?" "Which uncle just said someone was blind?" Realizing the two little treasures were still by his side, Gu Chun finally softened his expression. He pinched the bridge of his nose and replied, "Daddy is fine. I just had a minor altercation with some parents. Uncle Jiang Fan will take care of it." The obedient child nodded, seemingly understanding, and noticing Gu Chun's displeasure, took the initiative to embrace him, patting his back like a miniature adult. The clever child, more perceptive than the obedient one, pieced together the man's words and Gu Chun's slight disdain and impatience, grasping the situation. Realizing he did not wish to elaborate, she refrained from asking further, instead sitting quietly beside him, allowing him his space. The two children were so considerate and endearing that Gu Chen's earlier discomfort gradually dissipated. He lifted the obedient child onto his lap, waiting for Jiang Fan to return and drive them to Zui Xian Ju. After enjoying lunch, the trio returned to the apartment. Yang Mi took a moment to call, and the two little ones took Gu Chen's phone to their room to chat with her. With Gu Chen not having gone to the office, he settled on the sofa in the living room to review some documents sent by Jiang Cheng that required his attention. The clever child brought her sister back to the children's room, glancing at the man engrossed in his computer screen as they passed and quietly closing the door. Little sister sat on the small sofa, whispering to Yang Mi. First, they agreed not to be overly excited. Then the clever child recounted her earlier deductions. Mom, Dad took my sister and me to the parent-teacher conference this morning, and it seems like other parents were bothering him. Yang Mi chuckled. You little rascal, do you even know what bother means? Be careful, or your dad might hear and give you a spanking. The clever child grew anxious, while the obedient child suddenly grasped the situation. That's why Dad looked so unwell this morning and hardly ate lunch. Shoo, Mommy, what my brother says might be true. With their serious expressions, Yang Mi ceased her playful banter. Then tell Mommy what exactly happened. When Dad took us to the kindergarten, we overheard some mean aunties saying that Mommy didn't come to the parent-teacher conference because Mommy. The two children quietly recounted the entire story to Yang Mi. From hearing the unflattering remarks at school to the incident where Gu Chen was stopped by several uncles before leaving the kindergarten. They articulated their points clearly, analyzing the situation thoroughly. As Yang Mi listened to the terms like keeping that the children used, her frown deepened. Her little ones were still young and wouldn't normally encounter such concepts without exposure, which indicated that there might be some truth to the matter. Coupled with the clever child's hints, Yang Mi pieced together the situation with remarkable accuracy, feeling a twinge of jealousy. That scoundrel, quite the charmer, isn't he? Just as Gu Chen completed his work, he noticed the children had closed the door and were whispering inside their room. Curious, he knocked and entered. What are you discussing? The clever child and the obedient child immediately fell silent upon his arrival, halting their conversation. Meanwhile, Yang Mi on the line couldn't help but chuckle at the children's sudden seriousness. They just told me that you had a disagreement with other parents this morning. I was wondering about that. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two children, but remained silent. Are they that astute? Surely, they haven't figured it all out. As I pondered, I suddenly heard Yang Mi's voice, tinged with disappointment. I apologize. It seems I have troubled you. I didn't realize you were so well-liked. Gu Chen gazed at the screen, where the petite woman had lowered her head slightly, and his heart softened. It's no inconvenience. It's not your fault. The threshold for that kindergarten is rather low, allowing all sorts of misfits to enter. Though he felt a twinge of jealousy, he concealed it, finding amusement in Yang Mi's wandering gaze. His remark about the kindergarten's low standards reflected his true thoughts. After encountering these two incidents, he resolved to enhance the environment. After all, it was the finest aristocratic kindergarten in all of Yanjing, with an impressive faculty. For the sake of ensuring that his two treasures received the best education in a conducive learning atmosphere, he planned to elevate the standards, starting with the removal of certain individuals. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi was taken aback and then laughed. How can you blame the kindergarten? Chapter 52, Mummy is Coming Back. Yang Mi found it amusing, yet somewhat exasperating, to hear Gu Chen shift all the blame onto the kindergarten with a single remark. Ah, the power of capital, she thought. Gu Chen's words alleviated the tension, and the faint hint of acidity from Yang Mi's end dissipated accordingly. After this little episode, the distance between Yang Mi and Gu Chen had lessened, and their conversation flowed more freely. How is the company faring? Are Meng Bao and Guai Bao behaving? Pondering for a moment, Yang Mi resolved to show more interest in his affairs and inquired about the current state of the company. She was apprehensive that her sudden curiosity might seem out of place. Hence, she also mentioned the children. Gu Chen, noticing her attempt to conceal her intentions, raised an eyebrow and smiled without exposing her. He replied, the company is operating smoothly, no issues at all. Meng Bao and Guai Bao are exceptionally well behaved. Today, Guai Bao noticed my mood was off and came to cheer me up, as he affectionately ruffled Guai Bao's soft hair. Gu Chen felt a lift in his spirits and became more talkative. Suddenly, Guai Bao blinked her large, glistening eyes, scrambled up, and planted a kiss on Gu Shen's face, leaving both him and Yang Mi startled, yet unable to suppress their laughter. "As long as you haven't caused me any trouble," he remarked lightly. "Of course not, my child. How could you be a bother?" However, he hadn't yet had the chance to discuss the children's recent developments with the teachers at the parent-teacher meeting, which had now been overshadowed by this unexpected incident. Gu Shen squeezed the cuff of his sleeve, irritation creeping into his tone as he spoke of these matters. "It's all right. I'll ask Assistant Xiao Chun for the teacher's WeChat later. Communicating via phone is just as effective," Yang Mi suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shen nodded, realizing that it would indeed be inappropriate for him to add the female homeroom teacher, and he preferred to avoid any potential complications. However, he quickly dismissed Yang Mi's idea of reaching out to Xiao Chun. Gazing at her screen with a serious expression, "I will notify Xiao Chun. She will send the phone number to your mobile shortly. You can focus on your tasks." Yang Mi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the sudden shift in context. Yet, given that he was taking the initiative, she felt relieved of her burden and agreed without further thought. "All right, later." She belatedly realized that his words might have hinted at a tinge of jealousy, prompting him to discourage her from contacting Xiao Chun herself. At that moment, both had already come to terms with their feelings for one another, having been together for quite some time, and Yang Mi's mention of the matter had left Gu Shen blushing. Having discussed the children, Meng Bao and Guai Bao then leaned closer to the camera, gazing at Yang Mi with eager eyes. "Mummy, when can you come back?" They had not seen her for nearly 2 months and were beginning to miss her. Yang Mi calculated the days. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would likely be able to return this weekend. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with joy, and they began to cheer and race around the room. "Oh, Mummy is coming back." Guai Bao got Meng Bao Shahin, leaping onto the bed as if it were a trampoline, while Meng Bao cautiously ensured her mischievous sister wouldn't fall and hurt herself, her face radiating excitement. As Gu Shen observed the two little ones joyfully bouncing in front of him, he too was swept up in the infectious atmosphere, a smile gracing his lips as he watched them. In the video, Yang Mi inadvertently caught a glimpse of the man seated on the small sofa. His face, usually cold and stern, radiated warmth today, leaving her momentarily entranced. She was well aware of his handsomeness, yet she never anticipated the daily encounters would continue to leave such a profound impact on her. When she noticed Gu Shen's gaze shift toward the screen, Yang Mi finally realized she had been staring at him in a daze for quite some time. Reacting instinctively, she hastily picked up her phone and abruptly ended the call. Gu Shen, puzzled, wondered what just happened. Yang Mi herself was taken aback by her impulsive reaction, feeling rather foolish. Lying on the bed to ease her embarrassment, she could hear her heart racing, and her cheeks fell to flame. "Oh, Yang Mi, how could you be so lacking in composure? Not only were you captivated by his looks, but you also embarrassed yourself in front of him." Rolling on her bed while clutching her face, she wished she could find a secluded spot to bury herself. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled her, and she sprang up from the bed, rushing to answer without even putting on her shoes. "Why is my face so red?" Su Li wondered, observing Yang Mi as she opened the door, her expression filled with curiosity. "What on earth has this girl been doing in there for so long?" "It's nothing, really. The air conditioning is a bit too warm, and I felt stifled," Yang Mi replied, hurriedly using the back of her hand to cool her flushed cheeks while offering a sheepish grin. "Put on your shoes. Be careful not to catch a chill," Su Li said, frowning as she noticed Yang Mi walking around barefoot. Despite the air conditioning and the carpeted floor, the ground was still cool, and she couldn't understand why Yang Mi didn't take better care of herself. "Every day, there's something to worry about." All right, I know, Suma," Yang Mi said, sticking out her tongue, which led to a playful chase around the room. "It's all for your own good. Just don't come crying to me when your period hits and you're doubled over in pain." After their playful antics wore them out, and they sat on the edge of the bed to rest, Yang Mi finally remembered she was unaware of Su Li's purpose for visiting. "Sister Li, what do you need me for?" "Oh, the director just called me. He mentioned that after your scenes wrap in a few days, there will be a wrap party for you. You should prepare ahead of time, as there will be quite a few media reporters present, and you may be interviewed." "Ah, is it possible for me not to go?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's expression instantly fell, and she looked at Su Li with a pitiful gaze. I would much rather return home early to spend time with my two little treasures. You cannot. Su Li fixed her gaze on Yang Mi, an expression of dismay on her face. My dear niece, do you realize what a splendid opportunity this is for you to make your presence known as you prepare for your comeback? Seeing Su Li about to launch into another lecture, Yang Mi, feeling defeated, quickly cut her off. All right, I will go. Is that acceptable? Only then did Su Li relent, reminding her to rest early before she returned to her own room. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Yang Mi shuffled back to the bedside, her slippers dragging against the floor, and threw herself onto the soft quilt, lying motionless. The room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the gentle hum of the air conditioner, while the blush on Yang Mi's cheeks had yet to fade. With her loosely tied buns swaying slightly, she unconsciously pondered the man who had ensnared her thoughts during their recent phone call. The temperature seemed to touch high as the warm breeze enveloped her, igniting a sensation of warmth throughout her body. The memory of that faint smile lingered persistently in her mind. At precisely 4 o'clock the following morning, Yang Mi, in a daze, arrived at the film set. Having experienced a restless night, her mind was not entirely clear at such an early hour, and she managed to doze off during the car ride. Rubbing her sore neck, she requested Xiao Tao to order a strong iced Americano for her, and asked her and Su Li to pick up some beverages of their choosing, treating them. After an hour and a half, she finally donned the battle-worn attire of the female general, only to be jolted awake by the makeup artist. Sister, you're all set. Wake up quickly. The sun will rise in just 10 minutes. Chapter 53. She is boldly unashamed. At precisely 5:40 a.m., as the fiery sun ascended above the horizon, the film crew commenced their work. This scene depicted a female general valiantly battling on the battlefield, exhausting all her strength while awaiting the arrival of the male and female leads with reinforcements. Amidst the smoke of war, the ground was littered with fallen bodies, and rivers of blood flowed. The female general, clinging to her last breath, finally awaited her allies as the dawn broke. In the center of the battlefield, where the leads could not reach in time, she found herself too weak to wield her sword against the onslaught of arrows, succumbing to her injuries as she knelt, pierced by dozens of arrows. This marked the final single shot of Yang Mi in the production. The delay in filming this particular scene was due to the director's intention to capture her foundational shots first, allowing her to fully comprehend the character's essence before presenting this most perfect moment on camera. Aside from a few scenes with the leads, this was the last remaining shot. Although Yang Mi harbored some discontent about the early start, a sense of joy welled within her. She would soon return home to be with her two beloved children. Facing the sun, its warm rays illuminated Yang Mi's pallid, yet spirited visage. She swung her sword to deflect the lethal arrows aimed at her heart. And as she beheld the reinforcements approaching from the southeast, sweat trickled down her brow. A sorrowful smile graced her lips as she slowly closed her eyes. Tears of anguish and reluctance cascading down, splattering onto the dust-laden ground. Dozens of arrows pierced her body, and the beauty, facing the sun, tilted her head back. Breathing her last. Click. The director, tears welling in his eyes, called an end to the shoot. The crew stood in stunned silence, fully immersed in the tragic fate of the female general. Initially, the director had worried that following recent events, Yang Mi would struggle to embody her role. To his surprise, she delivered a breathtaking performance that left everyone in awe, and he could not help but ponder the implications. At this rate, she was destined for great fame, and, consequently, the success of this production was assured. Relieved not to have missed such a splendid opportunity, the director approached her with enthusiasm. Yang, that was simply divine. Another perfect take. Just look at the depth of this scene. There won't even be a need for editing in post-production. Incredible, Yang. Yang Mi swiftly detached herself from her character, sniffed back her tears, and offered the director a smile. You flatter me. I have much to improve upon and plenty to learn. The director was about to respond when he noticed the male lead, Chong Xin, approaching. He exchanged greetings with Yang Mi before returning to the studio to shoot other scenes, leaving the two of them alone. Yang, you've worked hard. Would you like some water? Thank you. Is there something you need? Yang Mi nodded, accepting the water but not drinking it, feeling somewhat puzzled. Typically, aside from necessary scenes, they had little interaction. Today felt unusual. Chang Xian seemed unfazed and initiated a conversation with Yangmi. It's nothing, just that we have a scene to shoot soon. I wanted to discuss the storyline with you. Oh, sure. You were particularly impressive just now. That shot must have been exhausting. The wires were pretty tight. Do you want to take a break? Fortunately, there's no need for a break. Let us commence directly. Yangmi, noticing the persistent smile on his face and his inquiries about her well-being, found his demeanor increasingly peculiar. What could be the reason for this? She attributed it merely to a discussion about their roles and paid it little heed. However, his gaze unsettled her, prompting an instinctive desire to hasten through their conversation and distance herself from him. To her surprise, as they conversed, Chang Xian suddenly stepped closer to Yangmi, causing her to instinctively retreat a step. Teacher Yang, you have a leaf on your head. May I assist you in removing it? No, that's all right. I can manage it myself. Chang Xian's eyes darkened for a fleeting moment, but before Yangmi could perceive it, he restored his gentle demeanor. Me? Why are you avoiding me? As a colleague, it is not excessive to express concern and help you with a simple leaf. Though his eyes still sparkled with mirth, Yangmi could not shake the feeling that there was a hidden malice behind his smile. This sudden display of concern left her feeling somewhat uneasy. No need for that. We have nearly finished our discussion. I shall find the makeup artist for a touch-up. Teacher Chang, please feel free to continue. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Yangmi uttered these words and swiftly turned to leave, denying Chang Xian an opportunity to object, and fled to the makeup room. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Chang Xian's ambiguous gaze filled her with trepidation, prompting her to escape rapidly without glancing back, thus missing the impatience and irritation that colored his expression as he watched her retreating figure. Fixing his steely gaze upon her silhouette, Chang Xian's eyes turned icy until she vanished from sight. Only then did he turn to a hidden location, extracting his phone and answering an unidentified number. Hello? Yes. It did not materialize. His voice was cold and detached. After ensuring no one was around, he continued, "Who would have thought she would still pretend to be aloof? If it weren't for her recent surge in popularity, I would not have agreed to this partnership. Is it my fault? She is the one who is ungrateful. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she refuses to accept the opportunities presented to her, all while putting on a fade for whom. Enough. I understand. It requires time. Do not bother me further." Not wishing to hear any more demands, Chang Xian abruptly ended the call, powering down his phone with a swift, decisive motion. Teacher Chang, your scene is about to commence. Coming. Upon hearing the stagehand call from a distance, Chang Xian relaxed his expression, donning his usual gentle facade as he emerged from the shadows. Yangmi, having sprinted back to the makeup room, let out a long sigh, collapsing into a chair. Her manager, assistant, and makeup artist all stared at her in bewilderment. What happened? Were you not having a pleasant conversation with Chang Xian? Why do you look as if you've seen a ghost? Su Li's face was a mask of confusion, while Xiao Tao and the makeup artist gawked at her. It's nothing. I was just a bit anxious. Quickly, let us change outfits. We are about to start filming the next scene. Sensing Yangmi's reluctance to discuss further, Su Li refrained from pressing her, instead handing her a thermos filled with water. You had iced coffee this morning, and, after being out for so long, you should drink some warm water to rejuvenate. Yangmi took a deep breath, feeling slightly more at ease, yet the expression on Chang Xian's face lingered in her mind, instilling a sense of unease within her, as if something was amiss. However, pressed for time to change her makeup and attire, she refrained from dwelling on it, merely keeping a watchful eye, planning to discuss it with Su Li after filming wrap for the day. After an exhausting day of performing alongside her co-stars, Yangmi felt utterly drained. As evening approached, she instructed Su Li to take Xiao Tao to the van in the parking lot and wait for her. Once she had removed her makeup and changed her clothes, she would join them. Upon exiting the film set, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the parking lot lights flickered to life. Yangmi tightened her coat around her and adjusted the strap of her backpack. The day had been sweltering, but without the sun, an unexpected chill settled in the air. Chapter 54. Yang Mi trending again, intending to swiftly seek refuge in her car for warmth. Yang Mi was about to break into a light jog when she heard someone calling her from behind. Initially, she misinterpreted it as a fan coming to visit. So she paused and turned around to look. Mi Jia, wait for me. Chang Xin emerged from the gates of the film set, sprinting towards Yang Mi while calling out. As she observed the diminishing distance between them, a sense of unease enveloped her. Instinctively, she reached into her bag to retrieve her phone, intending to call Su Li for a ride. But before she could dial, Chang Xin had already caught up to her. Mi. Chang Xin stopped beside her, gently addressing her. At that moment, as Yang Mi looked up in confusion, he swiftly positioned himself at her side. The proximity between them shrank instantly to less than a fist's distance, and Chang Xin spread his arms, as if to embrace her, on guard against any unexpected moves from him. Especially after the ambiguous leaf-picking incident earlier that morning, Yang Mi, despite his quick approach, reacted with remarkable speed. She forcefully pushed the tall man away, stepping back to create distance, her gaze filled with vigilance. Mr. Chang, please conduct yourself appropriately. With that, Yang Mi promptly turned and dashed towards the corner where her car awaited her. Behind her, Chang Xin laughed exuberantly, his eyes glimmering with triumph. Is it merely about promoting a couple's narrative? As long as they're S-buzz, fans will naturally draw their own conclusions. Pretending to be aloof? I wonder how long you can maintain that facade. He glanced toward a shadowy corner, where a breeze rustled the leaves, and with a more arrogant smile, he turned and sauntered away in another direction. Yang Mi hurried back to her vehicle, closing the door behind her with a sigh of relief, her heart racing from the exertion. Su Li, noticing her flustered demeanor, was puzzled but refrained from inquiring, deciding to wait until they returned to the hotel, as the presence of the driver made some discussions inappropriate. After a long day of shooting, coupled with the disturbances caused by Chang Xin, Yang Mi felt fatigued and leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. Su Li occupied the seat beside her, working on her laptop with headphones on, attending to team matters. Xiao Tao, seated in the front passenger seat, was scrolling through her phone and chuckling to herself until she stumbled upon a new notification. Upon reading the content, her expression abruptly froze, and she hurriedly turned to call out to Yang Mi Jia. Mi, there's trouble. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's heart sank, and she opened her eyes wide in alarm. Su Li also glanced over, her expression filled with concern. What happened? Xiao Tao anxiously handed her phone back, her demeanor frantic. It says that Mi Jia was just photographed leaving the set with a mysterious man, and they were caught kissing. Now, some have speculated that the man is Chang Xin, and fans for both sides have begun to argue. Look, it's already trending. Yang Mi took the phone and, along with Su Li, briefly scanned the notification. Though the image was slightly blurred, seemingly a still from a video, it was still evident that it featured Yang Mi with the male lead from the drama, albeit from a different angle. Yang Mi was well aware of the situation, and a wave of revulsion washed over her. The angle of the photograph was meticulously crafted, resembling two individuals locked in an embrace, seemingly designed with great care. Upon exiting the browser, she glanced at the trending topics, noting that her ranking was relatively low. However, the fervor of the fans from both sides was palpable. If this momentum continued, it was likely that by tonight, Yang Mi would reclaim her position at the top. Olifurovit Hadburoth, acutely aware of the existence of Yang Mi's two children and Gu Shen, understanding that she would never engage in such behavior. Yet, she felt perplexed. The young Tao in the passenger seat looked on anxiously, worry etched across her face. What was happening? The timing seemed to coincide with the recent events in the parking lot. Indeed, it was precisely that. Just moments ago, I had asked you all to wait for me, and when I stepped out, he called out to me. I had been wary of him during the day, yet I was still caught off guard. Yang Mi revealed the details, asserting that this incident had nothing to do with her. It was likely that Chang Xin sought to capitalize on the situation for publicity. Yang Mi found it perplexing. Chang Xin, a popular figure with looks, wealth, and talent, had always maintained a positive reputation in the industry. Why would he suddenly engage in such antics? A sense of distaste brewed within her. She wished to avoid such controversies, yet there were always those intent on sabotaging her. During the day, he approached you then? Su Li remarked, sensing something amiss. connecting it to Yang Mi's hurried entrance into the makeup room earlier. She began to formulate a hypothesis. Yes, after I finished shooting that scene, he came over to offer me water. I didn't drink it, and while rehearsing my lines, he suddenly leaned in, claiming he wanted to help me remove a leaf from my hair. I dodged him and returned to the makeup room. I initially thought he wouldn't act so swiftly, intending to discuss it with you later. I never anticipated he would move so quickly, not even waiting until the next day. He must have arranged for paparazzi to hide in the shadows, solely to capture that moment. Xiao Tao listened in astonishment. Typically, she found Chang Xian attractive and appreciated his humility and courtesy towards everyone on set, fostering a favorable impression. However, upon hearing of today's developments, she felt disheartened, regretting her previous admiration. Logically, you both have had no prior interactions, and with the wrap-up imminent, why would he resort to such tactics? Suli pondered. Yang Mi, equally baffled, could not comprehend the reasoning. The three of them sat in the car, mulling over the situation without arriving at any conclusions, ultimately deciding to return to the hotel to strategize with their team on how to address the issue. Yet, during their journey, the fan wars escalated dramatically, with Yang Mi's reputation under siege by malicious rumors and an onslaught of vile insults, once more thrusting her into the public eye. After considerable contemplation, Yang Mi felt certain that she bore no animosity toward Chang Xian. Was he deliberately targeting her at this juncture? As the news spread rapidly, Suli finally recognized that this incident was not merely an ordinary escalation of public opinion. It seemed orchestrated by unseen forces. Coupled with Chang Xian's actions, it was evident that someone sought to exploit Yang Mi's recent popularity for their own gain. A sense of irritation brewed within her. As soon as Suli alighted from the vehicle, she swiftly ushered Xiao Tao into the room to coordinate a statement with the team. Yang Mi retreated to her room, washed her hands briefly, and then lay on the bed, contemplating for a moment. She concluded that it would be prudent to call Gu Shen to prevent any misunderstandings on his part. Gu Shen was preoccupied with numerous matters at the company. It was already 8 in the evening, yet he had not returned to the apartment. After collecting the 2 little ones, he entrusted them to Xiao Chen for some leisure time. At that moment, he was in his office reviewing documents. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the office door. And mere seconds later, Jiang Fan entered, his expression tinged with urgency. Sir, there has been an incident concerning Miss Yang. Chapter 55. I will resolve this matter. Gu Chun abruptly lifted his head from the desk. A surge of hostility enveloping him as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan's silhouette at the doorway. What? Miss Yang has been photographed with the male lead of their production, and now her name is rapidly ascending the trending charts. It seems someone is fanning the flames. Jiang Fan nearly faltered under the icy, murderous glare, hastily relaying everything he had seen and surmised. Gu Chen exhaled in relief, as long as she was unharmed. He promptly called for the bodyguards. His attention returned to the computer as he instructed Jiang Fan to reach out to the security team, while simultaneously attending to paperwork. Y&T, they reported back yet? Were they merely consuming resources? The call connected, and the bodyguard's surprised inquiry came through. Is there a new directive from you? Sir, did you not know that Miss Yang was just photographed at the entrance of the set? The head of the bodyguard squad was bewildered. Their responsibility was to ensure Miss Yang's safety, yet she had not been in any danger. It seemed she had merely exchanged a few words with someone and had even pushed him away before hastily departing. Was their intervention necessary? Furthermore, the trending topics were visible only on mobile devices. How could they dare check their phones during work hours? Assistant Jiang. Miss Yang merely spoke to that man for a few moments, and after pushing him away, she ran off. Their interaction lasted no more than 5 seconds. We assumed there was no cause for concern. With the phone on speaker, after the head of the bodyguards explained, Gu Chun comprehended the situation, his furrowed brow remaining tightly knit. After hearing that Yang Mi and Chang Xian were so close, it seemed to tighten even further. I understand. The cold, deep voice prompted a noticeable silence on the other end for 2 seconds before a response came. Sir, do you wish to prevent other males from approaching Miss Yang? The inquiry was rather delicately phrased. The head of the bodyguard squad had intended to ask if Gu Chun was feeling jealous, but the last moment chose a more subtle approach. ensure her safety. Gu Shen neither confirmed nor denied, yet the bodyguard discerned an underlying threat in his tone, understanding all too well. Yes. After the call ended, Gu Shen resumed his work, instructing Jiang Fan without lifting his head. Investigate, start with Chang Xian, and see who he has been in contact with. Understood, sir. Jiang Fan picked up his phone from the desk and turned to leave to access the computer. Not 5 minutes after Jiang Fan departed, Gu Shen's personal phone rang, the distinctive ringtone echoing. Gu Shen raised an eyebrow in surprise, retrieving the phone to discover it was a video call. He pressed the answer button and propped the phone against a stack of documents on the desk. Gu Shen, have you returned to the hotel? Just got back. By the way, did you see the trending topic? Gu Shen was taken aback. Was she seeking to clarify matters with him? A flicker of joy stirred within him, though his expression remained impassive, feigning ignorance. No, what trending topic? At this moment, Yang Mi found herself at a loss for words, hesitating and stammering for quite some time, yet failing to articulate even a semblance of her thoughts. How could she convey this? Should she admit to being photographed in such an intimate embrace with Chang Xian? Ultimately, she decided to forward the message directly to Gu Shen, urging him to view it for himself. And then, observing Gu Shen's indifferent expression and the coolness in his tone, Yang Mi assumed he was upset, her delicate features contorting in distress as she hastily attempted to clarify. There's nothing between us. That photo was staged. He came to rehearse with me during the day, and then suddenly insisted on plucking leaf from my hair. I refused and ran away, sensing an unsettling gaze from him, which in retrospect seemed akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, and then I thought he was merely acting on a whim, or perhaps even seeking trouble would lead him to pursue me twice in one day. Yet, unexpectedly, he chased after me again that evening. Desperate and on the verge of tears, Yang Mi recounted the events of the morning to Gu Shen. After finishing my scene, I asked Sister Li to wait for me in the car. I thought it would be comfortable inside, so I had her take Xiao Tao there first. But then he intercepted me. I hadn't anticipated him calling out to me and rushing over. I was on guard, yet I couldn't brace myself in time. However, I assure you, I did not allow him to touch me. I pushed him away. That photo must have been pre-recorded by him, and then altered to make it appear as if we were despite the lengthy explanation. Yang Mi could not bring herself to utter the words kissing. Glancing up at Gu Shen on the screen, she noticed him smiling at her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. This time, it wasn't shyness that reddened her face, but the acute sense of humiliation. Only after speaking did she realize the absurdity of her explanation. What right did she have to justify herself to him, just as she was about to bid him farewell? Gu Shen's amused voice resonated through the phone. I believe you. Seeing the little woman on the other side of the screen turn crimson, her head nearly buried in her desk, Gu Shen understood her embarrassment and finally spoke. Ma? This time, it was Yang Mi who was taken aback. What did he just say? He believed her? Surely, she hadn't misheard. You didn't miss here. I believe you. I understand the situation. Focus on your work and your meals. I will handle this matter. Understood? Dumbfounded, she nodded slowly, still processing his words, instinctively wanting to acquiesce. There was something about this man that inspired an inexplicable trust. Was this what they referred to as a sense of security? However, what had he just said? He knew what was happening. Then, he had lied about not seeing the trending news, with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Yang Mi cast a glance at Gu Shen through the screen, her gaze accusing, yet he responded with an unmistakable smile. As he toyed with the custom steel pen he had picked up while listening to Yang Mi recount the events, Gu Shen began to explain. It was not my intention to deceive you. I merely wished to ascertain how you would articulate your thoughts so that I might contemplate how best to assist you. Surprised by his attentiveness, Yang Mi felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding her earlier conjectures. However, upon hearing his words, she managed to set aside her awkwardness. Her heart stirred by the realization that someone was willing to lend her a hand. At least he was there to support her. Casting a glance at the scenery behind Gu Shen, she noted it was not her apartment, which piqued her curiosity. Are you still at the office? Are you quite busy today? Yes, there are still some matters to attend to. Meng Bao and Guai Bao have asked Xiao Chun to assist them, so do not worry. Yang Mi felt a bit bashful. I wasn't really concerned about them, but given the late hour, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'm not particularly hungry. All right. Yang Mi understood and refrained from further comment, instead engaging him in conversation about the children and recent amusing anecdotes. Subsequently, she utilized her tablet to contact a friend in Yanjing, selecting dishes from their frequently visited restaurant and requesting her to deliver them to the front desk of Gu's firm. Chapter 56. A warning letter. As Jiang Fan entered with a food box in hand, Gu Shen was engrossed in listening to Yang Mi's incessant chatter while managing his work. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's arrival, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Mr. Gu, the food box sent by Miss Yang's friend has arrived at the front desk. Please have something to eat. Jiang Fan hurriedly presented the food box as a shield, fully aware of his boss's temperament. Being interrupted at this moment would certainly provoke his ire. Indeed, Gu Chen's previously furrowed brow relaxed instantly, and with a raised eyebrow, he glanced at the sparkling little woman on the screen. Did you buy this for me? Yes, yes. Open it and see if it's something you like. You must eat on time. I can tell you're hungry. Her excitement was palpable, almost overflowing through the screen. Gu Chen found her enthusiasm amusing. He had not anticipated this youthful side of her, and he found it quite endearing. All right. Rising from his desk, he moved to the sofa in the break area, while Jiang Fan meticulously arranged the dishes one by one. There was a delightful assortment of meat and vegetables, perfectly balanced in nutrition, alongside a cup of fragrant soup from a thermos, the aroma wafting enticingly as soon as the lid was lifted. Sensing the delicious scent, Gu Chen realized he was indeed hungry and, without further ado, leaned his phone against the thermos, watching the video as he began to eat. Yang Mi contemplated ending the call to encourage him to enjoy his meal, yet for some inexplicable reason, she found herself unable to say goodbye. She reasoned that as long as he didn't mention it, she could wait until he finished eating before hanging up. Caught in a dilemma, she comforted herself by pretending she was dining with him through the screen. Gu Chen savored his meal with great satisfaction. Although he had dined at this restaurant before, he and T found the flavors particularly remarkable then, surely not comparable to his beloved Zui Xian Ju. However, today's offerings were extraordinarily delicious, awakening his appetite. Without much thought, he finished every exquisite dish, even drinking the last drop of soup from the thermos, yet still felt a lingering desire for more. Observing Yang Mi, who had shifted from the table to her bed, tossing and turning, Gu Chen felt his mood uplifted. He returned to the table to continue working, the clock nearing 11. While Yang Mi was on the phone with Gu Chen, she also informed Su Li that he would lend a hand, assuring her that there was no need for concern. Upon hearing this news, Su Li exhaled in relief and couldn't resist teasing Yang Mi in the chat, causing her to blush, thankfully unnoticed by Gu Chen. As he finished his meal and returned to his desk to work, showing no intention of ending the call, Yang Mi hesitated. If she hung up, she would surely feel reluctant, but if she didn't would it disrupt his work? Perhaps it would be best to remain silent. Stealing a glance at the focused man, Yang Mi gradually became entranced, forgetting her internal struggle over whether to end the call. It is often said that a man dedicated to his work is at his most handsome, and in that moment, Yang Mi found this sentiment undeniably true. His high-nose bridge, defined jawline, captivating eyes, and that perfect profile were utterly captivating. Thus, she watched Gu Chen as he worked, each absorbed in their own world, with only the sound of their breaths resonating through the phone, creating an inexplicable sense of tranquility. As fatigue enveloped Yang Mi after gazing for too long, she succumbed to slumber while propped up on her bed, the warm yellow light from her bedside lamp casting gentle shadows upon her serene visage. Gu Chen completed his last task, and upon glancing back, he was met with this tender sight, stirring a softness in his heart. He watched Yang Mi for a considerable time, reluctant to end the call. Silencing his microphone, he slipped his phone into his pocket and descended to find the two children, who had worn themselves out and fallen asleep before driving back to the apartment. Eventually, Yang Mi's phone battery died, resulting in the automatic termination of their video call. Gu Chen spent the entire night restless. Every time he closed his eyes, he envisioned Yang Mi's gentle features. In contrast, Yang Mi slumbered soundly until dawn, awakening only when Su Li knocked on her door. However, she had to borrow a power bank from the hotel front desk to rush to the set. Realizing that Gu Chen had not hung up, A flutter of excitement and anxiety coursed through her, wondering if her sleeping face appeared unflattering. The following day, Gu Shen resolved the matter that had arisen, yet some fans from Chang Xian's camp continued to harass Yang Mi with indiscriminate attacks via private messages, all of which she chose to ignore. Time passed swiftly, and thankfully, no further conflicts arose on set, allowing Yang Mi to enjoy a period of peace, ultimately culminating in the day of her final scenes. Early in the morning, upon arriving at the set, Yang Mi received an anonymously delivered bouquet in the makeup room, a collection of delicate ice blue roses, which she typically adored. Assuming they were sent by her fans, she joyfully brought them closer to inhale their fragrance, only to halt abruptly as she spotted a hint of green nestled among the blue and white petals. Cautiously peeling back a petal, she discovered a wriggling green caterpillar, startling the nearby makeup artist, while Yang Mi could only roll her eyes in disbelief. Upon opening a small card tucked within the flowers, she found a warning note instructing her to keep her distance from Chang Xian, claiming she was unworthy of her brother. Feeling a mix of irritation and dismay, Yang Mi instructed Xiao Tao to dispose of the flowers and the note. On her way to discard them, Xiao Tao encountered Su Li, who, upon hearing the embellished tale, could hardly contain her indignation at the bullying Yang Mi had endured. Having closely observed Yang Mi's hard work since they began their collaboration, she felt a deep sense of empathy. Su Li, incensed by this news, recognized that this was a deliberate act of malice. Seizing the flowers from Xiao Tao, she held them tightly as evidence and guided her back to the makeup room. "Darling, we must go. They have the audacity to bully her at our doorstep, and I wonder what the rest of the crew is doing." Su Li was genuinely furious, leading Yang Mi out of the makeup room, only to cross paths with the director who had come to check on her. Upon learning of Yang Mi's distress, the director endeavored to soothe Su Li's anger, arranging for the three of them to take a break in the lounge. Inside the lounge, Su Li noticed Yang Mi's troubled demeanor and worked diligently to comfort her. Subsequently, she called the company to seek assistance in addressing the situation. The nature of this matter can undoubtedly be classified as intimidation, a very serious offense. As Yang Mi's agent, she cannot let this slide. Otherwise, who knows how many more distressing incidents might befall them in the future. Ultimately, with the cooperation of the film crew and the company's resolute stance, surveillance footage from the moment the flowers were delivered was obtained, revealing that the individual who delivered the flowers was merely a courier. Further investigation led to the discovery that the person orchestrating this act was a prominent fan of Chang Xian, whose status, while not exceedingly illustrious, is nonetheless accompanied by some wealth and influence. It is said that they hold the position of vice president within Chang Xian's fan club. Chapter 57. Awaiting Your Concealment. Gu Shen had also become aware of the situation, yet he refrained from taking full responsibility. Instead, he investigated the fans' clandestine past, including some secret correspondences with Chang Xian, as well as rumors regarding financial backing to elevate Chang Xian's career. After Su Li concluded the handover with Jiang Fan and their company, she relayed these findings to Yang Mi, eager to gauge her reaction. Yang Mi was not particularly surprised. The letter concealed within the flowers had already hinted at everything. Even without further inquiry, it was evident that the matter was inextricably linked to Chang Xian. However, she had not anticipated that this deranged fan held a significant status. The mention of her ambiguous relationship with Chang Xian only deepened Yang Mi's disdain for her. She had not expected that such a seemingly gentlemanly individual could engage in such unsavory activities, which left her feeling rather unsettled. She wondered whether those fans would be disheartened if they found out. Having gathered sufficient information, the director soon received word of the developments and hurried back to soothe Yang Mi's emotions. "Ms. Yang, the filming has just concluded, and this is a critical moment. Would it be possible to—" Yang Mi understood the director's intention. She was reluctant to have the hard work she had put into her comeback project over the past year tarnished by scandals at such a delicate time. Since the production had just wrapped, she did not wish to create an unpleasant scene and agreed to the director's suggestion to suppress the matter for the time being. However, she had no intention of letting Chang Xian off the hook so easily. She merely stipulated that the director should restrain Chang Xian and prevent her from causing further disturbances. Aware of his own shortcomings, the director recognized that Yang Mi's request was reasonable and promptly agreed, seeking out Chang Xin to issue a warning. One would assume that the director's admonition would deter Chang Xin from any further irrational actions. Yet, unexpectedly, at the wrap party that evening, she prepared a colossal surprise, ultimately jeopardizing her own future. At the wrap party, after all the formalities had concluded, the entire crew gathered in the banquet hall. Yang Mi had felt a growing urgency since the group photo session and, after finally completing the proceedings, hurried to the restroom. Noticing that Yang Mi was alone, Chang Xin followed her to the restroom entrance. When Yang Mi emerged, she nearly collided with Chang Xin, who had rushed forward to block her path. Having just washed her hands and stepping out of the restroom, Yang Mi was startled and swiftly sidestepped, after considerable effort to maintain her balance in her 10-centimeter heels. She glared up at him and attempted to pass by. However, Chang Xin seized her wrist, yanking her back. The sudden movement caused her pain and nearly twisted her ankle, igniting the pent-up fury within her. Are you out of your mind? Do I have a grudge against you? You've caused me so much trouble, and yet you still come looking for me? I haven't held it against you. And what more do you want? You deserve this. Is it so wrong to want to create a buzz with you? Why the pretense of superiority? After being in this industry for a few years, you cannot possibly be unaware of such commonplace occurrences. If you had agreed sooner, would all this chaos have ensued? Yang Mi was almost amused by his words, incredulous that he would turn the tables despite lacking any justification. Realizing that communication with him was utterly futile, Yang Mi lifted her leg and forcefully stomped her stiletto heel onto his finely crafted leather shoe, preparing to turn and leave. Chang Xin, in pain, bent down, his face flushed with rage, but quickly regained his composure and yanked Yang Mi back, slamming her against the wall. You foul harlot! How dare you tread on me? His hand, raised high, was about to strike Yang Mi's face, causing her to instinctively avert her head in fear. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, a scream from Chang Xin echoed at her feet. Who dares to strike me? As he prepared to hit Yang Mi, his hand was forcefully thrown aside, and he was struck hard, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. He could only cover his face and look up, cursing. Do you know who I am? You will pay for this. I will ruin you. With a slight flutter of her eyelashes, Yang Mi lowered her arms that had shielded her face and slowly turned her head, spotting a familiar silhouette. Gu Shen stood protectively behind her, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the fallen Chang Xin, his expression cold and his jaw taut. Chang Xin shrank back in fear under Gu Shen's gaze but remained defiant. Who are you? Gu Shen ignored him entirely, and, as he turned to Yang Mi, the icy demeanor melted away, replaced by deep concern. Are you all right? Did he hurt you? And no. Yang Mi stammered, overwhelmed and struggling to articulate her thoughts. Gu Shen exhaled in relief, nodding as he redirected his gaze back to Chang Xin, his expression once again frosty. Chang Xin had managed to struggle to his feet, his face swollen as though it had been struck by a stone. The commotion caught the attention of nearby individuals who began to gather around. Jiang Fan, accompanied by the hotel manager, hurried through the crowd. Upon witnessing the scene, the manager's forehead beaded with sweat, his face pale, and he immediately began to apologize to Gu Shen. The director, having heard the commotion, rushed over, his heart sinking as he spotted the towering figure of Gu Shen amidst the crowd. He quickly ran to join the screenwriter and other staff, pushing through the throng to reach the center of the chaos. Ignoring Chang Xin, the director approached Gu Shen and repeatedly expressed his apologies. Mr. Gu, I am terribly sorry. It was my oversight. I never expected him to act so. I sincerely apologize for not taking better care of Teacher Yang. Chang Xin, observing the director's subservient demeanor towards the manager, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and slowly edged closer to the director, tugging at his sleeve. Director, who is he? Why are you so afraid of him? The director, wishing he could strangle this insufferable fool, gritted his teeth and turned back, shaking off Chang Xion's grip. Who do you think? The patriarch, the benefactor, the head of the Gu Corporation, Gu Shen. Chang Xian was startled by the director's words, her body shivering involuntarily. Ignoring the stinging pain on her wounded face, she turned to gaze blankly at the man who towered over her. It was Gu Shen. Her eyes then fell upon Yang Mi, who was standing behind Gu Shen, her expression one of utter bewilderment. It finally dawned on Chang Xian the foolishness of her actions. With Gu Shen shielding her so protectively, their relationship must be extraordinary. How could she have been so gullible as to heed that person's deceitful words and attempt to ride on Yang Mi's coattails for fame, and even entertain the idea of creating a faux romance with her? Gu Shen cast a cold glance at the director, his eyes like ice, uttering not a single word as he took Yang Mi, still in a state of shock, and departed from the banquet hall. The director, feeling the weight of that gaze, realized his hopes were utterly dashed. Chang Xian, awakening to the gravity of her missteps, grasped the director in a state of panic. Director, can I still? The director rolled his eyes, exasperated, and shrugged her off. Just wait to be sidelined. Chapter 58. Does he care for her? Upon hearing those words, Chang Xian felt as if struck by lightning. Her mind instantly blanked, her gaze became vacant, and the hand that had been shielding her wounded face gradually fell limply to her side. Standing at the bathroom door, she was at a loss as to how to react. As Yang Mi was taken away, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse, though some lingered, whispering amongst themselves about the consequences that Chang Xian was destined to face. Do you think CEO Gu will really blacklist him? Lower your voice. Did you see how he looked just now? He must be psychologically disturbed. How could someone who usually appears so gentlemanly behave in such a manner? It's truly incomprehensible. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Chang Xian's manager and assistant pushed through the crowd, their expressions grim. Yet, mindful of the onlookers, they intended to escort Chang Xian back to the car for a discussion. However, just as the manager grasped Chang Xian's sleeve to pull her away, she violently shook him off, erupting in a frenzy. Don't touch me. I want to find the director. Let go of me. Caught off guard by her sudden outburst, the manager stumbled, nearly losing his balance, only steadied by the assistant behind him, whose own face had turned pale. Witnessing Chang Xian's reckless behavior in public, the manager felt a sense of hopelessness and decided against preserving her dignity any longer. Chang Xian, the company just called, suggesting that you take a break after finishing this film. The crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically, their murmurs escalating. What? The company found out so quickly? Exactly. They euphemistically call a break, but it's undoubtedly CEO Gu taking action. He is preparing to blacklist her, for sure. Chang Xian, who had already appeared monstrous in her rage, froze upon hearing this, her disbelief directed at her visibly impatient manager. A break? Then this industry will no longer have a place for me. Chang Xian, will it? You're deceiving me? Ha ha. You're all deceiving me. Her eyes, filled with madness, reddened with agitation. The swelling on her face exacerbated her terrifying expression, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back, fearful of her potential fury. Observing her unstable mental state, the manager instructed the hotel manager to summon security, who then forcibly escorted her away. As the crowd realized that the spectacle was over, they gradually dispersed. Despite the absence of the male lead and the female second lead, the rap party continued as usual, yet an eerie atmosphere permeated the gathering. The attendees exchanged glances, but none dared to speak freely, silently communicating through their eyes. Yang Mi was taken away from the hotel by Gu Shen. Although the distance was not insignificant, she remained entrapped in shock and fear, unable to gather her thoughts. How could he be here? Was he in Yanjing just yesterday? And what a coincidence that he saved her. Gu Shen, noticing the woman who stood vacantly by the car, unable to move, smiled wryly and gently tapped her on the head with his fingers. Get in the car. Yang Mi winced in pain, clutching her head and letting out a muffled groan, before casting a glare at Gu Shen and retreating into the car. Gu Shen observed the 10-centimeter stilettos adorning Yang Mi's feet, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he refrained from commenting, respecting her profession. However, he felt a profound sense of relief for arriving just in time today, preventing a heavy slap from Chang Xian from landing on Yang Mi's face. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom the dire consequences that might have ensued. Gu Shen had intercepted the force of Chang Xian's blow meant for Yang Mi, and he vividly recalled the moment. Coupled with Yang Mi's precarious heels, it was quite a feat for him to remain upright. Had he not been present, she might have been flung aside, and the injuries could have extended beyond mere facial bruises, potentially leading to a fractured leg. Pondering this, Gu Shen felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, his gaze inadvertently settling on Yang Mi's petite face. Unlike the plainness captured in the video from that night, she had adorned herself for the wrap party. Her makeup slightly more pronounced yet tasteful, rendering her features exquisitely refined and, in Gu Shen's eyes, imbued with an inexplicable allure. Noticing his prolonged gaze, Yang Mi turned to question him about his interest, only to be met by the depths of his eyes, which shimmered with profound concern. Concern? Was it merely an illusion? Yang Mi found herself puzzled, uncertain if she had misinterpreted the emotions reflected in Gu Shen's gaze. As she scrutinized him closely, she discerned a shift in his expression, dismissing it as a figment of her imagination without further contemplation. "What brings you here? Weren't you in Yanjing last night?" she inquired, her initial fear dissipating, replaced by surprise and gratitude upon seeing him shield her. Gu Shen, noticing her bewildered and inquisitive expression, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. "I came here for a business trip this morning. There's a project I need to discuss with the project manager." "Oh." A tinge of unexplainable disappointment washed over Yang Mi as she turned away, ceasing to look at him. "I intended to finalize the collaboration and then seek you out. I didn't expect to encounter you here, but I'm glad I did. Otherwise, if you had been hurt, I truly wouldn't know how to explain it to the two children." The words she wished to voice, expressing her pain, caught in her throat, transforming into an excuse regarding the children, as Gu Shen feared being too abrupt and startling her. "Fortunately, I arrived in time to shield you from that slap." His eyes once more reflected concern, but Yang Mi kept her head lowered, oblivious to his gaze. She understood that he had been defending her, and though she felt touched, an inexplicable sadness enveloped her heart. She should be elated, shouldn't she? Gu Shen's attentiveness towards the children's feelings indicated his affection for them, which should naturally bring her joy. Yet, an insatiable sorrow lingered within her, refusing to subside. Is it possible that his kindness towards her is merely an attempt to atone for his shortcomings towards the little ones? Thus, he seeks to compensate her in various ways. Startled by her own errant thoughts, Yang Mi quickly regained her composure. However, as she clarified her musings, a sense of confusion enveloped her once more. Reflecting on their interactions over the past few days, the way he worked while she observed, reluctant to end their phone calls, she began to ponder whether she might have developed feelings for him. Having come to this realization, the weight of his earlier words pressed heavily upon her heart. She found herself genuinely liking him. But what about him? Glancing at the man beside her, she felt an urge to inquire, yet hesitated. She wished to seek clarity, but his vague references to the children left her bewildered. Was his affection for her genuine, or was it solely motivated by his concern for the kids? Chapter 59. Taking her to the hotel in a fit of pique, Yang Mi turned her body to the side, deliberately avoiding Gu Shen's gaze. Noticing her discontent, Gu Shen initially assumed it was the harassment from Chong Xian that had unsettled her. After contemplating for a moment, he rummaged through his folder and handed her several sheets of paper. Startled by the sudden intrusion into her solitude, Yang Mi jolted upright, fearing she had been caught in a compromising situation. Gu Shen, taken aback by her intense reaction, wondered if his actions had inadvertently frightened her. As she glanced at the papers in her hand, embarrassment washed over her. Clearing her throat, she allowed her eyes to wander across the pages, attempting to mask her discomposure, yet she soon found herself captivated by the content. It was Chong Xian's background information, but unlike the usual reports, this one contained all the sordid details that had been deliberately concealed. She raised her gaze, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Gu Shen. With a stiff neck, she turned back to the pages, reading them word by word. The information was shockingly detailed, encompassing Chong Xian's illicit interactions with fans, including schemes to extract money from female admirers, and revealing the existence of a long-hidden underground girlfriend. The revelations shattered Yang Mi's perception of reality. The disparity between Chong Xian's cultivated, gentlemanly persona and his actual character was stark and disconcerting. He appeared glamorous and eloquent, yet beneath the surface, fixated on the documents as if attempting to see through them. Yang Mi's thoughts gradually crystallized. If this information were to be exposed, it would ruin Chang Xian's life. However, her mind was too preoccupied with the recent memory of Gu Shen defending her by knocking Chang Xian down, filling her with dread. If he gets into trouble, will it affect you? She inquired. Gu Shen met her gaze with a steady look, remaining silent. Yang Mi grew anxious, pressing for an answer. Will it? Understanding that she recognized his significant background, rumored to be the financial support behind the production, her concern deepened. Yes, but do not worry. Focus on what you wish to do. I will handle the aftermath, he replied. Realizing that denying any impact would not convince her, Gu Shen chose honesty, assuring Yang Mi that he would support her and manage everything behind the scenes. Her well-being mattered more to him than his own interests. Yang Mi observed the unwavering determination in Gu Shen's eyes. Though his expression was neutral, his words profoundly moved her. He was protecting her. Silently, she leaned back in her seat, her eyes stinging with emotion. Since her debut, no one had ever stood by her with such steadfastness. Moreover, this situation warranted careful consideration. She did not want her troubles to affect Gu Shen, nor did she wish for her hard work to be in vain. Yet, she was resolute in her intention to hold Chang Xian accountable. Time flowed gently, enveloping the car in an unusual silence. Yami reminded Kuiyet, and Gu Shen refrained from interrupting her, leaning back in his seat, eyes closed, seeking a moment of respite. He had taken a late-night flight to finalize a collaboration, enduring a sleepless night followed by a day filled with busyness, leaving him rather fatigued. In truth, Yang Mi had already made up her mind, though the presence of two divergent paths had caused her a considerable amount of hesitation. Ultimately, she leaned towards not exposing Chang Xian just yet. After all, this was her first project since her return, one intricately linked to Gu Shen, who had supported her immensely. She felt reluctant to let the show be undermined before its debut. Moreover, the entertainment industry was rife with treachery. Individuals like Chang Xian were not uncommon. It was unreasonable to expect Gu Shen to perpetually shield her. Resolute in her decision, Yang Mi understood that she could not always rely on Gu Shen. She needed to cultivate her own problem-solving abilities. This matter would not be resolved easily, but for the time being, the moment did not seem appropriate for confrontation. As the car came to a halt, she returned to reality, glancing out the window to behold the finest restaurant in Jin City. Catching Gu Shen's gaze, who was also looking at her, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned her face away. Having been preoccupied with negotiations, she had neglected to eat. Miss Young, would you honor me with your company for a bite to eat? Gu Shen remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips, teasing her gently. Upon hearing his words, Yang Mi realized he was intentionally providing her an out, causing her cheeks to flush. As it happens, I haven't eaten either. I'm rather hungry. Let's dine together, Mr. Gu. Once they alighted from the vehicle and entered the restaurant, Yang Mi harbored a fleeting concern about being recognized, prompting her to seek some concealment. However, upon stepping inside, she discovered that aside from the staff, the establishment was entirely vacant. Did he reserve the entire place? Such extravagance. Though she inwardly chastised him, she felt a flicker of appreciation for his thoughtfulness. After their meal, Gu Shen took Yang Mi to a shopping mall, instructing her to wait in the car while he sent for a pair of shoes, having observed that she struggled in high heels. Back in the vehicle, Yang Mi, having enjoyed a fulfilling meal and exhausted from the day's events, succumbed to slumber without realizing it. Expecting Gu Shen to return her to her hotel, she did not inquire further. When she finally stirred, she found herself at a more luxurious 5-star hotel. The memory of that night 5 years prior with Gu Shen surged to the forefront of her mind, leaving her somewhat flustered. Awake now? Let's get out, he said. Is it appropriate to go out like this? I didn't bring anything with me. What if someone recognizes me? Despite not being particularly conservative, given her current status, she feared the potential complications that could arise from being photographed, which would likely affect Gu Shen as well. This hotel is mine. You need not worry about your identity being exposed. Rest assured, Gu Shen reassured her, noticing her reluctance to exit the car. I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to wake you. I've already contacted your manager and informed her that you're with me, so she can bring your belongings over. All right then, she conceded. Upon hearing Gu Shen's words, Yang Mi finally felt a sense of relief. She followed him out of the vehicle, yet a lingering fear compelled her to conceal herself behind Gu Shen, her head bowed in cautious modesty. Her timid demeanor did not escape Gu Shen's notice, prompting a faint amusement within him, though he chose to remain silent as they entered the grand hall. As Yang Mi trailed behind Gu Shen, she soon realized that none of the staff directed their attention towards her. Rather, they exhibited an utmost respect towards Gu Shen. This revelation allowed her to finally relax, and she confidently accompanied him to the luxurious penthouse suite on the top floor. However, once they stepped into the room, her awkwardness resurfaced. Tension enveloped her, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands, which fidgeted nervously as she occasionally stole glances at Gu Shen. Chapter 60. Let us gaze at the stars. Although Gu Shen did not deliberately pay attention to Yang Mi's subtle movements, he discerned the source of her palpable embarrassment. After all, 5 years ago, they had encountered an unexpected incident, making her discomfort entirely understandable. In an effort to alleviate Yang Mi's anxiety, Gu Shen graciously suggested that he would freshen up first, inviting her to rest in the living room for a while. However, as the sound of water splashing in the bathroom began to fill the air, Yang Mi found herself utterly bewildered. Wasn't he merely washing up? Why was he taking a shower instead? Grabbing the glass of water Gu Shen had poured for her, she gulped down a large mouthful and then slapped her cheeks lightly, urging herself to regain composure. So what if he was showering? Who doesn't he wash before bedtime? Why was she so flustered, frustrated with herself? Yang Mi pinched her thigh hard, releasing it only when she felt the sting. She glanced around the room, hoping to distract herself, when coincidentally, Zui called, informing her that she and Xiao Tao were packing her belongings and inquiring if there was anything she wanted them to bring. After a lengthy conversation with Zui, Yang Mi's initial anxiety began to dissipate. Once she hung up, she mindlessly scrolled through her phone, but less than 5 minutes later, she heard the bathroom door creak open. Instinctively, she looked up, only to be met with the sight of a man emerging, clad in nothing but a towel around his waist, drying his damp hair. His sun-kissed skin glistened, and droplets of water traced down his well-defined abs, leading the eye downward in an alluring fashion. The sight of such a perfectly sculpted figure left Yang Mi momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed on a man as he tended to his hair. Amused, Gu Shen broke the silence with a teasing remark. "What is this? Are you captivated by my physique?" Yang Mi's face flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling the nervousness she had just managed to suppress surge back, sending shivers across her scalp. "And no, I'm not." Noticing the young woman on the sofa awkwardly pretending to be busy, Gu Shen's playful spirit ignited. "It's quite a shame if you don't take a good look at such fine conditions I possess." "Stop it, Miss Young. Didn't you have your hands all over me 5 years ago? I believe I've improved since then." With the atmosphere being so delightful, "Are you certain you wouldn't like to give it another try?" The implications in his words were unmistakable, and Yang Mi could not help but feel flustered, her face burning all the way to her ears. In a panic, she sprang up and dashed toward another room, completely oblivious to her direction. As she hurried past Gu Shen, she nearly stumbled, only to be caught by his steady hand. "Be careful, there is no carpet here. A fall could be quite painful." The warmth of his firm grip sent heat coursing through her skin, an undeniable presence that Yang Mi could not ignore. She swiftly shook off his hand and, in a flurry of anxiety, rushed into the bathroom. "I am just going to freshen up." After Yang Mi rushed into the bathroom, she suddenly realized that it was the master bedroom's bathroom, where Gu Shen had just been taking a shower. With her eyes closed, Yang Mi wished she could excavate a 3-bedroom underground lair right there on the floor to bury herself. It was too embarrassing. Who could save her? Gu Shen's deep, rumbling laughter echoed behind her, prompting Yang Mi to whirl around, gritting her teeth, forbidding him to laugh. Gu Shen barely stifled his laughter, yet the corners of his eyes still held a playful glint that made Yang Mi's heart tighten. She resolved to exit and use the guest bathroom instead. But Gu Shen pushed her back and closed the door. "The conditions are better here. Just wash up peacefully, and I won't tease you any further." Gazing at the closed door, Yangmi steeled her resolve. If she insisted on leaving now, it would be nothing but pretentiousness. After all, the door could be locked. She decided to wash up. In the midst of her routine, Gu Shen knocked on the door, informing her that he had placed her change of clothes by the door and that he would retire to the guest room. He reassured her to sleep comfortably in the master bedroom after she finished washing up. The bed in the master bedroom is new. I haven't slept in it yet. Oh, thank you. Yangmi replied weakly. Listening to Gu Shen's footsteps fading away, she exhaled quietly. After hastily finishing her wash, she dashed to the door and retrieved her clothes. Upon opening the bag, she found a new set of pajamas and undergarments, causing her face to flush even deeper. How could this dog of a man have prepared even her undergarments? However, she certainly did not wish to wear the soiled ones, and having a fresh set to change into indeed made her feel much more comfortable. Dressed in her pajamas and with her hair dried, Yangmi noticed several bags by the window. Curious, she glanced inside and felt a warmth in her heart. He was quite thoughtful. She had worn a gown to the wrap party, which, while not particularly elaborate, was still uncomfortable. Gu Shen had actually intended to take her shopping for clothes after dinner, but since they were not in Yanjing, he feared that Yangmi might attract unwanted attention. With the air conditioning blowing warm air, Yangmi nestled into the soft blankets. Yet she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Her mind wandered between memories of that night 5 years ago and the routines they had shared in recent days. Despite her uncertainty about Gu Shen's feelings for her, she could not help but think of him, especially after that teasing moment. Oh, that dog of a man. Did he have to be so charming? The room, dimly lit by a small lamp, felt slightly dry, perhaps due to the air conditioning. Yami felt parched and, suffering from insomnia, decided to leave her bed and venture to the living room for a drink of water, only to find Gu Shen standing by the coffee table with a cup in hand. Sensing his gaze upon her, she steeled herself and stepped forward. Thirsty? He asked. Yes. Perhaps the air conditioning is a bit dry, and I can't seem to sleep, she replied. Yami walked over and accepted the cup of water Gu Shen had poured for her, taking a few sips. The two exchanged no words. The only sound that reverberated in the dim living room was the clear sound of her swallowing water. Reflecting on the recent events, Yangmi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Contemplating the silence between them, she sought to initiate a conversation. Are you unable to sleep as well? Gu Shen gazed at Yangmi, whose eyes sparkled with a luminous glow against the dim light. He discreetly swallowed hard. How about we step out to the balcony and gaze at the stars? The moment those words left her lips, Yangmi regretted them, wishing she could vanish. After all, who, at this age, would willingly venture out at night to stargaze? Sure. Seeing Gu Shen nod in agreement left Yangmi momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated his acceptance, and a wave of inexplicable joy washed over her. The two made their way to the balcony, with Yangmi leaning against the railing, tilting her head skyward. Gu Shen followed closely behind, his hand, which held a cup, resting lightly on the outer edge of the railing. Yet his gaze was fixed upon Yangmi. As she looked up, the delicate curve of her slender neck became more pronounced, a few strands of hair cascading down, which she absent-mindedly brushed aside. This seemingly trivial gesture stirred something within Gu Shen. Chapter 61. Conversations on the balcony. Gu Shen paused momentarily, lifting the cup in his hand to his lips, suppressing the peculiar emotions stirring within him. Unbeknownst to Yangmi, she gazed up at the night sky. Despite the late hour, the city's severe light pollution obscured any visible stars. Feeling a hint of awkwardness, she turned to Gu Shen. It seems we can't see any stars, she remarked. Gu Shen, still somewhat dazed, looked up at her upon hearing her words. It's all right. Appreciating the scenery is equally delightful. Next time, I could take you along with Meng Bao and Gue Bao to go camping and stargazing. He intended to suggest a camping trip solely for the two of them, but ultimately refrained from being so direct, including the two little treasures instead. Okay, Yami did not dwell on it. His words eased her mind, prompting her to shift the conversation to other topics. How did your business negotiations go today? Not bad. I managed to seal the deal. That's great. You're so impressive. Your family must be delighted, right? Yangmi's question was casual, Yet she hadn't anticipated the sudden darkness that clouded Gu Shen's expression. I am an orphan, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I apologize. Yangmi felt a pang of regret, wishing she could stitch her lips shut. How coincidental. She inadvertently struck a sensitive chord. It's fine. I've long since come to terms with it. Gu Shen observed Yangmi's immediate shift to caution and the apologetic look in her eyes, and he feigned nonchalance, intending to comfort her. Then, after all these years, it must have been quite tough for you. Achieving such excellence surely required more effort than others. Gu Shen, taken aback by her words, couldn't he help but gaze at Yangmi. Her flawless profile captivated him in an instant. It had been years since anyone had inquired about his fatigue, and hearing Yangmi's casual concern stirred something within him. Only when he met her slightly puzzled gaze did he finally come to his senses, lowering his head with a faint smile. Yangmi, sensing his silence, grew anxious. Did she say something wrong again? Just as she was about to apologize, she heard his deep voice reply, "Yeah, it's been hard. I'm very tired." Yangmi had not expected such an answer, and a wave of sympathy washed over her. She stared at Gu Shen's lowered head, momentarily speechless. Her eyes filled with the image of the usually commanding man, now displaying a softer, somewhat hurt expression. They stood on the hotel's top floor, surrounded by the glow of countless lights, with a warmly lit room behind them. One leaned against the railing, glancing back, while the other held a cup, resting against the wall. The atmosphere felt heavy, and for a moment, they exchanged no words. The initial tension had dissipated, replaced by an unspoken sentiment intertwining between them. Unnoticed by both, Yangmi finally broke the silence, yet found herself at a loss for words, opting instead to turn back and quietly gaze at the distant nightscape. I am well. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. While others merely praise my youthful achievements, you are the only one who inquires about my hardships. Gu Shen raised his head and gazed at the melancholic figure leaning on the railing for a moment before softly speaking. Upon hearing his words, Yangmi felt a deeper pang in her heart, and her eyes, unbeknownst to her, began to well with tears, struggling to suppress the overwhelming emotions within. Gu Shen set his cup on the small tea table on the balcony and slowly approached, leaning on the railing beside her, merely half a person's distance away, following her gaze into the distance. At 1 a.m. in Jin City, the lights gleamed brightly, yet the streets were sparsely populated with vehicles and pedestrians. The quiet night added a touch of sorrow to the half-slumbering city. And you? He asked suddenly, pulling Yangmi back from a reverie, though she failed to comprehend the intent behind his words. You must have felt exhausted these past few years, caring for 2 children while concealing your identity. Navigating the entertainment industry is no easy feat. I am all right. After all, I have 2 little clever ones by my side, making it all worthwhile, despite the fatigue. Moreover, my parents were initially opposed to my pursuit of acting, fearing I would suffer, yet they ultimately could not dissuade me. Recalling her stubbornness from years ago, Yangmi smiled wryly, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Over the years, she had matured significantly, gaining a clearer understanding of the sordid realities of the industry. Yet she never regretted staying true to her passions. Fortunately, she had not argued with her parents back then, but instead reasoned with them. Why didn't you send the children to your uncle and aunt to raise? Wouldn't that afford you more energy to focus on your work? Gu Shen inquired, puzzled. He had assumed she was similar to him, unaware that she had parents. They do not know I have 2 children. I have never informed them. This revelation left Yangmi feeling despondent, as memories of the past few years flooded back. Raising 2 children without daring to return home, fabricating excuses of being too busy with work to deceive her parents. The thought saddened her. Yet, she felt fortunate to have found Gu Shen now. Her children finally had a father. If things progressed positively, perhaps she would eventually share this news with her parents. Gu Shen furrowed his brow, surprised by Yangmi's response, realizing that the circumstances surrounding her children were unclear to her family, leaving her unable to explain. He contemplated hastening his pursuit of her, wishing to provide her with the assurance of his presence, allowing her to live freely without trepidation. However, it is all right. Now that Ming Bao and Gue Bao have you, I feel more at ease. None of these matters are of great concern. Besides, look at me. I am preparing to make a comeback. And the two little ones are so understanding. Everything is bound to improve day by day. When the time comes that I can support everything, I will return home with my two treasures to visit them. At that moment, they will no longer have to worry about my well-being outside. It should be so, shouldn't it? Yang Mi has been striving to present a facade of ease, yet she cannot suppress the pang of melancholy and sadness that rises within her. She can only continue to gaze into the distance, lost in thought, battling the tears that threaten to spill from her eyes. Gu Shen silently observes her by her side, emotions surging within him as he silently vows to protect the three of them, mother and children, throughout his life. Perhaps having grown weary from standing by the railing, Yang Mi eventually calms her emotions, turns, and sits back down in the rattan chair beside the small tea table. She curls her legs and rests her chin on her knees, gazing at the scenery below. Chapter 62. Shall we return home? Gu Shen noticed the wind had picked up a bit. He returned to the living room, retrieved a small blanket from the sofa, and draped it over Yang Mi. He then brewed some hot tea, poured a cup, and offered it to her. Yang Mi cradled the warm cup, taking small sips. As the fragrant steam soothed her earlier melancholy, they began discussing mundane matters, sharing many stories throughout the night, including Gu Shen's childhood in the orphanage. The gradual expansion of the Gu family business from its inception to its current scale, Yang Mi's journey in the entertainment industry over the past few years, and the growth of their two precious children. Their conversation flowed from midnight until dawn, when the first light of day began to break. Eventually, fatigué offerchama Yang Mi, and she rested her head on Gu Shen's lap and fell asleep. Gu Shen gazed at the hazy morning scenery, only noticing her silence after a while. Yang Mi curled up in the rattan chair, tightly hugging herself, a sight that pierced Gu Shen's heart. How lacking in security must one be to sleep in such a self-embracing manner? After observing Yang Mi's peaceful face for a moment, Gu Shen, concerned she might catch a chill on the balcony and uncomfortable in the chair, gently lifted her, careful not to disturb her slumber, and carried her back to the master bedroom. He laid her softly on the bed, covered her with a nearby blanket, and then stood by her side. Yang Mi seemed restless in her sleep, her small face scrunching up, and she murmured something softly. Upon leaning closer, Gu Shen heard her calling his name, and he felt a flicker of surprise. Was she dreaming of him? He tenderly stroked her hair, whispering soothingly, I'm here, I'm here. Gradually, he calmed the little bundle beneath the covers, and with a sigh of relief, he gazed at her gentle features, unable to restrain his emotions as he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. Good night. The next day at noon, after a full 8 hours of slumber, Yang Mi finally awoke from her cocoon. Rubbing her eyes, she felt slightly disoriented, struggling to recall her whereabouts. What had transpired last night? She had talked with Gu Shen for what seemed like ages, until dawn was almost upon them. But how had she fallen asleep? And how had she returned to bed? She had no recollection. Could it be that Gu Shen had carried her in? The thought sent a flutter through her heart just as Gu Shen knocked on the door, his deep voice resonating through the wood. Are you up? Do you want me to order some breakfast? The sound startled Yang Mi, instinctively causing her to wrap the blanket tighter around herself. Realizing he had not entered directly, she remembered she was indeed dressed. All right, I'm getting up, she called out, turning on her phone as she made her way to the bathroom. After grabbing the toothpaste and toothbrush provided by the hotel, she completed her morning routine in under 10 minutes, changed into the clothes that Gu Shen had prepared for her the previous evening, and stepped out of the master bedroom. Upon seeing her, Gu Shen beckoned her over. Come here. I'm not sure what's good, so I just had them bring up a variety. You must be hungry after not eating for so long. Yang Mi felt a twinge of hunger as she glanced at her phone, which displayed the time as 12:08. She was taken aback, not believing that she had slept until this hour. However, she had indeed enjoyed a profoundly restful slumber, seemingly devoid of dreams, and had awoken well into the afternoon. As she stepped over to the coffee table, she was astonished to see an array of dishes laid out, accompanied by porridge and pastries. With a bewildered expression, she turned to Gu Shen, questioning silently, wasn't it just the two of us dining? Why so much food? Surely we cannot finish it all. Fear not, Jiang Fan and the others will be joining us. Anything we don't consume can be given to them later. Gu Shen reassured her. With his words, Yang Mi relaxed and took a seat on the sofa, sharing a meal with him. Having completed her scenes for the day, Yang Mi finished breakfast with Gu Shen before discussing some matters with Su Li. Once Gu Shen concluded his business negotiations, they, along with their assistants, booked the soonest flights back to Yanjing. By the time their plane touched down, it was already 9 in the evening. Xiao Chen arrived with the two little ones to greet them. The moment the children spotted Yang Mi and Gu Shen, their eyes lit up with joy. "Daddy, Mummy." The little one, eager to leap into their arms, bounced on her tiny legs. However, the lounge door obstructed her, preventing her from fulfilling her desire. It was only when Gu Shen guided Yang Mi through the corridor and into the VIP lounge that the little ones dashed forward, each wrapping their arms around one of their legs. "Mummy, I missed you so much," exclaimed the little girl. "Auntie Lily, I missed you too." Sweetly charming, she greeted Su Li without prompting, while the little boy also acknowledged Jiang Fan. Tilting her head in Yang Mi's embrace, the little girl noticed the starry-eyed Xiao Tao, who was observing her and her brother with great interest, and curiously asked, "Auntie Lily, who is this beautiful sister?" The little boy followed his sister's gaze, and, upon seeing Xiao Tao, wore a puzzled expression. "Children, this is Mummy's assistant. You can call her Sister Xiao Tao," Yang Mi replied, turning to Xiao Tao as she held the little girl. "Hello, Sister Xiao Tao." The two children chimed in unison. Xiao Tao, already smitten by the adorable duo, felt her heart melt further upon their greeting, responding enthusiastically. "Xiao Tao, this is the little girl, and the boy is called Meng Bao. They are my and Gu Chen's children." Yang Mi paused momentarily, glancing at Gu Shen before introducing him to Xiao Tao as well. "Ah, Li Jie has mentioned you. She has been raving about how clever and well-behaved the children are. I have been eager to meet them." Yang Mi set the little girl down, watching as both children gravitated towards Xiao Tao, a smile gracing her lips. "Shall we head home?" she inquired of Gu Shen, her face radiant with joy as she asked if he would accompany her back to the apartment. "Certainly," Gu Shen replied, noticing her uplifted spirits upon seeing the children. And he too felt a surge of happiness as they exited the airport and returned to Yang Mi's residence. Upon the completion of this production, Yang Mi refrained from accepting new scripts, choosing instead to engage in occasional advertisements filmed in Yanjing, dedicating her time to cherishing her two beloved children. Following the wrap party, Chang Xin still had a few scenes left to shoot. However, after the company became aware of his conduct during the celebration, they advised him to take a hiatus after finishing this project. During this period, he remained in a state of disarray, lacking focus. Ultimately, after enduring over a dozen takes for a single shot without success, he provoked the ire of the director, who chastised him mercilessly. The crew, once respectful and enthusiastic towards him, now regarded him with disillusionment. Chapter 63. How extravagant Mr. Gu is every day. Chang Xin faced scorn and neglect on set, her condition deteriorating further. Upon returning home, she suffered from insomnia, unable to find solace in sleep, ultimately resorting to alcohol as a means of escape, which only exacerbated the vicious cycle. Once the dark circles under her eyes became impervious to concealer, a leaked photo taken by a fan circulated online, inciting increasingly harsh criticism from netizens who even speculated whether her sudden transformation was due to substance abuse. Rumors spread like wildfire, leading many fans to abandon their support, while Chang Xin herself remained silent, allowing the unfounded gossip to gain traction and intensify the vitriol directed at her. When Su Li informed Yang Mi of the rumors surrounding Chang Xin while she was preparing dinner for her two children, Yang Mi dismissed the complaints, attributing them to Chang Xin's own misdeeds. She believed that adhering to a persona so contrary to one's true character would inevitably lead to downfall. Viewing both Shun Yiru and Chang Xin as prime examples of this failure, the children attended kindergarten during the day, only returning home for evening meals, compelling Yang Mi to prepare their favorite dishes in anticipation of their return. Since Yang Mi returned home, Gu Shen had not visited daily as he once did, but he maintained a presence 3 to 4 times a week, often picking the children up from school in Jinghua. Noticing that Gu Shen frequently stayed overnight at the apartment, Yang Mi revamped the guest room, replacing the bedding with something more comfortable and adding a desk to create a more conducive environment for him to work. Each time she observed him hunched over on the sofa, engrossed in his computer, she felt a pang of sympathy for his fatigue. Gu Shen, however, accepted her efforts graciously and reciprocated by showering Yang Mi and the children with gifts of clothing and toys. The little ones, thrilled with their new treasures, naturally gravitated toward Gu Shen, eager for his company. Yang Mi would sit on the sofa, watching the joyful chaos unfold between the father and his children, occasionally joining in their playful antics. Their family dynamic resembled that of a close-knit household, filled with sweetness and joy. 2 months later, Star River finally premiered. And after a few episodes, the once promising Chang Xin faced the harshest criticism from viewers, who lambasted her acting as exaggerated and devoid of emotion or skill, as if she had never trained. She became the weakest link in the production, prompting her agency to gradually abandon her, leaving her effectively forgotten within the industry. In contrast, Yang Mi's portrayal of the second female lead, a general, garnered widespread acclaim from viewers, who commented that her talent was wasted alongside Chang Xin. The earlier rumors suggesting that Yang Mi had sought to ingratiate herself with Chang Xin by sharing intimate photos were swiftly debunked, and the keyboard warriors who had spread such claims faced backlash from Yang Mi's fans, inadvertently boosting her popularity once more. Delighting in this unexpected publicity, Yang Mi remained at home, tending to her children during their winter break, spending her days in their company. However, before the series could conclude, a new wave of scandalous rumors about Yang Mi emerged online, accompanied by a few blurry images. Upon hearing Su Li recount the events, Yang Mi immediately deduced who was responsible, especially given the involvement of Chang Xin and the nature of the allegations. However, when Gu Shen called to inquire if she wished to investigate further, she acquiesced, realizing that uncertainty warranted a deeper look, which would also facilitate her future counterattacks. Fans, upon encountering this smear campaign, dismissed it entirely, quickly recognizing the orchestrated efforts of hired trolls, who were swiftly overwhelmed by the united front of supporters defending Yang Mi. In a remarkable turn, a prominent figure even identified the mastermind behind the attack as the vice president of Chang Xin's fan club, leading to a torrent of online backlash that once again thrust Chang Xin into the social media spotlight for all the wrong reasons. What was unexpected, however, was the vice president's brazen response. Rather than retreating, she boldly retaliated on her main account, even tagging Yang Mi in a confrontational post. To her astonishment, Yang Mi remained silent, rendering the vice president's efforts futile, akin to striking a punch into cotton. Within mere hours, an anonymous user exposed a bouquet of infested icy blue roses she had previously sent to Yang Mi, along with the contents of a threatening letter. The images of the writhing green worms among the petals, coupled with the distinctly menacing letter, had a profound effect, inciting even casual fans to rally against the vice president. As the situation escalated, the software platform monitoring the incident chose to suspend the vice president's account, recognizing the uncontrollable narrative that had emerged. It became glaringly evident to discerning observers that Yang Mi was indeed the victim of Chang Xin's bullying. Others also began to recall Shun Iru's past misdeeds, further swelling the tide of sympathy for Yang Mi. The momentum did not wane, inadvertently boosting Yang Mi's follower count, as previously indecisive keyboard warriors rallied to her side. When Su Li arrived, she was overjoyed, enveloping Yang Mi in a tight embrace. "Oh, my darling, this makes me so happy." Yummies struglet for bread, attempting to push her away, but to no avail. She had anticipated Su Li's excitement, but had not expected it to be so exuberant. After a prolonged moment of affection, Su Li finally calmed down and settled Yang Mi onto the sofa. This drama was indeed a wise choice. Not only has it proven lucrative, but your return has surpassed all expectations. Isn't it all thanks to your discerning eye, sisterly? You found such a remarkable script for me. Yang Mi sweetly credited Su Li, further delighting her friend. Now I see where you got your charm from. Your genes are certainly not wasted. The two shared laughter on the sofa, and before parting ways, Su Li advised Yang Mi to prepare herself, for more directors would undoubtedly be seeking her talent in the future. Once Su Li departed, Yang Mi returned to the sofa, pondered for a moment, and picked up her phone to call Gu Shen. Busy with the company's accounts, Gu Shen answered the phone without glancing at the screen. Hello, are you busy? Not particularly. What is up? He replied. Yangmi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she responded. It's nothing urgent. But given that Star River is currently a massive hit, I was curious to know if your investment has yielded any profits. Upon hearing the subtle suggestion, Gu Shen couldn't help but smile inwardly, recognizing that Yang Mi was intentionally hinting for him to admit that he was indeed the investor in the production. Indeed, quite a bit. His cool, laughter-tinged voice resonated pleasantly in Yang Mi's ears. He had not anticipated any profit when he initially invested. It was merely an experimental venture. However, it was due to her that the viewership surged, resulting in substantial earnings from his inaugural production. Well, that's splendid, Yang Mi replied, feeling a sense of clarity in her heart. Since there were profits, his investment had not been in vain. And as for whether she was the catalyst for the increased viewership, who cares? But Mr. Gu, you are rather extravagant, she suddenly exclaimed, recalling something. What do you mean? Chapter 64. Let us fan the flames. Gu Shen smiled faintly, lifting his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, amused by Yang Mi's startled voice on the other end of the phone. What do you think? That's an investment of several million. You suggest I merely use it as a practice? Yang Mi found herself at a loss for words. Did he really question her? The investment for this drama came from several investors, amounting to tens of millions. Not to mention, he was the largest contributor. Would he not contemplate the potential gains from such a substantial sum? How could you even think of practicing with that amount? Thankfully, you're involved. You brought me such a delightful surprise. I must express my gratitude to you. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment, and the spirited excitement she had felt began to settle. It should be I who thanks you for alleviating so many troubles and enabling me to successfully land this role. Yang Mi understood that had it not been for their serendipitous encounter at the restaurant with Gu Shen, who was dining with his 2 children, she might not have secured this collaboration. Her return to the industry and the unexpected success she experienced were entirely thanks to the man on the phone. Then, how about Miss Yang treating me to dinner tonight? Gu Shen suggested playfully, intending to lighten the atmosphere. Yang Mi recognized his intentions and, without hesitation, laughed as she responded. I wonder which restaurant has captured Mr. Gu's fancy? It must have delightful flavors. Otherwise, it would seem I lack sincerity. I haven't chosen a restaurant. Would you care to cook for me, Miss Yang? Gu Shen's tone was light, laced with humor. Yang Mi was taken aback by his unexpected reply. Her heart raced, and her face grew warmer, but her words remained sharp. Naturally, whatever Mr. Gu desires goes. I shall await your esteemed presence with my adorable treasures. The spirited retort from the petite woman brought Gu Shen immense joy. He rose, retrieving his suit jacket draped over the chair, and called for Xiao Chun. Heading out of the office, he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet the 3 of them, the employees in the company. Witnessing their boss leave for the umpteenth time during work hours wore impassive expressions. They had grown accustomed to Gu Shen's sudden lack of dedication to his duties during this period. As Star River approached its climax, aside from the relentless criticism directed at Chang Xin from netizens, the show's popularity continued to soar, and Yang Mi's fanbase experienced a significant surge. Following yet another pivotal episode's airing, Suli knocked on Yang Mi's door. Sisterly? What brings you here so late? Have you eaten? I can cook you a bowl of noodles. Yang Mi was somewhat surprised. It was past 9 o'clock. Surely, Sister Li hadn't been working overtime at the office until now and decided to come to her home instead? Oh, come on. Can you pay attention to the trending topics online, my dear? Suli entered with an excited expression, hastily grabbing a cup from the tea tray on the dining table. Pouring herself a glass of water and casting a sidelong glance at Yang Mi, mildly reproaching her for her lack of attention to such matters. But you're here to keep an eye on things for me, right? What's going on? Seeing Su Li's exuberance, it seemed unlikely that more scandal had surfaced. So Yang Mi remained unperturbed, closing the door behind her and leisurely crossing her arms as she strolled to the bar by the dining table, leaning against the cabinet. Raising her glass and taking a generous sip, Su Li approached with a playful pinch to Yang Mi's waist, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Oh, you, really now? Did you watch that segment air today? The platform is buzzing again. It's barely been 2 hours. What merit does it hold? However, there seems to be some disquiet on Chang Xin's side. Rumor has it he is looking to leverage connections for a comeback and is seeking to undermine you. What's your take on that? Hearing this, Yang mi furoit herbro, pondering bidifri. What further schemes could he be concocting? The evidence Gu Shen had uncovered still lay in her study. The drama was nearing its finale, and if she presented it now, there should be no adverse repercussions. Resolute, Yang Mi beckoned Su Li towards the study. Sister Li, come here, I have something to show you. Noticing her sudden seriousness, Su Li's curiosity piqued. What could this girl possibly be hiding from her? Following Yang Mi into the study, she watched as Yang Mi opened the locked bottom drawer and retrieved a brown paper folder, her intrigue deepening. What is this? Take a look. Gu Shen gave this to me on the day of the rap party. Since Chang Xian isn't ready to concede, let us stoke the flames while this drama is still hot. With a determined glint in her eyes, Yang Mi handed the folder to Su Li, who deftly avoided the string binding it and extracted several pages. The cover bore details about Chang Xian's background, and she looked up at Yang Mi in astonishment. Yang Mi remained still, urging her to continue. Su Li flipped through the pages, her expression shifting to one of increasing shock. After reviewing it multiple times, she excitedly embraced Yang Mi as she approached the desk. I take back what I said about not thinking highly of him. This is simply. Stumbling for words, Su Li found herself at a loss to aptly describe Gu Shen, choosing instead to leave it be. When did you say you thought little of him? Yang Mi queried, attempting to recall if Su Li had indeed voiced such sentiments. It seemed she had always been somewhat dismissive of him, however. Never mind that. Anyway, I approve now. You should marry him. With a playful pat on Yang Mi's shoulder, Su Li adopted the demeanor of a mother reluctantly marrying off her daughter, teasing Yang Mi once more. Sister Li, what nonsense are you spouting? Startled by the remark, Yang Mi rushed forward to cover Su Li's mouth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Yang Mi turn crimson, Su Li couldn't contain her laughter, shaking with mirth alongside Yang Mi, whose mouth was still covered. Relasink had grip, or define surrender. All right. I want to say another word. Since we have this, we need to fear any antics from his side. I'll head back to the company now. You stay home. Remember to catch up on the gossip online. Fine, I got it. Off you go. Don't forget to eat. Get some rest. As Su Li was seen off at the door, Yang Mi could not help but offer a word of caution. She understood Su Li all too well. She was undeniably a workaholic. If Yang Mi didn't remind her, Su Li would likely become so engrossed in her work that she would forget to eat, perhaps working through the night until dawn. The following morning, it came as no surprise to Yang Mi when, amidst the hustle and bustle of her colleagues heading to work and distracted by their phones, she stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The timing was impeccable, coinciding with the airing of a particularly popular episode of Galaxy. Consequently, the scandal surrounding Chang Xian spread like wildfire. Before the other party could react, it had surged to the top of the trending list on the platform, and the overwhelming volume of views, shares, and comments caused the site to temporarily crash. After rising early, Yang Mi enjoyed a delightful breakfast prepared by the nanny hired by Gu Shen, which was set aside for her and the two children. She nestled contentedly in the swing chair on the balcony, savoring the moment while cradling her adorable little one, relishing the unfolding drama. Chapter 65. Surrounded by fans. Gu Shen's rescue the obedient child was engrossed in the educational toy that Gu Shen had gifted her. Noticing her mother's joyful demeanor, she eagerly leaned towards her, curious about what she was viewing on her phone. Mommy, what are you looking at? Let me see too. Yang Mi, amused by her daughter's fidgety eagerness, chuckled and presented the phone to her. Darling, Mummy is catching up on some gossip. The villains who bullied Mummy have been punished. The child, upon seeing the dense text on the screen, quickly lost interest. However, recalling the times she and her brother had been bullied by Qian, her little face scrunched up in displeasure. Only when she heard that the bad guys had faced consequences did she relax, leaning over to plant a kiss on Yang Mi's cheek before returning to her toy with renewed focus. Yang Mi was enjoying a leisurely day at home, especially since her two little treasures were on break as well. She cherished the moments spent with her children, occasionally indulging in a bit of gossip, reveling in the tranquility of her days. Since Su Li had exposed the scandalous information, Chang Xian's reputation had plummeted, leading many loyal fans to abandon him. Naturally, a few misguided supporters still attempted to defend him, but they were met with scorn from the online community, leaving them silenced and isolated. When Chang Xin first encountered the damaging news, he was utterly bewildered. He picked up his phone, intending to reach out to former allies, yet before he could dial, his agent's call interrupted him, insisting he come to the company. Despite Chang Xin's persistent inquiries, the agent remained tight-lipped about the purpose of the meeting. Frustrated, Chang Xin vented his anger by smashing anything within reach, yet he had no choice but to disguise himself and drive to the office. Upon his arrival, his irritation surged as he confronted his agent. "What on earth do you want? Couldn't you have conveyed this over the phone? Must you bring me here?" To his surprise, the agent offered him nothing but a frosty silence, producing a stack of prepared contracts and slamming them onto the table. "These are the termination contract from all the brands you've endorsed, sent over by overnight courier. Here's the company's termination contract as well. Are you expecting me to deliver these to you for your signature? Do you think you're a top-tier star? Do you think you can pull rank on me? Take a good look in the mirror." Upon seeing the contracts, Chang Xin realized the gravity of the situation. He stood dumbfounded at the door, oblivious to the agent's subsequent remarks. Just then, the company's owner entered, spotted him, and urged him to quickly sign the contracts and pay the penalty before leaving. It was at this moment that Chang Xin snapped back to reality, spiraling into a frenzy. "Termination? Compensation? Who do you think you are? Do you believe Mrs. Zhang is aware of this? I'll call her to ruin you." The owner merely scoffed at his words. "Have you considered the actions you've taken? The company hasn't even sent you a lawyer's letter out of respect for your dignity. Go ahead and seek out Mrs. Zhang." As Chang Xin observed the entire company gathering around him, he felt a surge of anger, his face alternating between shades of red and white. In a fit of frustration, he picked up his phone and dialed a familiar number from his contacts. Mrs. Zhang, one of Chang Xin's longtime admirers, frequently gifted him with money and presents, yet had never hinted at any intentions of supporting him in a more intimate manner. Chang Xin relished this arrangement and felt justified in accepting her generosity. However, at that moment, feeling wronged, he thought of her. "Hello, Mrs. Zhang. All these useless people in our company are bullying me and even want to terminate my contract. They are demanding compensation." Without waiting for a response, he launched into a frantic tirade, hoping Mrs. Zhang would intervene on his behalf. Meanwhile, his boss stood nearby, smirking and waiting for the moment of Chang Xin's humiliation. "Zhang Xin, Yvette gotten divorced." Mrs. Zhang, initially reluctant to answer his call, thought of her own recent divorce and the lack of someone to confide in, so she picked up the phone. Yet, she was too preoccupied with her own troubles to truly listen to Chang Xin's grievances. Upon hearing her words, Chang Xin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "What? You got divorced? I offended Gu Shen, the president of Gu Corporation, while attending a parent-teacher meeting for my son, for the sake of the company and my reputation." Before Mrs. Zhang could finish, Chang Xin abruptly hung up, his mind reeling. His greatest support had vanished. The realization struck him, and despair washed over his face. The earlier bravado dissipated, and he fell to his knees beside his boss, attempting to cling to his leg. But his boss simply stepped back, evading him. With an overwhelming force, he lunged forward but missed entirely, tumbling face first to the ground. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he broke down in tears in the manager's office. Meanwhile, the holiday for the two little ones had come to an end, yet Yami lingered at home, basking lazily in the sun on the balcony until a phone call from Suli interrupted her reverie. The company requested her presence, stating that a well-known sports brand specifically wanted her as a spokesperson. After hanging up, Yami pondered for a moment. With Gu Shen absent and still some time before the two little ones finished school, she decided to head straight to the company, intending to conclude her business before picking up the children. Despite donning a mask, a hat, and dressing warmly, she was unexpectedly recognized by the driver as they approached the company. To her astonishment, upon exiting the car, she found a throng of fans waiting at the base of the building. As they spotted her, they rushed forward, calling her name excitedly. Before she could react, she was enveloped by enthusiastic fans clamoring for autographs and photos, leaving her flustered and trapped, unable to escape. Coincidentally, Gu Shen had just returned from a partnership meeting and was passing by Yang Mi's company. Perhaps due to an unspoken connection, he, engrossed in his computer, had not looked up until he caught sight of the crowd surrounding someone as Yang Mi glanced towards his vehicle. With a furrowed brow, he instructed Xiao Chun to halt the vehicle, stepping out alongside Jiang Fan. Gu Shen effortlessly parted the crowd and made his way inside. "How are you? Are you all right?" Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Gu Shen approached Yang Mi and inquired about her well-being. "I'm fine, just rushed over without any makeup. Not quite camera ready." The fans are exceedingly enthusiastic, and I find it a bit overwhelming, Yang Mi whispered, revealing her discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, the intimate exchange was captured by the already positioned cameras of the eager fans. Gu Shen understood her predicament and, regaining his composure, instructed Jiang Fan to restrain the fervent admirers before guiding Yang Mi away from the throng and into the company entrance. Chapter 66. Are you not leaving? Yang Mi felt a twinge of anxiety. If she were to depart with Gu Shen at this moment, would it be misconstrued as her flaunting her status? More importantly, would rumors of their relationship circulate? Her career was on an upward trajectory, while Gu Shen maintained a notably low profile. If their departure were to be captured by those with ulterior motives and disseminated online, it would be a detrimental outcome. However, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to follow Gu Shen directly into the company, leaving the fans outside for Jiang Fan to manage. Onlookers watched as Yang Mi left with the tall, commanding yet courteous man, and instead of feeling disheartened, they were exhilarated, eagerly raising their phones to capture the moment. Noticing that the crowd showed no signs of impatience, Jiang Fan felt reassured and instructed everyone to wait in place as per Gu Shen's orders. Subsequently, he visited a nearby mall to procure exquisite little gifts and even ordered some hot milk tea for the fans along the way. This gesture undoubtedly thrilled the ardent fans of Gu Shen and Yang Mi, who, upon receiving the small tokens, sneakily took photos for keepsakes. Once Yang Mi and Gu Shen entered the company and closed the glass door, the cacophony from outside was silenced. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered in Yang Mi's heart. It would be fine. Jiang Fan was experienced and would handle everything adeptly. Gu Shen noticed the slight tension in the petite woman beside him. Even though her face was obscured by a mask and sunglasses, he could discern each subtle shift in her emotions. "Is something the matter?" Yang Mi nodded, suddenly realizing she had reacted to Gu Shen's words, and looked up in surprise. "How did you know what I was thinking? Perhaps it is a shared understanding between us." "Miss Yang," Gu Shen replied with a playful smile, gently nudging the back of her head with his hand. "Let us go. The elevator has arrived." Startled by the sudden action, Yang Mi froze, her entire being seemingly paralyzed. What had he done? Before she could fully comprehend the implications of the light push, the elevator doors slowly opened before them, and she found herself being ushered inside by Gu Shen. "Which floor?" 12th. Gu Shen pressed the button for the floor, turning back to see her stiffened form, which he found rather amusing. "Are you feeling shy, Miss Yang?" You, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is shy? I have nothing to be shy about." At the moment Gu Shen spoke, Yang Mi, like a startled deer, immediately retorted, but upon locking eyes with his smiling gaze, she grasped the teasing nature of his words and felt a surge of irritation. Resolutely, she retreated to a corner, deciding to ignore him. After all, he would be leaving soon, and as long as she remained unembarrassed, then there would be no embarrassment. The elevator ascended swiftly, chiming as it reached the 12th floor. The doors opened, and Yang Mi stepped out. She initially presumed that Gu Shen would take his leave here, yet she was taken aback to see him following her. "Aren't you leaving?" I'm waiting for someone." The man who no longer teased her had reverted to his taciturn and aloof demeanor, exuding a cold and formidable aura, as though the person who had just been in the elevator was a stranger. Yang Mi curled her lip, but paid him no mind, choosing instead to walk ahead and settle in the lounge area. Gu Shen followed at a leisurely pace, retrieving his phone from his pocket and fiddling with it as he sat down. Yang Mi assumed he was merely waiting for someone, though she found herself puzzled about who that might be. Perhaps some female celebrity from her own company? The thought stirred a twinge of jealousy within her, prompting her to avert her gaze and immerse herself in her phone, scrolling through platforms to continue indulging in the gossip surrounding Chong Xian. Before long, The elevator doors opened to reveal Jiang Fan, accompanied by a group of people. Upon spotting Gu Shen seated on the sofa, their expressions shifted to surprise as they approached him to greet him. "Mr. Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Shen, known for his reticence with subordinates, responded in a flat tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Witnessing the reverence and trepidation with which Jiang Fan's entourage regarded Gu Shen, Yang Mi belatedly realized they were all his employees. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what they were doing in her company. Before she could ponder further, the elevator doors opened once more, revealing her boss, Li Ming, alongside Su Li. The moment Su Li's gaze fell upon her and Gu Shen, her expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly moved from the elevator to the lounge area, pulling Yang Mi behind her for protection. After assessing her boss, seemingly unperturbed, Su Li exhaled in relief, casting a reproachful glance at Yang Mi. "Could you not be more discreet?" Yang Mi, caught off guard by Su Li's slightly admonishing expression, offered an awkward smile and discreetly rubbed her nose to ease the tension. Glancing at Li Ming, she noticed his attention was fixed on Gu Shen, and it dawned on her that it was Gu Shen who had seemingly nominated her as the spokesperson. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of disappointment washed over her, accompanied by a complex array of emotions. She had believed her endorsement stemmed from her own merit, only to discover that Gu Shen had intervened on her behalf. No wonder with this realization, Yang Mi instantaneously lost interest, her expression growing neutral as her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Gu Shen, catching sight of her subtle movements from the corner of his eye, understood her feelings, though he maintained an impassive facade. Li Ming approached swiftly from the elevator, scrutinizing the young man casually reclining against the back of the sofa with crossed legs. A brief glance at the respectful Jiang Fan, standing nearby, led Li Ming to deduce that the man seated was none other than Gu Shen, the president of Gu Group. "Mr. Gu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long heard of your remarkable efficiency in managing Gu Group, and I had assumed you would be a seasoned individual. Yet today, I am surprised to find you so youthful. Thank you for the compliment." Gu Shen rose to shake Li Ming's outstretched hand, his expression remaining inscrutable. "You are indeed a prodigious talent at such a young age. I am genuinely impressed." Awed by the commanding presence of this young man, Li Ming felt increasingly uneasy. "Please, Mr. Li, let us keep things casual." Gu Shen subtly curved the corners of his lips, causing Li Ming to relax just a fraction. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Ming finally steered the conversation towards the main subject of inviting Yang Mi today. "I wonder what Mr. Gu thinks about the decision to appoint Yang Mi as the spokesperson?" Upon hearing this inquiry from Li Ming, Yang Mi felt an inkling of curiosity. Was this truly his idea? "It was a proposal brought forth by my subordinates, which I found quite agreeable and thus approved," Gu Shen explained, simultaneously recounting the events that had transpired outside earlier. "Originally, he had intended to leave for a collaboration meeting, but happened to pass by your company's entrance. Upon noticing Miss Yang being encircled by fans and appearing somewhat flustered, he took the initiative to lend a helping hand." Chapter 67. The security system is lacking. Upon hearing from Miss Yang that she had come to discuss a collaboration, I spontaneously decided to listen in. "I hope I'm not interrupting, Mr. Li." "Not at all. It is indeed an honor to have you here in person." Li Ming, having grasped Gu Shen's stance on the collaboration, finally felt a sense of relief. Hearing this, Yang Mi's thoughts began to stir. However, his earlier remarks, were they meant for his own reassurance? Did he perceive her disappointment and convey this message to indicate that success is solely a product of her own efforts? It must be so. The flicker of hope within Yang Mi, longing for Gu Shen's acknowledgement, dispelled her earlier dismay. Before Li Ming could broach the details of the collaboration, Gu Shen abruptly interjected. "Mr. Li, before we discuss the partnership, I must address a matter concerning company management. I hope I do not offend you." "Not at all. Your adept management of the Gu Corporation indicates your superior insights into administration. Please feel free to speak candidly." Li Ming's heart sank momentarily, fearing that Gu Shen might criticize him. Had it not been for my fortuitous passing, Miss Yang might have encountered a confrontation with her fans. "The security system your company has arranged for the artists appears to be rather inadequate, does it not?" Li Ming instantly recognized the underlying critique in Gu Shen's words, subtly mocking his laxity and artist protection. Yet he found himself unable to retort and could only respond with a forced smile. Indeed, Mr. Gu is correct. I shall make arrangements upon my return. Yang Mi discerned that Gu Chen was intentionally supporting her, a fleeting softness blossoming in her heart. Su Li, observing Li Ming's anxious demeanor, could no longer contain her amusement and leaned toward Yang Mi to share a whispered remark. Darling, did you know? When I first brought this matter to Mr. Li's attention, he was quite indifferent. I never imagined Mr. Gu's arrival would leave him so flustered. Today's outcome seems almost guaranteed. Seeing Su Li so delighted, Yang Mi shot her a glance, signaling her to temper her exuberance. After all, they were still in the presence of their superior. Is this truly appropriate? Su Li straightened herself, though the excitement on her face was hard to conceal. Yang Mi felt a tinge of helplessness, yet chose not to intervene. Su Li genuinely had her best interests at heart, always prioritizing her. And now that they had finally made some headway, she deserved to celebrate. After years of working together, their relationship had transcended that of mere colleagues and blossomed into a deep friendship. Mr. Gu, shall we discuss this in my office? Very well. Li Ming led the group to the elevator on the top floor, moving toward the lift from the lounge area. With a larger group, one elevator could not accommodate them all, prompting Gu Chen to speak up. Miss Yang, please, after you. Yang Mi, still lost in thought while holding Su Li's hand, was suddenly brought back to reality by Gu Chen's call. Oh no, please, you go ahead. I will wait for the next one. In an effort to appear less familiar in front of others, the two began to engage in playful banter at the elevator. Indeed, Mr. Gu, you are our esteemed guest. How can we make you wait? You should accompany me upstairs first. Li Ming, hearing Yang Mi's words, chimed in. No need. My subordinates will handle all matters regarding the partnership. I shall not join you. Once you have concluded your discussions, I will take them out for a meal. Gu Chen added a remark that rendered Li Ming momentarily speechless, unable to counter. The employees behind Jiang Fan exchanged furtive glances upon hearing Gu Chen's words. When had their boss ever displayed such humanity? A gathering? That was something they had not even dared to imagine before. Meanwhile, Li Ming remained internally astounded, surprised that such a prominent figure as Gu Chen could be so approachable and considerate towards his employees. Jiang Fan and Su Li exchanged knowing looks, both recognizing the effort to suppress laughter on each other's faces. It seemed only they and the two protagonists understood the true intent behind Gu Chen's statement. Sensing Gu Chen's intentions, Su Li seized the opportunity to speak. Mr. Li, since Yang Mi happens to be available, why not let her show Mr. Gu around the company? That would be quite troublesome for Miss Yang. Li Ming hesitated, but to his surprise, Gu Chen promptly agreed, leaving him with no choice but to nod in assent. Make sure to entertain Mr. Gu well. Certainly, boss. Yang Mi replied, casting a discreet glance at Gu Chen, who was smiling at her. She quickly averted her gaze. Su Li, as Yang Mi's agent, needed to be present for the cooperation discussions, so she accompanied Li Ming upstairs, slyly throwing Yang Mi a knowing look before departing. I've given you an opportunity. Make sure to seize it. Yang Mi shot her a glare, choosing to ignore her. As the elevator doors closed, the 12th floor hall was left with only Gu Chen, Yang Mi, and Jiang Fan. The atmosphere grew quiet as the three made their way back to the sofa. Yang Mi and Gu Chen sat down, while Jiang Fan, seeing the situation, seized the chance to excuse himself under the pretense of needing the restroom, leaving the two alone. Boss, good luck. They sat across from each other, Gu Chen's gaze fixed on Yang Mi, who was awkwardly looking down, hesitant to speak, which amused him. Aren't we supposed to tour the company? Miss Yang, would you kindly introduce it to me? Oh, sure. After taking Gu Chen on a brief tour of the company, they found themselves running out of places to go as the upstairs negotiations had yet to conclude. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Mi, and without much thought, she blurted out, since we've nearly finished, would you like to see my office? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. What a foolish impulse. Okay. To her astonishment, Gu Chen agreed, and Yang Mi felt a strong urge to chastise herself. However, there was no turning back now. She mustered her courage and led him toward her office. After showing him around, they had just settled down with a drink when Su Li sent a message asking where she was, informing her that the negotiations had concluded. Yang Mi exhaled a sigh of relief and looked up at Gu Shen to convey that the matter was resolved. "Shall we head downstairs?" "Certainly." Just before exiting, Yang Mi glanced at the artistic clock hanging on the wall, realizing that it was already past the time to pick up her 2 children from school, stirring a sense of anxiety within her. As she looked up, she met Gu Shen's inquiring gaze. "What is the matter?" "It seems I missed the time to pick up my 2 children from school." Yang Mi felt a pang of melancholy, knowing her little ones would likely have to wait at the kindergarten for a while longer. Upon hearing these words, Gu Shen let out a chuckle, prompting Yang Mi to furrow her brows and cast a glance in his direction. "I had anticipated your delay and had already sent Xiao Chen to pick you up. Rest assured." With this reassurance, Yang Mi felt at ease and descended the stairs alongside Gu Shen to meet Su Li and the others. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Ming was already waiting in the hall with his entourage. Noticing the tardy arrival of Yang Mi, he shot her a reproachful glance before turning to Gu Shen with a smile. "Mr. Gu, how was your outing? I trust there were no shortcomings in our hospitality?" "It was quite delightful," Gu Shen replied. "This gathering, shall you and Miss Yang join us? It is to celebrate the successful culmination of our collaboration." Chapter 68. Evening libations harm health. Li Ming, unable to sway Gu Shen, accompanied Yang Mi and Su Li to the gathering. The private room was shrouded in dim light, with Gu Shen seated in a corner on the sofa, legs crossed, observing the revelry. Between him and Yang Mi sat Li Ming. "Miss Yang, I raise my glass to you, hoping for fruitful collaboration in the future." Someone approached Yang Mi with a wine glass in hand, intending to toast her. Upon hearing this, Gu Shen furrowed his brow, turning to fix a piercing gaze upon the individual. "Drinking in the evening is detrimental to health. Replace it with tea." The person holding the glass, sensing the sudden shift in his boss's demeanor and the weight of his stare, froze in place, bewildered by his apparent transgression. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, the light-hearted chatter ceasing, leaving an eerie silence. Jiang Fan shot a glance at Su Li, imploring her to defuse the situation. "Come on, we cannot have this." Su Li, catching Jiang Fan's desperate look, glanced at the flustered Yang Mi and, steeling herself, spoke up. "Oh dear, I didn't realize Mr. Gu was such an advocate for health. Indeed, drinking at night can harm the stomach. Let us substitute it with tea, just as good as wine. Come, waiter, remove the wine and bring tea instead." Seeing Gu Shen's expression soften, the others exhaled in relief, casting grateful glances toward Su Li. The dinner resumed, yet no one dared to approach Yang Mi for a toast, not even with tea. The initially eager individual retreated awkwardly to his seat. That evening, fans who captured photos of Yang Mi and Gu Shen together shared them on various platforms, igniting a frenzy online. However, due to the commendable manner in which Gu Shen and Jiang Fan handled the situation, no one accused Yang Mi of being difficult. Among the myriad of photos, one depicting the two, side by side, as they left the crowd, stood out prominently in the trending lists, inciting a flurry of comments. "They make such a perfect pair. Although their relationship remains a mystery, I suggest they marry on the spot. This is quintessential CEO romance, brought to life. Darling, if it fits, marry him. We approve." Unbeknownst to Yang Mi, upon returning home from the gathering, she felt fatigued and, after engaging in play with the 2 children for a while, retreated to her room for slumber. The next day, upon awakening, her phone was bombarded with calls from Su Li, not for reprimand, but for gossip. Still groggy, Yang Mi picked up her phone to find several missed calls from the same number, leaving her entirely bewildered. Just as she contemplated returning the call, Su Li's voice rang out before she could. "Hello, Sister Li?" Recognizing the nasal timbre, Su Li discerned that Yang Mi had just awakened. "Oh my goodness, why are you still asleep? You were photographed at the company entrance yesterday and have once again made the trending list." "Huh, really? But I didn't even show my face." Yang Mi pondered, struggling to comprehend how she had gained such notoriety. "What are you talking about? It's you and Mr. Gu." Upon hearing Su Li mention Gu Shen's name, Yang Mi was abruptly roused from a reverie. She recalled the moment yesterday when he had led her away from the crowd, realizing that several individuals had indeed raised their phones to capture the moment. A flicker of panic surged within her. Yet, listening to Su Li's tone, it seemed that perhaps it was not a negative development. Before Yang Mi could ponder further, Suli added, "You're not aware? The netizens are saying that the narrative of domineering CEOs has transcended into reality." Yangmi was taken aback. Have the netizens truly become this irrational? She felt a mix of bewilderment and relief that events had not unfolded in the manner she initially feared, allowing her to exhale softly in her heart. Curious, she exchanged a few more words with Su Li before ending the call. Rising from her bed, she headed to the bathroom to freshen up, simultaneously opening the platform to browse the trending topics. Suddenly, a photograph appeared on her phone screen, so harmoniously that she did not immediately recognize it as herself. With one hand gripping her toothbrush and the other holding her phone, Yangmi stared at the image, momentarily entranced, before allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. She pressed and held the screen to save the photo. After completing this task, a pang of guilt washed over her, prompting her to exit the page and navigate to her album, where she set the photo to private, accessible only with a password, allowing her to finally relax. After finishing breakfast with her two little treasures, she remembered that Meng Bao and Guai Bao were soon to be on summer vacation. Yangmi thought it would be delightful to take them on an outing. Although they were still quite young, the children were remarkably perceptive and considerate. Unlike many of their peers, Yangmi believed that accompanying her children as they grew, broadening their horizons, was a wonderful opportunity. Thus, she always made time to play with them. As summer approached, she resolved to inquire where her children wished to go for their adventures, so she could prepare accordingly. "My darlings, do you have any places in mind for the summer vacation? Mommy will take you out to play." The moment Yangmi spoke, her words captured the attention of Meng Bao and Guai Bao, who promptly set aside their building blocks and rushed toward her on their little legs. The decision on where to go had already been made by the two little ones. Since their father had embraced them both, the family had yet to visit an amusement park together. Although their mother had taken them there several times, they had explored most of the attractions. However, the prospect of visiting as a complete family, with both parents, might deepen their familial bonds. Thus, the children had long decided that they wished for their parents to accompany them to the amusement park. At that moment, hearing Yangmi raise the topic, the two little bundles of joy erupted with excitement, each one leaning on the sofa, propping their faces up with their hands, and gazing at her with sparkling eyes. "Mommy, let us go to the amusement park." "Yes, yes, Mommy. It has been ages since our last visit." Indeed, the children at kindergarten often boast about their trips with their parents, and my brother and I are so envious. "This time, let us go." Yangmi gazed at her two cherubic children, their eager expressions tugging at her heartstrings, making it difficult for her to refuse. Yet, she found herself in a quandary. Recalling the moment when she was surrounded by fans outside the company building, she felt a twinge of anxiety about being recognized. Although she had previously visited an amusement park with her two little treasures, she was not well known at that time and had disguised herself, allowing her to evade recognition. However, ever since the last occasion when her elaborate disguise had failed to mislead even a driver, who was an ordinary person with little interest in celebrity culture, she had harbored a lingering fear. Moreover, the amusement park was a hub for the young, and venturing there with her two children would undoubtedly draw attention. "Perhaps it would be better if your father took you," she suggested cautiously, voicing her concerns to her little ones. "Given my current situation, it may not be wise for me to appear in public." The clever children, understanding the apprehension in their mother's tone, realized the predicament they faced, yet found themselves unable to alter the circumstances. "Oh, all right then." Chapter 69. Weekend camping. Observing the evident disappointment etched on the faces of her two beloved children, Yangmi felt a tightening in her heart. However, she found herself powerless to allow them to appear in the public eye. Primarily, it was a matter of safeguarding her children. Secondly, the potential repercussions of her and Gu Shen's identities being exposed were too daunting for her to contemplate. Though Meng Bao and Guai Bao displayed overt sadness, their minds were busy devising plans to approach Gu Shen for assistance. Guai Bao thought, "Father is so capable. He must find a way for Mommy to join us." Meng Bao discreetly monitored Yang Mi's expression and, noticing her furrowed brow, sensed her discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up to console her. "Mommy, it's just as good if we go with Daddy. You needn't be upset." Guai Bao, upon hearing her brother's words, also recognized that Yang Mi was feeling down and eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mommy, Daddy playing with me, and my brother makes Guai Bao very happy. Yangmi, fully aware of her children's perceptive nature, embraced them tightly, feeling a sense of gratitude for their thoughtfulness. Thank you, my dears, for your understanding. Mommy loves you both so much. The trio spent a tender moment in each other's arms on the sofa, with Meng Bao and Guai Bao content to remain still, silently enveloped in their mother's embrace. The tranquility was interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone resting on the coffee table. Yangmi discreetly rubbed her eyes before releasing her children to answer the call. Gu Shen? She inquired. What are you up to? Nothing much, just sitting on the sofa, chatting with Meng Bao and Guai Bao, she replied. Gu Shen detected the slight nasal tone in her voice, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Have you been crying? However, upon noticing Yangmi's intent to conceal her feelings, he refrained from probing further. Are the children about to have a holiday? Any plans for the break? He inquired. Hearing this, Yangmi activated the speakerphone and beckoned her children to sit beside her. I was just about to tell you. Meng Bao and Guai Bao want to visit the amusement park. Gu Shen expressed mild astonishment. The amusement park? Is it a suitable place for her to go, considering the crowds? Will you take them? With his thought in mind, Gu Shen delicately posed his question. Actually, we were just discussing this very issue, Yangmi explained. At this stage, it's not ideal for me to make public appearances, especially with the children. If I were to be recognized, it could lead to complications. Gu Shen understood this concern without needing further elaboration, allowing Yangmi to continue. I had taken them a few times before I became well known, and I disguised myself thoroughly. However, during my last outing, I was still recognized despite my efforts. If we were to go to the amusement park, I fear it would attract too much attention, and I cannot afford to take that risk. Yes, that is indeed a valid point. Should I take Meng Bao and Guai Bao instead? He suggested. I suppose I'll have to trouble you with this. Yangmi felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing that since Gu Shen acknowledged the two children as his own, it seemed she had burdened him with every little task. Gu Shen, understanding her subtle discomfort, recognized its source. Daddy, is there any way you can enable Mommy to come with us? Guai Bao piped up. I want both Mommy and Daddy to accompany me and my sister. In the kindergarten, every child is accompanied by their parents, and my brother and I wish for the same. The two children could hardly contain themselves, eagerly exchanging their thoughts. Yangmi was taken aback when the little treasures boldly posed their question. For a moment, she was at a loss, realizing it was too late to intervene. Gu Shen, overhearing the excited chatter of the two little ones, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Daddy will figure something out. I will ensure that Mommy joins us. Upon hearing Gu Shen's promise, the little treasures erupted in joyous cheers, while Yangmi, seated between them, felt a twinge of unease. Gu Shen, there's no need. Managing two children is already quite the hassle. I can sit this one out. No witties. Since Meng Bao and Guai Bao want you there, I will make the arrangements. Just trust me. Kids, Daddy has a meeting to attend shortly, so let us pause our conversation. Please take good care of Mommy. Without giving Yangmi another chance to decline, Gu Shen swiftly concocted an excuse and ended the call. The two little ones gleefully dashed around the living room. And Yangmi, too preoccupied with the children's safety to ponder the truth of Gu Shen's words, rushed to protect them from any potential tumbles. After hanging up, Gu Shen sat in contemplation for a moment before retrieving his phone to access Jiang Fan's chat. I recall there's a large shopping mall under the group that features an amusement park. How is the preparation going? Jiang Fan, currently out on errands, glanced at his phone upon hearing the notification sound, contacted the person in charge, and upon learning the progress, replied to Gu Shen. Mr. Gu, the person in charge mentioned that it will be completed within the next couple of days and will be ready for a trial opening next week. Please make arrangements. I will take the children for a preview this weekend. Understood, boss. Jiang Fan promptly called the person in charge again. Gu Shen exited the chat, contemplated for a moment, and instead of making another call, initiated a video call. The trio, engrossed in their play, paused at the sound of the video call ringing. Meng Bao dashed from the balcony to the living room, grabbing the phone from the coffee table and answering. Daddy, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Not yet. I've been discussing the amusement park with Uncle Jiang Fan. I have a plan. This weekend, we will go camping with Mommy first, then visit the amusement park. How does that sound? Yay. Meng Bao, now back on the balcony, shared the phone with her mother, who was resting in the hanging chair. Just in time to hear Gu Chen's words. Before Meng Bao could respond, Guai Bao climbed down from the chair and chimed in while still descending. Finally, Mommy and Daddy will join us for a fun outing. Yang Mi instinctively reached out to steady Guai Bao, fearful she might fall. Hearing this declaration stirred a bittersweet feeling within her, and Gu Shen, too, felt a pang of discomfort. He had long missed out on the childhood moments with his children. Now, just accompanying them to the amusement park brought Guai Bao immense joy, a reality that weighed on his conscience. Once Guai Bao was safely on the ground, Yang Mi rose from the hanging chair, crouching beside the two little treasures to accept the phone handed over by Guai Bao. Since we're going camping, shouldn't you both start packing your things? Let us go now, Meng Bao exclaimed, taking Guai Bao's small hand as they headed toward the children's room. Yang Mi initially believed that Gu Chen's promise to take care of the two little ones was merely a superficial assurance. Yet she was pleasantly surprised to find that he had swiftly arranged everything. As she watched the children enter their room, she settled back into the swing, gently swaying. "Thank you," she softly murmured, unsure of how to express her gratitude towards Gu Chen. Her voice, as gentle as a serene stream, reached his ears through the phone. Gazing at the screen, where Yang Mi appeared like a porcelain-skinned young girl, her eyes sparkling with laughter in the fading light of the sunset as she expressed her thanks. Gu Chen felt a slight discomfort. "Why must you always be so formal with me?" He glanced at her earnest expression on the screen and spoke. "I've told you countless times, there's no need to thank me. Why can't you remember?" Observing the look of helplessness on Gu Chen's face, Yang Mi felt a warmth in her heart, and a smile blossomed upon her lips. Chapter 70. Allow Jiang Cheng to be your companion very well. I shall refrain from mentioning it in the future. With that, Gu Chen relaxed his furrowed brow, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation amidst the easy-going atmosphere. Not long after, a knock resonated at the office door. "It seems someone is seeking your attention. You may proceed with your tasks," Yang Mi suggested upon hearing the knock, not wishing to interrupt Gu Chen's work. "Understood." After bidding farewell to Yang Mi, Gu Chen hung up the phone. Once granted permission, Jiang Fan entered, casting a glance at the man behind the desk who appeared to be in good spirits, and let out a sigh of relief. He had just knocked and thought he heard the boss conversing with Miss Yang. Fortunately, he hadn't disturbed them, or else the day might have taken a turn for the worse. "Boss, there's a banquet this evening hosted by the Qin family, where it is said that the young master of the Qin family wishes to offer his apologies to you." "I understand." The mention of an apology reminded Gu Chen of Qin Luan, eliciting a sense of aversion. "Do you require me to invite Jiang Cheng to accompany you as your partner for the evening?" Gu Chen shook his head without hesitation. "No need. Have her accompany you as your partner instead." Now, a father himself, he recognized the necessity of a female companion at certain events, and since Jiang Cheng was his secretary, her presence would not only provide assistance, but also deter unwanted attention. Jiang Fan was somewhat taken aback. This time, she would be his partner? After some contemplation, he grasped the situation. Previously, Gu Chen had only brought Jiang Cheng to events. This time, however, not only was he bringing her along, but he was also designating her as his partner, likely to avoid any misunderstandings. "Very well, boss. Please allow me to fetch you a cup of coffee, and then you may go. Come find me before leaving." "Understood." Jiang Fan headed to the lounge to prepare a cup of hand-ground coffee for Gu Chen, then quietly exited the president's office. Jiang Cheng had long been aware that Gu Chen would be attending a banquet that evening, which filled her with a sense of joy. According to Gu Chen's previous arrangements, she was also meant to accompany him as his partner for the event. As Jiang Cheng eagerly anticipated the end of her workday to join Gu Chen at the banquet, she was instead met by Jiang Fan approaching her directly. An unexplainable sense of foreboding washed over her, and indeed, she was correct. "Jiang Cheng, we are attending the banquet with the boss tonight. You'll be my partner." "Very well." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Jiang Cheng felt momentarily frozen, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and simply nodded in agreement. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Fan understood her feelings. However, given the presence of their colleagues, he chose not to press the matter further, merely casting her a lingering glance before turning to leave. With Jiang Fan gone, Jiang Cheng's initial stiffness began to ease, yet her eyes gradually cooled. During the last meeting, she sensed something amiss and sought out Xiao Chun and Jiang Fan for information, only to find them as unyielding as stone, refusing to divulge anything. Jiang Cheng's curiosity had been piqued. Now, being assigned as Jiang Fan's partner, this deliberate avoidance of misunderstandings surely bore significant implications. Jiang Cheng sensed that something substantial was about to unfold. Nevertheless, since the boss had given his orders, she would attend the banquet. Although she felt a sense of discomfort within, she nevertheless left work early to prepare her appearance. Subsequently returning to the office to await the arrival of Gu Shen and Jiang Fan for their departure together. Upon entering the banquet hall of the same hotel where the Zhou family had hosted their previous gathering, all eyes converged on Gu Shen, who was leading the way. The Qin family's banquet naturally attracted high society, many of whom had previously attended events alongside Gu Shen. Upon noticing Jiang Cheng's arm entwined with Jiang Fan's, they exchanged astonished glances, silently acknowledging the implications of the rumors that had been circulating. Yet, with the principal party present, none dared to discuss the matter in his vicinity, opting instead for cordial greetings. "Feel free to move about. I will call for you should the need arise," Gu Shen instructed as he accepted a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and saluted an approaching elderly gentleman. He then turned to the two companions, issuing a brief command. "Understood, Mr. Gu." Jiang Fan and Jiang Cheng responded in unison, immediately recognizing the elder as the patriarch of the Qin family before departing. As Jiang Cheng felt the majority of the guests' gazes lingering on her and Jiang Fan, she clenched her fists tightly, yet she forced herself to appear composed. Finally granted permission by Gu Shen, she swiftly withdrew her hand from Jiang Fan's grasp, distancing herself as though evading something. Noticing her actions, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, understanding her intent to avoid certain topics, yet he remained silent, allowing her to leave. Nevertheless, his attention occasionally drifted back to Gu Shen, observing him as he followed the elder's direction to another part of the venue, instinctively trailing behind. Upon entering the banquet hall, Jiang Cheng scanned the room and spotted a girl with whom she had previously formed a rapport at similar gatherings, a young heiress from a prominent family in Yanjing. Her eyes brightened, and she grabbed a drink from the refreshment table, making her way toward the girl to extend a greeting. However, to her surprise, the girl seemed to ignore her completely, hastily turning away to seek out others. This unexpected snub left Jiang Cheng momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the abrupt dismissal. What has happened? We clearly made eye contact. Why did she walk away? As she found herself amidst a crowd, Jiang Cheng assumed that someone within was beckoning her and paid no further heed, continuing her search for familiar faces. Yet after several attempts, whether it be affluent matrons or young scions, they either departed before she could approach or, even when she initiated conversation, no one acknowledged her presence. A number of attendees, however, lingered their gazes upon her, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. This peculiar atmosphere left Jiang Cheng thoroughly bewildered, gradually realizing that the young heiress had indeed been deliberately avoiding her. Witnessing her former acquaintances neglect her, Jiang Cheng's feelings of alienation intensified. With no one willing to engage her in conversation, she reluctantly retreated to a corner, nursing a glass of untouched juice in solitude. She could not fathom why everyone appeared to shun her. Perhaps it was the presence of a master obscuring her. Or perhaps the dim lighting of the corner rendered her presence virtually non-existent. Surprisingly, none of the individuals who approached to engage in casual conversation noticed her presence, including one who had previously made an effort to befriend her. Jiang Cheng, initially indifferent and lost in her own thoughts, was taken aback when their discussion came to her ears, centering around none other than herself. Instantly, her breath caught in her throat and her ears perked up as she listened intently. "Did you see the secretary accompanying President Gu today? It seems she was attending as his companion, but is now with Assistant Jiang. How curious. How could we not notice? She was just wandering around, seeking someone to talk to, yet no one paid her any heed. Indeed, just look at her bewildered expression. She probably remains oblivious to the rumors circulating." The mention of rumors made Jiang Cheng's heart race, prompting her to strain her ears further in their direction. Eager to glean more details, Could this be related to President Gu's recent changes? What rumors? Among the conversing group, there were some who were unaware of the full story, merely observing the isolation of Jiang Cheng and approaching to inquire, unsuspecting of the juicy tidbits they would uncover. Chapter 71. Miss Jiang, shall we collaborate? Are you not aware? Even President Gu has children of a considerable age. However, it seems they are not hers. There are rumors circulating that she has fallen out of favor. Moreover, did you notice how she was holding hands with Assistant Jiang today? It could very well be that President Gu has bestowed her favor upon Assistant Jiang. Bestowed? Your words are rather unkind. This is merely a matter of avoiding suspicion. Do you not understand? What about you? Weren't you quite amicable with her in the past? Now, seeing her like this, what do you feel? Someone teased, addressing the individual who once eagerly sought Jiang Cheng's favor, only to receive a shake of the head in response. What can be done? Initially, I thought that being close to President Gu would be beneficial, should she indeed be the rightful partner, but now, it seems unlikely. Best to keep my distance. Hey, someone is approaching us. Let us leave. The group chuckled as they departed, while in the corner, Jiang Cheng felt a chill run through her body, her anger boiling within her, furrowing her brow. What were these people saying about her, behind her back? Yet, recalling the rumor they had just mentioned, Jiang Cheng found herself momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that President Gu's recent changes are due to having a child, and the child's mother? Who could she be? With this thought, Jiang Cheng struggled to suppress her fury, intending to seek out Jiang Fan for clarity. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Fan emerged from the other side of the pillar she was hiding behind, gazing at her with a serene intensity, causing Jiang Cheng to shudder and freeze in place. What do you feel? Jiang Fan's sudden inquiry caught Jiang Cheng off guard. She was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend his meaning. What? I asked you how you felt upon overhearing their conversation. At last, Jiang Cheng grasped the implication behind his words, her heart racing as she realized Jiang Fan had seen through her concealed thoughts, yet she feigned ignorance. What feeling? Assistant Jiang, what are you saying? I do not understand. Jiang Fan scrutinized Jiang Cheng's face for several seconds, noting her growing distress before letting out a light chuckle, which was quickly replaced by his customary icy demeanor. You had best truly be oblivious. His deliberately lowered voice sent a shiver down Jiang Cheng's spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body, her scalp tingling. Suppress those unwarranted thoughts and desires. Do not entertain them. Jiang Cheng, observing the sudden chill in Jiang Fan's expression, fell silent. This was the first time she had encountered such a side of him. Although he typically maintained an aloof and unapproachable demeanor during their collaborations, he had never exuded such a terrifying sense of pressure before. She had assumed he was merely a bit cold, but she had now realized he possessed a similar nature to Gu Shen, and today's revelation had indeed startled her. Seeing Jiang Cheng's pallid complexion, Jiang Fan recognized that his intimidation had taken effect, and he turned to leave without another word, leaving Jiang Cheng standing there in a daze. She had never anticipated that her deeply hidden thoughts would be so thoroughly discerned by Jiang Fan. She had always believed she was adept at concealing them, but his sudden warning today shattered all her illusions. Even Jiang Fan could discern that Gu Shen, being exceptionally astute, could not possibly be oblivious to the situation. Yet, how could it be? She had always understood that a man as distinguished as Gu Shen, occupying such a prominent position, would undoubtedly have women in his life. In fact, having several was not a matter of concern. Perhaps it was even advantageous, for she could still aspire to be one among them. However, judging by the current circumstances, it was evident that Gu Shen did not fail to comprehend her feelings. Rather, he had never afforded her an opportunity. She had long believed that having been by Gu Shen's side for so long, she would have a deeper understanding of him than others. Yet to her astonishment, he had a child. Who was the mother of that child? How could she have been by his side for so many years without hearing a whisper of it? She admitted that her jealousy towards that woman had reached a near-manic level. Jiang Cheng stood in place, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind of jealousy, anger, and fear, with a myriad of emotions swirling tumultuously within her. Sensing someone approaching, she instinctively lifted her gaze, only to be met by the face of the Qin family's daughter. leaving her momentarily bewildered. Everyone at this gathering had been avoiding her. Why would she seek her out? Miss Jiang, I believe I have some matters we could discuss, Qin Luwan stated. Although Jiang Cheng was engulfed by anger and jealousy, her vigilance remained intact. One could not afford to be naive in the presence of someone like Gu Shen. The fact that this woman approached her when others shunned her suggested ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, Jiang Cheng was disinclined to engage with Qin Luwan. I apologize, Miss Qin, but I am feeling unwell and need to visit the restroom. Excuse me. Qin Luwan was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's heightened wariness and her remarkable composure under such circumstances. Indeed, it seemed that none of Gu Chen's associates were to be underestimated. That Jiang fan appeared utterly unyielding, having caused her considerable distress previously, and the seemingly simple assistant Chun could shift from joviality to commanding a host of bodyguards in an instant. This was her last opportunity. Watching Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, Qin Luwan gritted her teeth in frustration, stamping her foot before ultimately deciding to follow, intercepting her in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Since the last incident where she had been captured so clearly on tape, she had thoroughly scouted the hotel's surveillance blind spots for her advantage. Miss Jiang, I shall not beat around the bush. You are a straightforward person, so I will speak plainly. Let us collaborate. I'm not certain of what you mean, Miss Qin. You are a scion of a prominent family, while I am merely a secretary. I fail to see how we could collaborate. Miss Jiang, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. There is no need for you to hastily rebut me. Perhaps you would do well to hear me out. I'm sorry, but I am in a hurry to visit the restroom. Please allow me to pass. Seeing her firm stance and determination to leave, Qin Luwan pursed her lips and pressed forward. Miss Jiang, your feelings for President Gu are hardly pure, are they? Jiang Cheng was taken aback to realize that Qin Luwan had also perceived her intentions. Her spine stiffened instantaneously, and the leg she had prepared to step forward with froze in midair, retracting as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Luwan's face. What do you intend to do? Miss Jiang, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, Qin Luwan responded, advancing to adjust the collar of Jiang Cheng's shirt, her eyes lightly drifting to the pallor of Jiang Cheng's anxious visage. I merely wish to propose a collaboration with you. You harbor jealousy towards the mother of the child mentioned in those rumors. Our objectives align, and collaboration is undoubtedly the most advantageous choice. Recognizing the effectiveness of her approach on Jiang Cheng, Qin Luwan refrained from hastening the discussion regarding their potential partnership. I shall grant Miss Jiang some time for contemplation. Here is my contact information. Please keep it safe, and feel free to call me when you reach a decision. I eagerly await your favorable news. Having delivered these two statements, Qin Luwan departed, leaving Jiang Cheng to ponder in solitude. Upon reflecting on Qin Luwan's words, Jiang Cheng remained motionless, merely watching as Qin Luwan walked away, lost in thought. Collaboration? Yet, why should she trust her words? Staring blankly at the business card in her hand, rationality urged Jiang Cheng to discard it. Before she could arrive at a conclusion, her phone, nestled within her bag, began to ring. It was Jiang Fan. Jiang Cheng. President Gu is requesting the documents you were instructed to bring. Where are you? I just stepped into the restroom. I shall be there shortly. Chapter 72. Missing you. Placing her phone back in her bag, Jiang Cheng, almost unconsciously, slipped the business card she held in her other hand into the innermost compartment of her purse. In a flurry, she departed from the spot and made her way back to the banquet hall in search of Gu Shen and Jiang Fan. Inside the banquet hall, only Jiang Fan awaited Jiang Cheng by the restroom, her gaze drifting lightly as she noticed Jiang Cheng approaching with urgency. Upon reaching Jiang Fan, she was directed towards the door of a private room where Gu Shen was engaged in discussions regarding a collaboration. Gu is inside. You can take it to him, Jiang Fan indicated, gesturing towards the interior. Understood, Jiang Cheng replied, exhaling softly to ease her nerves. She raised her right hand, gently tapping her fingers against the door before grasping the handle and pushing it open upon hearing Gu Chen's voice from within. Inside the room sat Gu Chen alongside another man, and after handing over the documents she carried, Jiang Cheng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the man opposite her, her heart sinking in surprise. It was, astonishingly, the sworn enemy of the Qin family. To be honest, She had witnessed the amiable exchange between Gu Shen and the elder of the Qin family. Yet how could he now be engaging in a collaboration with their rival? She had meticulously prepared these documents, well aware that the Qin family had long coveted this project and sought to negotiate with Gu's firm. She had assumed today's meeting was oriented towards a partnership with the Qins. Realizing the man's gaze was shifting towards her, Jiang Cheng quickly returned her attention to her feet, feigning interest in the floor. "You've worked hard," Gu Shen remarked, glancing up and signaling for Jiang Cheng to exit. "It's no trouble. Please continue your discussion. I shall wait outside," she responded, offering a slight nod to the man opposite Gu Shen before stepping out of the room. With Jiang Fan no longer outside the door, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. After ensuring no one was nearby, she reached in her bag to retrieve the thin piece of paper bearing Qin Lu Wan's name, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. After much hesitation, Jiang Cheng resolved to discard the card. Approaching a nearby trash bin, she let the paper slip from her fingers. She held firm to her principles. Her accomplishments were a testament to Gu Chen's recognition, which had propelled her from her return to this level of success. She understood the importance of maintaining her rightful place. Once Gu Chen concluded the discussion, the two men exchanged pleasantries for a while. During this time, Gu Chen received a message from Jiang Fan, which contained a surveillance video. Originally tasked with investigating Qin Lu Wan's movements, Jiang Fan had unexpectedly discovered her initiating contact with Jiang Cheng and sent the video clip to Gu Chen's phone. "Gu, should we also investigate Jiang Cheng?" After reviewing the footage, Gu Chen pondered briefly. "Not for now." "Understood." After enjoying tea for a while longer in the private room, the two rose to depart. As Gu Chen exited, he noticed Jiang Cheng waiting at the door. Recalling Jiang Fan's message, his gaze lingered on her for a moment, his expression neutral. Upon sensing his glance, Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over her. As Gu Chen displayed no further actions or inquiries, Jiang Cheng hastily quickened her pace to keep up, maintaining a calm facade while her heart raced with anxiety and her mind raced with thoughts. This was perhaps the essence of guilt. Those who harbor secrets often feel a sense of unease. When Gu Chen and his companions exited the private room, the banquet downstairs was nearing its conclusion, with guests bidding farewell in small clusters. Gu Chen instructed Jiang Fan to contact the driver for his ride while ensuring that he would take Jiang Cheng home. After Gu Chen departed, Jiang Fan accompanied Jiang Cheng in a taxi to escort her away. Gu Chen directed the driver to take him back to Yang Mi's apartment. Having indulged in a few drinks, his thoughts drifted to Yang Mi and their two precious children during the recent business discussions, prompting him to pay them an unexpected visit. In the backseat of the ride-hailing vehicle, Jiang Cheng sat quietly while Jiang Fan occupied the front passenger seat. The air was thick with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Fan harbored doubts about Jiang Cheng, given her recent encounter with Qin Luan, yet he deferred to the boss's assurance of her reliability. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was preoccupied with Gu Chen's seemingly casual glance, feeling as though he must have discerned something amiss. The atmosphere in the car was oppressively silent, the driver refraining from playing music, acutely aware of the tension between the two passengers. Recognizing they were emerging from a prestigious venue, he dared not utter a word. Engrossed in the rapidly receding scenery, Jiang Cheng was abruptly jolted from her reverie by the sound of her phone ringing. The unnervingly quiet environment heightened her anxiety as she hurriedly retrieved her phone from her bag. The unfamiliar number seemed vaguely familiar, yet she dismissed her concerns and answered it directly. "Hello, Miss Jiang." The voice of Qin Lu Wan resonated through the receiver, causing Jiang Cheng to startle, her body jolting as she abruptly hung up the call, swiftly blocking and deleting the number with an unexpected proficiency. She glanced at Jiang Fan in the front seat, relieved to find no discernible reaction from him, allowing her to exhale and place a hand over her racing heart, silently striving to regain her composure. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Gu Chen took the elevator directly to Yang Mi's apartment door, retrieving his key to unlock it. Inside, their two children were engrossed in a cartoon in the living room. Upon hearing the sound of the key turning, they both turned their heads in unison, and upon seeing Gu Chen enter, they exclaimed in delight. "Daddy!" The adorable duo hurriedly leaped from the sofa, each one launching themselves into Gu Shen's arms as he bent down to change his shoes. Witnessing their joyous expressions and feeling the warmth of their little bodies, Gu Shen's spirits lifted immensely, and he planted a kiss on each child's cheek. Yang, having heard the commotion from the kitchen, rushed out with a spatula in hand. Upon seeing Gu Shen at the door, she was momentarily taken aback. "Weren't you at the banquet? Why are you here? I missed you all," Gu Shen blurted out, emboldened by the effects of the alcohol. Realizing his blunder too late, he noticed the children's stifling giggles while Yangmi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Aware of his faux pas, Gu Shen swiftly pivoted the conversation. "Did you not hire a nanny? Why are you still busying yourself? Oh, let her leave first. I have no plans today and wish to cook for myself. Am I in for a treat? The meal will be ready shortly. You should take the little ones to wash their hands." Yangmi's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried back to the kitchen with the spatula in hand. Gu Shen smiled gently, changed into his slippers, and, while holding one child's hand, led the three of them to the restroom to wash up. Just as Yangmi brought the final pot of soup to the dining table, the four of them gathered joyfully to begin their meal. With the weekend approaching, have you prepared the camping supplies? Gu Shen swallowed a piece of meat and looked up to ask Yangmi. To his surprise, the two children answered eagerly in unison. "We're all set, Dad. My brother and I organized our things ourselves." The little one beamed with excitement, proudly glancing at Gu Shen. "We even helped Mom tidy up." The younger sibling's face shone with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yangmi felt her cheeks redden. What should she do? Relying on her children to help her tidy up made her feel rather lazy. Yet Gu Shen paid no mind to such thoughts, smiling as he ruffled the children's hair. "You both are amazing." Chapter 73. Moving after dinner, the little darling took her sister to their bedroom to assemble Lego, as usual. Soon, only Gu Shen and Yangmi remained in the living room. The warm, gentle sunlight streamed lazily through the window sill, casting a golden glow across the floor. Yet, in the vast space, the presence of only Yangmi and Gu Shen rendered it somewhat desolate. "Would you like some fruit?" Yangmi, having tidied up the kitchen, carried a plate of cut fruit to the sofa and sat down, her eyes sparkling. She casually offered a piece of watermelon to Gu Shen across from her. She had always enjoyed indulging in various fruits, a habit she maintained after meals. Though Gu Shen typically had little taste for fruits, he accepted the offering. "Thank you," he replied softly, unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or accidental. When Gu Shen's fingertips brushed against her palm, it felt as if a fleeting current surged through her, leaving her momentarily stiffened. Yangmi's face suddenly flushed with warmth. Realizing the situation, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, when she caught a glimpse of Gu Shen intently focused on the data report on his computer, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, observing Gu Shen's profile as he worked was indeed a pleasure. It was hard to fathom that the usually decisive and stern Gu Shen could exhibit such gentleness and serenity towards the little darling. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Gu Shen suddenly spoke, turning to meet Yangmi's unwavering gaze with his captivating eyes. In that moment, Yangmi felt an acute sense of being caught, her face burning with shame. Was it merely her imagination, or had she just perceived a fleeting smile in his eyes? "No, I'm just reflecting on a scene. I got a bit lost in thought," she replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Her lovely fox-like eyes blinking rapidly as she hoped to divert the topic. "Have you been busy lately? Filming must be quite exhausting, right?" he inquired suddenly. Each succinct word seemed to strike a chord in Yangmi's heart, an indescribable emotion swelling within her. A thought raced through her mind, fervently asserting that this man exuded charm at every moment, even if he was merely making polite conversation. Yangmi shamefully admitted to herself that she might indeed be a bit infatuated with his looks. "Recently, it should be fine. I haven't heard any updates. If the team has plans, Sister Sue will notify me promptly," Yangmi responded, her gaze instinctively averting, her words stumbling out awkwardly. Little did she know that her transparent attempt to conceal her feelings only amused Gu Shen further. Seemingly pondering something, he cautiously asked, "If you're not too busy, would you mind moving in with me? It would make it easier for me to take care of you and the little darling. Of course, if you're unwilling, I completely respect your choice." Upon hearing this, Yangmi was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly gazing at him. Is that really appropriate? I feel it would be somewhat strange if I moved in. She instinctively sought to refuse, managing a somewhat awkward smile. She may have felt a flicker of affection. Yet the connection between herself and Gu Shen was merely a transient bond forged through their beloved child. What else could possibly justify her residing in the opulent mansion of the esteemed Mr. Gu? Gu Shen's expression shifted abruptly, as if struck by a sudden thought. And he spoke again. I apologize if I conveyed any unintended implications. Please do not feel pressured. I was merely contemplating how much more spacious it would be for me over there, and how much closer it is to the children's school, which would be more convenient. Given that you were preoccupied with filming previously, I refrained from pursuing this matter until now, but I thought perhaps it was time to bring it to the forefront. He patiently elucidated, his usual sharpness softened by a newfound gentleness. Perhaps it was the proximity of their conversation that caused Yang Mi's cheeks to flush involuntarily. The more she attempted to conceal it, the more evident it became. Well, you do have a point. I have often been away from home while you tirelessly managed everything. So, let's go ahead and move. After a moment of inner conflict, Yang Mi ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the following day, the moving process commenced in earnest. Wow, Mom and Dad, are we really moving? The little one, just awake, was met with this surprising news. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed at the 3 large suitcases that had been neatly packed, along with Uncle Chun who had just entered, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, after a discussion last night between your mother and me, we decided that you and your brother will be staying with Dad. Are you happy about that? Gu Chun bent down, lifting his little daughter into his arms, playfully pinching her bare little feet, his face radiating affection. I'm so happy. I have a new house to live in. With that, the little one hopped down from Gu Chen's embrace, eager to share her joy with her brother, only to discover he was already aware of the news and was currently assisting their mother in tidying up toys. Sister, you have too many dolls. We probably can't take them all, the elder sibling remarked, adopting a serious tone. What do we do then? But I sleep with them every night, boo-hoo. The child's temperament was indeed that of a young one. Just moments ago, she was bubbling with excitement about the new home, and now she was in tears. Hearing her wails, Gu Chun entered the room, exchanging a glance with Yang Mi, both unable to suppress a smile. Nevertheless, in the end, all of the little 1S dolls were packed up by the moving company's personnel. Gu Chun and Yang Mi had already departed a step ahead. Uncle Chun was engaged in liaising with the moving company, ensuring that all the belongings were loaded onto the vehicle before leading the way out. The reason was simple. Without someone leading the way, the moving company could not access Gu Chen's residence, although Yang Mi and the children were none the wiser. In the car, the 2 little ones were brimming with excitement, practically bursting with anticipation to arrive. Dad, what is your house like? The little one inquired, leaning against Yang Mi's shoulder with curiosity. You'll see when we get there, Gu Chen replied, displaying an unexpected patience with the children, gently ruffling the little one's hair in a gesture of reassurance. The adorable little one, as ever, feigned the demeanor of a small adult, pretending to be utterly indifferent, while inwardly harboring significant hopes. In truth, even without Gu Chen's words, Yang Mi was well aware that, based on their time spent together, Gu Chen's residence was undoubtedly beyond the comparison of her modest apartment. However, even after mentally preparing herself for the impending move, as she watched the vehicle navigate into the heart of the city's most prestigious villa district and observed well-dressed individuals clearing the way, her heart could not help but flutter with trepidation. Mr. Gu, we have arrived. At last, the car came to a halt within a grand entrance. Instinctively, Yang Mi turned her gaze towards the window, instantly overwhelmed by the magnitude of what lay before her. Indeed, at times, poverty can severely constrain one's imagination. Chapter 74. Not a villa, but a manor. Upon passing through the grand and lofty entrance, one is greeted by an expansive lawn, with the elegantly arched stone corners exuding opulence. The main building, not far off, harmoniously marries the essence of traditional Chinese aesthetics with Western architectural styles, presenting a seamless blend that is neither jarring nor out of place. Nestled amid serene mountains and tranquil waters, this locale seems to embrace nature, embodying a subtle beauty and refined elegance, creating an idyllic retreat far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world. After a brief stroll, The group soon arrived before the main edifice, their gaze unable to discern the boundaries of the sprawling estate. As they entered the grand hall, they were met with lavishness. Intricate light fixtures cast a cold, piercing glow, while the towering walls loomed above, casting dark shadows upon the plush carpet beneath. In a nearby corridor, an array of renowned portraits adorned the walls, a testament to the stature and influence of the occupants. This residence was undoubtedly the fabled No. 1 manor within the city's prestigious villa district, rumored never to be available for sale. Get out of the car. As Gu Shen's words echoed, the little one eagerly stretched out her arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, pick me up." Consequently, Gu Shen cradled his daughter in one arm while grasping his son's hand with the other, entering the house. From behind, the trio appeared charmingly warm and endearing. Yangmi found herself momentarily lost in the astonishment that enveloped her. Was this the mundane existence of the wealthy? She was perplexed, having navigated the entertainment industry for years, believing she had encountered many affluent individuals. Yet, someone like Gu Shen was a rarity in her experience. Perhaps, true magnates preferred to remain discreet, while the public only encountered mere foot soldiers of wealth. "Wow, it's so grand and beautiful," exclaimed the little girl. "Mommy, look over there. They're the gorgeous fountain." The exuberant voice of the child abruptly brought Yangmi back to reality. Instinctively, she turned to see the small garden the child was pointing at, complete with a fountain and surrounded by a myriad of exquisite flowers, many of which were unfamiliar to her. "Little sister, calm down. This is our first visit to Daddy's house. We mustn't tea, wow." Before Meng Bao could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. The corridor was filled with a variety of toy cars, the walls adorned with intricate cutout designs, showcasing numerous valuable figurines, and the ceiling hung with an array of model airplanes, all meticulously arranged. Yangmi followed Meng Bao's gaze. Her own surprise mirrored in her expression as she glanced at the composed man beside her. "Is this what you prepared for Meng Bao?" she inquired. "Yes. This is their first visit here. I wasn't sure what to prepare, so I thought of this as a small token of welcome," Gu Shen replied. As Yangmi surveyed the corridor filled with toys and precious collectibles, she fell silent. Although she yearned to voice her concerns about indulging the children without boundaries, she ultimately decided to acquiesce to his choices. At this moment, Gu Bao had completely let loose. She struggled to escape from Gu Shen's embrace, eager to join Meng Bao. "Oh dear Gu Bao, you're a girl. Is the grand villa making you forget your manners?" Yangmi and Gu Shen strolled forward side by side, and upon seeing Gu Bao's antics, Yangmi playfully patted her little bottom, teasing her affectionately. Gu Bao cares not for appearances. She simply wishes to play with her brother. As for Meng Bao, he was utterly captivated by the myriad of toys lining the corridor, completely immobilized by their allure. Observing this, Gu Shen gently set Gu Bao down, offering a few words of safety advice before allowing them to frolic freely. Behind them, the butler and nanny, who had promptly followed them inside, approached to keep a watchful eye. Yangmi couldn't help but feel a wave of sentiment wash over her. No wonder Gu Shen claimed that living here would better facilitate care for her and the children. It seemed that relocating here was indeed a superior choice. "Mommy, this isn't just a grand villa. It resembles a manor from the cartoons Gu Bao watches," Gu Bao animatedly described, her words bubbling with joy. Gu Shen merely smiled in response. Though he recognized that his daughter was speaking whimsically, she had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. When he purchased this plot of land, he had deliberately designated an area precisely where they now stood. Not only was it a place of feng shui significance, but everything had been designed to the highest specifications, making it no exaggeration to call it a manor, far surpassing the other villas built on the outskirts. Yangmi chose to remain silent, as she too found Gu Bao's assertion reasonable. The entire estate was simply beyond imagination. Just the main structure and its accompanying facilities spanned several thousand square meters, a mere fraction of the vast estate. Do Gu Bao and her brother like it? As long as they are happy, that is all that matters. Gu Shen's gentle voice soon echoed, undoubtedly receiving enthusiastic affirmations from the two little ones. Observing this, Yangmi couldn't help but chime in with a touch of exasperation. "Gu Shen, if you keep indulging them like this, the children will grow spoiled. However, despite her words, she felt a sense of happiness in her heart, knowing that the children were being cherished by Gu Shen. Their joy brought her joy. Oomph. Gu Bao has moved into a grand castle, so I'm a princess now. That means brother is a prince, and thus, mommy and daddy must be the king and queen. At some point, Meng Bao had dashed forward, seamlessly picking up Gu Bao's train of thought. Sister, according to fairy tales, the king and queen hold their wedding inside the castle. The two little ones, upon discussing fairy tales, began a delightful and endless conversation. Their tiny heads huddled together, animatedly discussing while occasionally glancing at Gu Shen and Yang, their expressions utterly comical. One Gu Bao was already enough, but now there was Meng Bao as well. Yang instinctively froze at the mention of a wedding, casting a glance at the subtly smiling Gu Shen, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. She buried her toes into the ground, wishing for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. A wedding? It is also possible to hold the event in other enchanting locations, such as a picturesque beach. Gu Shen suddenly chimed in, which left Yang taken aback once again. In the next moment, the spirited voice of the little one rang out. Oh, brother, you're the best. Mom and Dad are going to have their wedding by the seaside. Yang immediately felt a rush of embarrassment when she caught Gu Shen's teasing and amused gaze. She quickly responded, children speak without a filter. Indeed, children speak without a filter. After a bout of playful banter, the four of them ascended the stairs. As the moving company arrived, servants assisted in carrying the luggage upstairs, placing it in each respective room, while designated personnel took care of the organization. Chapter 75. Sunset and Camping Miss Yang. Young Master, Little Princess. After the tasks were completed, the servants lined up to greet Yang and the adorable children. Yang soon realized that the nanny previously arranged by Gu Shen was present and that a dedicated nutritionist had been hired to prepare meals for the two children. Indeed, every aspect of life was meticulously managed. One couldn't help but admire the charm with which Gu Shen handled matters. After lunch, Meng Bao and Gu Bao went off to rest, leaving Yang to tidy up in her room while Gu Shen attended to company affairs in the study next door. Before long, afternoon arrived. While playing in the toy corridor with the little ones, Yang noticed Gu Shen had joined them. Upon seeing him, Gu Bao rushed into his arms, clamoring for a hug. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. Great. Mommy just said she was hungry too. It seems that Daddy and Mommy truly share a telepathic bond. Oh no, Gu Bao has become quite the chatterbox, expressing everything out loud. This was Yang immediate reaction to the child's sudden outburst. Gu Shen, however, couldn't help but chuckle. Glancing at Yang and noticing her cheeks had turned a delightful shade of crimson. For some unknown reason, the smile at the corners of his lips deepened. Come on, we won't be dining in the restaurant today. I've prepared a surprise for you. Upon hearing this, both Yang and the children began to brim with anticipation. In the small garden, a gentle breeze wafted through, refreshing and pleasant. As Yang stepped outside, she instinctively stretched, only to see Meng Bao running toward her and wrapping his arms around her leg. What's the matter? Yang affectionately tousled his hair, resembling a tiny kitten, utterly endearing. Yet, Meng Bao remained silent, casting a glance at Gu Shen and Gu Bao in his arms, displaying a mix of pride and envy. A glimmer of understanding crossed Yang eyes. Then, mimicking Gu Shen, she lifted Meng Bao into her embrace, smiling brightly. Come on, Meng Bao, let's go together. As she spoke, Gu Shen approached with Gu Bao in his arms. Aren't we supposed to eat? Yamichon te resist asking. Weren't we promised a camping adventure together? With a flourish, Gu Shen seemed to conjure magic as he led the three around a corner, revealing a well-prepared tent filled with an array of delightful food. A beautiful tablecloth adorned the soft grass, piled high with snacks and fruits that Yang and the children adored, while a grill nearby was tended by a dedicated cook. Most importantly, the twinkling lights on the swing nearby sparkled brilliantly. After much contemplation, though camping close to home lacked a certain thrill, the joy of the children was paramount. Yang hadn't anticipated that Gu Shen's casual remark would materialize so swiftly. Camping time. Sister. Meng Bao, unusually lively, shed his usual composed demeanor, bouncing excitedly beside Gu Shen. Allons sit, Gu Bao. A princess is indeed a princess. She must camp in a castle. Daddy is the best. Upon awakening from her afternoon slumber, Yangmi adorned her beloved child in a delicate pink dress, accentuating her tender and charming demeanor. At that moment, she frolicked across the lawn like a graceful little sprite. The estate was resplendent, and the sunset cast a particularly gentle glow. Nearby, someone lifted a camera, capturing this idyllic scene, preserving the warmth of a family of four in that fleeting moment. Several servants observed, and for the first time since commencing their duties in this grand residence, they felt the long-lost vibrancy of human presence, each unable to stifle their happiness for their employers. While enjoying a meal, Yami received a sudden call from Su Li and moved to a nearby bench to take the call. "Hello, Suma," she greeted. Listening to the playful voice on the other end, Su Li feigned a huff and retorted, "Where have you been? Why haven't you responded to any messages?" Regarding her whereabouts, Yangmi decided it was prudent to clarify matters with Su Li to avoid any prolonged misunderstandings, sparing her agent unnecessary worry. "What if I said, I've moved?" she proposed. A momentary silence enveloped the conversation on the other end. "Moved? Where to?" "It wouldn't be to Gu Shen's place, would it?" Yangmi readily confirmed. "Haha, I anticipated this day. But let us not dwell on that. By the way, what is your current address? I wouldn't want to be unable to reach you in case of an emergency." In response, Yangmi relayed the details of her moving experience that day, concluding with a remark about the varying fortunes of individuals, noting her newfound perspective on wealth. Su Li, upon hearing this, could not help but express her astonishment. "I knew he was wealthy, but not to this extent. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Miss Yang, we who still toil at the company genuinely envy you. I wonder when a wealthy benefactor will arrive in my life." After some light-hearted banter, the two swiftly transitioned to more serious matters. "Speaking of which, you've had ample rest. It's time to return to work. Currently, I haven't encountered any promising scripts, but there are several noteworthy variety shows and some announcements that you could choose from, which would certainly enhance your on-screen exposure." As they spoke, Yami received the relevant materials Su Li had sent. She opened them and perused the options, confirming they were indeed the latest variety shows being promoted across various platforms, each presenting a diverse array of formats. There were outdoor adventure shows, pure entertainment programs, wilderness exploration series, travel documentaries, and even dating shows. Upon noticing the latter, Yangmi paused, realizing it was a reality dating show where she would serve as an off-screen relationship observer, which brought her a sense of relief, though she couldn't quite fathom why she felt any anxiety. They all seem quite good. I must choose wisely. Take your time. There's no rush. However, you must go to Gu next Monday to shoot a brand promotional video, and I will come to pick you up then," Yangmi acknowledged while continuing to review the variety show materials. "Suma, I find the last option rather appealing. You see, although I would serve as a romantic observer, the schedule is quite flexible, recording merely once a week, which won't interfere with our other commitments. Most importantly, the location for the recordings is right here in the city." Upon hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but roll her eyes on the other end of the line. "What? Are you already reluctant to part with someone?" Yami was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to retort. Unconsciously, she glanced at the trio not far away, their joyful camaraderie warming her heart. Perhaps she truly was loath to let go? "Oh, Suma, you will surely respect my opinion, won't you? What else can I do if I don't respect it? Such a lovely little darling can only be indulged." Su Li said little more before promptly hanging up to prepare the contract. "Mom, the barbecue is ready." Meng Bao ran over, pulling Yangmi to join her for the feast, while Gu Shen attended to them, barely managing to eat a few bites himself. The lively atmosphere persisted until late at night. Only when Guai Bao and Meng Bao grew tired did they start to feel sleepy. Subsequently, with the help of the servants, they each took a bath and returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 76. The frenzied shopping spree. Yangmi had indeed spent a long day. Yet upon returning to her room, she discovered that the study's light was still aglow. This prompted her to reflect that being a president was not as effortless as it appeared. The following morning, her little darling personally roused her from slumber, and she awoke feeling somewhat dazed. Perhaps due to the change of environment, she had experienced a restless night, hardly sleeping until the early hours of dawn. "Mommy, were you dreaming? Darling, why are you awake so early? Can't you sleep a little longer?" As Yangmi stirred from her sleep, her voice was soft and endearing, filled with an instinctive desire to be cradled and drift back into slumber. However, her child was not inclined to indulge her. With a swift turn, she leapt from the bed, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Mommy, you must get up. Today, Daddy is taking us to the amusement park. Have you forgotten?" At this reminder, Yangmi suddenly recalled the plan. Downstairs in the dining room, her child inquired, "Daddy, do you think Mommy is still asleep?" "Perhaps. But if she finally has the chance to rest, let her enjoy a little more sleep. Don't you agree?" Gu Shen, unusually present at home in the morning and enjoying breakfast, was met with curious eyes from the servants. "Have you all risen so early?" Just then, Yangmi asked gentle. Slightly languid voice floated from the staircase. Having just awoken, she appeared radiant even without makeup, clad in a simple white t-shirt and wide leg pants. Her hair casually tied in a bun, she exuded an effortless beauty. As Gu Shen looked up, he was greeted by the sight of Yangmi, resembling a lazy little cat, followed closely by their child. "Daddy, isn't my mommy beautiful?" The little one pouted adorably, prompting Gu Shen to chuckle. "Indeed, she is." Yangmi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a rush of embarrassment. "Come, let us eat, darling." After breakfast, Yangmi assisted in packing for their outing to the amusement park, insisting she needed to head to the office and would not be joining them. However, as she was about to step outside, Gu Shen unexpectedly arranged for her to accompany them in the car. Surprised, she protested, "But I'm going to the office. It's fine. Nothing will happen if you join us at the amusement park." Without waiting for her response, Gu Shen sat in the car, accompanied by Jiang Fan and Xiao Chen. The group soon arrived at a large shopping mall. In the underground parking lot, personnel were on hand to assist them, ensuring a high degree of privacy, which relieved Yangmi somewhat. Yet, she quickly realized she should have anticipated this. Such meticulousness was characteristic of this man. Upon exiting the vehicle, her little darling was bubbling with excitement, eagerly running ahead, her short legs adding to her cuteness. "Wow, this is a new mall. Isn't it? I didn't expect the facilities to be so well equipped. Quite nice." Yangmi casually complimented, and Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, thinking how in tune his boss and Miss Yang were. Once inside, the little one was completely free-spirited, while Jiang Fan and Xiao Chen dutifully followed closely behind the children, wary of making even the slightest misstep, lest they risk their jobs. Gu Shen and Yangmi followed closely behind, witnessing the two children frolicking joyfully ahead. Suddenly, Gu Shen turned to Yangmi and inquired, "This area is not yet open to the public. Is there anything you would like to enjoy while accompanying the children?" Yangmi, observing the children's happiness, felt a swell of joy herself. However, when it came to expressing her own desires for play, she realized she had not given it much thought. Just then, they encountered Jiang Fan and his group, who were leading their children over. The two little ones eagerly rushed into their parents' arms. "Daddy, my sister was scared on the carousel," exclaimed the little boy. "Mommy, I don't want to ride the carousel. It's too high, and I'm afraid. I want to play go-karting." The parents exchanged a mix of exasperation and affection, deciding to indulge them. With nothing pressing to attend to, Gu Shen took Yangmi's hand, and they proceeded together. Thus, Gu Shen teamed up with Meng Bao, while Yangmi paired with Guai Bao, leaving Jiang Fan and Xiao Chen as the final team. The three groups commenced their race. "Wow, Daddy, your driving skills are amazing," Guai Bao exclaimed as he watched Gu Shen effortlessly overtake them. Overcome with admiration, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Hold on tight. Let's show Mommy we can keep up with them." Instantly ignited by competitive spirit, he turned the steering wheel, urging their cart forward in pursuit of Gu Shen and Meng Bao. On the racetrack, two carts raced closely, neither willing to yield an inch. Meanwhile, a considerable distance behind, two other carts leisurely made their way, embodying a relaxed demeanor. Who else could it be but Jiang Fan and Xiao Chen, who had chosen not to partake in the merriment of their employer and Miss Yang? As expected, Gu Shen and Meng Bao crossed the finish line first. Meng Bao secretly reveled in the delightful experience of riding alongside his father, feeling the exhilaration of a victory with minimal effort. With eager anticipation from both children, Gu Shen and Yangmi took them for several more rounds. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, it was noon, and both children simultaneously expressed their hunger. Gu Shen arranged for them to be taken to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Upon entering the elevator and arriving at a certain floor, Yang was taken aback. Although the vast shopping mall was deserted except for them, she was astonished to discover that all the stores were open, with rows upon rows of sales staff standing at attention, exuding an air of utmost respect. Wow, this model is stunning. Meng Bao suddenly had captivated by a beautiful model displayed in the window. At his remark, Gu Shen merely exchanged a glance with Xiao Chun, who promptly approached a staff member to have it packaged. Then, they noticed Gui Bao's gaze fixated on a particular doll in the window. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun pointed to the doll and arranged for it to be included as well. Meng Bao, Gui Bao, is there anything else you both fancy? Upon hearing this, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement as they bolted into the store. Ultimately, the entire staff was mobilized to pack up all the items the children had selected, which were then delivered directly to their home. Seeing this, Meng Bao and Gui Bao were overjoyed, leaping into Gu Shen's embrace. Gui Bao, in a burst of affection, planted a kiss on Gu Shen's cheek and exclaimed, "Thank you, Daddy." Upon witnessing the scene, the little darling shyly leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Gu Shen, uttering a heartfelt "Thank you, Daddy." Their joy was palpable, yet Yang, observing this delightful exchange, found herself momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had contemplated intervening, for no amount of wealth could justify such indulgence, especially considering the tender age of the two children. She worried about the consequences of spoiling them. However, Gu Shen reassured her with a casual remark, "It's all right. Our home is spacious enough to accommodate these toys." This left Yang at a loss for words, and, ultimately, she acquiesced to their whims. After completing their purchases, the two children left in high spirits, and the group swiftly made their way to the dining establishment. Throughout the outing, Gu Shen orchestrated every detail, leaving Yang unaware of the menu and oblivious to the fact that he had chosen an upscale restaurant tailored for distinguished clientele. The lunch was sumptuous, and, as the two little ones neared the end of their meal, Gu Shen playfully pinched the cherubic face of the darling. "My dear, are we still planning to visit the amusement park this afternoon?" The little one eagerly responded, "Yes. I want to play with my brother and try other things." At the mention of the amusement park, the child's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that moment, Yang came to a profound realization. Allowing Gu Shen to care for the children was synonymous with one word: indulgence. And not just any indulgence, but an extravagant, boundless affection. Chapter 77. Paparazzi observing the two children, their bellies pleasantly round from a hearty meal. Yang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we take a leisurely stroll after dinner? They've eaten so much. It's essential for them to digest." However, she had underestimated Gu Shen's indulgence toward the children. Wherever the obedient Bao and adorable Meng glanced curiously, he would scoop them up and venture inside, regardless of their mere curiosity. As they passed by several high-end fashion boutiques, Gu Shen would enter, selecting items with great care, casually inquiring before purchasing an array of clothes and shoes that caught his eye and suited the little ones perfectly. Not only was Yang astounded, but so were Bao and Meng. "Daddy, we can't possibly wear all of this," Meng reminded him with a hint of rationality. "That's all right. We can change several times a day." Gu Shen's extravagant proclamation once again illustrated the concept of wealth and whimsy to Yang. Thus, she refrained from discouraging him. After all, such a scene might only occur once a year, and their happiness was what mattered most. What was more, his generosity extended beyond the children. He was equally lavish with Yang. Initially, he encouraged her to try on clothes from renowned domestic and international brands that he fancied. Upon realizing that she was reluctant, he swiftly swept his hand, selecting all the haute couture and appealing items presented by the attendant. It could be said that the entire mall was nearly deserted, yet all the staff busied themselves attending to Gu Shen's family. Ultimately, after concluding their shopping spree at the last store, they decided it was time to return home. "Xiao Chun, please escort Miss Yang to her company," Gu Shen instructed, while he took Meng and Bao, asking Jiang Fan to drive them home. After bidding farewell, Yang followed Xiao Chun to the parking garage. "Miss Yang, please get in," he said as she settled into the vehicle, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. This outing had proven remarkably secure, with no unwanted attention from the paparazzi. Given the recent tightening of scrutiny, it was indeed necessary to exercise caution. Sensing her apprehension, Xiao Chan reassured her, "Rest assured, Miss Yang, I will take you directly to the parking lot beneath the company. The paparazzi won't be able to capture you outside." Hearing this, Yang Mi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Thank you," she replied, reflecting on how reliable Gu Shen's staff were. Previously, she had always worried about being photographed when out, but this time had been significantly smoother. The journey proceeded seamlessly, the vehicle gliding into the parking structure, alleviating Yang Mi's lingering concerns. "Miss Yang, it's time to exit the vehicle," Xiao Chun said, opening the door for her. Though the parking lot was relatively safe, he remained vigilant, adhering to his employer's instructions to ensure her security. Without hesitation, Yang Mi donned a mask and lowered her gaze as she stepped out. Although the area felt secure, her ingrained instinct for self-protection was deeply rooted, and altering such behavior was not an easy feat yet, despite their carefulness. An unexpected incident occurred as she alighted from the car. Click! Just as Yang Mi intended to raise her eyes, she caught a glimmer of light flashing in front of her. It was the flash of a camera lens. The other party seemed utterly unprepared for this turn of events. After a fleeting flash of light, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed as they fled in disarray. "Quick, get in the car. Leave this to me." Xiao Chun reacted with remarkable swiftness, almost instantly covering several meters. Recently, Yang Mi's momentum had been surging, and with Gu Chan silently supporting her from behind, it was only natural that others would feel a twinge of jealousy, leading to potential retaliation and scheming. It would be impossible to remain calm. She could already envision the ramifications of the photo being released. Endless speculation, such as a late-night rendezvous between a female star and a man emerging from a luxury car. The cost of a single photograph could necessitate a marathon of efforts to refute its claims. Yang Mi slightly turned her body, glancing out of the car window. She observed Xiao Chan sprinting ahead, swiftly capturing the fleeing paparazzo. "Well done. Your camera appears to be of the highest caliber. Clearly, you've done your homework," she thought to herself, as she could faintly hear Xiao Chun's voice tinged with sarcasm. He effortlessly seized the collar of the other party, who was now trapped and unable to break free. "Let me go. There are cameras here. Do you have any idea that your actions are illegal?" The individual's forehead glistened with cold sweat, their gaze striving to maintain a semblance of bravado, hoping to endure the confrontation a little longer. "Unfortunately," Xiao Chun chuckled, his eyes fixated on the camera, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed, I wonder how the police would categorize your actions as stalking and filming without consent if I were to hand this camera over to them. How can you be so oblivious?" In that instant, panic set in for the other person. I don't understand what you're talking about. Just give me the camera back. It's pointless for us to waste words. Let us save time. Hand it over, and I might let you off the hook for now. What do you say?" The negotiation was entirely under Xiao Chen's control, leaving the other party with no room for rebuttal. Reluctantly, they surrendered the camera, and Xiao Chan meticulously ensured all evidence was cleaned up, even capturing a photo of the individual's work ID before considering the matter resolved. "Miss Young, it has all been taken care of. Rest assured, the photos have been deleted thoroughly, and you need not worry. Moreover, I will keep an eye on that person to see if there are any subsequent actions or other discoveries." Xiao Chan soon approached to report back. "Thank you so much. I can hardly imagine what might have happened without you." Yang Mi expressed her gratitude, astonished by Xiao Chen's adaptability and his composed demeanor. Indeed, working alongside Gu Chun, he may seem unreliable at times, but he is far from simple. Xiao Chun, however, appeared nonchalant, smiling as he remarked, "You need not concern yourself. This is merely my job. You truly are humble. Well, now that everything is settled, you can return to your duties." Yang Mi felt considerably more at ease as she prepared to exit the vehicle. Yet, Xiao Chan firmly declined her suggestion. "No, Miss Yang, I must wait here until you are safely home. My job will only conclude once I have ensured your safety. I hope you can understand." His tone was official and left no room for refusal, yet it emanated an undeniable sense of security. Yet Yang Mi was reluctant to inconvenience the other party. insisting that she could simply take a taxi home once she finished her tasks. Miss Yang, this is a direct instruction from Mr. Gu. My duty is to ensure your safe escort. With that, Yang chose to remain silent. She ascended alone, and just as she exited the elevator, she fortuitously encountered Su Li, who was emerging from the office. "Oh my, what brings you here at this hour?" Su Li exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Yet the striking beauty before her was unmistakably one of their own artists. "I'm here to sign a contract, dear sister. This is a matter of great significance for my financial endeavors. I must seize the opportunity." She continued, "By the way, there is also the issue of tomorrow's promotional video shoot. I need to familiarize myself with the details." As Yang spoke, she pulled Su Li into the office, where she promptly retrieved the necessary documents from her assistant and began to peruse them. Chapter 78. Madam, upon witnessing the scene, Su Li felt a profound sense of satisfaction within her heart. Yang had always exhibited remarkable tenacity in her career, which is precisely why, despite the existence of two little ones, Su Li remained steadfast in her belief that Yang would one day achieve great success. When that day arrives, everything would unfold, revealing the brilliance that lay beyond the clouds. Given that you have your own private estate, do you still fret over such trivial sums? Su Li approached with a smile, and only when she confirmed that no one was nearby did she dare to tease softly. In a company bustling with many voices, the private matters of artists are often a sensitive topic, and as a manager, one must be particularly vigilant. However, the moment Yang name was mentioned, her cheeks flushed crimson, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. "Sisterly, you always know how to jest with me. By the way, have you arranged everything for tomorrow's shoot?" You see, the moment we touch upon your bashful subject, you swiftly change the topic. With the contract readily available, Yang confirmed there were no issues and signed it. Afterward, she reviewed the tasks for the following day and, finding nothing amiss, prepared to leave for home. "Wait, let's go together." Su Li joined her in the elevator, reminding her, "Make sure to remember the shooting time for tomorrow. I will come to pick you up in the morning." "Thank you, Suma." Yang beamed, her eyes slightly crinkling at the corners, resembling a crescent moon, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Recalling the earlier incident, she hesitated about whether to inform Su Li. Before she could decide, they arrived at the underground parking lot, where Yang instinctively linked her arm with Su Li's, and they walked side by side. "Is there some commotion ahead?" Su Li's words piqued Yang curiosity. She followed Su Li's gaze, feeling puzzled. "Xiao Chun?" She recognized the figure waiting for her to finish work as Xiao Chun and could not help but whisper his name. Yet beside him stood a man cloaked in black, and the two appeared to be engaged in a deep conversation, shrouded in mystery. Almost instantly, Xiao Chun noticed Yang from a distance. "You go on ahead." Though his voice was low, the emptiness of the parking lot allowed Yang to catch his directive to the man in black. Su Li observed with an enigmatic smile flickering in her eyes, instinctively glancing at Yang. Even when coming to the company, he still feels the need to arrange for a bodyguard. Yang smiled, but chose not to elaborate. Although she had long been aware that Gu Shen's dealings were far from ordinary, with a background that surely ran deep, she had not anticipated that witnessing it firsthand would make her realize how simplistic her assumptions had been. "All right, you should head back now. Remember, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." As a manager, Su Li had a keen sense of propriety and chose not to linger, departing quietly. "By the way, where is Gu Shen?" After getting into the car, thoughts of her little treasures led Yang to suddenly think of Gu Shen. "Miss Yang, mister. Gu still has work to attend to, but the young master and young princess are comfortably settled at home. So please rest assured." Xiao Chun meticulously addressed every conceivable concern that Yang might harbor, instilling a profound sense of reassurance within her. After a long day of exertion, Yang found herself quite fatigued and decided to take a brief respite in the car. Upon their arrival at the villa district, she awoke just in time. "Miss Yang, we have arrived home," Xiao Chun softly announced as he parked the car and opened the door for her. Inside the house, their adorable children were already sound asleep. Yang glanced into their room, gently kissing each on the forehead before departing with a heart full of contentment. At that moment, Xiao Chun was in the living room reporting to his employer. "Mr. Gu, I have safely escorted Miss Yang home." "Very well. What are the arrangements for tomorrow?" Manager Su Li will come to pick up Miss Yang for the promotional video shoot. Mr. Gu, still in a meeting with numerous shareholders, furrowed his brow upon reading this message, then continued to respond. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they were witnessing a mirage. It was unusual for their boss to check his phone during meetings. What could have prompted such a diversion? Ensure that Miss Yang rests early and does not overexert herself. Xiao Chun, upon reading this, was equally perplexed. He paused momentarily before mechanically acknowledging the message. Yet, he could not shake the thought that perhaps his boss had developed genuine feelings for Miss Yang. After all, such attentiveness was not characteristic of Mr. Gu. At that moment, Yangmi happened to emerge and noticed Xiao Chun lingering, prompting her to smile awkwardly. Is there anything else? She inquired. Nothing more, Miss Yang. Please rest early. I have work to attend to and shall not disturb you further. With that, Xiao Chun hastily departed the scene. That evening, after a refreshing shower, Yangmi retired early, unaware of whether Gu Chen had returned home. The following morning, she was jolted awake by the blaring alarm clock. After silencing it, she realized that the sun had risen, its glaring rays sending a chill down her spine, compelling her to leap out of bed. Oh no, have I overslept and missed my appointment? She fretted, squinting at the time, only to discover it was merely a false alarm. The day was simply radiantly bright. Although she was not late, time was of the essence. She quickly donned a casual white outfit and, after a brief freshening up, descended the stairs to prepare for breakfast. Little treasure, sweetheart, Yami called out instinctively, assuming they might be having breakfast, but was met with silence. Madam, the young master and young princess have already left for school. Sir specifically instructed us not to disturb your rest. Please come and have your meal, the servant informed her. At this, she instinctively nodded, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Huh? No, you misunderstand. What do you mean by madam? While she shares adorable children with Gu Chen, they were not formally wed. In that instant, Yangmi felt her cheeks flush with heat, and though she wished to clarify, she found herself at a loss for words, especially under the significant gaze of the servant. There was even a fleeting illusion of, Madam, please do not be so shy. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Suddenly, Yangmi's phone rang. It was a call from Su Li. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, she hurried to the side to answer. Hello, Suma, have you arrived? Yes, I'm on my way. Why does your voice sound so guilty? What is the matter? In truth, Yangmi herself was unsure why she felt a pang of guilt. The servant had simply called out, and she wondered if Gu Chen would misunderstand. Yet, she had not instigated anything. Hello, why aren't you speaking? Su Li sensed something was amiss and inquired again. After a prolonged silence, Yangmi finally returned to the moment. Mifine, Suma, please hurry here. I just need to tidy up. All right, be quick. We mustn't keep them waiting. Today's promotional video was of utmost importance, and Yangmi had always regarded each task as critical, never treating them with indifference. Half an hour later, the once unassuming housewife had transformed into a radiant starlet. Madam, please be careful on the road. The servant timely appeared and greeted Yangmi, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Chapter 79. The Peculiar Child. Fortunately, Su Li was not present. Otherwise, she would surely be the subject of mockery. She wished to explain her feelings, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding against it. After a brief greeting, she departed. At that moment, Su Li was already waiting for her in the courtyard, equally astonished by the spectacle before her. Oh my goodness, please tell me this isn't real. Yangmi approached with remarkable composure, slowly articulating her thoughts. When I first arrived, my reaction was quite similar to yours. Now I comprehend that, for a man like Gu Chen, money is merely a figure. Though I had mentally prepared myself beforehand, witnessing it firsthand revealed how naively I had approached the situation. Su Li expressed her astonishment as she joined Yangmi in the car. It's quite luxurious. Just yesterday, I encountered a paparazzo in our company parking lot. Thanks to his presence, I managed to avoid another scandal, Yangmi recounted, still somewhat shaken by the experience. If it had truly trended online, it would have been quite the spectacle. What? Our company? What is going on? Su Li et Gelim. I'll contact the security personnel right away. Perhaps your recent popularity has attracted unwanted attention. By the time they arrived at the filming location, It was already noon. Upon disembarking, Yang Mi observed a multitude of individuals bustling about, creating an atmosphere of excitement. Suma, this promotional video must be significant, given the producer's lavish expenditure. Having navigated the industry for years, she could easily discern the underlying implications. What do you think? This promotional video is crucial for you. It will not only enhance your public image, but also influence your future endeavors, her manager remarked, imparting the importance of the occasion. With that, she left the remainder of the responsibility to Yang Mi, Ms. Yang. Please proceed to the studio. A dedicated makeup artist will be assigned to you for your styling. Additionally, there are some minor details regarding the shoot that we may need to discuss. A staff member interjected, approaching them for guidance. Yang Mi exchanged a glance with Su Li before entering. By the way, Su Ma, have the other two actors arrived? They should be here, although there might be a minor issue with the child star. You may want to prepare yourself, she replied, aware of Yang Mi's lack of experience in this regard, which caused some concern. As they conversed, a youthful male voice called out from a distance. Hello there. A spirited young man approached them with enthusiasm, radiating vigor and sporting a bright smile. Yang Mi, momentarily taken aback, displayed a look of utter confusion on her small face. Is that Fan Tian Tian? Is it really you? Su Li exclaimed, recalling their encounter at a recent gala, recognizing him as a promising young talent. Due to their previous lack of interaction, Yang Mi remained unaware of his identity. Indeed, I never expected to collaborate with Sister Mi this time. It is truly an honor. Fan Tian Tian possède à commendable disposition, exuding warmth and generosity, addressing everyone affectionately with a casual sister. The anticipation for our forthcoming collaboration is palpable. Yang Mi, known for her patience with newcomers, finds herself pleasantly surprised. In truth, I have admired your work for quite some time and never imagined I would have the opportunity to collaborate with you. Fan Tiantian's enthusiasm fosters a congenial atmosphere, alleviating the initial awkwardness typically associated with first meetings. As the makeup artist diligently worked, Yang Mi suddenly inquired, isn't there a young child star who has yet to arrive? Indeed, I reckon we may have to wait a bit longer, Fan Tiantian replied, as they both continued their preparations, mindful that the filming schedule was already established. 20 minutes passed, and Yang Mi, noticing the makeup nearing completion, glanced at Su Li, who was preparing for the upcoming tasks. Suma, is the child star still not here? Su Li responded. It seems there may have been a miscommunication regarding the timing with the producer. Given that children are often prone to unexpected situations, it's understandable. However, it is not within our purview. You need only focus on your makeup and present your best self before the camera. Just then, Fan Tiantian approached, affirming, indeed. I spoke with the director, and the child scenes are later in the schedule, so we can proceed with our filming without any hindrance. Despite her youth, Fan Tiantian exhibited a commendable steadiness, prompting Yang Mi to regard her with newfound admiration, nodding in agreement. Before long, the voice of the stage manager echoed nearby. Ladies, please prepare. We are about to commence filming. The crew immediately sprang into action. Su Li stepped aside to discuss some details with the brand representatives, leaving Yang Mi and Fan Tiantian together. Are you feeling nervous? Yang Mi observed Fan Tiantian repeatedly wiping the sweat from her palms, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, while the makeup artist encouraged her to relax. Such nerves are not uncommon in the industry. After all, every newcomer requires a period of adjustment. Indeed, a little. Fan Tiantian admitted candidly. I must confess, there is considerable pressure in working with you, given your excellence. I fear making any mistakes. Her sincerity elicited a smile from Yang Mi. There is no need for undue pressure. Should any issues arise, we can always reshoot. We all go through this process. Only through challenges do we grow and improve. Yang Mi reflected, recognizing herself in the younger actress. Yet, she acknowledged the peculiar nature of circumstances. Often, the more one frets over a matter, the more adverse the outcome may be, and vice versa. Thank you, Yang Laoshi. A radiant smile graced Fan Tiantian's youthful face, affirming her status as a rising star. The content of this promotional film is not particularly challenging. Once they overcome the initial discomfort, their combined talents will surely bring success with ease. During a brief intermission, the director approached. The captured effect is quite impressive. However, I believe you could foster a closer connection, given that our theme revolves around parent-child relationships. With the director's words resonating, Yangmi nodded in understanding. Just as they were conversing, a black Heian abruptly drove into the film set and halted not far away. The commotion was significant, especially as an impeccably dressed elder stepped out, exuding an air of sophistication, and proceeded to open the rear door, welcoming a well-dressed child into the scene. Such unabashed and somewhat ostentatious behavior was impossible for Yangmi and the others to overlook. It was likely that this was the little prodigy for whom the entire crew had been waiting. As this thought crossed her mind, a voice soon echoed through the air. "Ah, my little ancestor, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think today a shoot would not happen." Before anyone could react, the producer rushed forward to greet the child, closely followed by the director, their enthusiasm bordering on overwhelming. In no time, the child was ushered into the filming area amidst a throng of admirers. Yangmi considered that this child would be her upcoming co-star, so she approached with a smile. Prepare to introduce herself. "Hello there, young one. I'm the one who will be portraying your mother shortly." Her voice unconsciously softened, resembling the tender tone she would use while conversing with beloved children, imbued with a sense of affection. Regrettably, the child offered no response, merely casting a fleeting glance her way. Ultimately, their gaze settled upon Fan Tiantian. "You must be Brother Tiantian, right? I know you." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming rather peculiar. Chapter 80. Embarrassment. The situation had rendered Fan Tiantian utterly flustered. "Huh? Haha, you actually recognize me? Thank you." He was somewhat astonished, elated that a child knew of him, yet he felt that the current circumstances were not conducive to celebration. Unexpectedly, the child leaped into Fan Tiantian's embrace, as if they were longtime acquaintances, completely disregarding Yangmi. Thus, an awkward scene unfolded, with only teacher Yangmi left feeling uncomfortable. The people present were all astute, yet they paid little heed to the unfolding drama. After all, it was merely a child. Could it possibly be a matter of intrigue in the entertainment industry? Naturally not. Yangmi offered a slight, awkward smile, considering the matter settled. For the filming was about to commence. She had intended to familiarize herself with the child to facilitate the upcoming shoot, but alas, it was ultimately just a child. "You really didn't know me before?" Fan Tiantian pondered, bewildered by the notion that he had become so universally recognized. "Yes, I saw you earlier in the car, but you were too busy talking to someone else to notice me." The child's tone carried a hint of agitation. Upon hearing mention of someone else, Fan Tiantian couldn't help but recall that he had indeed been conversing with teacher Yangmi. Did this child somehow associate the situation with Yangmi? This thought made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Turning around, he noticed that Yangmi had already immersed herself in her work, showcasing an admirable dedication. "Yes, that is teacher Yangmi. You may call her sister Yangmi." Yet the child let out a haughty snort, turning their head aside in silence. The child's proud demeanor caused Fan Tiantian to widen his eyes in surprise. According to the director's instructions, it was now time to film the interactions between Yangmi and the child. Although the task was not particularly challenging, it required a rich and natural emotional expression, testing the artist's professionalism and adaptability. Prepare for the parent-child segment. All departments, be ready. The director's voice rang out from a distance. Yangmi was poised and ready, but she soon realized her young partner was not yet in position and inquired, "Director, where's the little actor?" Well, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. It was Fan Tiantian. He glanced sheepishly at Yangmi, exuding an air of someone who felt they had committed a faux pas. "Teacher Yang, she is right here." The child remained nestled in Fan Tiantian's arms, deliberately glancing up at Yangmi, her eyes devoid of fear and instead radiating a hint of indignation. Initially, Yangmi thought perhaps she was being overly sensitive. The child might simply be in a mood and displaying a bit of displeasure. However, the child's subsequent actions left Yangmi utterly astonished. "Little one, we're about to start filming. Are you prepared?" Yangmi gently leaned down, her long, lustrous hair cascading over her shoulders, her smile warm and empowering. I don't want to. Is there something troubling you? You can share it with us. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." The child remains unresponsive, and Fan Tian feels quite uneasy merely observing the situation. Teacher Yangmi, how about I try to coax him? He suggests, feeling slightly awkward, yet reassured by the fact that the child seems to have a fondness for him. Perhaps his efforts would yield some positive outcome. Not knowing what else to do, Yangmi reluctantly agrees. Could you please cooperate with this, sister, for a moment? Fan Tian crouches down, attempting to soothe the child. I don't want to. I just want to be with you. The child is quite stubborn, leaving everyone at a loss, especially since the director has yet to speak. Such words are indeed inappropriate under the circumstances. Look at all these people waiting for you. Why don't we finish filming first, and then your brother can play with you? Fan Tian tentatively proposes. No, I don't want to shoot with her. The child remains adamant, showing no signs of changing her mind. Yangmi finds the situation perplexing. Logically, she should have never encountered this child before, and it is unlikely she has offended her. Growing increasingly anxious, she steps forward again, attempting to communicate with the child. Otherwise, the efforts of everyone that morning would be in vain. Little friend, could you tell me why you don't want to shoot with me? She asks gently, her expression warm and inviting. However, to her astonishment, as soon as she approaches, the little girl reacts vehemently. Go away, you wicked woman. I refuse to cooperate with you. The child exclaims, pushing her away and even attempting to strike Yangmi. Fortunately, Fan Tian acts swiftly to intervene, embracing the child and preventing Yangmi from facing harm. This incident unfolds in mere moments, leaving everyone stunned and in disbelief at the scene before them. Stop! How can you hit someone? Fan Tian can't help but quietly question. Casting a worried glance toward Yangmi remains composed, not finding any reason to take offense. The strength of a small child, even if directed at her, poses no significant threat. The director, witnessing the unfolding drama, is equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is there some unresolved issue between that child and Yangmi? He quietly inquires of the assistant director. It shouldn't be. The assistant director shakes his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Observing this, the director decides not to press further. After all, neither party is one he wishes to provoke. Let's take a short break. Everyone can rest for a bit, he announces, then turns to Yangmi with a sheepish smile. Teacher Yang, please take a seat under that sunshade for a while. We wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke. After all, the work ahead must continue, and no one's absence is beneficial. Thank you, Director, Yangmi replies, concealing her inner perplexity. She is certain she has never met this child, leaving her to wonder how she might have offended her. Just moments ago, she could distinctly sense an unmistakable hostility emanating from the child's gaze. Taking a seat beneath the sunshade, she continues to ponder the mystery. The director has already sent someone to escort the child away, seemingly fearing that any further incidents might occur on set, thus neglecting the situation on both sides. As for why filming has not resumed or why the actor has not been replaced, that is something everyone understands. The matter concerning the child is not trivial and could easily provoke offense. Oh dear, my heavens, we are not disfigured, are we? Su Liren had not yet arrived, but her voice had already reached us. She approached and delicately cradled Yangmi's oval face, examining it thoroughly before finally releasing her, letting out a heavy sigh. When I heard the news, I was conversing with the staff, and it scared me to death. If she had truly marred your face, just see what I would have done to her. Observing her anxious demeanor, Yangmi chuckled softly. Fear not, I am unscathed. How can a mere child trouble me? It merely set us back a bit. Suma, you are truly the most caring manager in the world. It warms my heart. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Suli merely smiled faintly. You're overthinking. I fear you may be unable to proceed with your work if injured. Yangmi. Very well. Let's not dwell on it. Quickly shifting the conversation, she remarked, I sense an inexplicable animosity from that child towards me, and I cannot fathom the reason. Sister Li, do you know anything about that child? Su Li, taken aback by Yangmi's seriousness, inquired, could it be that you are genuinely holding a grudge against a mere child? How is that even possible? Do you not know me? If it were not for the peculiarity of this matter, I would not bother you with it. Su Li believed her, but was nonetheless puzzled regarding the child's connections. Initially, they had thought that with Fan Tian's involvement, this shoot would proceed without a hitch. Unexpectedly, The trouble arose from the most absurd of sources, a child. Perhaps they had been brought in with connections, possibly with powerful backing. If that were the case, it would be troublesome indeed. Yangmi nodded. She was aware of this, but still found it odd. So what shall we do now? Today's filming task. Do not worry, we are not the most anxious. The director feels the pressure as well. I will speak with him shortly to clarify the situation while you film something else in the meantime. Suli is always decisive in her actions, rarely erring. All right, I shall follow your lead. At this point, it seems we have no other choice. After a while, Suli returned with news. Indeed, the segment involving the child would be postponed, and they would film other scenes first. Although the scenes with Fan Tian posed certain challenges, fortunately, their communication was seamless, making the remaining filming proceed remarkably smoothly, earning unanimous praise from the on-site crew. Even the director found their performance quite commendable. Who would have thought the chemistry between the two would be so right? Chapter 81. Just flowers delivered. After completing the midday shoot, it was time for a break, and everyone returned to their respective hotels to rest. As for the afternoon filming schedule, it remained uncertain, awaiting further instructions from the director. Just as she was about to leave, Yangmi was suddenly called out. "Teacher Yang, wait a moment." Yangmi paused and turned to see a staff member approaching her, cradling a bouquet of flowers. "What is this?" Before she could inquire further, the staff member quickly explained, "Teacher Yangmi, these flowers have been sent to you. The director asked me to bring them over." The director? Yangmi felt a wave of confusion wash over her, recalling the previous prank involving flowers. The staff member smiled as they handed her the bouquet, their expression holding a deeper meaning. Yet, Yangmi hesitated to accept the flowers. Noticing her reluctance, the staff member added, "Teacher Yangmi, the director mentioned that Mr. Gu specifically sent these. He said he had other matters to attend to and wouldn't disturb your work." Upon hearing this, Yangmi seemed to grasp something and couldn't help but smile faintly. After expressing her gratitude, she accepted the flowers. Mr. Gu? Which Mr. Gu? Although the intricacies of the entertainment industry were somewhat familiar to her, the sudden mention of a Mr. Gu piqued her curiosity. Several staff members passed by, their inquisitive gazes drawn to her. Su Li approached after finishing a conversation with the director. Noticing the grand bouquet in Yang Mi's hands and the unmistakable joy on her face, she chuckled. "Oh my, who could this bouquet be from? Let me guess. It wouldn't happen to be him, would it?" Yang Mi quickly reacted, attempting to cover Su Li's mouth. "Please don't tease me, Su Ma. There's so many people around, and I wouldn't want rumors to spread." At that moment, Yang Mi wished for nothing more than to quietly focus on her role, delivering exceptional performances to the audience. Seemingly recalling the ongoing filming, Su Li chose not to press further. The two walked together towards the hotel, which was merely a few steps away. "To be honest, Mr. Gu has truly surprised me," Su Li remarked. "Don't think I'm overthinking it. I was genuinely worried he might undermine you given your status. Just a little whisper could tarnish your reputation." She paused, her tone turning serious. "I feared that with a slight maneuver, you could end up disgraced and your child taken from you. I truly dreaded that possibility." Looking at the flowers in Yang Mi's hands, Su Li's demeanor softened, and she added with a smile, "But it appears I may have misjudged him." Yang Mi, taken aback by her words, admitted, "To be honest, I was initially quite frightened of such outcomes as well. However, glancing at these flowers, I can't help but smile. Perhaps it's true, I was indeed worried at first, but through my gradual interactions with Mr. Gu, I've come to believe he isn't as malicious or unscrupulous as I once thought." Seeing her expression, Su Li couldn't help but smirk. "Huh, I knew you were smitten. You don't need me to say anything. You're already defending him at every turn." "I am not. This is clearly a statement of fact." The two soon arrived at the hotel, and shortly after returning to their room, Gu Shen's call came through. "Hello, I've just finished my morning shoot and arrived at the hotel. Also, I received the flowers." Upon answering the call, Yang Mi could not help but let her voice rise in excitement, even unaware of her own reaction. Meanwhile, Su Li, engrossed in her work on the computer, continued typing, all while enduring the spectacle of dog food being served in front of her. Truly overwhelming. "You received them." She mimicked Yang Mi's tone softly, causing the latter's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Gu Shen had just concluded a meeting and thought of calling her upon returning to his office. The reason? Perhaps he longed to hear her voice and inquire about her day's work, as if all his fatigue evaporated in an instant. Do you like them, my dear partner? His voice was low and melodious, tinged with a hint of amusement. The sound traveled through the phone, so close it felt as if he were whispering in her ear, causing Yangmi to blush from her face to the nape of her neck. I like them very much, thank you. But what do you mean by partner? She couldn't resist responding with a laugh. Though her words were framed as a question, her heart was already blooming with joy. As for the labels of partner A and partner B, receiving his flowers was her greatest delight. Yet Gu Shen held no disdain for her. In fact, he was quite fond of everything about her. You are my partner. Sending you flowers is only natural. His voice carried a languid tone, each word striking at Yangmi's heart, resonating deeply within her. Were it not for Su Li's presence, she would have undoubtedly thrown herself onto the bed, burying her face in the covers and rolling about in shyness. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, dimming her joy somewhat. Then, what about your many other partners? Do they receive flowers too? At her words, Gu Shen on the other end seemed unable to suppress a chuckle. Yangmi froze, feeling she had misspoken, and was about to correct herself when Gu Shen's voice rang out again. I have only sent them to you. In just a few brief words. He calmed the tumult of emotions within Yangmi. Even the magnetic quality of his voice seemed to carry an enchanting allure. Realizing this, Yangmi began to mentally chastise him for being so devilishly charming. The impact of his words. Who could truly comprehend it? Well, I should hang up now. You continue with your work. I won't disturb you any longer. Almost in a flash, she hung up the phone, her heart racing, eyes sparkling with hopes and unnameable anticipation. With the call ended, the room was left echoing with the sound of Yangmi's rapid heartbeat. That's enough. Should you not look in a mirror? Suli in tazet. Huh? What is wrong? Yami repliet, utterly bewildered. Suli cast a glance her way, her eyes now filled with curiosity. I've noticed that your relationship seems to have changed. Initially, it was a connection formed out of necessity due to the adorable child. But what about now? She closed her laptop and stepped forward slowly. Although she wore a smile, there was something in her gaze that made Yangmi feel uneasy. No, perhaps it wasn't that. Maybe it was just that they had grown a bit more familiar than at the beginning. He truly had no faults, especially in his treatment of the two children. Of course, they were his own flesh and blood. Who else would he treat well? My focus is on you. Su Li exclaimed, her face filled with exasperation. What's wrong with me? Yangmi responded with confusion, accurately reflecting her own lack of preparedness to confront these matters. Su Li couldn't help but cover her face, sighing. You need to clarify whether Gu Chen's kindness towards you stems from compensating for the mother of his children or if it is purely for you. If it were merely for the children, I would hope you wouldn't get too deeply involved. However, Shuli stuna, shikhta avrupli. I actually believe it is not solely for the children. Su Li's words left Yangmi momentarily stunned. As the fluttering feelings in her heart gradually dissipated, a new wave of surprise washed over her. Is that so? Yangmi pondered for a long time, but still found no clear answer. Yet Su Li seemed to have discerned something, shaking her head helplessly and exclaiming, Alas! It appears someone is about to fall in love. No sooner had she said this than someone knocked on the door, causing both women to exchange astonished glances. Could it be that someone was indeed eavesdropping? If those words were to leak out, the consequences would be dire. After much hesitation, Su Li decided to open the door. And upon seeing the associate director, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Miss Su, is Teacher Yang in? The director inquired with concern. Yes, director. Is there something you need? Although it was the associate director, which relieved Su Li, his sudden visit caught her off guard. She had spoken with him earlier. Could there be another issue? What is wrong, Suma? Upon hearing the associate director's voice, Yangmi couldn't help but join them. Teacher Yang is here. The associate director exclaimed upon seeing Yangmi, as if he had found savior. You see, that little child star is now available for filming. So I came to discuss this with Teacher Yang. The associate director's demeanor was unexpectedly gentle, which sparked a flicker of doubt in Su Li's eyes. That is good news. Then we can proceed with our scheduled afternoon shoot. Yangmi, having heard this, quickly nodded, feeling a weight lift from her heart. After all, if that child refused to cooperate, the promotional video would be in jeopardy. So this was indeed a stroke of luck. Little did they know, as soon as Yang spoke, the director suddenly faced a dilemma. This is the reason I came to find you. To be frank, Teacher Yang, that little child star is only available now. She has to leave this afternoon. So, we can only see if we can commence filming a bit earlier. At this point, Zui understood the associate director's intentions. In truth, merely notifying the staff would suffice, but he had chosen to come personally. It seems that interests truly sway hearts. Director, this might not be appropriate, right? For the moment, let us set aside the notion of a break. My artist has been filming all morning. And regarding the child's behavior, why should my artist bear the brunt of the blame? Is the production team her household? Does she believe she can dictate the terms? Do not presume I am unaware of the child's unreasonable antics on set this morning. Yami may be accommodating, but I cannot be so lenient. Zui could no longer contain her frustration and retorted sharply. The artist she cherishes is not to be bullied here. Suma. Yangmi instinctively attempted to restrain the irate Zui. As to her, this was merely a trivial matter. It's all right, Deputy Director, we shall address it shortly. I too wish to expedite the filming. Once matters were settled, the Deputy Director took his leave. As soon as the door closed, Zui could not suppress a derisive snort. I must say, you truly possess an admirable temperament. Why concern yourself with them? They invited a revered figure only to impose difficulties upon you? It is hardly a significant issue. We need not be so perturbed. Suma, you are indeed the most magnanimous, are you not? Ultimately, Zui was, as expected, pacified by Yangmi's soothing words. Chapter 82. Is Yangmi hurt again? In the afternoon, the sun blazed mercilessly as Yangmi and Zui made their way to the filming location once more. How could that child suddenly agree to film with me again? The change in attitude is rather abrupt, don't you think? Yangmi pondered it. Had curiosity piqued. The whims of a child's heart are inscrutable. However, do be cautious. We cannot afford to be hurt again. Our faces are truly irreplaceable. This is not merely a face. It represents a hefty penalty for breach of contract. I understand, sisterly. You are becoming more like my mother every day. The crew was already prepared, awaiting Yangmi's arrival to resume the progress lost earlier in the morning. Sister, you're here. Fan Tian was also present. Albeit his role in the upcoming scenes was minimal, yet his presence underscored his passion for the performing arts. It's so hot. Why don't you go over there and seek refuge from the sun? I've been waiting specifically for you. Hearing this, Yangmi felt a twinge of embarrassment and smiled, prompting the makeup artist to begin her touch-up. Unfortunately, she caught sight of the child again, who still regarded her with an unfriendly gaze. Zui noticed this as well, but couldn't discern the situation clearly, so she refrained from intervening. Remember to stay vigilant and protect yourself. I still have my doubts about that little imp. I know, Suma. Don't worry. The makeup was completed swiftly, and they were soon ready to commence filming. The director, holding a megaphone, began issuing commands. All right, we will first shoot the scenes at the mountaintop, and then transition to the lawn. He quickly concluded, and the crew members retreated from the set, leaving only the principal cast. Yangmi swiftly immersed herself in her character, with Fan Tian keeping pace. Initially, the child's performance was quite normal, devoid of any mishaps. After finishing this segment, the director expressed his satisfaction. Cut. Excellent. This take is good. Let us change locations. The director instructed, his tone brimming with excitement. Zui stood off to the side, not wanting to miss a single moment. Soon, they moved to the lawn, beginning with close-up shots, which would later shift to wide angles. Wow, Teacher Yang's beauty truly withstands scrutiny, even up close. Several crew members couldn't help but praise her from behind scenes. This praise reached Zui's ears, eliciting a smile. After all, it was undeniable that her artistess looks were always commendable. Just as she was reveling in the moment, the child in the scene suddenly raised a hand, sending a flying disc hurtling towards Yangmi. Fan Tian quickly stepped forward, pulling Yangmi out of harm's way. Panic ensued on set. Cut! The director shouted immediately. Fortunately, Yangmi was not struck by the disc. Yet, As she was pulled away by Fan Tiantian, she caught a glimpse of the complex emotions swirling in the child's eyes. There exists a deep-seated disdain, even a venomous animosity. Yangmi, despite her typically amiable disposition, is no fool. This is a blatant act of provocation. Patience has its limits, and after enduring several provocations that morning, she is not one to be trifled with. "Are you all right?" inquired Fan Tiantian with genuine concern, only to find Yang Mi striding directly toward the child with a grave expression. "What were you doing just now?" she asked sternly, her fox-like eyes ablaze with indignation, leaving the child momentarily stunned. "Humph, why should you care?" the child retorted defiantly, clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This insolence only served to further ignite Yang Mi's ire. What she intended as a mild reprimand was now escalating beyond her control. "Very well, you choose silence, do you?" With that, Yang Mi effortlessly lifted the child, displaying remarkable ease, for after all, the child was light. In that moment, she resembled an indomitable general, exuding an overwhelming presence. Let go of me, you wicked ant. You're a villain. Not only have you stolen my aunt's boyfriend, but you also treat me this way. Release me at once." The child's frantic cries echoed through the air, leaving Yangmi momentarily bewildered and the onlookers in astonishment. "Your aunt's boyfriend? I stole him." Yangmi was perplexed, casting a confused glance towards Su Li, her mind racing to consider Gu Shen. Could he be the object of this claim? What on earth is happening? The director was equally flabbergasted, his mind racing with potential crisis management strategies. Su Li was equally baffled. She spent every day with Yangmi, and aside from work, her time was devoted entirely to caring for 2 children. When would she have the opportunity to steal someone else's boyfriend? "Sister Su Li, you should quickly devise a public relations strategy for Teacher Yang," a staff member kindly suggested, aware that even with the crew's attempts to contain the situation, rumors were bound to slip out, leading to unforeseen repercussions. Many artists have met their demise in such a manner. Yang Mi remained resolute, pressing on with her inquiry. "Who is your aunt? How have I stolen her boyfriend?" Let me go." The child hesitated, momentarily silent, then appeared conflicted, as if wanting to articulate something, but unsure how. Observing this, Yang Mi refused to relent. Instead, she intensified her intimidation. "If you cannot provide a coherent explanation, you will be publicly slandering me, and I shall call the police to have you locked in a dark room." Yang Mi was determined to get to the bottom of this matter. The prospect of being the subject of malicious gossip was indeed terrifying. Woo-woo, you wicked woman. You're bullying me." The child, overwhelmed, crumbled under the threat. Being just a child, she may have been spoiled, but the mention of a dark room sent her into a fit of tears. Yang Mi was taken aback by the unexpected effectiveness of her intimidation. The director and others, witnessing the scene unfold, rushed forward to intervene. It would not bode well for their reputation if it were to spread that their leading actress was embroiled in a conflict with a young performer. Such humor is truly unbearable. "All right, staff, please take the children away, and Teacher Yang, it would be wise to calm your temper." Su Li promptly stepped forward to escort Yang Mi away. It is best to know when to stop if one goes too far. It may tarnish the reputation of her artistic family, even though some children certainly deserve a lesson. Before Yang Mi could move, a staff member approached the director. "Director, the brand representatives have arrived." Upon hearing this, the director's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure and quietly instructed, "Find a few people to welcome them. I'll handle things here and join you shortly." In any case, we must not let the brand representatives see this. Most of the staff were occupied with addressing subsequent issues, and Fan Tian had also been taken away by her manager, leaving the scene in chaos. While Yang Mi and the young actors remained in standoff, the timing of the brand representative's arrival was rather impeccable. Su Li remarked with a smile, seemingly in jest. "It's probably that manager. It should be fine." Yang Mi instinctively responded, as she too did not believe that Gu Shen, being so busy, would take the time to come here. Before the director could finish his statement, he noticed a so-called manager in a suit approaching, who greeted him, and the director recognized him. However, the manager did not appear to be the focus of the visit. Rather, it was the tall, imposing figure behind him. Even from a distance, The director could sense the remarkable presence of the young man, especially as the manager respectfully guided him forward. "This, Manager Wang, what brings you here?" The director felt a sense of unease and hurried forward. In truth, he was more concerned about this mysterious individual, fearing that any negligence on his part could jeopardize his project. "Director, there's no need to be anxious. We merely happened to be passing by and decided to bring our general manager Gu along for a visit." The manager's words left everyone astonished. General Manager Gu. How could he command such respect from the brand manager? Who could this general manager Gu possibly be? Upon hearing this, Yangmi instinctively turned her head, still holding onto the child. Upon seeing Gu Chen and the imposing Jiang fan standing behind him, she confirmed that it was indeed the general manager she recognized. "Sister, you should put him down now." Fan Tian had somehow come up from behind, initially intending to alleviate Yangmi's awkwardness, unaware of the unfolding situation. "Uncle Tian, please save me," the child suddenly shouted, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment once more. "So, it turns out this child had been claiming that our teacher Yang was stealing her aunt's boyfriend. And that person is you?" Suli interjected at the right moment, equally shocked, more so than upon seeing Gu Chen. Yet she understood the necessity of clarifying the situation. Otherwise, it would be Yami left embarrassed. As a female artist, she was most susceptible to the whirlpool of public opinion. Fan Tiantan looked utterly bewildered, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Huh? Me?" Gu Chen exchanged glances with Yang Mi before coldly directing his gaze at the director, his brows slightly raised, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Yet, the more he smiled, the more anxious the director became. Little did they know, this scene was quite a spectacle indeed. He spoke with a smile, yet sent chills down the spines of everyone present, leaving the director in a state of profuse perspiration. "This, I can explain, Mr. Gu." Chapter 83. Are you inviting me openly? The aura emanating from that man seemed particularly formidable, as if a single utterance could send shivers down the spine of everyone present. The director was no exception. His face flushed crimson, contemplating where he might bury himself. Setting aside explanations, how could there possibly be a child behaving so disruptively on set? "Director, I find it exceedingly difficult not to doubt that our final outcome will align with my expectations." A glimmer of intensity flickered in Gu Chen's eyes, his voice low and oppressive, standing there like a satanic figure from the depths of hell, the impending danger unknown as to whom it might ensnare next. At that moment, Yang Mi gazed at him in astonishment, yet she was acutely aware of the situation at hand. Though she was unaware of Gu Chen's true identity, she was certain it was anything but simple. Thus, the wisest course of action was to remain silent and observe the unfolding events. "Mr. Gu, she is a child star we invited for this promotional video, not here to cause trouble," the director hastily clarified, a sense of helplessness washing over him. No sooner had he spoken than the child suddenly burst into tears. Gu Chen cast an impatient glance her way, his expression icy, prompting her to retreat several steps. Her eyes wide with fear, the sobbing relentless and truly harrowing. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Mr. Gu truly instilled terror. From the director down to the child, all gripped by dread. Seeing the escalating situation, the director exclaimed, "This is serious. Quick, let us calm her down." Presently, the director could not afford to offend either side. Gu Chen was a formidable presence not to be trifled with. Yet this child star possessed a notable identity that warranted her inclusion. Many unspoken truths loomed over the incident. It was merely a coincidence that Gu Chen had crossed paths with them today, complicating matters significantly. "Mr. Gu, please allow me to explain. Our little star is the granddaughter of the Bai family. I trust you can deduce which Bai family I refer to, correct?" The director approached, speaking softly, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Who didn't he know that Gu Chen had ascended to his current stature through ruthless decisiveness and an unwavering, unforgiving approach? For him, such conduct was merely routine. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen frowned slightly, perplexed. "Mr. Gu, it was during our recent bidding that we fortuitously encountered the Bai family. Their patriarch purchased the largest parcel of land at that time, which is currently under development, Jiang Fan interjected at an opportune moment to elaborate. Gu Shen had a passing acquaintance with the Bai family. During his initial foray into the market, they were already a prestigious lineage. Though recent years had brought significant changes to the domestic landscape, affecting them to some extent, they remained a legendary entity among the old guard of enterprises. As for the elder Bai, he was no ordinary figure. Now in his 70s, he still commanded considerable influence within the company, overseeing many critical decisions. He had a son and a daughter, the eldest managing affairs domestically while the youngest studied abroad, lavished with affection, yet there had been no word of any matrimonial alliances. Today, the child who caused a commotion on set and laid hands on Yang Mi must surely be the cherished daughter of the Bai family. The atmosphere on set fell into an uneasy silence. The director pondered his previous explanations, wondering why there was still no reaction. Could it be that the Bai family's influence did not instill any apprehension in Mr. Gu? Even a modicum of caution would suffice so. Do your words bear any relevance to the filming? They do not. Gu Shen remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to the previous remarks. And he certainly felt no fear that would alter his course of action. If the filming schedule was being disrupted, a change was necessary. This was surely the most prudent approach, was it not? His lack of emotional display seemed to suffice to alter the entire arrangement of the set with just a few words. Suli leaned closer to Yang Mi, whispering. Such is the power of capital. As for Yang Mi, she suddenly felt perplexed. Today, Gu Shen appeared remarkably different. He seemed quite irritated by the child's ruckus, even unwilling to cast a glance in that direction. Could it be that the child's deliberate defiance towards her was the cause? What's wrong? You look rather strange. Are you feeling uneasy because Mr. Gu is here? Su Li, noticing something amiss after their long acquaintance, couldn't help but feel concerned. No, I just find it rather odd. Gu Shen was quite gentle before. Why does he seem so formidable today? Upon hearing this, Su Li chuckled. My dear lady, are you truly oblivious? When he is with you and the little ones, he assumes the role of Gu Shen. Today, however, is the client, the formidable Mr. Gu, whose very name instills fear. Yang Mi considered this, realizing that she might have grown accustomed to his gentleness, forgetting that he was inherently a distant person, albeit different with her and the little treasures. Su Li didn't dwell on this. At that moment, it was the director who was most anxious. With a powerful figure-esque word, he hurriedly sought someone to escort the child away, no longer daring to allow further disruption. Otherwise, who could predict Gu Shen's reaction? Look at this chaos, Mr. Gu. How about we retreat to the nearby hotel for a meal? The manager, flustered, had not anticipated such a scene and shot a glare at the director. Disregarding oneself is one thing, but neglecting Gu Shen could lead to significant trouble. Unexpectedly, Gu Shen did not respond. No need. Our Mr. Gu has other arrangements. Jiang Fan, well aware of his boss's demeanor, was the first to speak up, directly declining, thus providing the manager a way to save face, mitigating the awkwardness. Seeing this, the manager forced a sheepish smile, feeling helpless. This formidable figure was not one to be trifled with. It was best to maintain a respectful distance. Su Li instinctively glanced at Yang Mi, a knowing smile flickering in her eyes before she signaled discreetly. What's the matter, Suma? I suspect that the matter concerning Mr. Gu might just pertain to you. Before Yang Mi could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Shen approached her, followed closely by Jiang Fan. There was an air about him reminiscent of a domineering character from a novel, intent on seizing what he desired. However, Gu Shen possessed a much more refined demeanor. Shall we dine together later? I have no work this evening, which makes it a perfect opportunity. Many of the crew had dispersed, yet a portion remained, and Gu Shen's sudden, hushed invitation left Yang Mi momentarily flustered. Was this a public invitation directed at her? Such a matter could significantly impact the image of a single female artist, especially considering Gu Shen's prominence. His actions would undoubtedly be scrutinized and interpreted by countless onlookers, and indeed, throughout the entire entertainment industry. All right, this filming may very well be postponed for the night. Yang Mi pondered for a considerable time. With the departure of the young starlet, the continuation of the shoot was uncertain. Very well, I shall return to the hotel to attend to some work. You all take care and return safely. Su Li, with her keen insight, surely perceived everything. Chapter 84. Dinner together, Yang Mi lowered her head, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks. Although the implication was clear to everyone, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shyness whenever it was mentioned. By the way, my belongings are still with you. You should come and retrieve them quickly, Su Li remarked, a hint of exasperation in her voice, as she pulled Yang Mi along to fetch her bag, leaving Gu Shen and Jiang Fan waiting behind. Mr. Gu, I have already reminded the director. Rest assured, Jiang Fan reported, aware that Gu Shen would be concerned about the matter. After all, it was purely by chance that they had arrived just in time to witness the situation. Had it not been for that, the outcome could have been unimaginable. The Bai family's influence posed no threat to Gu Shen, yet it remained a source of trepidation for any director. Thus, it would not be surprising if the director took measures in response. Keep a close watch and inform me at the slightest sign of trouble. Also, ensure that the bodyguard around Miss Yang are competent and not mere idle spectators. Gu Chen's expression turned serious, his tone icy. A stark contrast to the man who had just invited Yang Mi to dinner with a charming smile. I understand. Mr. Gu, rest assured, Xiao Chun has already arranged everything. Miss Yang's safety will be our utmost priority, Jiang Fan assured, well acquainted with his boss. He knew that if Gu Shen were not genuinely concerned, he would not go to such great lengths. In other words, no one was deserving of such attention from Gu Shen. 10 minutes later, the two met again in the car. Thank you for today. If it weren't for your timely appearance, things could have escalated further, which would have regrettably disrupted the filming schedule and wasted the crew's efforts, Yang Mi said, lowering her gaze and emphasizing her words with a hint of grievance, deftly tugging at Gu Chen's heartstrings. I truly admire your professional integrity, Teacher Yang. Even in such moments, you still worry about the progress of the project. It's truly commendable. Gu Chen regarded her with newfound admiration, his smile deepening. Indeed, in the promotional video, viewers only see the artists, but they remain oblivious to the unsung efforts behind the scenes that make it all possible. Yang Mi's fox-like eyes blinked innocently, exuding a sense of vulnerability that evoked affection. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would find her resolute and unyielding, as demonstrated when she faced off against that child earlier. Though she was young, the backing she had was undoubtedly a significant threat to any actress. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Your only task now is to join me for dinner. A full stomach will provide the strength to contemplate other issues. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi realized the truth of his words and couldn't help but think of her precious Meng Bao and Guai Bao. What about Meng Bao and Guai Bao? Xiao Chun will pick them up. You need not worry. Strangely, Yang Mi felt a wave of comfort wash over her upon realizing everything had been arranged for her. The sensation of being able to relinquish control and trust that everything will be taken care of was truly delightful. She had never experienced such a feeling before, having always fought her battles alone while also safeguarding Meng Bao and Guai Bao. Yet, ever since Gu Chen's arrival, it seemed that everything was quietly changing. Gu Chen? What is it? Gu Chen was engrossed in his phone, managing some online documents, his voice low yet gentle as he casually responded. His gaze drifted across the screen, the light from the window casting a beautiful glow on his face. So lovely, Yang Mi thought to herself. It's nothing much. I just suddenly felt like calling you. She struggled to articulate her thoughts and ended up laughing at her own awkwardness. Gu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued with his work. In the front seat, Jiang Fan felt a pang of embarrassment. Heaven knows how many dinner invitations his boss had declined tonight just to dine with Miss Yang. However, Miss Yang remained unaware of this, and in their current state, he dared not say too much. After a long day of shooting, Yang Mi had dozed off almost the entire way. Boss Jiang Fan's car had come to a halt, but seeing that Miss Yang seemed to still be asleep, he felt somewhat at a loss. He then noticed that his boss had made a shushing gesture, yet his gaze lingered on her, more affectionate than that of a typical male lead in a romantic drama. Suddenly, he understood. He should be beneath the car, not inside it. Unfortunately, Yang Mi had just awakened. Have we arrived? Her eyes were slightly dazed. Although her body was still in slumber, she made an effort to clear her mind. The moment she opened her eyes, she found herself locking gazes with Gu Chen. My goodness! At that moment, Yang Mi nearly exclaimed, but ultimately, she only called out internally, managing to restrain herself. We just arrived. It's fine. Gu Shen replied casually. However, his calm demeanor left Jiang Fan genuinely astonished. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would hardly have believed his boss could display such a side. Truly perplexing. Jiang Fan quickly exited to open the car door for them, and they entered side by side. This restaurant was also under Gu Shen's ownership, renowned for its privacy, making it the prime choice beyond the Zui Xian Ju for dining. Mr. Gu, everything is arranged, a staff member stated, stepping forward to open the private room door, respectfully inviting them inside. As Yangmi entered, she couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of Gu Shen's establishment. The building boasted 10 floors, each staffed with dedicated personnel and waitstaff, ensuring a comprehensive service experience from ordering to dining. The dishes are ready. Let everyone head down, Gu Shen surprisingly instructed, leaving everyone in shock. What was going on with the boss today? Understood, Mr. Gu. We are at your service. Yet, none dared to speculate about Gu Shen's intentions and retreated obediently. Yangmi removed her coat and sat down, feeling the fatigue from a day of shooting. She watched as Gu Shen personally poured her a glass of water and placed it in front of her, touched by the gesture. Thank you. I didn't expect you to pour me water. Of course. Why would you be so formal with me? At that moment, Yangmi suddenly understood his intention in sending the staff away. He wished for her to enjoy her meal without feeling constrained, to dine in a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. When a person genuinely invests their heart into something, they radiate brilliance. I still need to express my gratitude. Here, try this dish. I've seen the housekeeper make it often. It should be to your liking, right? Yangmi deftly placed a piece of rib onto his plate, her face beaming with joy as she spoke. A sudden warmth surged within Gu Shen, and he nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently savoring the rib, which inexplicably tasted more delightful than usual today. As they finished their meal, both felt a sense of relaxation wash over them. Have you had enough? Would you like some dessert? After finishing a bowl of soup, Gu Shen gently inquired of Yangmi, who had just dabbed her mouth and seemed poised to reapply her lipstick. After all, as a female artist, one must always be mindful of their appearance. No, I'm quite full. The food here suits my palate perfectly. Today, Yangmi indulged without restraint, relishing her meal. Very well, once we get home, I'll have the aunt prepare what I've set aside for you. It will be perfect for a little snack on the way. At this, Yangmi couldn't help but smile. Chapter 85. Another rival appears as the two emerge from the private room and begin to make their way towards the left elevator. A melodious female voice called out from behind, causing them to pause in their tracks. The critical point was that she had called out Gu Shen's name. Gu Shen was the first to turn around, followed closely by Yangmi, who glanced back and noticed a girl she found somewhat familiar. From a distance, the girl exuded an air of elegance, stirring a complex mix of emotions within Yangmi. What a coincidence! Are you dining here too? Had I known, I would have invited you to join me instead of eating alone. The girl approached, initially astonished, before warmly greeting them with a bright smile, her playful voice echoing down the corridor. Gu Shen simply nodded in acknowledgement, a subtle response. Are you not busy with work today? I mentioned wanting to have lunch with you a few days ago, but I was afraid of interrupting your schedule, so I didn't reach out. I didn't expect to find you here on your own. The girl feigned annoyance with a playful huff, her words laced with an odd undertone that Yangmi could easily discern. From the very beginning, Yangmi sensed a palpable hostility from this girl, who scrutinized her with a gaze that seemed both appraising and dismissive. Now, it felt as though she was intentionally ignoring Yangmi's presence altogether. Standing beside Gu Shen, Yangmi felt momentarily at a loss. She had encountered grand occasions before, yet in matters concerning Gu Shen, she often grappled with the fear of overstepping her bounds. It's perfectly fine. You can dine alone, just the same, Gu Shen stated, his tone devoid of warmth, lacking any emotional connection. Yangmi observed that he did not appear to share a deeper bond with this girl. Isn't that so? It must be like that. Yet, she still hesitated to affirm this, as the girl's background was undeniably formidable, a daughter of a publicly listed conglomerate and a prominent figure in the socialite scene. It was widely acknowledged that the entertainment industry intertwined with elite circles, and Yangmi had previously encountered her at a certain event. The eldest daughter of the Yang family. Her family's wealth was substantial, and her lineage was impressive. Her brother had served in the military for many years, suggesting a depth of background that was not easily discernible. What are you doing? I told you I wanted to connect with you. Yet you're not making it easy for me. Yangjie laughed as she stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Gu Chen's, her demeanor reminiscent of a girlfriend's affection. Were one unaware of the true circumstances, they might easily assume such a relationship. Yangmi, who had initially stood beside Gu Chen, felt an indescribable wave of disappointment wash over her in that fleeting moment. Words hovered on the tip of her tongue, yet she struggled to articulate her feelings to Gu Chen, as if she had no right to voice them. Miss Yang does not require anyone to provide her an easy way out, Gu Chen remarked, instinctively frowning, maintaining his cool demeanor. However, at that moment, Yangmi felt herself being sidelined, as if cast aside, leaving her with an unexplainable sense of frustration. Yet, it seemed Gu Chen remained oblivious to her feelings. Perhaps it was due to her own perceived inadequacy, or perhaps this was simply the nature of their relationship. Oh dear, with such words, you leave me without a retort. However, today you are surprisingly early. How is it that you finished work so soon and still came to dine? Surely, it cannot be a mere coincidence that you encounter me here. At this point, even Yangmi was taken aback, marveling at Yangjie's thought process. Yet she too could not help but entertain such notions. Perhaps Gu Chen truly chose this place for a meal because of Yangjie. The reason for bringing me along could simply be that we crossed paths on set, or perhaps merely because I am the mother of his 2 children. Any one of these factors was sufficient for Yangmi to believe. I presume there is no need to report my work schedule to Miss Yang, is there? It is getting late, and I have other matters to attend to. Please, make yourself comfortable, Gu Chen stated, then turned to Yangmi, softly suggesting, shall we depart? At that moment, Yangjie instinctively released her grip, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. In her recollection, Gu Chen had never spoken to a woman in such a manner. What could have prompted this today? Very well, let us go, Yangmi replied, not elaborating further. Yangjie did not greet her, and there was no need for her to force a connection. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Gu Chen, what are you doing? Yangjie inquired once more, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Gu Chen replied, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further, his desire to depart palpable. Upon hearing this, Yangjie felt a sense of resignation and chose to acquiesce. Even if her admiration for Gu Chen was profound, she was still a daughter of a wealthy family, not one to shamelessly pursue what she desired. There were countless ways to achieve her goals without compromising her dignity. Thus, Yangmi and Gu Chen walked side by side towards the elevator. Yangjie stood rooted in place, momentarily stunned. Though they walked together, their conversation was sparse, and an air of silence enveloped them. Yangmi even deliberately maintained a distance. If one were to seek a reason, it might be to avoid unnecessary complications. Just moments ago, Yangjie, though not yet an official girlfriend, could be considered one of Gu Chen's admirers. It was only natural for someone of his caliber to have suitors. It was no surprise that his admirers could stretch from the doorstep to across the seas. As they continued, a waiter approached, and the once spacious corridor felt constricted due to Yangmi's desire to avoid any implication. She walked absent-mindedly, on the verge of colliding with the waiter. In an instant, Gu Chen reached out to grasp her arm, and due to the momentum, she nearly fell into his embrace, the distance between them shrinking perilously close. Yangmi felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing, and it was evident that Gu Chen could sense her heightened state. Are you all right? You seemed rather careless just now, almost colliding with someone, Gu Chen remarked, his tone urgent, tinged with a hint of irritation. I must have been lost in thought. Thank you, Yangmi stammered, regaining her composure with difficulty. Yet internally, her emotions surged tumultuously. The recent sensation felt strikingly authentic. Yet reality abruptly yanked her from the realm of dreams. The disparity between these two states weighed heavily upon Yangmi, rendering her somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, all was well as they entered the elevator. The two of them stepped inside, and until the doors closed, Yangjie had yet to depart. She had witnessed the preceding scene. What was happening? Yangjie was utterly bewildered. The sudden closeness between Gu Chen and Yangmi was indeed difficult for her to fathom. This reality felt akin to a death sentence imposed upon her. Her instincts informed her that this situation was markedly different from Gu Chen's previous admirers, such as his secretary. However, Yang Jie found it peculiar. Gu Chen's demeanor around her had shifted, making him appear less like himself, and his actions were unmistakable. In a moment of clarity, she sensed a certain familiarity about him, yet she could not quite place who it was. Chapter 86. The unfortunate paparazzo Yang Jie sensed something amiss and promptly called her assistant, instructing them to investigate. After all, any woman who could appear by Gu Chen's side, and even have him graciously accompany her to dinner while interacting so intimately, must possess an extraordinary allure. Instantly, her innate sensitivity and sense of urgency surged within her. Inside the elevator, Yang Mi softly expressed her gratitude, seemingly as though they had just met. Gu Chen noticed this peculiar formality and raised an eyebrow in response, momentarily feeling that something was off. He was about to provide an explanation when Yang Mi's subsequent words interrupted him. "No, it's only natural. After all, you helped me," she replied with a smile, her words polite, yet laden with an unbridgeable distance that lingered between them. The atmosphere was thick with an unapproachable barrier, one she yearned to dismantle, yet felt utterly helpless. Her comment caused a subtle shift in Gu Chen's demeanor. His fingertips absently traced the cuff of his coat, pausing briefly. "Earlier, what is it?" Yang Mi inquired, tilting her head slightly in curiosity. Noticing his indecision, she furrowed her brow, pondering how the usually resolute Gu Chen could exhibit such hesitation. Her sincere and clear gaze held his for a moment, prompting Gu Chen to instinctively avert his eyes. "No, I was merely asking what your plans are for later. Are you heading home, or is there something work-related that requires your presence?" Gu Chen deftly redirected the conversation, catching Yang Mi off guard. It seemed they were no longer discussing the previous topic. At that moment, Yang Mi found herself fervently hoping that Gu Chen would utter something meaningful, even if it were just a hint. Regrettably, he did not, leading to yet another wave of disappointment. "I'm not sure what arrangements Suma has made, but I definitely have to return to the hotel. I won't be able to go home tonight," Yang Mi replied after a brief pause, feeling her heart sink. She was acutely aware of another matter that weighed heavily on her, yet she could only feign indifference, continuing to mask her true feelings. "All right, I'll take you back to the hotel later," Gu Chen said, his eyes briefly reflecting a trace of unrecognizable frustration before he resumed his usual demeanor. It was peculiar, though. Gu Chen's usual emotional detachment seemed to waver. Meanwhile, Yang Mi appeared to be lost in thought, her lively eyes dimming in that moment. "What are you pondering?" Gu Chen asked, observing her in silence for an extended period, yet receiving only the sound of silence in return. "Yang Mi, there is something I need to discuss with you." He suddenly turned to face her, the confined space of the elevator closing the distance between them, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. At this moment, Yang Mi finally registered his words, pausing slightly in confusion. At this moment, she no longer harbored any illusions. Yang Jie was the youngest daughter of the Yang patriarch, yet the nature of my relationship with her was far from what one might presume. Gu Chen's words were succinct, yet they conveyed the essence of his intent. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to him, unsure of how to respond. Was he attempting to clarify things for her, perhaps fearing she might misunderstand? Thus, it seemed that Gu Chen cared for her. With this thought, the elevator doors opened. "Oh, I didn't think much of it, but thank you for explaining." Yang Mi's words caught Gu Chen off guard, but as he regained his composure, a faint smile graced his lips. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, she interrupted him. "I'll head back to the hotel first. You should get home quickly too." With that, Gu Chen felt a gust of wind as she vanished from his sight, leaving behind only the delicate fragrance that was uniquely hers. Somehow, he found himself captivated by it. What a foolish girl, watching her joyous silhouette, her steps even more buoyant. Gu Chen shook his head helplessly, enveloped by a sense of bliss that came from having to indulge her. After exiting the elevator, Gu Chen noticed some commotion in a concealed area opposite the hotel entrance. At that moment, Yang Mi had just entered the lobby, occasionally glancing back at him. Such happiness was ineffable. Meanwhile, the paparazzi, who had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time, hurriedly raised their cameras, snapping away at the sight of Yang Mi, who was undoubtedly a sensational subject. It was hard to imagine the repercussions if this were to break. After all, she was currently in the limelight. and attention often targeted the most prominent figures. As Gu Shen watched her figure recede until it vanished from view, he coldly instructed Jiang Fan, who had been waiting by the car, "Get someone to clear out those people over there immediately." Understood. Jiang Fan, having been by his side for a considerable time, knew precisely what to do. He stepped aside to make a phone call. 20 minutes later, at the hotel entrance, an exceptionally flashy car came to a halt, leaving the paparazzi, who had been continuing their stakeout, utterly dumbfounded as the gleaming emblem dazzled their eyes. Goodness, is there more to this story? They wondered. Yangmi, out late, with an unfamiliar man, and accompanied by bodyguards? These bodyguards appear formidable. Several among them, since they had stumbled upon a significant scoop, their fortunes seemingly changing. In the next moment, Xiao Chan emerged from the vehicle, followed closely by a throng of imposing bodyguards, exuding an air of grandeur. After receiving Jiang Fan's call, Xiao Chan had pinpointed the paparazzi's exact location, making it effortless to approach them now. "What are you all doing?" Xiao Chen's sudden appearance before them rendered the scene surreal. The crowd was left speechless. The leader, holding a camera, appeared as though he had just finished filming something, a clear case of being caught red-handed. Xiao Chan let out a sigh of relief, feeling he could report back satisfactorily. I can guess without needing an explanation." Xiao Chan, lost in thought, nodded subtly and gestured to the bodyguards behind him, plunging the scene into a momentary chaos once more. "Wait, is there nothing we can discuss amicably? Indeed, we won't cause any more disturbance. Brother, we are all here for work. Please don't make things difficult for us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chan smiled. "You speak the truth. I too am here for work. Otherwise, why would I concern myself with you? In any case, remember this. Those who should not act must refrain from doing so." The paparazzi, upon spotting the black car, realized they had provoked someone they ought not to have, and any material they had captured would be rendered worthless. It is likely that their disappearance from this industry could be resolved with just a word. Xiao Chan destroyed all the photographs, ensuring that Yangmi would face no threat, before daring to report back to his superior. Meanwhile, Yangmi remained enraptured in the sweetness of the moment, though it seemed that this sweetness was not entirely untainted. Chapter 87. You have fallen in love. Upon reaching the top floor of the hotel, she exited the elevator and made a beeline for her room, her smile unwavering and even humming a tune unconsciously. As she opened the door, a cheerful greeting echoed from within. "Oh, you actually remember to come back?" Su Li was there, having just concluded an online meeting regarding the forthcoming work arrangements with the director and the filming schedule for the next day. Her mind still in a daze, but then she glanced at someone. "I had a meal, which delayed me a bit. Suma, you wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" Yangmi stepped forward, embracing her in a playful manner. Their interactions during leisure time had always been relaxed, and Su Li had never been insincere with her. "Let's be honest, I can tell you enjoyed that meal quite a bit, didn't you?" "Huh, why do you say that?" Suddenly, Yangmi appeared puzzled, blinking innocently. "Come on, you're a mother now. Stop pretending with me. Just admit it. What's the status with Gu Shen? Or should I say, the illustrious President Gu? How are things progressing?" Su Li inquired, both curious and concerned, for Yangmi was her artist, and she could not afford any missteps. This question made Yangmi blush, and she quickly covered her face and looked away, feeling an indescribable sense of helplessness. Yet her smile remained. "What are you talking about, Suma? What kind of agent seeks scandal for their own artist?" Yangmi attempted to change the subject, but Su Li, being who she was, easily saw through the ruse. "Oh, please. I know you too well. Ever since you walked in, that smile of yours has been as if it were free. What, did Gu Shen cast some sort of spell on you?" Su Li retorted, hands on her hips, looking quite bemused. At the mention of him, Yangmi's cheeks flushed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, "If I said I felt nothing at all, that would be a lie. However, it was only today that I gradually realized I seemed to feel differently about him." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled. "My goodness, Yangmi, have you truly succumbed to love? How come I never noticed this side of you before?" Su Li marveled at this revelation, still finding it hard to believe. Previously, Yangmi had always embodied the role of a strong woman, caring for her 2 children and focusing solely on her profession and career, striving to improve herself for the sake of providing a better life for her kids. Yet now, this transformation was surprising even to Suli. It sounds a bit absurd, but I don't want to deceive myself, at least tonight. I'll come to terms with it. I can't keep lying to myself and suppressing my feelings, can I? Yangmi's brows knitted slightly as she found herself entangled in unprecedented inner turmoil. Witnessing her struggle, Suli felt a pang of sympathy. So, does this mean you're truly embarking on a second spring? Suli teased, hoping to lighten the mood and encourage her to think of happier things after work. What on earth? Should you continue in this manner, I shall no longer pay you any heed, Yangmi remarked, a hint of shyness enveloping her. Yet she could not deny the profound satisfaction brewing within her heart. She was increasingly attuned to her own emotions, realizing that her feelings for Gu Shen were distinctly unique. No, that cannot be right. It certainly does not signify a second spring. You too, is it not simply the first bloom of spring? In this regard, Yangmi appeared at a loss for words. Even at this moment, you still tease me. When did it become so? Is it not merely affection for him? What do you intend to do about it? Suli, observing her demeanor, understood that the situation was far more complex than her words suggested. For individuals of their status, moments of helplessness were all too frequent. What does liking him even mean? Surely, Yangmi is not so naive. For now, I can only assert that I remain in the phase of confirming my feelings. However, how to proceed from here, and where this will lead, I truly have no thoughts on the matter. She sighed, her gaze flickering, curling her legs beneath her as she nestled into the sofa. In that instant, Suli comprehended the depth of her heart. The relationship between you two is indeed delicate. To claim there is no contact would be misleading, yet to acknowledge a connection could become a burden in the future, particularly for you. Suli's words resonated with Yangmi. She understood, though at times she preferred to evade confronting it. This evening, she had chosen to face her true feelings. Yet what challenges lay ahead? Who could say? This, too, was a source of my greatest vexation and concern. Yangmi seemed suddenly deflated, lacking any enthusiasm, preoccupied with her thoughts. An air of silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Suli discerned that she was genuinely invested and felt compelled to offer some counsel. It is not yet at that juncture. Do not overthink it. As her manager, she could not allow her artist's spirits to wane and affect their work. Indeed, I should not dwell too much on it. The disparity between us is vast, and perhaps my sentiments are merely a product of my own imagination. After speaking, Yangmi managed a self-deprecating smile. This left Suli taken aback. Knowing Yangmi for so long, this was one of her rare moments of despondency. It seemed Gu Shen was no ordinary individual, and his significance to her was profound. Do not think like that. We are not lacking either. Suma, please spare me your consolation. Am I not aware of my own worth? Yangmi replied with a bitter smile, acutely aware of the chasm between herself and him. Though she was a celebrity in her own right, he was Gu Shen, a figure deemed untouchable by the masses. A deity is a deity. How could one sully their essence? Seeing this, Suli felt utterly helpless, uncertain of what words could offer her solace. Enough, enough, you ponder too much. Such thoughts are mere wisps. For now, your career must take precedence. By the way, the director has decided to change the cast, and new talent will likely be sought soon, with filming expected to commence shortly. Suli shifted the conversation towards work, wishing to pull Yangmi from her melancholic reverie. Very well, you need not worry, Suma. Regardless, I must diligently pursue my career. The little treasures rely on me. How could this possibly affect my work? Then it is settled. Do not dwell on such matters, and I shall not intrude further. Rest well. As time slipped away, Suli, noticing Yangmi's disheartened state, decided to take her leave. A timely rest could indeed prove beneficial. Yet, when alone, Yangmi found her thoughts swirling ever more intensely. After bathing, she reclined on her bed, perusing the scattered photographs of the children and Gu Shen on her phone. Each image felt dreamlike, almost too surreal to comprehend. This man had unexpectedly invaded her life and taken on the role of her children's father. The more Yangmi pondered, the deeper she sank into a quagmire of contemplation. She recognized her burgeoning feelings, yet she was acutely aware of the price that accompanied such emotions, particularly for herself, where the cost loomed even larger. Must she truly resign herself to this fate? Chapter 88. I want to pursue Gu Shen. The night had deepened, and the soft, amber glow of the room illuminated the bed where Yangmi curled up, engrossed in her mobile phone. The scattered moonlight from outside cast a tranquil beauty upon her figure. She pondered, wondering if her little treasures missed her tonight, though she often found herself away from them due to work. Her two little adults had grown accustomed to her absence. Yet tonight, for reasons unknown, a wave of melancholy washed over her. As she flipped through photos, she realized that only a few familiar faces remained. Suddenly, her fingers lingered on an image of Gu Shen, holding her precious child and smiling at her. In the stillness of the room, her heart raced. Although he had not been in their lives for long, the moments they shared were significant, and Yangmi recognized that Gu Shen had invested considerable time in their little family. At the very least, for someone as busy as he was, that was quite rare. Yangmi began to waver in her thoughts. After all, was she truly unworthy of him? She was a female celebrity, after all, and possessed a certain charm. There were certainly many suitors vying for her attention. Engrossed in her internal debate, she remained unaware of how deeply she was entrenching herself in this dilemma. If she were to actively pursue him, what were her chances? A daunting yet exhilarating thought suddenly emerged in Yangmi's mind, and from that moment, she had already resolved to take action. Life is fleeting, and one must seize the opportunity to pursue those they desire, lest they leave their life filled with regrets. After all, pursuing someone is not an insurmountable task, is it? With newfound determination, she picked up her phone and opened the chat with Gu Shen. I have safely arrived at the hotel. Thank you for dinner, Mr. Gu. Good night. After pausing for 3 seconds, she sent the message without hesitation. Her heart raced with anticipation, and Yangmi recognized this as the thrill of infatuation. The fluttering sensations triggered by his every move had become impossible to conceal. Good night. Sleep early. Upon receiving Gu Shen's reply, a smile broke across Yangmi's face, and she drifted off to sleep, content in her heart. The dreams that night were sweet and delightful. The following day, the hotel's automatic curtains opened, allowing sunlight to pour into the room. Yangmi stiret awake, and the memories of the previous night flooded back to her. The first thing she did was reach for her phone. I'm awake. Good morning. It was already 9:30, and Gu Shen was in a meeting. As everyone observed the usually stern Mr. Gu, a fleeting smile graced his lips, leaving those around him feeling perplexed. Get up and prepare for breakfast. Gu Shen's words left Yangmi feeling puzzled, and she abruptly sat up, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, who had been commanding the meeting, was promptly assigned by his boss to prepare a lavish breakfast for Yangmi and deliver it to the hotel. A splendid array of dishes was laid out. When Yangmi opened her door and saw the hotel staff wheeling in the feast, she stood frozen in disbelief. Was this truly the unique way of responding that a domineering CEO would employ? She found herself perplexed. Yet it seemed that the other party did not require her understanding of anything. Ever since moving into the opulent estate of Mr. Gu, such a lavish lifestyle had seemingly become the norm. As the meeting approached its conclusion, Mr. Gu, do you find this proposal feasible? A profound silence enveloped the room. Dozens of eyes simultaneously turned toward Gu Shen, yet he remained fixated on his phone screen. Jiang Fan, behind him, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had meticulously arranged the meal, yet Mr. Gu was still engrossed in his device. Mr. Gu? Jiang Fan's timely interjection gradually pulled Gu Shen's thoughts back. He gazed at the delectable images on his screen, showcasing appetizing dishes alongside a drowsy Yangmi. A faint smile began to grace his lips. Perhaps it was due to just waking. Yangmi glanced at her reflection in the lens, appearing somewhat dazed. However, upon seeing such mouth-watering food, she could hardly contain herself. Momentarily casting aside the self-imposed standards of a female artist, and began to savor each dish. Yet the messages she had sent remained unanswered by Gu Shen. Why had he not replied? Had she said something amiss? Or had she been too talkative? Was she bothersome to him? After satisfying her appetite, Yangmi found herself pondering, oscillating through various apps, merely waiting for Gu Shen's response, yet it never came. A half-hour passed. She was nearly drifting off to sleep when Gu Shen still had not replied. No, she could not continue waiting. Yangmi ralliet her spirits. convinced that she could not abandon her pursuit just after deciding to chase someone. What was this minor setback? Merely a drizzle. She opened a certain forum and created a post seeking advice. Help! What to do when a girl pursues a boy and he stops replying. Urgently waiting. In less than a minute, a dozen comments refreshed before her eyes. Try some cheesy pickup lines. As long as a girl isn't unattractive, pursuing a man is just a matter of time. Don't worry. Just send me a selfie to see if you're cute enough. Yangmi nearly burst into laughter. She lowered her gaze at herself and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she looked quite good. However, those cheesy lines seemed more fitting to be said to an adorable child, didn't they? The person above is quite calculating. Just go straight to him. Being straightforward is the best approach. Being straightforward? Should she just call if he wasn't replying? After much contemplation, Yangmi deemed it inappropriate to disturb Gu Shen, who was likely busy at the company. Sending a message seemed more appropriate. After flipping through the comments, she found few that could be of use. Sinking into a state of melancholy, she collapsed on her bed, feeling utterly exhausted, far more so than filming a dozen action scenes. Just as despair began to envelop her, Zui called. Hello. Sumashi elongated her tone, then sighed deeply. I'm at your door. Please let me in. All right, I'm coming. Yangmi rose to answer the door, and Zui stood outside, her expression one of astonishment, incredulously asking, Have you been awake all this time? I knocked for ages. And you didn't make a sound. I thought you had fallen asleep. Oh hot do suma. Do not even mention it. Last night, I made a terrifying decision that could potentially alter the course of my destiny. She embraced Zui tightly, filled with emotion, observing her friend's peculiar demeanor. Zui couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She followed her inside and shut the door, fearing that she might be haunted by some unclean spirit. What are you rambling about? You are an actress, after all. If this were to be captured on camera, it would be disastrous. I'm not joking. I am utterly serious. Upon hearing this, Zui was taken aback. Seeing her friend's earnest expression, she began to believe. What decision? I have decided to pursue Gu Shen. Chapter 89. Is falling in love first a loss? Zui doubted the reliability of her ears, but not the soundness of Yangmi's mind. Are you all right? It's broad daylight. Why are you speaking nonsense? As she approached to touch her forehead, confirming her own temperature was normal, she exhaled heavily, allowing herself to relax. I can't afford to fall ill while filming. I'm not joking, Suma. When have I ever made light of matters of the heart? Yangmi, sensing Zui's disbelief, felt compelled to provide further assurance, nearly baring her soul to prove her sincerity. Look, surely this proves I am earnest. The remnants of a lavish breakfast lingered in the room, prompting Zui's curiosity as she raised an eyebrow. Did you really eat such a feast all alone? You didn't even think to invite me. I forgot. I didn't even hear you knock. How could I remember to call you for breakfast? You should consider that. Yangmi laughed, radiating an aura of happiness. People truly feel the depth of happiness only when they are on the brink of it. Are you serious? What other possibility is there? Such a straightforward response left Zui unable to refute Yangmi's certainty. Any further doubt would be impolite. Stunned, she found it hard to comprehend this unexpected shift in Yangmi's demeanor. Isn't your focus usually on work? Yangmi, I understand you are in a pivotal stage of your career, and seeking a support system is reasonable. But do you really know Gu Shen? Unbeknownst to her, Zui's thoughts began to veer off course. Yangmi rolled her eyes in exasperation. What are you thinking? I am not that kind of person, and whatever I desire, I will strive to achieve through my own efforts. Her words rang true, and Zui recognized the validity in them. So what exactly do you intend? Is it simply a matter of genuine affection, and thus you wish to pursue him? Seeing Yangmi's earnestness, Zui gradually realized that her friend was not jesting. It was she who had underestimated the situation. Yes, I am serious. I have decided to pursue Gu Shen. Yangmi reiterated, leaving Zui momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Feeling lost, Zui had not anticipated Yangmi's resolve. So what progress have you made? He knows you like him, right? After a brief pause, Zui probed further. The current circumstances could not remain vague, even if Yangmi's intentions were sincere as her manager. Zui needed clarity on the matter. Given the peculiarities of their profession, caution was paramount. Yang Mi could not afford any further turmoil. Well, it's not that quick. I only just made my decision, Yang Mi admitted. And what does Gu Shen think? Suli pressed on, sensing an ominous undertone. Observing Yang Mi's typically shrewd countenance, she recognized that her friend remained quite naive regarding matters of the heart. A moment of silence enveloped them as Yang Mi's brows furrowed, and after a prolonged pause, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Upon witnessing the situation, Suli felt increasingly perplexed. Please don't tell me you intend to recklessly pursue someone without a shred of knowledge about them. This scenario seemed utterly absurd, yet given Yang Mi's reaction, it appeared that nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. She truly might go through with it. Was it necessary to seek the other person's consent when pursuing them? Yang Mi's nonchalant demeanor even carried a hint of audacity, as if she believed her actions were entirely justified. Suli was left utterly speechless. Honestly, I am at a loss for words. Your behavior is simply unfathomable. Suli nearly choked on her breath. It had only been a single night. Yet Yang Mi's heart had undergone such a dramatic transformation. What would the future hold? Moreover, the disparity in status between Gu Shen and her was far too significant to be taken lightly. What is wrong? I like him, and after much contemplation, I've decided to bravely pursue love. Why should you judge me like this, Suma? Yang Mi suddenly pouted, feigning indignation. Suli, taken aback by her expression, felt utterly helpless. With a resigned sigh, she continued, So, are you truly certain about this? Yes, I am definitely going to pursue him, though I'm uncertain about the outcome. Regardless of how it ends, at least I'll have made an effort and won't regret it. Her sudden enthusiasm left Suli at a loss for words, so she simply continued, You must be prepared, Gu Shen. As you know, he is not as straightforward as he appears, and there may be complexities we cannot even begin to fathom. Suli did not wish to deceive her. It was better to address certain truths sooner rather than later. You understand, Suma. Although I am taking the initiative, I will not allow myself to be hurt. I have my career to consider, and I will not blur the lines between personal and professional. Yang Mi maintained a clear distinction between the two, and despite Gu Shen's considerable resources, she had no intention of exploiting them, nor did she hold such actions in esteem. That's good. After all, you are the one who has taken the first step. What type of woman does he lack in his life? I fear that you may end up at a disadvantage. Suli was deeply concerned, unwilling to witness Yang Mi becoming ensnared in a web of emotional entanglement. However, even if he doesn't harbor feelings for you, is there not a possibility that, for the sake of the two children, he might be a bit more amicable towards you? Yang Mi found herself momentarily at a loss for an answer. It indeed seemed plausible. She furrowed her brow, realizing that Suli's concerns were not entirely unfounded. Seeing that her companion was uncertain, Suli grew even more anxious. This was a relatively benign situation. But should Gu Shen possess any darker intentions, Yang Mi would not stand a chance against him. For now, I am unclear about his true intentions. I suppose I will have to take it one step at a time, Yang Mi concluded, unwilling to abandon her pursuit midway. Moreover, consider the matter of custody for the two children. You must think this through carefully and remain vigilant. Do not allow a momentary kindness from others to blind you. Suli emphasized, having witnessed too many dark deeds in individuals. She preferred to err on the side of caution rather than allow Yang Mi to fall victim to someone else's machinations. One misstep is enough. Surely that won't happen. Will it? He once stated that he would not take away my precious child. Yang Mi wished to explain, yet suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty within her heart. People are prone to change, especially someone like Gu Shen, who stands atop the pinnacle of success. Acquiring what he desires is merely a matter of uttering a few words. The words of men are often unreliable. After being in this circle for so long, do you not grasp this truth? I believe it should be evident without my guidance. Suli spoke with a certain seriousness, making it clear that the decision ultimately lay with her. I understand, Suma. You only wish the best for me. Yang Mi replied with a smile, embracing her. Yet, deep within, a resolute thought had taken root, leaving her unchanged. Perhaps she had genuinely begun to harbor feelings, and thus, even in defeat, she would accept it. Chapter 90. Sending the children together in summary. I do not oppose your pursuit of love. However, the prerequisite is that you must safeguard yourself and not let it interfere with your work responsibilities assigned by the company. Zui stated earnestly. Although she shared a good rapport with Yangmi, she believed in maintaining boundaries. Rest assured, I shall not easily concede. Yangmi exclaimed, her expression reminiscent of someone struck by Cupid's arrow, leaving Zui feeling somewhat uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, why not wait a while longer? After all, your acquaintance is still fresh, and you have only just recognized each other. There is no need to rush. A voice within Zui urged her to counsel Yangmi further, yet reality often dealt harsh blows. No, I have made my decision. Once a choice is made, there should be no sudden change of heart. To love someone is to strive earnestly now, so that there are no regrets in the future. It was evident to Zui that persuasion was futile. Yangmi would have to learn through experience. As for the outcome, regardless, I will accept it with grace. You need not worry, Suma, Yangmi asserted, employing both soft and firm tactics to turn the tables on Zui, exuding an air of determination as if she was willing to gamble everything. Real-life complications loomed, yet a voice within Yangmi insisted that this was her first unequivocal affection for someone, and it would be a tremendous pity to let it slip away. I truly am. Zui was at a loss for words, wanting to advise but unsure how to proceed when suddenly, the director's call interrupted. Please take the call. I will tidy up. Yangmi seized the opportunity to slip away, for the conversation had become repetitive and she was no longer inclined to listen. Hello, director. 3 minutes later, Yangmi emerged from the restroom with the joyous news that she could return home immediately, exuberantly embracing Zui without a thought for her feelings as a manager. I mentioned that the young starlet encountered an incident on her way here. Your elation seems rather misplaced, Zui remarked, exasperated, having never seen a female artist so delighted over a postponed schedule. Truly an eye-opener. Of course, I am thrilled to return home to see my adorable treasures. Yangmi was lost in the impending joy, oblivious to everything else. Oh, I suspect it is not merely the children you wish to see. Are you not also eagerly anticipating a certain someone? Zui leaned in, her inquisitive gaze piercingly near, causing Yangmi to blush and smile sheepishly. Let's not speak of it. We can still remain friends. Although her secret was unveiled, Yangmi remained elated, unconcerned with the opinions of others, confident in her own intentions. I must meet with the producer shortly. You should head home and rest in preparation for this weekend's variety show, Zui advised before departing, choosing to set aside matters concerning her and Gu Shen for the time being. Emotions are not easily clarified with just a few words. It is best to take things slowly, for answers often lie within the passage of time. Within half an hour, Yangmi was ready, donning a charming floral dress. Casual yet delightful. Fearing the prying eyes of the paparazzi, she shielded herself with sunglasses and a hat, fully equipped for her outing. As I was about to retrieve the car keys from my assistant and drive home, a call unexpectedly came in from Xiaochun. Hello, Miss Yang. I am waiting for you at the hotel entrance to take you home. Upon hearing this, Yangmi was taken aback, instinctively glancing around the room. There are no cameras here. Why does it feel as if I'm being watched from every angle? How did you know I was heading home? Yangmi asked directly, feeling a sense of unease if she did not clarify. The arrangements from the production team are well known to Mr. Gu. Upon learning of the delay, he promptly prepared a vehicle to escort you home. At that moment, Yangmi was unaware that the 3 occupants in the back seat had overheard her conversation with Xiaochun. The little one, appearing drowsy, leaned against Gu Chen's arm and spoke in a soft voice, Daddy, why hasn't Mommy come out yet? I haven't seen her for several days, and I miss her. With her short legs swinging restlessly, she inadvertently disturbed her little brother beside her. However, since she was his beloved sister, he had no choice but to indulge her. Sweetheart, Mommy will be out shortly, and then both Daddy and Mommy will take you and your brother to school, all right? Gu Chen's patience seemed to be entirely devoted to this little one. Yay! The little brother watched on, feeling a sense of happiness. Though he restrained himself from displaying too much emotion, mindful of his role as the older sibling. Upon discovering that everything was arranged by Gu Chen, she hurried downstairs, making her way directly to the hotel entrance. Recognizing Xiao Chen's car, she spotted it as soon as she arrived. "Mommy's here," the little one exclaimed from inside the car, catching sight of Yang running toward her. After days of separation, her joy was palpable. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Shen was equally delighted. "Miss Yang, please get in," Xiao Chan said, opening the car door. As she entered, she immediately noticed the three in the back. "Oh, little brother, little treasure, you're here too." She was quite surprised. At this hour, they should have been on their way to school, not here to fetch her. "Daddy said we would come to see Mommy and then go to school," the little brother explained, while the little one had already nestled into Yangmi's embrace. Having missed her dearly over the last few days, momentarily forgetting about Gu Shen beside them. "Mommy, why did you come back early?" the little brother inquired, aware of Yangmi's work schedule and thus surprised by her early return. "Brother, are you not happy that Mommy is back early? It would be best if Mommy stayed home all the time. And who earns money to buy you delicious food?" "Of course it's Daddy." With a twinkle in her eye, the little one devised a clever plan. Yang and Gu Shen exchanged knowing smiles, both bemused. "What are you two always thinking about?" "Mommy came back early due to an unexpected change in work, and I still have to leave this weekend." Upon hearing this, the little one's expression fell, and she pouted in disappointment. Yet, most of the time, she could understand her mother's good intentions. The hard work was merely to provide them with a better life. The mother and her two children were engaged in cheerful conversation, while Gu Shen felt utterly overlooked, his heart heavy with disappointment, yet at a loss for how to express his feelings. "All right, since Mommy is free today, I'll wait for you at home after school, and then we can play together." "How does that sound?" Yang coaxed the two with a smile, clearly missing them after such a long absence, though her demanding job left her little choice. "Oh, that sounds wonderful." The little one clapped joyfully, their chubby face exuding cuteness. "Ahem, be careful, dear," Gu Shen interjected suddenly, though his words only puzzled Yang, who glanced up at him, momentarily unsure of his meaning. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, driving ahead, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Witnessing his boss being so blatantly overlooked, truly a sight to behold. Chapter 91. Why is Madam upset? Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at the school entrance, where the adorable duo disembarked one after the other. Xiao Chun personally entrusted the two to their teacher. "Good day, teacher," the sweet and charming Gu Bao greeted with a beaming smile and a playful wink, almost mirroring Yang in appearance. In the car, however, Yang felt an inexplicable tension rising within her, casting a furtive glance at the person beside her, her expression somewhat awkward. "What's the matter?" Gu Shen, perceptive as ever, noticed that ever since Meng Bao and Gu Bao had exited the vehicle, Yang had been hesitating, as if she had something to convey. I actually have something I'd like to ask you." With her finally breaking the silence, Gu Shen's curiosity piqued, and he gestured for her to continue. "Well, it's nothing major. I just wanted to inquire about what kind of girl you prefer." The moment the question left her lips, Yang sensed a wave of unease wash over her. Wasn't this tantamount to implying that she was asking because she had an interest in him? "Me?" Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, his brows arching slightly. Even Xiao Chun, who was driving, was startled. Their boss had always been aloof and composed, never swayed by the flattery of various women. Yet here he was, caught off guard. Yangmi's mind raced, her gaze flickering. But don't misunderstand. I'm asking on behalf of someone else. I just wanted to gauge your preferences first. If it's not suitable, then I won't waste time." Gu Shen's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. "By your inquiry, it seems you're intending to introduce me to another woman. Is that correct?" His voice was low, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yang panicked. That was certainly not her intention. She had assumed her flimsy excuse would suffice, not anticipating Gu Shen's directness and his lack of acceptance of her explanation. "No, that's not it." Yang felt a cold sweat break out, her heart racing as if she had been publicly exposed for lying. "Is it really not?" Gu Shen pressed further, his gaze now laced with skepticism, scrutinizing Yang for an extended moment, which left her feeling increasingly uneasy. "Well, all right. There's no one else. It's just something I wanted to ask for myself." Faced with the futility of her pretense, Yang resigned herself to honesty, realizing that it was better to admit her own feelings than to hide behind a fade. Before Gu Shen could respond, the car conveniently pulled into the villa's driveway. Perfect, I'll be getting out now. You still need to head to the office, right? I want to keep you. Yang Mi reacted swiftly, exiting the vehicle before Gu Shen could offer any retort, leaving the two inside in a state of disarray. An odd tension lingered in the air. Miss Yang, has anything unusual occurred on set these past few days? Gu Shen inquired softly, his gaze lingering on the slender figure outside the window, lost in thought for a while before returning to the present. Today, she was decidedly out of character. No, Mr. Gu, Miss Yang has been diligently filming. When not working, she remains at the hotel. The bodyguard assigned have reported no unusual activities, so nothing seems amiss. Xiao Chen recalled carefully, reporting earnestly. Let us go. It's time to head to the office. Gu Shen closed his eyes for a brief respite, yet a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, as Yang Mi's words echoed in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled her query, "What kind of girl do you like?" A realization dawned upon him, prompting him to reach for his phone, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. Mr. Gu, we have arrived. Xiao Chen's timely voice interrupted Gu Shen's impending action. He felt a twinge of displeasure, but had no choice but to acquiesce. The meeting, which had been rescheduled for today, consumed his entire morning, and upon its conclusion, he returned to his office, recalling the call he had yet to make. This is the report that just came in. It requires your signature. Gu Shen looked at the document Xiao Chen presented, signing it fluidly before casually inquiring. Please keep a close eye on Miss Yang's matters. I wish to avoid any discrepancies. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, be sure to report them to me promptly. Understood? He articulated each word with the seriousness typical of his work-related directives. Xiao Chen, comprehending the gravity of his words, responded eagerly, "Of course, Mr. Gu. You can rest assured that I will treat Miss Yang's affairs as my own." After receiving a nod of approval from his boss, he exhaled in relief, though a thought suddenly crossed his mind, leaving him hesitating, torn between whether to disclose it to Gu Shen. Noticing his discomfort, Gu Shen remarked, "If you have something to say, just speak." "Well, Mr. Gu, your statement has indeed reminded me of something. It may not be monumental, but I observed a slight oddity. Get to the point." Gu Shen urged, his tone firm. Xiao Chen offered an awkward smile before continuing. "Today, when Miss Yang got into the car, she appeared rather sullen. I didn't dare to inquire further, but it was evident that something was troubling her." Upon hearing this, Gu Shen's brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Is there something amiss? Hadn't they already discussed the filming arrangements with the director? Her weekend variety show seemed to pose no issues. What could possibly be troubling her? This marked the first time Xiao Chen witnessed the esteemed CEO so perturbed by a seemingly trivial matter. "But Miss Yang was chatting with you afterward." Xiao Chen ventured cautiously, refraining from elaborating further. "Is that truly the case?" Gu Shen found himself stifling a laugh, surprised that Yang Mi could feel discontent over not receiving the answer she sought at that moment, which was decidedly contrary to her usual demeanor. Yet, if this were indeed the cause, it brought him a sense of joy. "Mr. Gu, I believe Miss Yang's mood may be influenced by you." Xiao Chen's assertion solidified Gu Shen's burgeoning conviction, though he refrained from revealing his thoughts, gesturing for Xiao Chen to take his leave. In the expansive office, Gu Shen remained alone, contemplating the earlier events. He hesitated as he picked up his phone, lingering on Yang Mi's contact page for quite some time, before ultimately deciding to call the housekeeper. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" The housekeeper answered the call, her heart racing, as Mr. Gu seldom called at this hour. What could Mrs. Gu be doing at this time? Upon hearing this, the nanny felt somewhat bewildered. She paused for a moment before hastily responding. "Madam returned and went to her room, but she hasn't come out since, so I'm not entirely sure what she is doing in there. Perhaps she is resting?" She endeavored to provide as much detail as possible, as the voice on the other end of the line sounded rather serious, suggesting a potential discord between the couple. "Yes. Take good care of Madam. I will return shortly," Gu Shen advised after a brief silence, then promptly ended the call. The nanny stood there, momentarily at a loss, contemplating that it was likely just a minor quarrel between the couple. She presumed that the gentleman's return this evening was perhaps to soothe his wife. "Auntie, is there anything to eat in the kitchen?" Chapter 92. The lady has departed. As soon as the housekeeper hung up the phone, she heard someone calling her from behind, which took her by surprise. What a coincidence! Just as she mentioned the lady, she appeared at the stairs. What would you like to eat, madam? I will prepare it for you immediately. She was acutely aware of the gentleman's earlier admonition, and she dared not show any negligence towards the lady. Otherwise, her job would undoubtedly be at stake. I didn't have breakfast this morning due to time constraints. Something light would be fine. Yang quickly tied her hair into a bun and settled into the living room sofa to immerse herself in the script for the variety show she would be participating in over the weekend. This was, aside from the promotional video, her most pressing task at the moment. Her gaze was earnest, and she was wholly absorbed in the intricacies of script, prompting the housekeeper, busy in the kitchen, to glance at her a few extra times out of curiosity. However, the housekeeper was more intrigued than anything else. The lady appeared to be in good spirits, showing no signs of anger. Was it perhaps a fundamental aspect of an actress's professionalism to conceal her emotions? Suddenly, Yang lifted her gaze, perhaps due to the innate vigilance of female artists. She sensed a pair of eyes occasionally glancing her way and felt a twinge of curiosity. Is something the matter, Auntie? She couldn't help but inquire, feeling that the housekeeper was acting somewhat strangely today. Caught in the act, the housekeeper felt embarrassed and forced a smile to mask her discomfort. Oh no, madam, you're busy. I just think you're truly beautiful. How could someone be so stunning? Every smile and every frown makes one want to look a little longer. The housekeeper's enthusiastic compliments made Yang feel slightly bashful. Before long, the housekeeper prepared a splendid breakfast, meticulously arranging each dish on the dining table, not daring to neglect the lady's needs. Wow, Auntie, your culinary skills are remarkable. Yang approached, drawn by the enticing aroma. The meal was tailored to her taste. Varied yet harmonious, visually appealing and utterly mouth-watering. I'm glad you like it. Do eat more, and if you need anything else, please feel free to ask. Once everything was ready, the housekeeper exited the dining room, allowing Yang to enjoy her breakfast in peace. Quietly, she ascended to the guest room upstairs to call Gu Shen. Gu Shen had just finished a batch of documents and was about to summon Jiang Fan for a work briefing when he noticed a call from home, causing a slight flutter in his heart. Hello, sir, it's me. The lady has gotten up for breakfast and seems to be in a good mood. She doesn't appear to be angry. The housekeeper relayed the situation at home to Gu Shen, awaiting further instructions. A sense of relief washed over Gu Shen. It seemed Yang was not upset after all. Perhaps he had been overthinking. He felt a wave of ease